A Weapon of the Law by George W. Breuker. The Black Mask, August 1922. It was very still in the library where Judge Lathrop sat reading. The lamp on the table at his elbow shed a soft circle of light in the center of the room, leaving the outer edges dim and shadowy. The house was quiet. A small clock in the room had already struck one. The judge's wife and daughter had been in bed for some hours. At last, the judge put down the legal tome and sat thinking over what he had read. He became so lost in meditation that the door at his left was quietly opened and closed without his hearing it. Then a low cough brought him out of his abstraction. He turned and gazed at the intruder. The man he saw standing near the door in the semi-darkness was about his own age, that is to say, somewhat over 40 years. He was dressed in shabby clothes that seemed a trifle too large for him. A slouch hat was pulled down over his eyes. His right hand was thrust in the side pocket of his coat. Even in that subdued light, the gleam of triumph in his eyes was only too apparent. Judge Lathrop stared at him blankly without moving a muscle. "Well, Judge," said the man with a short, hard laugh, "can you place me?" "We've met before, then?" asked the judge calmly. "Met before? That's good." The man chuckled evilly. "You bet your life we met before." "Then I beg your pardon. You see, you're standing in the shadow. If you'd be good enough to turn that switch." The man eyed him distrustfully. "None of your tricks now." "The switch is directly behind you. You can find it without turning," the judge went on in an even voice. Without removing his eyes from Judge Lathrop, the man groped for the switch, found it, and flooded the room with light. Then he pushed his hat back and planted himself brazenly before the judge, a sneering smile on his lips. "Maybe you remember me now." The judge looked him over carefully and coolly, and as he turned away his eyes, a look of contempt spread over his face. "Humph! Jack Dodd, I believe you call yourself. A cheap crook, a low-down thief, scum of the earth." Sudden anger flared up in the man's eyes. "You be damned careful what you say," he said between clenched teeth. "5 years ago I sentenced you to 10 years imprisonment," continued the judge, as if he had not heard. "Yes," hissed the man, "and I swore then if I ever got the chance I'd get you and get you good. I suppose you escaped from jail. You suppose right. And I got these duds. Well, never mind where I got them. Hell, we're wasting time. I come here to get even with you, you dog." The judge folded his hands and smiled. "I hope you brought a revolver." He spoke anxiously. The man stared at him a moment, and then brought an automatic out of his coat pocket. "I got a gun, all right. And I hope you're going to kill me," said the judge in a lifeless tone. This time, the man's jaw dropped a little. It was plain he was puzzled. Then he brought his jaws together grimly. "That's why I'm here," he said roughly. The judge looked at the man with a smile of thankfulness on his face. "Jack Dodd, fate has sent you here at the right moment." "Say, what are you driving at?" demanded Jack Dodd uneasily. The judge leaned back in his chair with his chin on his breast. "I have a nasty, cowardly job on my hands, Mr. Jack Dodd. Now, you can do it for me." "Dirty work, eh?" sneered Dodd. "When I'm through with you, you won't have to worry about that. You promise me that?" said the judge, looking at him earnestly. "Cut out the mystery," snapped Dodd impatiently. "What's in your bonnet?" Again the judge dropped his eyes to the rug. There was a pause before he spoke. "When you entered this room," he said slowly, "I was on the point of taking my own life." "What?" said Dodd in an astonished whisper. The judge nodded. "Suicide is always a low thing, a coward's trick, Dodd. But now I'm saved that. You can kill me, Dodd." Dodd stared at him a little taken aback. "You mean you want me to kill you?" "If you will, Dodd," answered the judge pleadingly. The other made an impatient movement. "That's bunk. Why do you want to pass out? You got everything to live for." "Dodd," My son was arrested tonight for embezzlement. Tomorrow the papers will be full of it. My name has never been tarnished before. The disgrace of it will be more than I can bear. I prefer to die rather than face it." Dodd gave a laugh. "So the honorable judge has a crook in his family. No wonder you ain't got the nerve to face it. The upright Judge Lathrop, all for law and order, no mercy to criminals. Cripes, that's the best revenge I've heard yet." Don't, moaned the judge as he hid his face in his hands. "Go on, suffer. Go on," chuckled Dodd. "I'm eating it up." The judge suddenly sat up and extended his arms sideways. "Shoot me, Dodd," he begged. "Put an end to it. Dodd, for God's sake." "Shoot you," laughed Dodd. "I guess not. I got half a mind to stick here and make you face the music. I'd go back and do my bit with a smile on my mug if I could see you dragged in the slime." The judge's manner suddenly changed. He flashed a dark look at Dodd. "You're afraid to shoot," he said in sullen anger. "You haven't got the nerve, you yellow pup." The prison pallor of Dodd's face went whiter still. He pressed his lips together but said nothing. "You low-livered, degenerate skunk!" The judge flung at him. "I wish I had given you 20 years. Dodd's hand tightened on the automatic. His mouth began to twitch. "Look out, you!" He ripped out a stinging oath. "That's it, Dodd," cried the judge. "Shoot, shoot." "So that's it," snarled Dodd. "Trying to egg me on to shoot, eh?" "It won't work, mister. I wouldn't shoot you now if you called me a dude. Is that final, Dodd? You won't do as I ask? Surest thing you know, you're going to live and get your dose of misery." "Then I'll do it myself." The judge turned to the table at his elbow and pulled open the drawer. There in the front of the drawer lay a blued steel revolver. Dodd, who was watching him narrowly, sprang forward with a cry as he caught sight of it. Before Judge Lathrop could get his hand on the gun in the drawer, Dodd had clapped his own hand that held the automatic over it. "I tell you, you got to live," he cried, frowning down at the judge. The judge returned this gaze, and for a second they measured each other with their eyes. Then, with his eyes still fastened on Dodd, the judge suddenly gave a mighty push and jammed the table drawer shut. There was a howl of pain from Dodd, and the drawer was deep enough so one could hear the automatic fall on the wood bottom. The judge eased the drawer a trine, at the same time shoving at Dodd with his foot. Dodd staggered across the room where he stood wringing his hands in an agony of pain. The judge quickly opened the drawer, picked up the automatic and covered Dodd with it. "Jack Dodd," said the judge, "the crime for which I sentenced you is one of the filthiest, vilest deeds on the criminal calendar. It will give me great pleasure to return you to your keepers." You, Dodd sputtered. "A trick, a damnable trick." "Yes, a trick, Dodd. There are other weapons besides firearms." Dodd's lips curled back from his teeth with venom. "I hope that son of yours ends in the electric chair," and then followed a string of vile oaths. "My dear Dodd," said the judge as he took up the receiver to telephone the police, "I have no son." End of A Weapon of the Law by George W. Broiker. This true story is a detective thriller with elements of crime and international law. It recounts the intense journey of a British investigator as he tracks down a fugitive involved in forgery and political intrigue. The narrative explores themes of justice, betrayal, and the complex dynamics of extradition. As the protagonist faces numerous challenges, including navigating foreign legal systems and dealing with a dangerous criminal, the story highlights the moral ambiguities of law enforcement and the personal toll of pursuing justice across borders. True Detective Stories by Maurice Moser. Lovell's Detective Series 1890. Revolution, Robbery, and Revenge. The last Carlist agitation, which worked the whole of Spain into a complete state of ferment, had the most disastrous effects upon the younger people of that country, who, ever ready to emulate the restless daring of the intrepid Don Carlos himself, placed themselves and their lives at his disposal and dedicated their monies and their properties, as well as those of other people, to him. They took no thought of the dangers which accompanied their wild doings, nor the slightest account of the difficulties which beset them, but all interested, from the humblest at the plough to the highest at the court. Excited by adventure and stimulated by the prospects of position, advancement, and the probability of gain, plunged themselves headlong, boldly, and recklessly into the very thick of that great political turmoil, which for a time seemed to threaten the disturbance of the general peace of the whole of continental Europe. The fiery, untamed youths, students, shopmen, clerks, and others grouped themselves into miscellaneous bands and formed secret societies for the more effectual support of the movement, but were hunted by the authorities out of their meeting places as often as they met, turned into the open, and freely dispersed. However, perfectly undaunted, again and again they managed to re-establish themselves, pass resolutions, vote men and munitions, and seek further supplies of the things needful, with a pertinacity bordering almost upon fanaticism, and when at last utterly defeated, and driven by sheer force out of the kingdom whose power they were endeavoring to thwart and overturn, they obtained refuge in France, Belgium, Holland, England, and numerous other countries, and there reformed themselves into compact bodies, and still agitated and harassed the Spanish government from these distances by sending whatever help they could, in whatever shape they were able, to the dusky, garlic-eating friends they had left behind, with the hopes of being able to stimulate them also into rebellion against the powers that were. Some little further effect was thus produced, but the whole were eventually, effectively, and entirely suppressed. To such a pitch did the excitement among these young people reach that their heads were completely turned, and even those who had been credited with being well-behaved and honorable forgot home, honesty, themselves, everything, performed actions and took part in proceedings which, in their more sobered moments, they must have been heartily ashamed of. And many noble families of that country are to this day reputationless and utterly disgraced because of the wrong and untoward doings of some of their misguided members during the period of the agitation. Want of funds was no doubt the immediate cause of many of the infamous and criminal practices which a number of the supporters of Don Carlos found themselves involved in, and for this reason to a very considerable extent. The laws were often derided, set at naught, and defied, and embezzlement, fraud, forgery, and rapine frequently indulged in. One would hardly feel disposed to suggest, even with the greatest stretch of the imagination, the district being so well known by almost everybody, that the parish of Sweet, Silent, Sylvan Sydenham would be likely to contain anything of so disturbing and startling a character as the headquarters of the English branch of the Carlist Association, but, nevertheless, such was the fact, and the peaceful inhabitants of that pretty district will perhaps hardly appreciate or feel grateful to me for reminding them that during that period, regularly for months, some of the most important meetings in connection with the Carlist rising ever convened were held in a cottage not many hundred yards from the Crystal Palace. There men gathered and plotted plots, the nature of which, if explained and related, would almost turn grey the very hairs of the very residents alluded to. Little did these latter highly respectable gentlemen, who, with their equally highly respectable families, occupied the pleasant quiet houses in the neighbourhood, imagine that right under their very noses, whilst they were perhaps calmly sleeping their sleep, dreaming of stocks and shares and other similar innocencies, in a district apparently absolutely above suspicion, they were being hatched in their midst. In an entirely unsuspected quarter, some of the most diabolical and bloodthirsty conspiracies that were ever contemplated or concocted for the purpose of the destruction of human life. This little knot of conspirators, some 15 in number, hardly thought, in the apparent security of their suburban retreat, that they were known and being actively watched, and they evidently did not realize that every movement of every member was noted by detectives, who, in the early stages of their assembling, had been made familiar with their proceedings. The chief figure of the fire-eating fugitives was an exceedingly handsome young Spaniard named Don Justos Gonzalez Morelia. A descendant of one of the oldest and best families of Madrid, he had a well-set-up and lithe physique, beautiful eyes, a rich tawny complexion with fine hair, and a beard and moustache which completed about as picturesque a personage as one could wish to see. He had plenty of go, and was altogether a fascinating man. To the just horror of his family, he espoused the carlist cause, and threw in his lot with the agitators, carrying his enthusiasm to the extent of forging a certain signature and obtaining bonds from the Bank of Spain to a very considerable amount. Then, finding the Madrid police upon his track, he promptly left the country, making his way to England, where he busied himself in getting together a number of the carlists who were compelled, in order to preserve their own skins, almost immediately to follow him, hence his appearance at the head of the branch alluded to. He managed, with his tact and manner, to get introduced to some of the best people in London, and the name of Don Justos Gonzalez Morelia figured on many cards of invitation sent out by society, particularly the female portion of it, to whom he was dangerously attractive. During the time he honored this city with his presence. He was a sad dog, however, having broken or damaged almost every feminine heart he had come in contact with, his gallantries being innumerable. In fact, but for his weakness in this respect, Morelia might still have been in the enjoyment of everything that love, gaiety, aplomb, and beauty in this country could have secured for him. It was not to be, however, and the rabid carlist and accomplished lady killer found himself at last, greatly to his disgust and disappointment, overreached and arrested. Morelia had greatly admired a young French lady, a remarkably pretty and accomplished girl, a governess in the family of some friends he had made early on his arrival in England, and he soon found an opportunity of being introduced to her, which introduction took place at a concert at St. James's Hall. A friendship sprang up between them, which soon ripened into an intimate relationship. Morelia at first wanted, or in all probability pretended to want, to marry the girl, but her guardians, she was an orphan, strongly objected, as they could not learn Morelia's antecedents, he being prevented, for obvious good reasons, from saying whom he really was. They then agreed to elope, and Paris was reached by the pair, who remained for some considerable time there together, finally returning to London. Morelia soon grew tired of his companion, quarrels ensued, and eventually, as they had both considered and protested that their affection was entirely above the necessity of such a commonplace proceeding as a wedding ceremony, the girl was abandoned and entirely deserted, Morelia managing to keep himself out of her reach by frequently moving about and changing his names and addresses, hoping by these means to tire her out and put an end to her importunities for assistance and protection. The young lady, by name Felice, thus basely discarded by her lover, and having, through her own rash and thoughtless conduct, entirely forfeited the respect, sympathy, and confidence of the family in whose service she had been so long engaged, turned with her child where only she could, where hundreds and thousands of others of her poor frail sisters before her had turned into the streets, utterly forsaken, friendless, deserted, and forgotten. One knows only too well, by the hordes of hideously painted mortal wrecks that daily and nightly promenade our thoroughfares, what the term means, and what a terrible significance it possesses for the future of those poor cast-off members of society who, until they commit follies, the rashness of which no one would have credited them as capable of, and are unfortunate or perhaps indiscreet enough to be discovered, might continue to enjoy their share of the world's good things, and exist, amid prosperity and plenty, aye, even loved and respected. But once a wrong step has been taken and found out, the whole of that great, ignoble, and priggish army of our highly moral sneerwells, the feminine members in particular, are up in arms immediately, pursuing the poor victims of weakness and foolishness with a rancor as relentless and venomous as it is indescribable. However patient she may be, however acute her sufferings, however plaintive her pleading for pity, sympathy, and forgiveness, the wretched Magdalene of this 19th century, in this a so-called Christian country, amid a so-called religious people, especially distinguished by the sheen of its self-righteous broadcloth and the fine old crusted flavor of its smug sanctimoniousness, is spurned, scorned, and scoffed at by those of her own sex, who would just be as injudicious, just as weak, just as faulty, and just as guilty as she happens to be, if they could or dared. It was a very short and rapid journey from a trusted post in a respectable family to the place where I first met Felice, a flashy house with some flashy, disreputable people in a flashy portion of Maida Vale, whence I had been dispatched to look for, and where I had succeeded in finding and arresting a woman who had stolen some elderly inebriated fool's watch and chain and money. I was struck with Felice's appearance, as she was quietly dressed, and possessed every evidence of having been well brought up, a striking contrast to the life she had then just commenced to lead. When she learned that a detective was in the house, she expressed herself anxious to see me to ask if I could assist her in discovering the whereabouts of Morelia, whom she spoke of in a very bitter, revengeful spirit, declaring that on account of his treachery she would search high and low for the purpose of punishing him in some way or other. I think I never in all my life saw anyone, let alone a woman, so overcome with passion, and I felt sure that if her peccant lover had been anywhere at that moment within her reach, she would have done him some personal violence. Thoroughly roused and infuriated, she, with all the fire of her nature, hissed, "I will see him properly rewarded yet." It boded ill for Morelia. If he ventured to put himself within the reach of her clutches, I could see that, so giving her my name, and telling her that Scotland Yard would find me at any time if she had any information as to where Morelia might perhaps be located. I further informed her that I should be glad to hear from her, and would do what I could on her behalf, particularly as she had told me, upon my asking for particulars concerning him, that when on the continent he had objected most strongly to visit Spain, which she had hoped they would, for the reason, as Morelia confessed to her, and this was the first she had heard of it, that the government had strong reasons for his not remaining there. She had merely thought that something purely of a political nature had taken place, and did not then trouble any more about it. When she informed me of this, I asked her if she had a photograph of Morelia, whereupon she immediately produced one, which she carried about with her, and I came away with it. After having seen the woman I wanted placed in the charge of the policeman who had accompanied me, when I got back to the yard, I made inquiries from some of the detectives who had been engaged in watching the band of carlists, which soon became broken up and dispersed at the conclusion of the insurrection, there being no reason for the members continuing to meet when they discovered that their cause was rendered thoroughly hopeless. The police had entirely lost sight of the young fellow, but when I exhibited the photograph, it was instantly recognized as being that of the suspected leader of the Sydenham gang. Thereupon the Madrid authorities were communicated with, a description of Morelia being sent, and the question asked what was known about him. A reply immediately came back that Morelia not only was forbidden the country on political grounds, but that he had also committed forgery and had robbed the Union Bank of Spain of bonds to a large amount, and was therefore, if I may put it in this way, very much wanted. Thus it was, in this somewhat roundabout sort of fashion, that I came to learn something of the pedigree and something of the history of the dashing, unscrupulous young Carlist chief, then commenced the task of finding him. I and others searched high and low, here, there, and everywhere, visited his old haunts, sought out several of his friends and former companions, but all with the same negative and unsatisfactory results. Weeks passed this way, without any progress at all being reported. Meantime, the pretty and vengeful Felice had not in the slightest subdued her hate, or abandoned her endeavors to track Morelia down, if such a thing were possible. And I must say that I never saw hatred and revenge so patiently and persistently persevered in as I did at that time. In fact, she seemed rather to increase in her determination than otherwise, and at last was rewarded for her perseverance, for, having one day paid a third or a fourth visit to one of Morelia's friends with a view of obtaining some news of him, she was told by this gentleman that he had seen Morelia only the day previous, and had agreed with him to make up a jovial party, all Spaniards, and visit the Inventions exhibition. I therefore became the recipient of a telegram: "Look out for a number of Spaniards going to exhibition. Carteen." By this time I had become so familiar with Morelia's appearance from the descriptions so repeatedly given and the careful and frequent studies of the photograph that I felt convinced I could, with comparative ease, have picked him out among even the largest crowd. To assist me in my identification, I learned that Morelia had fought, so it was reported, no less than 8 duels, chiefly in connection with endeavors to appease the honor of several gentlemen whose domestic affairs had been considerably deranged by our fire-eating friend's indiscreet amours and other peccadilloes of an equally interesting and elevating character, wherein the deterring influence of the sword rather than the horsewhip is sought, and bore several scars as a result, thus rendering his recognition, as I concluded, a comparatively easy task. Accompanied by Sergeant Bartels, who was a sagacious, reliable, more of action than words sort of young man, I visited the exhibition, and together we made a very diligent, though unsuccessful, search through the grounds and various buildings. I therefore, as a final resource, determined to plant myself in such a position in the underground passage, which I dare say my readers will very well remember, that I could command a full and unbroken view of the 2 exits. After waiting a considerable time, feeling very hot, very uncomfortable, and, as Bartels feelingly remarked, very thirsty, for with the immense traffic and want of ventilation, I can only describe the effects of remaining in the passage as being something equivalent to laying in a recently discharged cannon. A group consisting of 4 apparently very gay and frivolous foreigners came up. I soon detected from their conversation that they were Spaniards, and, among them, I fancied that I recognized Morelia, but still I was not sufficiently positive, in spite of my previous inclination to believe that I was fully capable of picking him out wherever he might be, to warrant my arresting him. And as the consequences of getting hold of the wrong man are sometimes very severe, I did not feel disposed to spoil matters by being in too great a hurry. I therefore determined to follow the 4, and making a sign to Bartels to come after me, we all passed out into the open thoroughfare. This would be about 10 o'clock. I had been engaged in the work from about 2, spending the whole of the afternoon and evening in looking out for them, and they made their way, walking the whole distance, to Piccadilly. Calling at several cafes for refreshment en route, they dallied about, in and out among the crowd of characters which usually occupy the pavements from Old Bond Street to the Circus, for some considerable time, getting into conversation with first one and then another set of females, until Big Ben struck 12. They then, still walking, proceeded towards Charing Cross, both Bartels and myself thoroughly fagged out and ravenously hungry. Here they had a long and, judging from their continued laughter, an amusing gossip. They then all shook hands, saluted each other with a good night, raised their hats, and, separated, our suspect going a short distance down Parliament Street, when he hired a hansom and drove to Stoke Newington. There he got out, paid the driver, and let himself, with a latchkey, into a house some 20 yards further on. It was then about 1:15. I had promised Felice that I would, if it was in my power to do so, let her be present at Morelia's arrest. It was, she assured me, her one great wish, a gratification she could hardly too highly appreciate, besides esteeming it a particular personal favor. I must candidly confess that after all I was not too sure of my find, and knowing nothing personally of the individual I required. I was only too pleased to have this additional means of identification should it be found necessary, so I therefore dispatched Bartels in a cab for the injured lady. He was lucky enough to find her indoors, and at 4:30 in the morning, in almost open daylight, we all three stood outside the house deliberating upon what was the best course to pursue under the circumstances. I planted Bartels behind a low wall in a garden at the back of the house, and requesting Felice to take her station a few yards higher up the street, I knocked loudly 3 or 4 times at the front door. After a while, a scared elderly lady, in all the regalia of nocturnal habiliments, popped her white-capped head out of an upper window and, in a piping, trembling voice, asked who was there and what was wanted. I promptly informed her that we were police officers and demanded admission. A considerable time elapsed before the old lady put in an appearance. She was evidently a very slow dresser, but at last she came down and unfastened the door, looking more frightened than ever and almost breathless with excitement. I asked her if she had a Spanish gentleman in the house, and she at once replied, "Oh yes, a Mr. Burgos." "I have a warrant for his apprehension," I replied, "and must see him forthwith." This statement nearly did for the old woman, who, very much overcome by the intelligence, anxiously inquired if it was anything serious. "Well, pretty middling," I said, "but you had better show me his room." By this time I had beckoned to Felice, and she, at the old lady's suggestion, took a seat in the little front parlour, whilst I followed the elderly dame upstairs to a small bedroom at the top and back of the house. I tapped at and opened the door, which was unfastened, walked in, and awoke Mr. Burgos, who was in bed. He seemed very much perturbed at his, as he explained, being treated in that, to him, uncourteous manner, and put on a very haughty air. After I had, however, produced my warrant and read a few lines of that formidable document to him, he quickly realized that such was not the occasion to cavil at any brusqueness I might have appeared to have displayed. And just at that particular moment, the old lady suddenly collapsed into a faint, upon which I opened the window and whistled for Bartels to come up, Felice letting him in. Then, after we had fixed the old woman up again, I told Morelia, for of course it was he, to dress himself and accompany us at once to King Street. He didn't seem to relish the idea at all, pretended to be astonished, denied any knowledge of the crime he was charged with, and said that we should be punished for our infamous, brutal conduct, and a whole lot more to the same effect, when Bartels, whom I noticed was beginning to fume at the delay, ever practical, promptly put in with, "Look here, young fellow, we've just had about enough of that. We've had nearly 16 hours without a break or a crust in trying to get hold of you, and we can very well afford to excuse your eloquence for some other hearing and a more appreciative audience." Finishing his toilet in silence, Don Justos Gonzalez, Morelia, was carefully piloted down the stairs. When we got into the passage, I requested our capture to follow us into the little parlour where Felice was sitting, and the scene that then took place beggars all my poor powers of description. In a moment, Morelia guessed who had been the cause of his arrest, and poured out on Felice's head a perfect volley of execrations. Felice, with a fierce light. I have often seen jealous, wronged women in real life. I have as frequently seen them upon the stage, but never shall I forget the hating, triumphant smile that woman assumed in her eyes, said not a single word. And when we at last took our departure, we could see her, as we were leaving the room, still following every movement of Morelia's with a strange, mocking look, until at last he succumbed to her gaze, withdrew as rapidly as he could, and became thoroughly dumbfounded and crestfallen. We apologized to the old lady for troubling her so unceremoniously, and brought our man away. In due time, Morelia was charged before the magistrate, but remanded several times owing to the non-arrival of the depositions from Spain. And here I may take the opportunity to mention the extreme hardships which extradition prisoners are called upon to undergo, with the sincere hope that the publicity I am giving to them may be the means of procuring their amelioration. If they are amended, I shall feel that whatever may be the demerits, I can hardly venture to hope merits of this little book, and I fear there are many, I shall perhaps have rendered some little service by pointing out, from time to time, such matters as I believe are capable of more or less improvement. Extradition prisoners are dealt with in two different ways. The first is, at times, telegrams are received at Scotland Yard from some one or other of the foreign police authorities requesting the English officials to arrest a certain person forthwith, adding that his or her extradition will be immediately applied for, the warrant in the respective country having been granted. Provided with this telegram, the police officer in charge of the case applies, when French prisoners are concerned, to M. Taillefer, advocate to the French embassy, and in the case of Germans to the Consul General of the German Empire, etc., etc., who in turn apply to the Chief Magistrate at Bow Street Police Court. All extradition matters occurring within the metropolis are attended to at Bow Street by a sworn information being laid that the accused's extradition will in due course be demanded by their respective governments. This is done in order to make the several foreign authorities solely responsible for the apprehensions. The warrant is then granted, and the police officer may arrest, when a remand invariably takes place pending the arrival of the foreign depositions. The magistrate's duty being simply to see that a prima facie case is made out, and to commit the prisoner to take his trial in his own country. The warrants, which have been granted simply upon the application of the foreign representatives, are called provisional warrants, and great hardships are frequently experienced by foreign prisoners, who are sometimes remanded from week to week, oftentimes for a period of 2 months in the house of detention before the depositions reach this country when, after all, the charge may not be proved, as I have known in several instances, and the magistrate will not accept bail in these cases. The second is a much simpler and better one. The foreign power sends, prior to the application for the warrant, the whole of the depositions to its ambassadors in London, who in turn forward them to the Foreign Office, and then to Bow Street Police Court. The magistrate, upon perusal, may then grant a warrant, which is sent to Scotland Yard for execution. Once the prisoner is arrested, the depositions already in the hands of the magistrate are read to him, and he may, on the first hearing, be at once committed. But I may mention that even in this manner of conducting cases, foreign prisoners experience, in some instances, very unfair treatment, or at least it was so up to the time of my leaving Scotland Yard in 1887. This is because the prisoner, after being committed, has actually to remain in this country, even when he has pleaded guilty to the charge, for 15 days, which is not taken into consideration at his sentence, before his extradition can take place. The way foreign prisoners are conveyed to their respective countries is as follows. 4 days prior to the expiration of the 15 days, the officer in charge of the case makes his report to the superintendent, stating when the time expires, and he, in turn, submits the name of the officer who has arrested the prisoner to the Home Office. 2 warrants are then issued, signed by the Home Secretary himself, one directing the keeper of the house of detention to hand the body of the prisoner to the officer, and the other for the officer, who gets a receipt upon it for the prisoner's body from the foreign authorities, the second warrant being, on the return of the police officer, returned to the Home Office. Extradition prisoners for France and Italy are conveyed by the usual route to Calais. Those for Germany and Austria are taken to Hamburg by water. After the usual delay, the cause of which I have just endeavoured to explain, Morelia was duly extradited, and I was charged with the proper delivery of his body to the authorities at Vigo. My readers will be surprised to learn that this was the first, and up to the present, has been the only extradition between Spain and England. They will perhaps be more surprised to learn that, contrary to the general belief, there is a very comprehensive treaty of extradition in force between the two countries, which applies to and covers a large number of crimes, and which I here give a copy of, Convention d'extradition conclue entre l'Angleterre et l'Espagne, signed at London, June 4, 1878. Ratifications exchanged at London, November 21, 1878. The extradition shall be reciprocally granted for the following crimes or offences: The following list outlines serious criminal offences: murder, manslaughter, and administering drugs, rape, aggravated or indecent assault, kidnapping and the abduction of minors, bigamy, wounding or inflicting bodily harm, and assaulting a magistrate or a peace or public officer, threatening letters or communications with intent to extort money or other valuable items, perjury or subornation of perjury, arson and burglary, housebreaking, robbery with violence, larceny or embezzlement, fraud committed by a bailee, banker, agent, factor, trustee, director, member, or public officer of any company made criminal by applicable laws, obtaining money or valuables by false pretenses, or receiving such knowing them to have been unlawfully obtained, counterfeiting or altering money, bringing into circulation counterfeit or altered currency, forgery, and knowingly making instruments for counterfeiting coin without lawful authority, crimes against bankruptcy law, malicious acts endangering persons in a railway train, and malicious injury to property if the offence is indictable. Crimes committed at sea, including piracy, sinking or destroying a vessel, revolt or conspiracy to revolt by persons on board a ship against the master's authority, and assaulting someone aboard a ship with intent to cause grievous harm. Finally, dealing in slaves in violation of international law. And still more surprised to hear that Spain is not, as is generally believed, the happy and safe hunting ground for all the criminals and wrongdoers who may flee to it. If the law were properly put into force, it would be a very difficult thing indeed for those who try to escape from English justice to secure a refuge in that country. But they will not be in the least surprised to learn that Scotland Yard, on the occasion of this particular arrest, found itself, from its unfamiliarity with the necessary processes to go through, in considerable undecidedness on how to act. The position was a little difficult, for if I had taken Morelia through any other country, say France, the probability would be that the extradition would become forfeited and valueless, as it is impossible to tell upon what extraditionary terms that or any other foreign country might be with Spain. Therefore, to make matters absolutely safe, instead of proceeding the usual way, I had to take Morelia from Southampton by water direct to Vigo. A difficulty also arose here, for the steamship owners, not at all unreasonably, objected to convey prisoners, as the passengers don't like it if it is discovered. I got out of the mess by booking passages under assumed names with the Royal Mail Steam Packet Company, but this necessitated my giving Morelia almost perfect freedom of action on the boat, and as he had gotten into such a despondingly wretched condition, I was not quite sure what he might not take it into his head to do if he had the opportunity. I managed, however, to get our berths in the same cabin, and therefore watched him pretty well, but at mealtimes he was put, and I could raise no objection to it, right at the opposite end of the table to me. These times proved of extreme anxiety to me, for I half expected that at any moment he might feel disposed to secrete a knife and make away with himself on the first favourable chance. Of course, I did not inform the captain of the cause or intent of my journey, and therefore Morelia and I were treated precisely in the same way as ordinary passengers, under the assumed names of Monsieur Manchou and Antoun, which led to some confusion on our arrival. Naturally, Scotland Yard had advised the Vigo authorities that Monsieur Moser and Morelia, giving our real names, would arrive by the boat from Southampton. We at length reached Vigo, after a very troublesome passage through the bay, at about 4 o'clock in the morning. Both Morelia and I were asleep when the ship arrived in the harbour, but were awakened by a very noisy discussion in Spanish taking place on deck. "I tell you they are not on board," I heard the captain say. "But they must be," persisted another voice. "I have had advice from the British authorities that they would come by your boat." "I have no such persons on board, I tell you. We have neither a policeman nor a prisoner, and what is more, we haven't any passengers at all bearing those names." "Have we, purser?" said the captain bad-temperedly. "No," exclaimed the purser in a vicious manner. "They seem to know more about it than we do ourselves." By this time, Morelia and I had dressed and gotten up on deck. I then saw that it was a batch of Spanish police officers in a government dinghy waiting for us. They soon explained that we were the two individuals they were instructed to meet. We got into the boat and went ashore amid some farewells, anything but complimentary from Mr. Captain, who appeared to be decidedly sold and seemed very angry when he discovered who we really were. I handed the body of my prisoner, together with property consisting of about £10,000 in bonds, the remaining balance of some £12,000 worth he had obtained by forgery, and which I discovered among his belongings at Stoke Newington, over to the authorities. Morelia was then unceremoniously pushed into a wretched cell in the dirty, cramped, windowless, desolate-looking building which served as the prison in the place. After obtaining the requisite official receipt, I made my way at once back to the jetty, where within 6 hours I was taken by another boat to Southampton. I was rather inclined to feel a little sorry for Morelia, having to undergo what could be a very long term of imprisonment at the prime of his life. I never heard exactly what his sentence was, although I gathered that it would be a severe one. However, any sympathy I may have felt for him evaporated when I learned afterwards that, in addition to his crime of forgery, his guilt regarding his reckless actions among the carlists, and his unpardonable conduct toward Felice, he had also, despite posing as a single man, despicably deserted his wife and 2 children. As for Felice, oh yes, of course, you will want to know what became of her, and I have not forgotten her. Somehow, in an almost miraculous manner, she managed to shake off the fetters binding her to the dreadful life she'd been forced into. When I saw her last, it was in one of the large towns in the Midlands. She looked as pretty as ever, prettier, in fact, for she was more contented. She had secured a very satisfactory appointment as a travelling and general companion with an elderly lady who took a great liking to her. I pity the man who would venture to try any nonsense with her now. End of revolution, robbery, and revenge. The Explosive Gentleman by J. Stagg. The Black Mask, August 1922. Chapter 1. The steak was ordered well done, and the waiter served it rare. This incident gave the initial impetus to a most terrible catastrophe. That so small a matter could lead to such appalling results was due entirely to the character and temperament of Ralph Kremp. That young man was of the hyper-neurotic, tempestuous type. That is, he was easily excitable and given to acting on impulse rather than on reason. Little provocation was needed to drive him into a rage. His temper, once aroused, soon got beyond his control and frequently led him into deeds of passion and even violence. His anger at times was sustained through protracted periods, a feature which sometimes induced those with whom he came in contact on such occasions to doubt his sanity. The affair in the restaurant was characteristic. Kremp made a caustic remark concerning the waiter's attentiveness. The waiter, who was an extra and indifferent to the prospect of losing his job, commented slurringly on the fastidiousness of diners who couldn't tell a sirloin steak from an oyster fry anyway. A less combative person would probably have reported the waiter to the management. Ralph Kremp began a spirited denunciation, and in his excitement he rose from his chair. The waiter, a bit frightened, put out a hand as in a calming gesture. His movement was a trifle too hurried and forceful. He had the ill fortune to touch Kremp on the chest while he was slightly off balance. The light push was sufficient to upset Kremp altogether and to topple him back into his chair. It was a ludicrous fall and caused several other diners to laugh. That was the spark which ignited the consuming flame of Kremp's fury. He seized a heavy water tumbler and hurled it at the waiter. The aim was a trifle high. The glass tore a piece from the waiter's scalp. A few women screamed. Several men jumped up, and other waiters came running from different directions. Kremp threw himself in a low tackle at the object of his wrath. They hit the floor together and rolled around. Fists, elbows, knees, and feet were used as weapons. A table was overturned. The struggle continued beneath the debris. The waiter eventually fought himself free. He staggered to his feet and retreated. Kremp attempted to renew the assault, but was set upon by several diners and restaurant employees. With a madman's strength, he tried to fight them off. Before he was finally subdued, 2 waiters and 3 diners bore unmistakable marks of severe maltreatment. In the confusion, someone had telephoned to the police. Kremp and the waiter were placed under arrest. At the police station, Kremp affected great indignation and was insulting in his manner and language to the lieutenant. He claimed to be connected with one of the best families in the city. He demanded the privilege of calling up Mr. Walter Boyer on the phone. Walter Boyer, he bragged, was his cousin, and he had pull enough to break any man on the force. None of the officers appeared to worry any over the threat of being broken. Nevertheless, the mention of Boyer's name did create something of a stir. The Boyers were shipbuilders, multi-millionaires, and for several generations prominent in the social and political life of the city. Owing to Kremp's extreme nervousness and agitation, he could not control his voice. He was finally compelled to request the lieutenant to speak for him. The lieutenant spoke for some 5 minutes, and then listened for some 20 seconds. Then turning to Kremp, he said, "Mr. Boyer asked me to tell you that he thinks you are a lunatic, and that he is tired of helping you out of your foolish scrapes." Kremp was found guilty of disorderly conduct and sentenced to 6 months. Thus his exaggerated ego was humiliated beyond forgetting or forgiving. He suffered all the persecutory delusions of a madman. He imagined the Boyer family to be the central moving figure in the conspiracy against him. Every day he hated the Boyers more, until at length he could think of nothing but revenge. And in his anger and hate he accomplished that which in his saner moments had been beyond him. His entire character seemed to change. Formerly irritable and irascible, he now became patient and forbearing. This change was his first step in his yet indefinite plan for vengeance. Kremp's mother had been the sister of the older Boyer. After she died, Boyer's sons and Kremp were the only blood relatives. Old Mr. Boyer accepted Kremp's postures of repentance as being sincere. After Kremp had behaved himself for 3 months after his release, Boyer offered him a clerical position. When Kremp made good at the work, the old gentleman again invited his nephew to his home. It was then that Kremp's criminal plans began to assume a definite outline. He plotted with a madman's cunning and patience. Scheme after scheme was discarded because it was not safe enough or not cruel enough, and several ideas were dismissed because they were not inclusive. It would have given him no satisfaction to hurt one of the boys. His feud was with the family. It came to him at last, what he considered an inspiration. He realized that a set of circumstances could be utilized in a crime of a sweeping, all-destructive nature. With one stroke he could annihilate the entire Boyer family. Besides being emotionally gratifying, it would also be a profitable venture. If the Boyer family were destroyed, he, as the only blood relative, would inherit the family fortune of over 20 million. This is the scene which had become impressed on Kremp's mind. The elder Boyer was an old-fashioned gentleman and had retained many of the customs and habits of his parents. Among his idiosyncrasies was the one of using candle lights. In the music room, 4 silver candlesticks ornamented the mantelpiece. Red candles, about 1 inch in diameter, were used. After dinner, the Boyers generally spent half an hour in the music room. The electric lights were extinguished, and the elder Mr. Boyer lighted the 4 candles. This act was something in the nature of a ceremony. A soft light was thrown on the room, and a quiet, domestic atmosphere was created. How Kremp intended to use this setting for his crime will be clear from the rehearsal of his actions. Chapter 2. Mr. Louis Brophy was a highly respected man in some circles. He was a man of many and variegated accomplishments, all of which were conducive to inconvenience or ill health, and sometimes even worse, to those on whom Mr. Brophy practiced. Mr. Brophy seldom sought acquaintances outside of his own set. Sometimes, however, he was sought. He could supply necessities of a certain kind, and he was not particular whom he served, so long as he was paid well for it. A pickpocket whom he had met in jail had introduced Kremp to Brophy. On his third visit to the room of the thug, the latter passed over a small glass bottle filled with yellowish liquid. Kremp was highly interested in the contents of the bottle and listened attentively to Mr. Brophy's recital of the peculiar properties and characteristics of the contents. "I boiled it down from dynamite," explained Mr. Brophy, "and now you better be careful how you handle it. Nitroglycerine is a damn tricky stuff, and don't get the fool idea that it always explodes on concussion. That's what a lot of story writers think, that any jar is bound to set the stuff off. It might explode on concussion, and it might not. Now, for instance, suppose you put a couple of drops on a stone and hit it a straight downward blow with a hammer. The chances are, mind you, I say chances, that only that part which you hit will explode, but if you socket a glancing blow, the whole thing will go up. Then again, to judge by what happened to some of my friends, the stuff can be exploded by just looking at it kinda hard. It seems to have whims. Sometimes it will stand for a lot of monkeying, and sometimes it'll get all het up and blow you into a psychic plasma without no reason at all. Sudden heat will explode it, that's one thing you can be pretty sure of." A few hours later, Mr. Brophy was remarking to one of his friends, "That guy Kremp sure gimme the creeps. Stewed mackerel. But he was nervous. I wouldn't be surprised if he loses his head entirely and drinks the stuff. I got a feeling he's going to be an angel soon." Chapter 3. 2 nights later, Kremp dined with the Boyers. He purposely arrived a little early. While waiting for the Boyers to come down, he sauntered into the music room, switched on the electric light, and played a popular tune on the piano. Thereupon he rose and stepped noiselessly to the door which opened on the hall. He could hear the Boyers moving about on the floor above. From the dining room to the rear came the sounds of the servants who were setting the table. He went quickly to the mantelpiece and drew a glass bottle from a coat pocket. Candles generally burn to a saucer-like hollow at the top. This is because the tallow near the wick becomes hotter and consequently melts more rapidly than that around the edge. Into the cavity of each of the 4 candles, Kremp poured about a spoonful of nitroglycerine. Then he turned off the electric light and went back into the library. After dinner, old Mr. Boyer invited him to the music room to listen to a few new records. Kremp pleaded a previous engagement. He had tickets for the theatre and regretted that he had to leave at once. He was already a trifle late. He took his leave in a perfectly calm and natural manner, but he had no sooner reached the street when the excitement which he had suppressed so long got the better of him, and he began walking, hurriedly with no attention to his direction. He kept going till the geography of the city impeded his further progress in a straight line. That is, he reached East River. Then he became conscious of his surroundings. He retraced his steps a few blocks. Then he hailed a passing taxi and had himself driven to the theatre. During the performance, his excitement subsided somewhat, and he began reflecting on the results of his plan. There was always a chance, of course, that the Boyers might change their minds and not go into the music room that night. That, however, did not affect his scheme. They would go some night and Mr. Boyer would light the candles. That is, he would light only one of them. There was no reason to believe that he would notice the liquid. The action of lighting a candle is a casual one and requires no concentration. In all probability, the old man would be talking to one of his sons while engaged in the process. Nitroglycerine, Mr. Brophy had told him, is almost certain to explode when sudden heat is applied to it. There were 4 candles, 4 chances. He did not see how his scheme could fail. He expected that in the morning he would be notified that an unfortunate accident had occurred in the Boyer home. Chapter 4. The Boyers had not intended going into the music room that evening. They had offered to entertain Kremp as a social courtesy. After Kremp had gone, the old man went to the library to read. The boys went up into their own rooms. Later, all 3 of them went to a directors' meeting. None of the household went into the music room that night. At about 10 o'clock next morning, Boyer's sons had already gone to business. Mrs. Nolan began her house-cleaning duties. Mrs. Nolan, it must be said, was an energetic lady. Her favorite polish was elbow grease. When she worked, she raised a dust and a sweat. The windows of the room in which Mrs. Nolan was carrying on were always thrown wide open, and Mrs. Nolan was fastidious. She cleaned under as well as around the furniture. Outdoors, the temperature that morning was below freezing. Mrs. Nolan generated considerable heat when she worked. As long as she was busy, she was more or less indifferent to temperature. Now Mr. Brophy, in his elucidation of the properties of nitroglycerine, had failed to inform Kremp of one peculiarity. Nitroglycerine freezes at 34.04 degrees Fahrenheit, and when it freezes, it changes to long whitish crystals. Mrs. Nolan kept the windows in the music room open for almost an hour, so the nitroglycerine which Kremp had spilled into the hollows at the top of the candles froze. And Mrs. Nolan, making her final inspection of the room, noticed the whitish crystals at the tops of the 4 candles. With reference to what happened next, we call to your attention the following proverbs. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise. Death may meet us everywhere. And innocence is no protection. We admit the first 2 of these wise cracks. The last we intend to prove in the easiest way, by citing the exception. The whitish crystals, each one of them potentially able to transform Mrs. Nolan into a sudden, if rather clumsy angel, aroused that lady's curiosity. She picked up one of the candles and poked to the top of it with a hairpin, but the crystals clung rather tenaciously to the tallow, so she finally used her fingernails. Scratch, scratch, scrape. What was it they used to say at the old motordrome down at Coney Island? Oh yes. Come in and see the motorcyclists race neck and neck with death. These fellows had nothing on Mrs. Nolan when it came to taking chances. As Mrs. Nolan dug the crystals off the 3rd candle, a small piece broke off one of them and fell to the floor. And as she stepped to pick up the 4th candle, she placed most of her 220 pounds on the frozen nitroglycerine. My, that crystal could have played a nasty trick on her. She found it a moment later, crushed to powder on the carpet, swept it up, and spilled it with the rest of the crystals into a brass ashtray. Well, anyhow, in that respect, Mr. Brophy was right. Concussion will explode it sometimes. Sometimes it won't. This time it didn't. We also know a proverb to cover the succeeding events. With God nothing is accidental. Mrs. Nolan decided to carry the stuff out into the kitchen and throw it in the waste pail. For no reason at all, she changed her mind and carried the ashtray with her across the hall and into the reception room. She placed it on the center table and then threw all the windows open. She had just started cleaning when a cry, and then the sound of a body falling, came from the floor above. She rushed into the hall. The old Mr. Boyer lay on the stairway near the landing of the floor above. Mrs. Nolan saw him seize the banister and try to pull himself up, but when he was half erect, he collapsed again. Now Mr. Boyer was ordinarily a mild-mannered gentleman, but under certain conditions he was given to the use of colorful language. He got Mrs. Nolan and the butler and the chambermaid, all of whom had rushed to his assistance, rather excited. It occurred to all 3 of them, at different times, that in case of accident, it's a good idea to telephone somebody. 3 doctors, Mr. Boyer's office, a hospital, and his lawyer were called up. No one thought of an undertaker or the fire department. Verily, a sprain in the ankle maketh of man an unreasonable wretch. Neither of Mr. Boyer's sons happened to be in the office when the 3 telephone calls brought the news of the old man's injury. They had gone to transact outside business without leaving word of their movements. A secretary finally became alarmed and went out to the clerical department to notify Boyer's nephew, Mr. Kremp. "There's been a terrible accident up at the Boyer home," said the secretary. "The old man has been hurt." "Well, no. I couldn't make out how. They're sure awful excited up at the home. Perhaps you'd better go there." Accident. Terrible. Awful excitement. These were the words which kept ringing in Kremp's ears as he hurried up to the Boyer home. But why had only the old gentleman been hurt? Had he gone into the music room alone? Kremp was admitted by the chambermaid. That young lady was still in the grip of her excitement. She led him to the reception room door, and then, stating somewhat abruptly that she would inform Mr. Boyer that he had come, turned and ran upstairs. Now from the hall it was apparent that the music room was not a wreck. This was puzzling. Still, something was not in order. That was clear from the maid's actions. Kremp went into the reception room. He was too preoccupied to notice that the windows were open and that the room was quite cold. He stood leaning against the center table. After a few moments, he absently laid his lighted cigar into a brass ashtray. Just how much nonsense do you expect nitroglycerine to stand for? It had been scratched, scraped, tossed about carelessly and stepped on. Now the hot end of a cigar was being applied to it. Can you blame it for raising a splutter? It was a terrible mess for Mrs. Nolan to clean up. Chapter 5. It was a most peculiar case, Mr. Boyer will tell you. The reception room was blown right out of the house, and yet the most careful investigation could not disclose the original cause. It seems cruel to say, but it would appear that Mr. Kremp's torrid temperament, which was long suppressed, suddenly exploded from spontaneous combustion. He used to have a sulphurous disposition, that gentleman. He was, you might say, an explosive fellow. End of The Explosive Gentleman by J. Stagg. By J.C. Kofod. First published Black Mask, September 1920. Chapter 1. The limousine drew up beside the curb. A correctly garbed chauffeur leaped from his seat, opened the door, and stood stiffly at attention as J. Sylvester Jones stepped out. Jones was garbed in a manner that should have made the lilies of the field blush with shame at their shabbiness. From $30 hat to $40 shoes he was impeccable. "You may wait, Hawker," he said, in a tone that meant, "Hawker, I graciously give you permission to continue living." He separated a key from the others on his ring, and languidly ascended the steps of Strickland Gurney's ornate house. It was coming on to dusk, and the great hall was almost dark. Jones switched on the light and looked about curiously. "Bradley," he called. A round-shouldered, misty-eyed little butler came pattering from somewhere in the rear of the house. "I am astonished at this carelessness, Bradley," reproved Jones. "Where are the servants?" "Ah, Mr. Sylvester, sir, I'm glad you've come." The old butler pointed a skinny, shaking hand toward the ceiling. "Something's wrong, Mr. Sylvester. I know it in my bones." "Wrong? What could be wrong?" "This morning your uncle told all the servants to take the day off." "I was feeling rather badly, sir, and I retired to my room, where I stayed until noon. I went to his study then, and knocked, but he would not answer. Later I tried the door 2 or 3 times, but could get no response." "Nonsense. said Jones sharply. "What could be wrong? You're too old to display the nerves of a Chestnut Street flapper, Bradley. I'll go upstairs with you, and we'll rouse up the old curmudgeon." Probably he went to sleep counting his bank books. Together they ascended the wide oak balustraded stairs. There was a heaviness in the atmosphere, a gloom that permeated everything. The butler shivered. Jones's eyes grew hard. There was no evidence of anything out of the ordinary, but both knew that something was wrong. The door to Strickland Gurney's study fronted the wide stairway. It was a huge affair of age-blackened oak that had been imported from a chateau in Normandy. Jones rapped several times and called his uncle's name. There was no answer. "I told you, sir," quavered Bradley. The younger man stooped and applied his eye to the keyhole. A limited segment of the room sprang into view. The rows of bookcases against the walls, the untidy table, and the great carved chair that Strickland Gurney used. But it was none of these things that caused J. Sylvester Jones to straighten up with a little sucking in of his breath. "Wait here, Bradley," he instructed. "I'll be back in a moment." He clattered downstairs and flung open the door to the street. Hawker, the chauffeur, an old young man with a sharp profile and bloodshot eyes, sprang to attention. "Yes, sir?" "Drive like the devil to the police station and bring some officers here at once. Better have one who knows something about locks. We can't batter this door down." When the limousine had roared up the street, Jones slowly reclimbed the stairs. Bradley was fussing nervously about the hall, straightening chairs and pictures that were already in mathematically accurate positions. "It's dreadful, sir," sighed the old butler. "I peeped through the keyhole, sir. I could just see the top of his head, slewed around at a most peculiar angle, and it never moves, sir." Do you think he might have done himself an injury?" Jones asked. "If injury's been done, he has done it himself. You know the study, sir. There are no windows, in the regular sense. Only those iron-barred transoms near the ceiling, and no living thing could get through them. And this door, sir, there was only one key, and that Mr. Gurney carried on his watch chain." The tramp of heavy feet sounded in the hallway below. Jones called anxiously, and a portentous file ascended the steps. First came Lieutenant Jameson, then District Detective O'Toole, Patrolman Beerhalter, and finally a wiry, grey-eyed irresistible, known to all the city as Johnny Suggs, son of the owner of the Evening Star. Hawker edged furtively on the edge of the procession. "Well?" asked the lieutenant heavily. "What's the trouble here?" He seemed somewhat awed by Jones' wonderful sartorial display, and Suggs added to it by informing him in a whisper that J. Sylvester was the nephew of old millionaire Gurney. Jones said, "I'm afraid something has happened to my uncle. I thought it best to call the police immediately." "You did right, Mr. Jones," commented the lieutenant. He laid his hand on the knob of the study door and rattled it, with no results naturally. "You couldn't break down this door without a tank. Hey, Beerhalter, get busy on the lock." "Wait a minute," cut in the reporter, whipping out a magnifying glass. "What do you say if we look this over first, Lute?" "Nobody's monkeyed with the lock. It has been opened and shut with a key, all right." Jameson, who prided himself on looking after the fine points of every case, flushed because he had not thought of that himself. With extraordinary gruffness, he ordered Beerhalter to get busy. It required 10 minutes of concentrated effort on the policeman's part before he flung open the door. There was the stuffiness of decay in the chamber, the nameless creeping horror that is always present when death comes by violence. Solemnly, the little party crossed the room and looked at the figure in the carved chair. It was that of a man of 60, big-paunched and heavy-lipped. Strickland Gurney had been known as a connoisseur in all that pertained to the appetites, and his face was that of a gourmand. There was a half-snarl on his face, and a revolver lay on the floor below the drooping fingers of the right hand. His left fist rested on the table edge and gripped the study key. The fine silk of his shirt front was caked with dried blood. Jameson, his pique forgotten momentarily, was once more the calloused police official. He touched Gurney's pasty cheek, lifted the right arm, dropped it heavily, and crinkled the blood-clotted shirt between his fingers. "I ain't no doctor, but I can see this man's been dead at least 3 hours. Say, what do you know about this?" He turned suddenly on the trembling Bradley. "Nothing, sir, except what I told Mr. Sylvester, sir." "What was that?" "This morning master gave the servants a holiday, but I stayed in my room because I wasn't feeling well. At noon I knocked on his door to find out if he required lunch, and he told me to go to the devil, quite harshly, sir. That was the last time I heard him speak. Twice afterward I knocked, but received no answer. Then Mr. Sylvester came, and he sent for you. There is only one key to the study, sir, and Mr. Gurney has that in his hand. How is it you didn't hear the shot?" "My room is downstairs, and there were several closed doors between." The lieutenant grunted, and then looked at Jones. "Can you add anything to that?" "Nothing of value, I'm afraid. My uncle and I were on the best of terms. I usually called on him twice a week, Monday and Friday." "This is Thursday," Jameson shot out. "I know it," retorted Jones with some asperity. "I had intended leaving for New Haven tomorrow, and I wanted to see Uncle Strickland before I left. What are you trying to do? Shoulder the crime onto me." The lieutenant hastily denied that any such idea had been in his mind. "But we got to clear up every point, you see. Now, where did you spend your time this afternoon?" "I left the Hotel St. Regis, where I have my apartments, at 1 o'clock, and drove through the park until 2:15. Yes, I'm sure it was 2:15, for I had an appointment with Miss Daisy Graylis of the Bohemian Follies at 2:30. We went to the Ambassadeurs and danced until 4, when I escorted Miss Graylis home. It was after 5 when I left her, and I came directly here. That accounts for every minute of my time." "I guess it's all right," said Jameson. He drew his detective aside and questioned him in a whisper. "There ain't nothing to it at all," snorted O'Toole. "It's a dead open-shut case of suicide. There's a .38 caliber gun with 1 cartridge fired. The door was locked and no way o' getting into the place without a keg of dynamite. Why, Lute, this is the easiest thing I ever see." Jameson sighed with relief. "You're right, Marty. Ring up the coroner's office and have them send a man up. I'll leave Bearhalter here to look after things. What's the matter, Mr. Jones?" "You're white as a sheet." The dandy nodded. "I'm frightfully upset. Shock, you know," he admitted. "If you don't mind, I'll wait downstairs for any questions you may want to ask me." "Pretty tough on him," said Jameson when J. Sylvester Jones had gone. Johnny Suggs, who had been examining the room, and particularly the table and floor, with keenest interest, said, "Oh, do you think so? He is Gurney's only relative, and I understand that he will inherit everything the old man left." The lieutenant looked up quickly. He had a profound respect for Johnny's shrewdness, and there was something in the reporter's tone that shot a shaft of suspicion into his brain. "You don't think Jones did this?" he demanded. "Do you?" "No, I don't. It's suicide, all right. What else could it be? Here he is, locked in his own room with a gun. It's his gun, all right, for you can see his name on that plate on the butt." "I saw it," said Suggs dryly. "Then what the devil do you mean?" Johnny picked up a sheet of paper from the table. It bore the legend, "Strickland Gwemme, 1822 Mammoth Building," and a few lines of scratchy writing, addressed to the Curio Company of America, requesting the price of a collection of weapons used by the Dayak headhunters. It was dated at noon that day. "Doesn't it suggest anything to your mind?" the reporter asked. Jameson scratched his head, read it over again, and looked puzzled. "I can't say it does," he admitted. "You don't think any of these Dayak birds did this?" "Certainly not." The slight shrug of Johnny's shoulders indicated vast disgust with the official police. "Why, Lieutenant, this letter was written by a left-handed man." He turned to Bradley. "Mr. Guemi was left-handed, was he not?" The butler nodded. "Then," said Suggs triumphantly, "if Mr. Guemi committed suicide, how did he manage to shoot himself, drop the revolver on his right side, and pick up the key with his left? Suicide? This is murder, Lieutenant. You can bet a year's pay on that." Chapter 2. In the private office of the Star's owner, Johnny Suggs told his story. "I've checked up on Jones' story," he concluded, "and everything is just as he said. The manager at the St. Regis, Miss Daisy Graylis, and the head waiter at the Ambassadeurs, as well as his own chauffeur, can account for every moment of his time that afternoon. It is possible that Bradley, the old butler, committed the crime, but I don't believe it. He's the mildest creature that ever walked. Lieutenant Jameson arrested him, of course, but if you'll give me the chance, Dad, I'll prove that he had nothing to do with it." The elder Suggs elevated his heels to the desktop and looked out at the murky rack of sky. "It's good stuff," he said approvingly. "And we'll make a corking story, but what about the finish, Johnny? We want to find out who committed the murder, and you're no detective." Johnny flushed. "Crime detection isn't a secret art," he protested. "Anybody with a wit and patience can do it. Give me a chance at it. These boneheads like Jameson and O'Toole will never catch the murderer. I saw what they missed once. I may be able to do it again. You're a regular William J. Burnsholmes, aren't you? If you can find out who killed Gurney in a locked room with no known mode of egress, they ought to make you police commissioner. But we won't build any triumphal arches until you do the job. Go to it." Johnny sprang to his feet and cracked his heels together. "I'll do it, all right." Highly elated, he descended to the street. It was 11 o'clock, and Lai was tired from his chase about town, verifying Jones' story, but he had no desire to go to bed then. As a matter of fact, he intended going back to the Gurney residence and conducting a minute investigation of the dead man's study. He had not seen all he wanted to see that afternoon, and as the house had been locked, he would have all the opportunity he desired if he could effect an entrance. A taxi was standing by the curb. Johnny climbed in and gave the chauffeur his instructions. In a moment more he was whirling along the brilliantly lighted street on the first lap of his search for Strickland Gurney's murderer. 3 blocks from his destination, Suggs left the taxi. A policeman was lolling in front of the house of death, so Johnny gave it a wide berth and entered the alley behind. It required only a moment to scale the fence and feel his way through the darkness to the kitchen window. Anticipating his course of action, the reporter carried with him a chisel, a jimmy, and an electric torch. In the utter blackness of the yard, he did not dare use his torch, for fear a roaming policeman might see it. So, depending on his sense of touch, he felt for the window, chisel in one hand. When he found it, a sudden cold streak went up his spine. It was open 3 inches from the bottom. There was someone in that house. Suggs did not doubt it for a moment. He was positive it was not the police, for they had secured the key to the front door. It was either the murderer come back to the scene of his crime, or some housebreaker who had followed close on the news of Gurney's death and hoped to reap a harvest. Johnny was not armed, but he shoved the window higher, swung his leg across the sill and climbed in. The house was horribly still. Suggs framed the kitchen wall with a circle of light, and stepping very cautiously, reached the door and peered into the dining room. No one there. No one in the butler's pantry. No one on the first floor at all. Was there anyone in the room where Strickland Gurney had met his death? Very softly Johnny began the ascent of the wide staircase. Then, as he strained his ears, he heard the rustle of a skirt and the soft, smothered whimper of a frightened woman. He shrank back against the wall and waited. A bar of light crept out of the darkness and rested on the age-blackened oak of the study door. It wavered, as though the one who held it was nervous. And then, into that bar of light was stretched a woman's hand. A slim, marvelously white hand that fitted a key into the lock. Bit by bit, the reporter edged up the stairs. He had noticed where the electric light switch was located on his first visit there that afternoon, and it stood him in good stead now. His hand felt along the wall until it touched the button, and then he flooded the hall with dazzling light. With a gasp of fright, the woman straightened up and turned. Her soft, fair hair fell about her pallid cheeks, and the graceful gown she wore was spotted and torn from her trip over the fence and the kitchen windowsill. Even in that startling moment, Johnny commented to himself on her wonderful beauty. "Who are you?" she whispered. The reporter smiled. "I was just going to ask that question of you. Who are you?" she repeated tensely. "What are you doing here?" "My name is John Suggs, and I happen temporarily to be a wage slave of the Evening Star. You see," he said, with a careless wave of his free hand, "I was at the district police station when the news of Mr. Gurney's murder arrived." "Murder?" whispered the girl, her hand going to her breast. "Murder. I thought the papers said it was suicide." "So the police thought at first," Johnny sighed. "They are shockingly unobservant. But I found that he had been murdered." "Did you do it?" He took a sudden step forward and pointed his finger at her accusingly. If he had expected her to show fright or fear, he was disappointed. The girl straightened up, and a hot color flamed in her cheeks. "I?" she cried. "You are insane. I am Mildred Gurney, Strickland Gurney's daughter." Johnny laughed. "My dear young lady, please. If you had merely stated that you knew nothing of this affair, I should have been inclined to believe you. But it seems to be a pretty well-known fact that Mr. Gurney was a bachelor and has no relatives except a nephew, J. Sylvester Jones. It's a lie. A lie. My mother was the daughter of a British resident among the Dayaks in Borneo. Mr. Gurney came there on a hunting expedition and married her. They lived together for 10 years. Then he deserted her. Mother never gave up the search for him. She died in Singapore a year ago, and she urged me to keep seeking him. I traced him to this city. 2 days ago, I met old Bradley, who had cared for me when I was a child in Borneo. He promised to help. "And so Bradley took an impression of the lock and had that key made for you," said Johnny, with a rare flash of inspiration. "Oh." She shrank against the door's age-blackened panels. "Didn't he?" A tear stole from under her lowered lashes. "Oui, yes." The reporter took her hand gently. "My dear Miss Gurney," he said, "please don't think I'm utterly heartless. It is my business to find out who committed this crime. I don't think you did. I know you didn't. No one in their right senses could look at you for a moment and believe you guilty of a cold-blooded murder, even of such an old reprobate as Gurney seemed to be." I really didn't," she said brokenly. "But don't you see that circumstantially the case looks rather black against you? Personally, I don't believe in circumstantial evidence. I wouldn't convict a cat on it even if Pussy still had the cream on her whiskers. Courts of law and juries look on those things differently. As the matter stands, you had a motive in seeking revenge. You are the only other person besides Mr. Gurney, to our knowledge, at least, who had a key to this door. Please don't cry. Can't you see that I'm trying to help you? To find a method of defense? Have you any idea who might have killed your father?" She hesitated. "Tell me," Suggs urged. "Even if you have only the barest suspicion. We must get to the bottom of this matter." "J. Jones," she said. "Jones? I checked him over every minute of time from noon until 6 o'clock, which covers the period in which Mr. Gurney was last known to be alive, and the moment the police arrived here. What makes you think he is guilty?" By this time, Mildred Gurney had entirely regained control of herself. Johnny admired her for that. The position in which she found herself would have developed more than incipient hysteria in most girls. He could see that the marvelously white hand that held the key was steady once more. Her voice, when she answered, was clear and low. "I am making no accusations, Mr. Suggs. I do not know Mr. Jones personally, but I did learn how he ingratiated himself with my father, so much so that he was named in the will as the sole heir. From all accounts, he is a typical man about town, a selfish, pleasure-seeking idler. He lives at the St. Regis, owns a limousine, has a chauffeur, yet he is desperately in debt, and his bank balance is less than $100. Certainly that would seem to indicate that he would have an interest in my father's death." "From whom did you learn all this?" "From Bradley," she said defiantly. "I see," mused Johnny. "Yes, that would be a motive, if he did do it. Now, Miss Gurney, there is just one other thing that I want to ask you, if I may." "What is that?" "Why are you here tonight?" "I am looking for the will. Jones has no right to that money. He will only squander it in the cabarets anyway. My mother's people are desperately poor. They have been good to me, and I intend seeing that they are made comfortable with my father's money. I don't care anything about it for myself. I am young, and can work." She threw out her beautiful arms in a gesture of defiance. Johnny took the key from her. "Well, we might as well go in the study. You may find what you want, and so may I." He fitted the key in the lock, and found the door unlocked. It was pitch dark in there, a velvety sort of blackness that one could almost feel. Suggs turned his flash on the walls and located the electric switch. This time, when he turned it on, there was no gush of light, but the lamp on the study table winked into being. Then Mildred Gurney screamed, a blood-chilling sound in that great, dark house. Johnny sprang to her side, his eyes following the pointing line of her finger. A man lay face down on the carpet. His clothes were of the latest cut, though crumpled and torn in places. A dark, wet spot shone on the carpet by his chest. Suggs knelt, turned him over, and looked into the dead, staring eyes of J. Sylvester Jones. Chapter 3. When John Suggs reached home that night, or morning rather, as it was verging on 4 o'clock, he sat down at his desk with paper and pen, and summed up the evidence against the 3 suspects. First, J. Sylvester Jones. He had a motive, as he was reported to be the sole heir of Strickland Gurney's wealth. On the other hand, he lived at the most expensive hotel in the city, and seemed to have considerable money, despite his lack of a balance at the bank. There was no real evidence against him. Second, Bradley, the butler. There was no definite motive, though he might have committed the crime for Mildred Gurney's sake. The strongest link connecting him with the murder was the fact that he was the only known person in the house at the time of Gurney's death. The fact that he openly admitted this, when he might have easily gone out and established an alibi, was a point in his favor. Third, Mildred Gurney. Her motive could have been revenge, though she was not of a type likely to harbor that sentiment. According to her story, however, she had ample cause to hate the old millionaire. The fact that she possessed a key to the study door was certainly a damning bit of evidence against her. When he reached that point, Suggs tore up the paper in disgust. He had searched every inch of the study without finding a single clue that would aid him. If Jones had killed Gurney, who, in turn, had killed Jones? If he had not, who had? After finding the body of Jones in the Gurney study, and failing to locate a scrap of evidence that would incriminate the killer of Gurney or of Jones, Johnny had taken Mildred away from the house of death. She had not found her father's will, so both were in a despondent frame of mind. The girl was staying at a modest little hotel uptown, and she promised to telephone the reporter if anything of importance occurred. Lying back in his chair, eyes closed, Suggs tried to logically put together the small bits of knowledge he possessed into a comprehensive whole. The theory advanced by the transcendent detectives of fiction, that no human being could enter a room without leaving some clue to his identity, Johnny found to be fallacious. There was not the vestige of a clue in Gurney's study, and why should there be? The murderer had probably slipped into the house, if he was not one of the household, quietly walked upstairs, opened the study door, and killed Gurney as the latter sat in his chair. It could only be by the most colossal luck that the killer would drop some identifying bit of personal property, and he had not done so. There had been no rain or snow to make convenient footprints. Deduction, as practiced by Holmes and Dupin, was all very well. But even those masters had to have some concrete clue from which to argue. There was not a single one for either the Jones or the Gurney murder, yet they were evidently joined by a connecting link. It was inconceivable that it should be otherwise. The figures of Jones, Bradley, and Mildred Gurney filled Suggs' mental vision. His perspective of the case was clogged by their bulk. One of them had very likely committed the crime. Then Jones was killed. Bradley was in prison, and so eliminated from that angle of the case. But Mildred had been in the house, had been there before Suggs made his unexpected appearance. And she possessed the key to the study door. Was Mildred Gurney the double murderess? Every fibre of Johnny Suggs being revolted at the thought. He thought of her pallid face, clear-cut as a cameo, and framed by the crown of soft, fair hair. It was the face of a pure, warm-hearted girl, and one utterly incapable of such a crime. It was on her slender shoulders, though, that the black shadow of suspicion lay most heavily. At dawn, Johnny gave up the problem temporarily, washed and shaved, and slipped out of the house without awakening anyone. He took a car downtown and had breakfast at an all-night restaurant of the lunch-stand variety. It was dim and grey in the city. A gloomy, foreboding morning, with a shroud of fog creeping in from the river. The reporter lit a cigar, and having nothing particular to do, strolled over to the Star office. The city room was empty save for a sleepy figure curled up in one of the chairs. Suggs' footfalls aroused it. "Hello, Johnny," he husked, reaching mechanically for a cigarette. "What in the deuce are you doing down here at this time of night? If I was the son of the boss of this paper, I wouldn't work at all." He lapsed back into somnolent désuétude. "Oh, you wouldn't?" repeated Johnny, with keen sarcasm. "I like Palm Beach and yachts and joy parties as much as you do, but you see me working, don't you? You'd do it too, if he was your governor. By the way," the other man woke up suddenly, "a note came in for you about 11 o'clock, laying on your desk over there. It's from Bradley, the butler who's been held in this Gurney murder mystery. Friend of yours?" Suggs picked up the crumpled envelope, with his name scrawled on it. "Who brought it?" "A hard-looking bird. One of the guards, I guess." Johnny ripped open the envelope and read, "Dear Mr. Suggs, probably the peculiarity of this will strike you at once. I feel that you are a friend. If you would do me a favor, when you hear of my death, and I feel that the end is not far, will you have my body disposed of, as was that of Gustav Edmondson, who wrote The Psychology of the Working Classes? With many thanks for your keenness. Respectfully yours, James R. Bradley." The reporter stared at the note. It might as well have been a jumble of unintelligible gibberish, so far as he was concerned. Then two lines in the letter seemed to spring out in bold face letters. "The peculiarity of this will strike you at once, and many thanks for your keenness." The mild-eyed old butler was trying to send him a cipher message. Now, Johnny had gained valuable experience with codes during his service in the intelligence section of a famous combat division in France. He had learned to read ciphers of many kinds. So tired and aching as he was, he sat down at his desk and tried to unravel this one. After an hour of concentrated effort, Suggs decided that, if it was a code, it was too cleverly done for him to solve. The letter was so short that it gave him no opportunity. This reference to Gustav Edmondson and his book threw no light on the subject. The Psychology of the Working Classes was in the Star's library. Johnny brought it out, read over the contents page and skipped through the volume, but it carried no suggestion to his mind. It was dull and prosy in the extreme, and the possibility that it might have any connection with the double murder in the Gurney house seemed rather far-fetched. At 8 o'clock he called up Lieutenant Jameson. "Anything new develop, Loot? In the Gurney case, I mean." "New," howled Jameson. "Ill say there has. Now listen, Johnny, I'm giving you this first of all, because you've helped me in the past, and anyway, I want due credit with your dad for giving his paper first crack at it. Soon as I get done talking, come down to the Gurney house. I'll be there by the time you arrive." "All right." "Shoot. There's been big doings down there last night. Patrolman Duffy was on special duty in front of the place. He's a good, sober man, and he swore that he wasn't 100 yards from the house all night. Every hour or two he walked around through the alley and looked things over from the back. He didn't see a light or hear a sound up till 3:30. At that time Duffy was standing by the Gurney steps, and he heard a shot from inside. Well, he rapped for assistance, broke a window and climbed in. He saw a light upstairs and tore up their hell-bent for election. The door to the study was open." "Open?" interrupted Johnny. "I thought I locked it." "What?" "I said I thought you locked it." "I did, but open it was, and the furniture was smashed up generally as though there had been a scrap." "What?" Suggs was thoroughly surprised now. When he was in the study only a few hours before this occurrence, everything had been in apple pie order. And now, "I said everything was broken up," the policeman said peevishly. "This damned phone's out of order, and you can't hear anything right." Chairs broken up, pictures busted loose from the walls, the room smashed generally. "Come on, get to the finish," urged Suggs. "You're not telling a short story with a carefully arranged climax. I want to get all the dope for the sheet." Jamison's hoarse laugh rumbled over the wire. "We found a dead man in the study. You're a clever lad, and quite an amateur detective yourself, but I'll bet you can't guess who it was." "I've got a 10 spot that says I can," said Johnny, touched in his pride at the policeman's dig at his sleuthing propensities. "You're on." "Who was it?" Suggs braced himself for the bellow that would come through the receiver. "J. Sylvester Jones," he said. "Oh no," laughed Jamison. "You thought I was a dummy when I suggested that it might be one of those Dyak fellows who croak Strickland Gurney. Well, there isn't an acre of green in my eye, son. Patrolman Duffy found one of those Dyaks in Gurney's room, with a bullet hole drilled through his heart." Chapter 4. Utterly amazed at this turn of events, Johnny sketched what had been told him to his sleepy compatriot, and that gentleman, galvanized into instant life, began hammering out the story on his typewriter. "Better let the old man look it over," Suggs suggested. "He's interested in this Gurney affair and wants to keep his finger on it. Better call him on the phone, tell him what's happened, and that I've gone up to the house to look things over." Johnny was lucky enough to get a trolley without much delay, and every rumbling foot of the way he kept asking himself what had become of Jones's body. What malign influence was behind these repeated killings? He thought of his father's words, "Don't build yourself any triumphal arches until the job is done." The governor was right, as usual. Anyone who solved this mystery deserved a triumphal arch at that. 20 minutes later he reached the Gurney residence and was admitted by Lieutenant Jamison himself. "Come upstairs and take a look at the study," the latter invited. "I'll admit this has me buffaloed. Just where this brown-skinned baby horns into the picture is beyond me. Now, if it had been Jones, as you guessed, we might have been able to fix up a story that would jibe with the facts, you know. But this," he shrugged his shoulders. "Bradley must have been mistaken about only the one key. The study door was open, and I know that I locked it before we left." Johnny nodded. He had locked the door himself, with Mildred's key at 1 o'clock that morning. The appearance of another one relieved him, for it shifted the shadow from the girl. Between 1 o'clock and 3:30, the possessor of the third key, who was probably the murderer they sought, had entered the house. Who was he? The reporter and the police lieutenant walked upstairs. A man lay on the study floor, almost directly on the spot where J. Sylvester Jones had sprawled when Suggs discovered him earlier in the morning. He was a Dyak, finely developed physically, and from the tattoo marks on arms and shoulders evidently of a chief family. He wore 5 silver leg rings and a bead necklace for ornaments, and a cheap overcoat in deference to Western customs. His head had been crowned by a peculiar bit of Dyak millinery, decorated with a hornbill feather, but it had rolled off into a corner. A parang, or short sword, with a beautifully carved handle, was gripped in his fist as though he had been awaiting an assault. Johnny knelt beside him, his keen eyes roving over the wonderfully developed body and the section of floor immediately beside it. Quite possibly, this was the man who had killed both Strickland Gurney and J. Sylvester Jones. If he was, who, in turn, had killed him? Certainly not Bradley, who was in jail. Very improbably Mildred, whom he had escorted to her hotel, an hour's ride from this place. Then it was someone who had not as yet been suspected. "Well, what do you make of it?" asked Jamison. Suggs rose, walked across the room, apparently following a trail that was invisible to the lieutenant's eyes. He stopped before the fireplace, in which no fire had been built for months, examined it carefully, glanced up the chimney, and walked back to the Dyak's body. "I found a few things," he said, "that you probably overlooked. In the first place, there hasn't been any struggle here. All this smashing up has been done for effect. If there really had been a struggle between this Dyak and a man powerful enough to give him a battle, do you think that he would still have held the parang in his hand in that way? The way I read it is this. The Dyak came into the room, all ready for action, and was shot down before he was able to make a move. It isn't possible that, if there had been a fight that knocked over all this furniture, that this light table with the lamp would have survived. No, the place was carefully wrecked before the Dyak was killed. Jameson grunted. Why before? The reporter's voice grew sarcastic. Do you imagine anyone could have wrecked this place and made a getaway between the time the shot was fired and Duffy arrived? Why the devil should he wreck it at all? Ah, that's the question. The only reason I can see is that the murderer was searching for something. He tore things up regardless in looking for it. Well, he was disappointed then, grunted the lieutenant. We took everything of value, papers and money, over to the station when we left. Johnny could have kicked himself. I'm certainly the prize cheese detective of the world, he told himself. So Mildred and I. He already called her that in his thoughts. Wasted all that time looking for something that was in Jameson's safe. I should have known that much. Anything else? Demanded Jameson. Oh, yes. Quite the most important of all. And it's going to prevent you from collecting that 10 spot from me. What do you mean? You bet that we would find Jones's body here. And so you will. He rolled the Dyak's body to one side. Look at that blood spot. Too far down to have come from this savage's wound. Someone else was killed in this room before Mr. Dyak. There are 2 drops of blood between here and the fireplace. I looked up the chimney and caught a glimpse of something. I'll wager that you'll find Jones's body jammed up in there. Jameson, Detective O'Toole and the 2 patrolmen made a rush for the fireplace. In 10 seconds they had demonstrated the truth of Suggs' statement, and the soot-smeared, twisted body of the late dandy was stretched beside that of the Dyak. They looked at him with far more respect than they had ever exhibited before. I'll take my hat off to you, Johnny, the lieutenant admitted. Now tell me who did Kay. I can't afford to lose out on this case after letting Mullaney make a clean getaway last month. The reporter laughed. I don't know. You're holding out on me, complained Jameson. No, I'm not. I really don't know enough to help you, but I hope to add a little to that knowledge by this afternoon. When I do, I'll let you know. You can gamble on that. I'm not trying to build up a reputation with the force. All I want to do is get solid with my dad. He never had a very high opinion of my abilities, and I want to prove to him that he is wrong. I'll have to be covered up a bit until something breaks. What is your paper going to say? Oh, we'll fix that up all right, the reporter assured him. The Star will have a story full of glittering generalities, giving all due credit to the foxy police, who found out that this apparent scrap was a frame-up. All right, agreed Jameson, slightly mollified. But for heaven's sake, let me know as soon as anything breaks. Sure thing. Johnny used the telephone in the hall to call up the paper. His father was in the office, having come down immediately at the news of the developments in the Gurney case. The older man listened quietly, then asked, Have you any clues at all? Well, said Johnny Gara, maybe yes and maybe no. I'm going after something right away. Keeler tells me that you received a cipher note from Bradley. Have you figured out what it means? No, I believe it is too short for a message, and I am hopeful that another part will come soon. Until it does, I am going to follow out some ideas of my own. By the way, Dad, Lieutenant Jameson wants you to cover him up until something breaks. Of course. Johnny rang off. It was his intention to go to Mildred and find out from her if she had been accompanied by the Dyak as a servant, and if he had taken up her quarrel and been killed in following it out. That seemed very likely. He might have murdered Gurney and Jones, but Suggs could not understand who, in turn, had killed him. It was rather too early to call on Miss Gurney. Considering the late hour at which she had retired, it was quite possible that she had not yet arisen. So Johnny left the house, bent on walking to the little uptown hotel. The sun had chased the fog back to the river reaches, and it was delicious in the open after breathing the death-ridden atmosphere of the Gurney house. Suggs threw back his shoulders and strode along at a good pace, keenly enjoying the exercise. He received something of a shock when he inquired at Mildred's hotel, only to find that she had left an hour before. You Mr. Suggs? Asked the clerk, after volunteering the information. Yes. Well, she left a message for you. Probably thought you'd be here pretty soon. Tell him, she said, to come to 2738 Phillip Street right away. I guess it's most gosh almighty important. Oh, thanks. Johnny sprinted out into the street, hailed a taxi, and ordered the Mahout to drive at top speed to the Phillip Street address. There was no use trying to figure out in advance what this sudden change of base meant, except trouble for Mildred. They arrived at their destination in extraordinarily quick time. Suggs paid off the chauffeur and reached the front door in approximately 3 seconds. It was open, and he went in. From the upper floor he heard Mildred's voice sound in fright and protest. Johnny went flying up, with the speed of a 10-second man. When he reached the landing, he saw her struggling in the arms of a tall, black-bearded man. At the sight, a flood of anger and passion welled up in the reporter. He had only seen her once, but that was enough. Her beauty and courage had captivated his heart. In spite of the black shadow that hung over her, the girl saw him, called his name, as her assailant tossed her back and faced the door. Johnny flung himself forward with the silent ferocity of a beast. Though far smaller than the other man, the desperation of his attack more than made up the difference. His fists lashed against Blackbeard, who was broad and thick and solid on the ground. They drove the latter's head against the wall paneling with a force that would have stunned a weaker man. Instead, it seemed to spur Blackbeard into action. He clenched Johnny around the middle and buried his bushy face against that young gentleman's chest. But the reporter blocked him off with sharp elbows and drumming fists. He realized that he would have small chance at close quarters. His only salvation lay in keeping clear of those ape-like arms. The big man drew back, panting heavily, then lowered his head into the shelter of his left shoulder and rushed again. Johnny leaped nimbly aside, but slipped out a lagging foot, and Blackbeard went over it with a crash that stunned him. The reporter was atop him instantly, his thumbs sinking into the great muscles at the side of the neck. The paralyzing pressure stopped the fellow's breath, made him choke, and beat the air feebly. Mildred ran to his side. "Come, come," she whispered. "Oh, quickly, we must get away from here." He looked up at her, the old irrepressible light dancing in his eyes. The touch of her hand on his shoulder thrilled him. "I think we'll turn this fellow over to the police first," he said gaily. "These few punches have not been punishment enough for him." "No, no, it is impossible." "Come." So Johnny rose, and with a contemptuous glance at Blackbeard, walked downstairs with Mildred. Once again out in the clear sunshine, the wonder of this affair grew on him. He felt just the reverse of Wilkie Collins' famous detective. That gentleman was so used to doing big things that the little ones escaped him. Like a senior wrangler who has forgotten how to do quadratics and has to solve problems of the second degree by the calculus. Johnny felt like a youngster who has never learned mathematics and has been ordered to do a most intricate problem. The twists and turns of this Gurney case he knew would make him grey-haired before his time. "Will you please tell me the meaning of this, Miss Gurney?" he implored. "Every step becomes more difficult. We found J. Sylvester Jones dead in your father's study at 1 o'clock this morning. At 3:30, the officer on the beat heard a shot, entered the house, and found the room wrecked, and a big Dayak lying dead on the floor. Jones' body had been crammed up the chimney. Do you know this Dayak? What were you doing in this vacant house? Who was that bearded man? I think at times that I see a light, and then matters become more foggy than ever." The girl considered. The Dayak was probably Tama Aping, who swore to revenge himself some day on my father. He was different from most of his people. Sullen, vicious to the core. Yes, he is the only one I can recall who would spend these years in a search for an enemy. It really doesn't help us much. Granting that he killed Mr. Gurney, the problem of his own death and Jones is just as puzzling. But what were you doing in this house, Miss Gurney? The house belonged to my mother, Mr. Suggs. The black-bearded man had been watching me. I wanted to get away from him, and I came here, thinking I had shaken him off. Instead, he was close on my heels, forced his way in and seized me. Why? He said he was a detective and wanted to arrest me for the murder of Strickland Gurney. Chapter 5. Johnny's heart jumped with a sudden throb of fear. How had the police secured intelligence of Strickland Gurney's daughter? If they had, and knew what cause she had for hating him, her arrest was only a matter of a few hours. Now, this detective, the reporter closed his eyes for an instant, trying to place those features in the gallery of his mind. Detective, Why, the man was Black Allen, a gunman of more than local renown. Undoubtedly someone was interested in having Mildred Gurney put out of the way. And that person, Suggs believed, was the murderer he sought. With a word to Mildred, the reporter ran back to the house. If the thumbscrews were put on Black Allen, he might tell who had hired him, which would save a lot of time and trouble. Johnny had left him in the house because he believed, as the girl had, that the fellow was a detective. Now he was anxious to find him. But Allen, having enough of Suggs' punching ability, had disappeared. The reporter explained the situation to the girl, and together they returned to Mildred's hotel. Johnny waited in the lobby while she packed her things. Then he chartered a taxi and had them taken to another hostelry in an entirely different section of the city. This would throw the Allen contingent off the track for a while at least. Once more back on the job, Johnny's mind harked to the supposed cipher message Bradley had sent him. What necessity was there for it? The butler could just as easily have sent for him and told whatever he wanted. There was no need for mystic flubdubbery. The reporter's anxiety to unravel the tangle and find out who had killed Gurney, Jones and the Dayak chief increased with every passing moment. Though he had no very high respect for the Gentleman M, the municipal detective office, he admitted that they sometimes stumbled on the truth through sheer persistence. And he was very much afraid that in their blind fumbling around they would lay hands on Mildred Gurney. Though Johnny was sure that she had not committed the crime, he knew that the police would be harder to convince. Besides, if he could lay hands on the murderer of Strickland Gurney, these attacks, Mildred would cease. The reporter stopped at 15th Street to wait for a car that would carry him downtown to the prison where Bradley was held in durance. While he waited, a glittering Rolls-Royce limousine purred up to the curb. Hawker, chauffeur for the late J. Sylvester Jones, turned his little bloodshot eyes on Suggs. "Mr. Suggs, sir, is it not?" he asked, with the soft deference of those who fetch and carry for the rich. "I'm in a bit of a corner, sir, and seeing you yesterday at Mr. Gurney's house, and hearing so highly of your capabilities. Begging your pardon, sir, I've come to you for a bit of advice." "Fire when ready," said Johnny good-humouredly. "Isn't there any place I can take you, sir?" "Well, I'm going down to the prison." "Prison? To see Bradley, Mr. Gurney's butler?" Hawker wagged his head hypocritically. "To think that Whited Sepulchre should kill his master. It is almost unbelievable." "Do you believe it?" "Of course, he was the only one in the house at the time. But you are going to the prison, sir. If you will ride on the seat with me, I can explain myself on the way down, sir." So the reporter sprang nimbly in beside the overgroomed Hawker, and the big machine leaped away with the satisfied purr of a giant cat. "It is a most peculiar situation, sir," began the chauffeur. "You see, I was in the service of the Jones family for years. When Mr. Sylvester went for himself, I followed as valet and chauffeur, the establishment being a small one, do you see, sir? He thought very much of me, if I do say it, and his family having passed, he made a will leaving everything to me." Johnny turned a pair of brightly suspicious eyes on Hawker, who returned the gaze steadily for an instant before swinging it again to the street. "It developed, sir," the chauffeur continued, "that Mr. Sylvester left practically nothing. His bank balance is almost non-existent. This car and his other personal belongings must go to satisfy his creditors. It is very sad how close he was sailing to the wind, sir." "That makes it rather hard for you," observed Suggs. "But why are you telling me?" "I'm distrustful of lawyers, and I had to talk about it with someone. Here is the strange part, sir." The chauffeur whirled the car around a corner and threaded his way through a maze of traffic at a speed that was a testimonial to his cleverness. "I understand that my master inherited all of Mr. Gurney's vast fortune. Many a time Mr. Sylvester told me of his expectations. So, naturally, I expect to receive the money that would have gone to him." They had reached the grey, forbidding walls of the prison, and the Rolls-Royce came to a stop before the gates. Johnny descended, but hesitated a moment, one foot lagging on the running board. He had an idea, and he wanted to see more of Hawker. "I think I can do something for you," he said. "As soon as I am free, I'm coming to see you. You can find me at the St. Regis garage, sir." Johnny's eyes met the little bloodshot ones in a meaning glance. "And you," he added, "can do something for me." With a careless nod, he strolled toward the warden's office. It was quite natural that Suggs should know the warden of the prison. It was equally natural that the warden should be glad to do a favor for a newspaperman, and the son of one of the city's most influential men. When Johnny asked to talk with Bradley the warden, supposing it to be an ordinary interview that was desired, assented, and led him to the old butler's cell himself. The wistful little man was reading his Bible, but he laid it down and rose as Johnny entered. There was something pathetically small and dusty about him, so much like a once-loved toy that has been relegated to a far corner of the closet, that Suggs felt very sorry for him. He said a word or two about being sad to see him there. Bradley responded gratefully. The warden considerately withdrew out of earshot. Suggs said, "I received that message you sent me, but couldn't make head or tail of it, so I came here to get the thing straight from your own lips." Bradley looked at him in a confused sort of a way. I don't know what you're talking about, sir." "There's no need for mystification or melodrama," said Johnny impatiently. "I want to help clear this matter up. You shouldn't be here, but there are others who should. Most of all, I want to help Mildred Gurney." He thrust his face close to Bradley's and uttered that phrase with the utmost emphasis of which he was capable. The butler's chin dropped. His mild blue eyes distended. "Don't you see, man?" the reporter whispered tensely. "I want to help her. It is quite possible that the police will hear of her shortly. Tell me whatever you know. It may help." Bradley sat down on the cot and wrung his hands. "I don't know a thing, Mr. Suggs. I swear to God I don't, except that I made the impression of the lock on his study door for her. I did sleep most of the afternoon, and I don't know what happened during that time. Did Mr. Gurney really give the servants the day off, or did you?" "He did." "Why?" "I had told him Mildred was coming to the house. He was afraid she would make a scene, and the servants would hear it." "What was the meaning of the message you sent me?" "I never sent you any message, sir." Utterly exasperated, Johnny turned to the door. He could not understand why Bradley should deny having sent the note, if he really did send it. If he had not, who had, and why was the old butler's name signed to it? The reporter jerked his notepad from his pocket and laid it before Bradley. "Write a few lines on there," he requested, "and sign your name. I want to compare it with that note I received this morning." The butler did as Suggs commanded. He seemed so utterly wearied that his power of resistance was burned out. Johnny pocketed the note, said a cheerful goodbye, and went down the corridor with the warden. He felt like a man in a labyrinth, striving desperately to reach the center, only to find himself as far away as ever. The center he sought was the solution to the triple murder in the Gurney house. His initial incentive to spur up his father's regard had been supplanted by another. He wanted to scatter the black shadows enveloping Mildred Gurney and regain for her the fortune that was rightfully hers. Johnny headed at once for the Star office. Things were in full blast there, and no one paid any particular attention to him as he dived at his desk. The letter he had received that morning was flattened out under an inkwell, and another lay beside it. This one was unsigned, and merely bore the words, "Page 92, paragraph 3. He opened the first letter and read it again. Probably the peculiarity of this will strike you at once. "If you would do me a favor, when you hear of my death, and I feel that the end is not far, will you have my body disposed of as was that of Gustav Edmondson, who wrote The Psychology of the Working Gases?" Johnny grinned. The second note cleared up in an absurdly simple way the puzzle the first one had created. His correspondent wanted him to read page 92, paragraph 3, of the Psychology of the Working Classes. He called for a copy boy and sent him for the book, the one he had consulted that morning having been returned to the library. Then he laid out the two notes. Despite the brevity of the second one, it was easy to see that the chirography was identical with that of the first. Then Suggs flattened out the paper he had requested Bradley to write. It was identical with that of the other two notes. Why had the old butler denied writing them? The copy boy came back presently with Edmondson's masterpiece. Johnny seized it eagerly and opened it at page 92. In paragraph 3 he found this: "The newest type of family servant is the chauffeur, and he presents a most absorbing psychological study. He's usually a step ahead of the other servants mentally, and, in consequence, becomes more valuable or more dangerous as his character is inclined. I recall quite vividly the murder of Mr. Farnsworth Lee by his chauffeur, a man of. Johnny threw down the book with an exclamation of delight. Hawker, he said to himself. Hawker. Chapter 6. That letter brought to a head the vague suspicions that had been germinating in Suggs' mind. But after all, proof was needed to link the chauffeur with the triple murder. Without it, the black shadow would still hang over Mildred Gurney. Before leaving, Johnny stopped in his father's office. The elder Suggs leaned back in his swivel chair and surveyed his son. "Well, my boy," he asked cheerfully, "how is the Sherlock Holmes business coming along?" The reporter sat down on his father's desk and grinned at him. "If you think I have been idle, you've another guess coming, Governor. That scoop we have on the murder of Jones and Tama aping is worth the time I've spent on the case, isn't it? Without question. Have a cigar and consider your salary raised $1 a week. But I'm interested in the detective side of the case. Your system of solving criminal mysteries. Have you deduced anything today?" Careless of his father's chaffing, Johnny sat swinging his legs, his eyes fixed on some papers on the desk. Then he looked up, square into the other's eyes. "Yes, I have deduced something, Dad, and if it isn't asking too much, I'd like an explanation from you. Why did you send me those 2 notes and sign Bradley's name? How, may I ask, did you connect me with that incident? You have an old letter of Bradley's there on your desk, and a sheet of paper covered with imitations of his chirography. You are something of a handwriting expert, so it wasn't hard to guess. But what is the big idea?" The older man tossed away his cigar and laughed. "You are doing so well on this, son, that I wanted to help, yet still keep you puzzled. I thought you would be able to follow that rather broad clue of mine, but I didn't want you to know that I left it. Have you seen Bradley?" "Of course. The old fellow was all fussed up when I wanted to know what his message meant. He hadn't any idea of what I was talking about." The editor of the Star chuckled. "I suppose so. There isn't any doubt in my mind that he is not implicated in this affair. When things are cleared up, I'll take care of him. Now, I want you to go out and check up on Hawker. No doubt he has what he thinks is a puncture-proof alibi. I suspected Hawker when I learned that he had a bank balance in excess of $100,000. That was sufficient proof that he isn't an ordinary chauffeur. So far as I know, he had no motive in killing either Gurney or Jones." "Yes, he had," Johnny asserted. Then he repeated the story Hawker had told him an hour ago. "Now, I've mapped out a plan to catch him napping. If you'll cooperate with me, I think we can put it across." When he had finished his explanation, the elder Suggs whistled. "It sounds good to me. I'll get busy on my end. Now you chase out and check up every minute of his time." Johnny followed instructions, but at the close of his investigation found himself up against the same blank wall that had blocked him when he checked up on Jones Day. The other chauffeurs at the St. Regis had played poker with Hawker until Jones had summoned him. That was at 10 minutes to 1, and the car had been marked out of the garage 5 minutes later. The traffic officer, on duty in the park that afternoon, distinctly remembered seeing the Rolls-Royce at about 1:15. He knew Mr. Jones personally, and that gentleman stopped and gave him some cigars. The reason that he remembered the time was that Jones asked him, saying his watch had stopped and the clock in the car was broken. Cursed a bit at the carelessness of the chauffeur in allowing it to happen too. Miss Daisy Graylis reiterated her statement that Jones had arrived at 2:30 and that the chauffeur was with him. She did not see Hawker again until 4, when he returned to the Ambassadeur for them. However, the manager of a pool room across the street from the hotel stated that Hawker, who was an old customer of the place, had taken a table at 3 o'clock and had not left until 5 minutes to 4. That accounted for his time just as J. Sylvester Jones had been accounted for. Johnny puzzled over that. He was certain there was something in plain sight that he should see, something that would let him get a hand on Hawker. And suddenly it popped into his mind. Why hadn't he thought of that before? It was just as evident at first as it was now. Now, if his plan to force a confession from the chauffeur, assuming that he was guilty, succeeded, everything would be all right. If Hawker really had killed Strickland Gurney, he had left no clue, and he knew it. On the other hand, every murderer has a restless conscience, nerves that may be startled into betraying him. So Johnny felt fairly hopeful. He called Mildred Gurney on the telephone and outlined his plan to her. The girl, who had come to trust him implicitly, agreed to every detail. Then Johnny paid a visit to Hawker at the St. Regis garage after a flying visit to the Star office. The crooked-nosed chauffeur took the reporter to his room and asked him what he wanted. "I'll tell you," said Suggs. "I'm up against it. If my father knew that I was up to my ears in a stock market tangle, he'd kick me out of the house. Naturally, I'm not anxious to pass up the prospects of inheriting his money, but I need something to tide me over right now." "Why come to me?" "Because you can help me." Hawker began to worry a creased bit of paper, stealthy eyes on the floor. He was studying Johnny's mental capacity, trying to figure out, too, just how far he would go. Finally, he shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know what you mean." The reporter hitched his chair a bit closer. "Yes, you do. I happen to know that you have $100,000 in the Cathedral National Bank. I want a slice of it. Can you advance any reason why I should give it to you?" Hawker had dropped his servile air and spoke out with a sharp assurance new to him. "Several of them, but there is one in particular that will interest you." The chauffeur's bloodshot eyes narrowed, and his fingers drummed uneasily on the arm of his chair. "What is it?" "Your alibi," explained Johnny carefully, "is apparently everything that could be desired. The police take it at its face value anyway. But what were you doing between the hours of 1:15, when the traffic policeman recognized you in the park, and 2:30, when you drove Jones to Miss Graylis's apartment?" Hawker sprang to his feet with a sharp cry of anger, but Johnny did not shift his slouching position in his chair. "There is no need for melodramatics," he said. "You know what I mean." "What do you want?" The cat was out now. Suggs did not move, but the muscles of his face relaxed, and he drew a deep, silent breath. $15,000. "You are high-priced." "Oh, very," returned the reporter with a swagger. "And what could I expect in return for that?" "Listen, if the police ever think of that lost hour, they'll be down on you quicker than 1,000 bricks. You have a chance to get old Gurney's money. There are just two obstacles. The first one I've just mentioned. The second is Gurney's daughter. She is in the city." He had expected the chauffeur to be astounded. Instead, Hawker merely scowled and said, "I know it." "You know it? What are you going to do about it?" Hawker blinked at him. "If you expect to get any money from me, you'd better make some suggestions yourself. I can keep the thoughts of that dunderhead Jameson turned away from you entirely," Suggs asserted. "That is, if I get the money." "What about this Gurney girl?" Johnny looked at Hawker with a coldly impassive face. "There is only one thing to do, isn't there?" "Yes," said the chauffeur desperately. "We'll have to put her out of the way." "We?" "Yes, you too. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you." So far, well and good. Everything's even, and no one hurt. But if we do the job together, one can't hold the other up. Johnny pretended to consider. That offer, of course, was the one he had been attempting to get out of the chauffeur. The reporter knew something of psychology. He knew the state Hawker's nerves would be in when he came to do this cold-blooded crime, and with proper coaching, the man would tell enough to place the noose around his neck. Suggs had an inborn hatred of falsehood, but the remorseless requirements of the profession he was temporarily following forced the deception he was practicing. To lie in the line of duty is sometimes a disagreeable necessity, and this was for Mildred. "Will you do this?" asked Hawker, "and I'll get the 15,000. "Of course." "All right," said Johnny slowly, "but I can't understand why you didn't do something yourself when you knew she was in town." Hawker scowled. "I sent Black Allen out to trap her, but someone butted in on the affair and gave Allen a handy beating. The girl got away and is hiding somewhere. It will be necessary to find her first. I know where she is." "You do?" "Of course. What kind of a reporter do you think I am? I've kept track of everyone in this case, first and last. Here's my plan. Do you know where 2738 Phillip Street is?" Hawker nodded. The house belonged to Gurney's wife, and now, of course, belongs to the daughter. I'll get her there by a fake note. And then, well, it isn't pleasant to talk of those things. "What time do you want me there?" asked Hawker. There was a sound of light footsteps in the hall. "Paper," cried a piping, juvenile voice. "Even in Star." "At 12, on the dot," said Suggs hurriedly, opening the door. The newsboy thrust in a folded copy of the sheet, which Johnny passed over to Hawker. "At 12, don't forget," and he disappeared down the stairway. While he was striding along the street, chuckling to himself, the chauffeur was staring dumbly at the great black headlines that blazoned forth his financial wreckage. Cathedral National Bank closes its doors. Looted by officers is report. Not a dollar will be realized by creditors. Chapter 7. Suggs called up the Star office, found that his father had gone home, and immediately followed him there. Dinner had been served long ago. Arid, his mother and sisters had gone to the theatre. The master of the house was in his room, dressing. Johnny went up at once. "Well," asked the owner of the Star, shaking out his dinner jacket and lying it across a chair. "How did your wonderful scheme work out?" "Immense. We have him trapped, I think. Regard your son, old warhorse. He's a criminal. I engaged in a conspiracy with Hawker, at his own suggestion, mind you, that we put Mildred Gurney out of the way. He is to meet me at 2738 Phillip Street at 12 o'clock tonight. I am supposed to have lured the girl there. Gad, what a cold, calculating devil he is. What about that single copy of the Star that I had printed, telling of the failure of the Cathedral National Bank? It was delivered just as I left," laughed Johnny. "And if I know anything of human nature, it will be the final jarring punch that will make Hawker reckless of consequences. He'll talk, and an uncontrolled tongue has been the downfall of more criminals than all the detectives in the world." The older man finished brushing his hair and picked up his waistcoat. "It was a clever idea, son, but I would like to get that paper back again. The bank is as solvent as it ever was. But if that fake notice ever came to the attention of the president, I would find myself the defendant in a suit for damages. However, it's in a good cause, so I won't worry about that. Have you explained matters to Miss Gurney?" "Yes. And she is willing to carry out her share in the affair?" "Of course. She must trust you implicitly, son. I know that you are no Don Juan, but she is an unsophisticated girl. Be careful." John's cheeks began to burn, and he gave his father an uncomfortable look. Silence fell, and he sat down, his boyish face resting on his hands. The elder Suggs looked at him curiously and began to change his collar. "Do you, love her?" he asked. "Yes. What do you think this case means to me? I am not a professional detective. The trapping of the man who killed that selfish gourmand, Gurney. And Jones and the Dayak means nothing to me except that it will lift the black shadow from the girl I love." Mr. Suggs had finished dressing. Johnny looked at his watch, picked up his hat and gloves, and rose. "It is 10 o'clock, he said in a curiously quiet voice. "I am ready if you are." Together they went downstairs. The Suggs limousine was waiting outside. When they reached the drawing room, a sudden thought struck the reporter. "I don't think we had better go together, Dad. Hawker isn't a servant. Normally he is clever enough and suspicious enough to watch this house to see what I do. You go in the machine, drive around town a bit, then pick up Jameson and O'Toole and Barhalter, if they will let him go. He saw the beginning of this affair, and it is only fair that he should see the finish too. I'll meet Mildred near the Phillip Street address. Have the police slip in the back way, and make sure that Hawker does not see them." "Right you are, son," said the older man. He took the boy's hand in an affectionate grip. "I'm with you all the way, understand? All the way. And at a pinch, I don't imagine that I would make such a bad father-in-law." He laughed, relinquished his grip. The door banged behind his burly figure. A few minutes later, Johnny too went out. He met Mildred a few blocks from the Phillip Street house. In her pretty soft gown, with a tint of blue ribbon at neck and shoulder, she seemed so very young and lovable that Suggs' heart set up a disturbed double drumming. "I am glad you are here," she whispered. "I was afraid that something had happened to prevent it." "Nothing could prevent that." "Oh," she said faintly. "Then, are we to go in now?" Yes, they were to go in, it being nearly time for Hawker to appear. Mildred had the key to the place. They entered the dim, old-fashioned back parlour where they were to keep their vigil. Had either been alone, it would have been dreary waiting. A trifle eerie, perhaps, but being together made all the difference in the world. They burned, too, with the gusty thrill of the manhunter, a sensation that nothing else can counterfeit. At last, the big clock in the corner church boomed 12 solemn, heavy strokes. Their ponderous reverberations had scarcely ceased when the opening and closing of the front door sounded. Johnny peered hastily into the dining room and received a reassuring hiss from Lieutenant Jameson. The stage was set for the entrance of the principal actor. Suggs rose and opened the parlour door to admit Hawker. The chauffeur was flushed with drink. Apparently, he had sought to stiffen a wavering courage with numerous libations, and had only succeeded in forcing the throbbing colour into his cheeks and a heaviness into his tongue. When I saw how dark the place was, I didn't know but what you had double-crossed me, he snorted. You didn't think I would have it lit up like a church, did you? Hawker grunted sullenly. Well, said the reporter casually, here is Miss Gurney to talk that matter over with you. I suppose I get that 15,000, don't I? The other took his copy of the Star from a pocket and tossed it to Suggs. Look at that, he said thickly. I'm broke, haven't a penny in the world. But don't you worry. After I inherit old Gurney's money, I'll double your stake. What do you mean? Demanded the girl. Hawker focused her with his red-rimmed eyes. I had $100,000 in the Cathedral Bank, my share of the money that Jones and I blackmailed out of old fools like Vanderdyke and Castleton. It went broke and took every penny I own. But I'm going to get Gurney's money when you're out of the way, ain't I, Suggs? So we're going to get rid of you very politely. I didn't know if I could trust Suggs at first, but my nerve was gone, and I couldn't put anything over alone. So we're going to kill you together. Kill you the way Jones and Gurney and the PA Yak were killed. He fumbled in his hip pocket for a weapon. Before his fingers had closed on the butt, Johnny leaped forward, and the knuckles of his right fist caught the chauffeur on the mouth. Hawker reeled back, spluttering an oath through his bleeding lips. Before Hawker had recovered his balance, the dining room door opened and closed, and Jameson stood with his broad back against it. The blue coat and brass buttons startled Hawker into instant sobriety. He glared around like a trapped wild beast. A deadly fear was stamped on his bloodless face. What's the meaning of this? He demanded. It means that we've caught the murderer of Strickland Gurney, said the police lieutenant importantly. You should know that you couldn't deceive us, clever as you are. I didn't kill Gurney, before God I didn't. No? Who did then? Jones did it. He planned it all and carried it out himself. I helped him with his alibi, that was all. His date with Daisy Graylis, the ride through the park, everything was done to cover up his time. The only bit unaccounted for by anyone but me was between 1:15, when the traffic officer in the park recognized us, and 2:30 when Jones went to Miss Graylis's apartment. He disguised himself in overalls and a slouch hat, smeared himself with soot and let himself in through the areaway. He had a key to the old man's study, let himself in. There were only a few words exchanged. Then Jones shot him with an automatic, equipped with a silencer. Why? Old Gurney gave him lots of money. It was Gurney's daughter. Jones learned that she was in town. He heard that the old man had decided on a reconciliation, and he knew that he would have to act quickly to prevent the will from being changed. Then you killed Jones, charged Jameson, his ruddy face deepening in color. Johnny laughed. You're wrong again, Lieutenant. He did not kill Jones. The officer scowled. How do you figure that out? The reporter waved a hand toward Hawker's shrunken body. Jones was killed before the Dayak. I know because I was in that room and found her body. He was a fairly large man, weighed at least 170 pounds. Do you imagine for an instant that Hawker could have lifted that body and jammed it up into the chimney the way we found it? It took a tremendously strong man to do that, and one who had a rather primitive way of hiding his crimes. It's my guess that Tama Aping killed Mr. Jones, and that Hawker, in turn, finished the Dayak. Am I right, Hawker? The chauffeur gave him a malignant glance, but evidently concluded that he could best help himself by making a clean breast of everything. I did kill the Dayak, but it was in self-defense, he said hoarsely. He had murdered Jones, and hid himself, I don't know where. He probably mistook Jones for Gurney, whom he hated, and then, frightened, crammed the body up the chimney. I'd followed Jones to the house. When he didn't come out, I entered. The Dyak made for me with that murderous knife of his, so I shot him. That isn't murder, Lieutenant. You can't do anything to me for that. Jamieson laughed savagely. Perhaps not, but you're a bad egg, Hawker. A bad egg, just as rotten in your heart as Gurney was. But you conspired to kill his daughter, and you've confessed to blackmailing a number of prominent men. So if you wiggle out of the penalty for killing that greasy Dyak, you're going to do time on those other charges. Take him away, O'Toole. The wagon is waiting outside. There was a clink of steel as the handcuffs circled the chauffeur's wrists. He gave Johnny a murderous glance from his bloodshot eyes and walked out beside the detective. Lieutenant Jamieson rubbed his thick, damp palms. Well, I flatter myself that we put that over rather cleverly, eh, Suggs? You know, for a bit, I was worried. What with Mullaney getting away last month and all. The reporter smothered a smile. Hidden by the folds of Mildred's dress, he was holding the girl's hand, and a wonderful feeling of content suffused him. He did not particularly desire any credit for snaring a criminal. He had succeeded in what he set out to do. That was sufficient. Yes, pretty cleverly, repeated Jamieson meaningly. Oh yes, said Johnny, turning away. The police of this town aren't to be hoodwinked, and tomorrow the Star will give all due credit to Police Lieutenant Jamieson, and now Mildred. Miss Gurney. Her hand tightened on his. Call me Mildred, as long as you like, she whispered. The end of Black Shadows by J.C. Kofod.
The Incantation by Bulwer Lytton, 1. I believe that for at least 12 hours there will be no change in her state. I believe also that if she recover from it, calm and refreshed as from a sleep, the danger of death will have passed away. And for 12 hours my presence would be hurtful, rather say fatal if my diagnosis be right. I wrung my friend's hand and we parted. Oh, to lose her now that her love and her reason had both returned, each more vivid than before, futile indeed might be. Margrave's boasted secret, but at least in that secret was hope. In recognized science I saw only despair, and at that thought all dread of this mysterious visitor vanished, all anxiety to question more of his attributes or his history. His life itself became to me dear and precious. What if it should fail me in the steps of the process, whatever that was, by which the life of my Lillian might be saved? The shades of evening were now closing in. I remembered that I had left Margrave without even food for many hours. I stole round to the back of the house, filled a basket with elements more generous than those of the former day, extracted fresh drugs from my stores, and, thus laden, hurried back to the hut. I found Margrave in the room below, seated on his mysterious coffer, leaning his face on his hand. When I entered, he looked up and said, "You have neglected me. My strength is waning. Give me more of the cordial, for we have work before us tonight, and I need support." He took for granted my assent to his wild experiment, and he was right. I administered the cordial. I placed food before him, and this time he did not eat with repugnance. I poured out wine, and he drank it sparingly, but with ready compliance, saying, in perfect health, "I looked upon wine as poison. Now it is like a foretaste of the glorious elixir." After he had thus recruited himself, he seemed to acquire an energy that startlingly contrasted with his languor the day before. The effort of breathing was scarcely perceptible. The color came back to his cheeks. His bended frame rose elastic and erect. "If I understood you rightly," said I, "the experiment you ask me to aid can be accomplished in a single night." "In a single night, this night. Command me, why not begin at once? What apparatus or chemical agencies do you need?" "Ah, said Margrave. Formerly how I was misled, formerly how my conjectures blundered, I thought, when I asked you to give a month to the experiment I wish to make, that I should need the subtlest skill of the chemist. I then believed with Van Helmont that the principle of life is a gas, and that the secret was but in the mode by which the gas might be rightly administered. But now all that I need is contained in this coffer, save one very simple material, fuel sufficient for a steady fire for 6 hours. I see even that is at hand, piled up in your outhouse, and now for the substance itself, to that you must guide me. Explain. Near this very spot is there not gold in mines yet undiscovered, and gold of the purest metal? There is. What then do you with the alchemists blend in one discovery, gold and life? No. But it is only where the chemistry of earth or of man produces gold that the substance from which the great pabulum of life is extracted by ferment can be found. Possibly in the attempts at that transmutation of metals, which I think your own great chemist, Sir Humphrey Davy, allowed might be possible, but held not to be worth the cost of the process. Possibly in those attempts some scanty grains of this substance were found by the alchemists in the crucible, with grains of the metal as niggardly yielded by pitiful mimicry of nature's stupendous laboratory. And from such grains enough of the essence might, perhaps, have been drawn forth, to add a few years of existence to some feeble greybeard, granting, what rests on no proofs, that some of the alchemists reached an age rarely given to man. But it is not in the miserly crucible, it is in the matrix of nature herself, that we must seek in prolific abundance nature's grand principle, life. As the lodestone is rife with the magnetic virtue, as amber contains the electric, so in this substance, to which we yet want a name, is found the bright life-giving fluid. In the old gold mines of Asia and Europe the substance exists, but can rarely be met with. The soil for its nutriment may there be well nigh exhausted. It is here, where nature herself is all vital with youth, that the nutriment of youth must be sought. Near this spot is gold, guide me to it. You cannot come with me, the place which I know as auriferous is some miles distant, the way rugged. You cannot walk to it. It is true I have horses, but do you think I have come this distance and not foreseen and forestalled all that I want for my object? Trouble yourself not with conjectures how I can arrive at the place. I have provided the means to arrive at and leave it. My litter and its bearers are in reach of my call. Give me your arm to the rising ground, 50 yards from your door. I obeyed mechanically, stifling all surprise. I had made my resolve and admitted no thought that could shake it. When we reached the summit of the grassy hillock which sloped from the road that led to the seaport, Margrave, after pausing to recover breath, lifted up his voice in a key not loud, but shrill and slow and prolonged, half cry and half chant, like the nighthawk's. Through the air, so limpid and still, bringing near far objects, far sounds, the voice pierced its way, artfully pausing, till wave after wave of the atmosphere bore and transmitted it on. In a few minutes the call seemed re-echoed, so exactly, so cheerily, that for the moment I thought that the note was the mimicry of the shy mocking lyre bird, which mimics so merrily all that it hears in its coverts, from the whir of the locust to the howl of the wild dog. "What king?" said the mystical charmer, and as he spoke he carelessly rested his hand on my shoulder, so that I trembled to feel that this dread son of nature, godless and soulless, who had been, and, my heart whispered, who still could be, my bane and mind darkener, leaned upon me for support, as the spoiled younger borne on his brother. "What king?" said this cynical mocker, with his beautiful boyish face. "What king in your civilized Europe has the sway of a chief of the East? What link is so strong between mortal and mortal as that between lord and slave? I transport you poor fools from the land of their birth. They preserve here their old habits, obedience and awe. They would wait till they starved in the solitude, wait to hearken and answer my call. And I, who thus rule them or charm them, I use and despise them. They know that, and yet serve me. Between you and me, my philosopher, there is but one thing worth living for, life for oneself. Is it age, is it youth, that thus shocks all my sense in my solemn completeness of man? Perhaps in great capitals young men of pleasure will answer, it is youth, and we think what he says. Young friends, I do not believe you. 2. Along the grass track I saw now, under the moon just risen, a strange procession never seen before in Australian pastures. It moved on, noiselessly but quickly. We descended the hillock and met it on the way, a sable litter borne by 4 men in unfamiliar Eastern garments. 2 other servitors, more bravely dressed, with yataghans and silver-hilted pistols in their belts, preceded this sombre equipage. Perhaps Margrave divined the disdainful thought that passed through my mind, vaguely and half unconsciously. For he said with a hollow, bitter laugh that had replaced the lively peal of his once melodious mirth, "A little leisure and a little gold, and your raw colonist, too, will have the tastes of a pasha." I made no answer. I had ceased to care who and what was my tempter. To me his whole being was resolved into one problem. Had he a secret by which death could be turned from Lillian? But now, as the litter halted, from the long, dark shadow which it cast upon the turf, the figure of a woman emerged and stood before us. The outlines of her shape were lost in the loose folds of a black mantle, and the features of her face were hidden by a black veil, except only the dark, bright, solemn eyes. Her stature was large, her bearing majestic, whether in movement or repose. Margrave accosted her in some language unknown to me. She replied in what seemed to me the same tongue. The tones of her voice were sweet, but inexpressibly mournful. The words that they uttered appeared intended to warn or deprecate or dissuade, but they called to Margrave's brow a lowering frown, and drew from his lips a burst of unmistakable anger. The woman rejoined in the same melancholy music of voice, and Margrave then, leaning his arm upon her shoulder, as he had leaned it on mine, drew her away from the group into a neighboring copse of the flowering eucalypti, mystic trees, never changing the hues of their pale green leaves, ever shifting the tints of their ash-gray, shedding bark. For some moments I gazed on the 2 human forms, dimly seen by the glinting moonlight through the gaps in the foliage. Then, turning away my eyes, I saw, standing close at my side, a man whom I had not noticed before. His footstep, as it stole to me, had fallen on the sward without sound. His dress, though oriental, differed from that of his companions, both in shape and color, fitting close to the breast, leaving the arms bare to the elbow, and of a uniform ghastly white, as are the cerements of the grave. His visage was even darker than those of the Syrians or Arabs behind him, and his features were those of a bird of prey, the beak of the eagle, but the eye of the vulture. His cheeks were hollow, the arms, crossed on his breast, were long and fleshless. Yet in that skeleton form there was a something which conveyed the idea of a serpent's suppleness and strength. And as the hungry, watchful eyes met my own startled gaze, I recoiled impulsively with that inward warning of danger which is conveyed to man, as to inferior animals, in the very aspect of the creatures that sting or devour. At my movement the man inclined his head in the submissive Eastern salutation, and spoke in his foreign tongue, softly, humbly, fawningly, to judge by his tone and his gesture. I moved yet farther away from him with loathing, and now the human thought flashed upon me. Was I, in truth, exposed to no danger in trusting myself to the mercy of the weird and remorseless master of those hirelings from the East, 7 men in number, 2 at least of them formidably armed, and docile as bloodhounds to the hunter, who has only to show them their prey? But fear of man like myself is not my weakness. Where fear found its way to my heart, It was through the doubts or the fancies in which man like myself disappeared in the attributes, dark and unknown, which we give to a fiend or a spectre. And, perhaps, if I could have paused to analyze my own sensations, the very presence of this escort, creatures of flesh and blood, lessened the dread of my incomprehensible tempter. Rather, 100 times, front and defy those 7 Eastern slaves, I, haughty son of the Anglo-Saxon, who conquers all races because he fears no odds, than have seen again on the walls of my threshold the luminous, bodiless shadow. Besides, Lillian, for one chance of saving her life, however wild and chimerical that chance might be, I would have shrunk not a foot from the march of an army. Thus reassured and thus resolved, I advanced, with a smile of disdain, to meet Margrave and his veiled companion as they now came from the moonlit copse. Well, I said to him, with an irony that unconsciously mimicked his own, "Have you taken advice with your nurse? I assume that the dark form by your side is that of Ayesha." Margrave's former nurse and attendant. The woman looked at me from her sable veil with her steadfast, solemn eyes and said in English, though with a foreign accent, "The nurse born in Asia is but wise through her love. The pale son of Europe is wise through his art. The nurse says, 'Forbear,' do you say, 'adventure'? 'Peace,'" exclaimed Margrave, stamping his foot on the ground. "I take no counsel from either. It is for me to resolve, for you to obey, and for him to aid. Night is come, and we waste it. Move on." The woman made no reply, nor did I. He took my arm and walked back to the hut. The barbaric escort followed. When we reached the door of the building, Margrave said a few words to the woman and to the litter-bearers. They entered the hut with us. Margrave pointed out to the woman his coffer, to the men the fuel stowed in the outhouse. Both were borne away and placed within the litter. Meanwhile I took from the table, on which it was carelessly thrown, the light hatchet that I habitually carried with me in my rambles. "Do you think that you need that idle weapon?" said Margrave. "Do you fear the good faith of my swarthy attendants? Nay, take the hatchet yourself. Its use is to sever the gold from the quartz in which we may find it embedded, or to clear, as this shovel, which will also be needed, from the slight soil above it, the ore that the mine in the mountain flings forth, as the sea casts its waifs on the sands. Give me your hand, fellow labourer," said Margrave joyfully. "Ah, there is no faltering terror in this pulse. I was not mistaken in the man. What rests but the place and the hour? I shall live. 3. Margrave now entered the litter, and the veiled woman drew the black curtains round him. I walked on as the guide, some yards in advance. The air was still, heavy, and parched with the breath of the Australasian sirocco. We passed through the meadowlands, studded with slumbering flocks. We followed the branch of the creek, which was linked to its source in the mountains by many a trickling waterfall. We threaded the gloom of stunted, misshapen trees, gnarled with the stringy bark which makes one of the signs of the strata that nourish gold. And at length the moon, now in all her pomp of light, mid-heaven among her subject stars, gleamed through the fissures of the cave, on whose floor lay the relics of antediluvian races, and rested in one flood of silvery splendor upon the hollows of the extinct volcano, with tufts of dank herbage and wide spaces of paler sward, covering the gold below, gold, the dumb symbol of organized matter's great mystery, storing in itself, according as mind, the informer of matter, can distinguish its uses, evil and good, bane and blessing. Hitherto the veiled woman had remained in the rear, with the white-robed, skeleton-like image that had crept to my side unawares with its noiseless step. Hitherto the veiled woman had remained in the rear, with the white-robed, skeleton-like image that had crept to my side unawares with its noiseless step. Thus, in each winding turn of the difficult path at which the convoy following behind me came into sight, I had seen, first, the 2 gaily dressed, armed men, next the black, bier-like litter, and last the black-veiled woman and the white-robed skeleton. But now, as I halted on the tableland, backed by the mountain and fronting the valley, the woman left her companion, passed by the litter and the armed men, and paused by my side at the mouth of the moonlit cavern. There for a moment she stood, silent, the procession below mounting upward laboriously and slow. Then she turned to me, and her veil was withdrawn. The face on which I gazed was wondrously beautiful and severely awful. There was neither youth nor age, but beauty, mature and majestic as that of a marble Demeter. "Do you believe in that which you seek?" she asked in her foreign, melodious, melancholy accents. "I have no belief," was my answer. "True science has none. True science questions all things, takes nothing upon credit. It knows but three states of the mind, denial, conviction, and that vast interval between the two which is not belief but suspense of judgment." The woman let fall her veil, moved from me, and seated herself on a crag above that cleft between mountain and creek, to which, when I had first discovered the gold that the land nourished, the rain from the clouds had given the rushing life of the cataract, but which now, in the drought and the hush of the skies, was but a dead pile of stones. The litter now ascended the height. Its bearers halted. A lean hand tore the curtains aside, and Margrave descended leaning, this time, not on the black-veiled woman, but on the white-robed skeleton. There, as he stood, the moon shone full on his wasted form, on his face, resolute, cheerful, and proud, despite its hollowed outlines and sicklied hues. He raised his head, spoke in the language unknown to me, and the armed men and the litter-bearers grouped round him, bending low, their eyes fixed on the ground. The veiled woman rose slowly and came to his side, motioning with a mute sign, the ghastly form on which he leaned, and passing round him silently, instead, her own sustaining arm. Margrave spoke again a few sentences, of which I could not even guess the meaning. When he had concluded, the armed men and the litter-bearers came nearer to his feet, knelt down, and kissed his hand. They then rose and took from the bier-like vehicle the coffer and the fuel. This done, they lifted again the litter, and again, preceded by the armed men, the procession descended down the sloping hillside, down into the valley below. Margrave now whispered, for some moments, into the ear of the hideous creature who had made way for the veiled woman. The grim skeleton bowed his head submissively and strode noiselessly away through the long grasses, the slender stems, trampled under his stealthy feet, relifting themselves as after a passing wind. And thus he, too, sank out of sight down into the valley below. On the tableland of the hill remained only we three, Margrave, myself, and the veiled woman. She had reseated herself apart, on the grey crag above the dried torrent. He stood at the entrance of the cavern, round the sides of which clustered parasital plants, with flowers of all colours, some among them opening their petals and exhaling their fragrance only in the hours of night. So that, as his form filled up the jaws of the dull arch, obscuring the moonbeam that strove to pierce the shadows that slept within, it stood now, wan and blighted as I had seen it first, radiant and joyous, literally framed in blooms. "For, so," said Margrave, turning to me, "under the soil that spreads around us lies the gold which to you and to me is at this moment of no value, except as a guide to its twin-born, the regenerator of life. You have not yet described to me the nature of the substance which we are to explore, nor the process by which the virtues you impute to it are to be extracted. Let us first find the gold, and instead of describing the life amber, so let me call it, I will point it out to your own eyes. As to the process, your share in it is so simple that you will ask me why I seek aid from a chemist. The life amber, when found, has but to be subjected to heat and fermentation for 6 hours. It will be placed in a small cauldron which that coffer contains, over the fire which that fuel will feed. To give effect to the process, certain alkalis and other ingredients are required, but these are prepared, and mine is the task to commingle them. From your science as chemist I need and ask not. In you I have sought only the aid of a man. If that be so, why, indeed, seek me at all? Why not confide in those swarthy attendants, who doubtless are slaves to your orders? Confide in slaves, when the first task enjoined to them would be to discover and refrain from purloining gold. 7 such unscrupulous knaves, or even one such, and I, thus defenseless and feeble. Such is not the work that wise masters confide to fierce slaves. But that is the least of the reasons which exclude them from my choice, and fix my choice of assistant on you. Do you forget what I told you of the danger which the dervish declared no bribe I could offer could tempt him a second time to brave? I remember now, those words had passed away from my mind. And because they had passed away from your mind, I chose you for my comrade. I need a man by whom danger is scorned. But in the process of which you tell me, I see no possible danger unless the ingredients you mix in your cauldron have poisonous fumes. It is not that. The ingredients I use are not poisons. What other danger, except you dread your own Eastern slaves? But if so, why lead them to these solitudes? And if so, why not bid me be armed? The Eastern slaves, fulfilling my commands, wait for my summons, where their eyes cannot see what we do. The danger is of a kind in which the boldest son of the East would be more craven, perhaps, than the daintiest sybarite of Europe, who would shrink from a panther and laugh at a ghost. In the creed of the dervish, and of all who adventure into that realm of nature which is closed to philosophy and open to magic, there are races in the magnitude of space unseen as animalcules in the world of a drop. For the tribes of the drop science has its microscope. Of the host of yon azure infinite magic gains sight, and through them gains command over fluid conductors that link all the parts of creation. Of these races, some are wholly indifferent to man, some benign to him, and some deadly hostile. In all the regular and prescribed conditions of mortal being, this magic realm seems as blank and tenantless as yon vacant air. But when a seeker of powers beyond the rude functions by which man plies the clockwork that measures his hours, and stops when its chain reaches the end of its coil, strives to pass over those boundaries at which philosophy says, knowledge ends, then he is like all other travelers in regions unknown. He must propitiate or brave the tribes that are hostile, must depend for his life on the tribes that are friendly. Though your science discredits the alchemist's dogmas, your learning informs you that all alchemists were not ignorant impostors. Yet those whose discoveries prove them to have been the nearest allies to your practical knowledge ever hint in their mystical works at the reality of that realm which is open to magic, ever hint that some means less familiar than furnace and bellows are essential to him who explores the elixir of life. He who once quaffs that elixir obtains in his very veins the bright fluid by which he transmits the force of his will to agencies dormant in nature, to giants unseen in the space. And here, as he passes the boundary which divides his allotted and normal mortality from the regions and races that magic alone can explore, so, here, he breaks down the safeguard between himself and the tribes that are hostile. Is it not ever thus between man and man? Let a race the most gentle and timid and civilized dwell on one side a river or mountain, and another have home in the region beyond. Each, if it pass not the intervening barrier, may with each live in peace. But if ambitious adventurers scale the mountain or cross the river with design to subdue and enslave the population they boldly invade, then all the invaded arise in wrath and defiance, the neighbors are changed into foes. And therefore this process, by which a simple though rare material of nature is made to yield to a mortal the boon of a life which brings, with its glorious resistance to time, desires and faculties to subject to its service beings that dwell in the earth and the air and the deep, has ever been one of the same peril which an invader must brave when he crosses the bounds of his nation. By this key alone you unlock all the cells of the alchemist's lore. By this alone understand how a labor, which a chemist's crudest apprentice could perform, has baffled the giant fathers of all your dwarfed children of science. Nature, that stores this priceless boon, seems to shrink from conceding it to man. The invisible tribes that abhor him oppose themselves to the gain that might give them a master. The duller of those who were the life-seekers of old would have told you how some chance, trivial, unlooked for, foiled their grand hope at the very point of fruition. Some doltish mistake, some improvident oversight, a defect in the sulphur, a wild overflow in the quicksilver, or a flaw in the bellows, or a pupil who failed to replenish the fuel by falling asleep by the furnace. The invisible foes seldom vouchsafe to make themselves visible where they can frustrate the bungler as they mock at his toils from their ambush. But the mightier adventurers, equally foiled in despite of their patience and skill, would have said, "Not with us rests the fault. We neglected no caution, we failed from no oversight." But out from the cauldron dread faces arose, and the spectres or demons dismayed and baffled us. Such, then, is the danger which seems so appalling to a son of the East, as it seemed to a seer in the dark age of Europe. But we can deride all its threats, you and I for myself. I own frankly I take all the safety that the charms and resources of magic bestow. You, for your safety, have the cultured and disciplined reason which reduces all fantasies to nervous impressions. And I rely on the courage of one who has questioned, unquailing, the luminous shadow, and wrested from the hand of the magician himself the wand which can center the wonders of will. To this strange and long discourse I listened without interruption, and now quietly answered. I do not merit the trust you affect in my courage, but I am now on my guard against the cheats of the fancy, and the fumes of a vapor can scarcely bewilder the brain in the open air of this mountain land. I believe in no races like those which you tell me lie viewless in space, as do gases. I believe not in magic. I ask not its aids, and I dread not its terrors. For the rest, I am confident of one mournful courage, the courage that comes from despair. I submit to your guidance, whatever it be, as a sufferer whom college's doom to the grave submits to the quack who says, "Take my specific and live." My life is not in itself. My life lives in another. You and I are both brave from despair. You would turn death from yourself. I would turn death from one I love more than myself. Both know how little aid we can win from the colleges, and both, therefore, turn to the promises most audaciously cheering. Dervish or magician, alchemist or phantom, what care you and I? And if they fail us, what then? They cannot fail us more than the colleges do. V. The gold has been gained with an easy labor. I knew where to seek for it, whether under the turf or in the bed of the creek. But Margrave's eyes, hungrily gazing round every spot from which the ore was disburied, could not detect the substance of which he alone knew the outward appearance. I had begun to believe that, even in the description given to him of this material, he had been credulously duped, and that no such material existed, when, coming back from the bed of the watercourse, I saw a faint, yellow gleam amidst the roots of a giant parasite plant, the leaves and blossoms of which climbed up the sides of the cave with its antediluvian relics. The gleam was the gleam of gold, and on removing the loose earth round the roots of the plant, we came on, no, I will not, I dare not, describe it. The gold digger would cast it aside, the naturalist would pause not to heed it, and did I describe it, and chemistry deign to subject it to analysis, could chemistry alone detach or discover its boasted virtues? Its particles, indeed, are very minute, not seeming readily to crystallize with each other, each in itself of uniform shape and size, spherical as the egg which contains the germ of life, and small as the egg from which the life of an insect may quicken. But Margrave's keen eye caught sight of the atoms upcast by the light of the moon. He exclaimed to me, "Found, I shall live." And then, as he gathered up the grains with tremulous hands, he called out to the veiled woman, hitherto still seated motionless on the crag. At his word she rose and went to the place hard by where the fuel was piled, busying herself there. I had no leisure to heed her. I continued my search in the soft and yielding soil that time and the decay of vegetable life had accumulated over the pre-Adamite strata on which the arch of the cave rested its mighty keystone. When we had collected of these particles about thrice as much as a man might hold in his hand, we seemed to have exhausted their bed. We continued still to find gold, but no more of the delicate substance to which, in our sight, gold was as dross. Enough. Then said Margrave, reluctantly desisting, "What we have gained already will suffice for a life thrice as long as legend attributes to Haroun. I shall live through the centuries. Forget not that I claim my share. Your share, yours, true, your half of my life, it is true." He paused with a low, ironical, malignant laugh, and then added, as he rose and turned away, "But the work is yet to be done." 6. While we had thus labored and found, Ayesha had placed the fuel where the moonlight fell fullest on the sward of the tableland, a part of it already piled as for a fire, the rest of it heaped confusedly close at hand, and by the pile she had placed the coffer. And there she stood, her arms folded under her mantle, her dark image seeming darker still as the moonlight whitened all the ground from which the image rose motionless. Margrave opened his coffer, the veiled woman did not aid him, and I watched in silence, while he as silently made his weird and wizard-like preparations. 7. On the ground a wide circle was traced by a small rod, tipped apparently with sponge saturated with some combustible naphtha-like fluid, so that a pale, lambent flame followed the course of the rod as Margrave guided it, burning up the herbage over which it played, and leaving a distinct ring, like that which, in our lovely native fable talk, we call the fairy's ring, but yet more visible because marked in phosphorescent light. On the ring thus formed were placed 12 small lamps, fed with the fluid from the same vessel and lighted by the same rod. The light emitted by the lamps was more vivid and brilliant than that which circled round the ring. Within the circumference, and immediately round the woodpile, Margrave traced certain geometrical figures, in which, not without a shudder, that I overcame at once by a strong effort of will in murmuring to myself the name of Lillian. I recognized the interlaced triangles which my own hand, in the spell enforced on a sleepwalker, had described on the floor of the wizard's pavilion. The figures were traced like the circle, in flame, and at the point of each triangle, 4 in number, was placed a lamp, brilliant as those on the ring. This task performed, the cauldron, based on an iron tripod, was placed on the woodpile, and then the woman, before inactive and unheeding, slowly advanced, knelt by the pile and lighted it. The dry wood crackled, and the flame burst forth, licking the rims of the cauldron with tongues of fire. Margrave flung into the cauldron the particles we had collected, poured over them first a liquid, colorless as water, from the largest of the vessels drawn from his coffer, and then, more sparingly, drops from small crystal phials, like the phials I had seen in the hand of Philip Derville. Having surmounted my first impulse of awe, I watched these proceedings, curious yet disdainful, as one who watches the mummeries of an enchanter on the stage. If, thought I, these are but artful devices to inebriate and fool my own imagination, my imagination is on its guard, and reason shall not, this time, sleep at her post. And now, said Margrave, I consign to you the easy task by which you are to merit your share of the elixir. It is my task to feed and replenish the cauldron. It is Ayesha's to feed the fire, which must not for a moment relax in its measured and steady heat. Your task is the lightest of all. It is but to renew from this vessel the fluid that burns in the lamps and on the ring. Observe, the contents of the vessel must be thriftily husbanded. There is enough, but not more than enough, to sustain the light in the lamps, on the lines traced round the cauldron and on the farther ring, for 6 hours. The compounds dissolved in this fluid are scarce, only obtainable in the East, and even in the East months might have passed before I could have increased my supply. I had no months to waste. Replenish, then, the light only when it begins to flicker or fade. Take heed, above all, that no part of the outer ring, no, not an inch, and no lamp of the 12, that are to its zodiac like stars, fade for one moment in darkness. I took the crystal vessel from his hand. The vessel is small, said I, and what is yet left of its contents is but scanty. Whether its drops suffice to replenish the lights I cannot guess. I can but obey your instructions. But more important by far than the light to the lamps and the circle, which in Asia or Africa might scare away the wild beasts unknown to this land, more important than light to a lamp is the strength to your frame, weak magician. What will support you through 6 weary hours of night watch? Hope, answered Margrave with a ray of his old dazzling style. Hope. I shall live through the centuries. 8. 1 hour passed away. The faggots under the cauldron burned clear in the sullen, sultry air. The materials within began to seethe, and their color, at first dull and turbid, changed into a pale rose hue. From time to time the veiled woman replenished the fire, after she had done so reseating herself close by the pyre, with her head bowed over her knees and her face hid under her veil. The lights in the lamps and along the ring and the triangles now began to pale. I resupplied their nutriment from the crystal vessel. As yet nothing strange startled my eye or my ear beyond the rim of the circle, nothing audible, save, at a distance, the musical wheel-like click of the locusts, and, farther still in the forest, the howl of the wild dogs that never bark. Nothing visible, but the trees and the mountain range girding the plains silvered by the moon, and the arch of the cavern, the flush of wild blooms on its sides, and the gleam of dry bones on its floor, where the moonlight shot into the gloom. The 2nd hour passed like the first. I had taken my stand by the side of Margrave, watching with him the process at work in the cauldron, when I felt the ground slightly vibrate beneath my feet, and looking up, it seemed as if all the plains beyond the circle were heaving like the swell of the sea, and as if in the air itself there was a perceptible tremor. I placed my hand on Margrave's shoulder and whispered, "To me earth and air seem to vibrate. Do they seem to vibrate to you? I know not, I care not." He answered impetuously, "The essence is bursting the shell that confined it. Here are my air and my earth, trouble me not. Look to the circle, feed the lamps if they fail." I passed by the veiled woman as I walked toward a place in the ring in which the flame was waning dim, and I whispered to her the same question which I had whispered to Margrave. She looked slowly around and answered, "So is it before the invisible make themselves visible. Did I not bid him forbear?" Her head again drooped on her breast, and her watch was again fixed on the fire. I advanced to the circle and stooped to replenish the light where it waned. As I did so, on my arm, which stretched somewhat beyond the line of the ring, I felt a shock like that of electricity. The arm fell to my side numbed and nerveless, and from my hand dropped, but within the ring, the vessel that contained the fluid. Recovering my surprise or my stun, hastily with the other hand I caught up the vessel, but some of the scanty liquid was already spilled on the sward, and I saw with a thrill of dismay, that contrasted indeed the tranquil indifference with which I had first undertaken my charge, how small a supply was now left. I went back to Margrave and told him of the shock, and of its consequence in the waste of the liquid. "Beware," said he, "that not a motion of the arm, not an inch of the foot, pass the verge of the ring, and if the fluid be thus unhappily stinted, Reserve all that is left for the protecting circle and the 12 outer lamps. See how the grand work advances, how the hues in the cauldron are glowing blood red through the film on the surface. And now 4 hours of the 6 were gone. My arm had gradually recovered its strength. Neither the ring nor the lamps had again required replenishing. Perhaps their light was exhausted less quickly, as it was no longer to be exposed to the rays of the intense Australian moon. Clouds had gathered over the sky, and though the moon gleamed at times in the gaps that they left in blue air, her beam was more hazy and dulled. The locusts no longer were heard in the grass, nor the howl of the dogs in the forest. Out of the circle the stillness was profound, and about this time I saw distinctly in the distance a vast eye. It drew nearer and nearer, seeming to move from the ground at the height of some lofty giant. Its gaze riveted mine, my blood curdled in the blaze from its angry ball, and now as it advanced larger and larger, other eyes, as if of giants in its train, grew out from the space in its rear, numbers on numbers, like the spearheads of some eastern army, seen afar by pale warders of battlements doomed to the dust. My voice long refused an utterance to my awe. At length it burst forth shrill and loud. Look, look, those terrible eyes, legions on legions, and hark, that tramp of numberless feet. They are not seen, but the hollows of earth echo the sound of their march. Margrave, more than ever intent on the cauldron, in which, from time to time, he kept dropping powders or essences drawn forth from his coffer, looked up, defyingly, fiercely. Ye come. He said in a low mutter, his once mighty voice sounding hollow and laboring, but fearless and firm, Ye come, not to conquer, vain rebels. Ye whose dark chief I struck down at my feet in the tomb where my spell had raised up the ghost of your first human master, the Chaldee. Earth and air have their armies still faithful to me, and still I remember the war song that summons them up to confront you. Ayesha, Ayesha, recall the wild troth that we pledged among the roses. Recall the dread bond by which we united our sway over hosts that yet own thee as queen, though my sceptre is broken, my diadem reft from my brows. The veiled woman rose at this adjuration. Her veil now was withdrawn, and the blaze of the fire between Margrave and herself flushed, as with the rosy bloom of youth, the grand beauty of her softened face. It was seen, detached, as it were, from her dark-mantled form, seen through the mist of the vapours which rose from the cauldron, framing it round like the clouds that are yieldingly pierced by the light of the evening star. Through the haze of the vapour came her voice, more musical, more plaintive than I had heard it before, but far softer, more tender. Still in her foreign tongue, the words unknown to me, and yet their sense, perhaps, made intelligible by the love, which has one common language and one common look to all who have loved, the love unmistakably heard in the loving tone, unmistakably seen in the loving face. A moment or so more, and she had come round from the opposite side of the fire-pile, and bending over Margrave's upturned brow, kissed it quietly, solemnly, and then her countenance grew fierce, her crest rose erect. It was the lioness protecting her young. She stretched forth her arm from the black mantle, athwart the pale front that now again bent over the cauldron, stretched it toward the haunted and hollow-sounding space beyond, in the gesture of one whose right hand has the sway of the sceptre. And then her voice stole on the air in the music of a chant, not loud yet far-reaching, so thrilling, so sweet, and yet so solemn that I could at once comprehend how legend united of old the spell of enchantment with the power of song. All that I recalled of the effects which, in the former time, Margrave's strange chants had produced on the ear that they ravished and the thoughts they confused, was but as the wild bird's imitative carol, compared to the depth and the art and the soul of the singer, whose voice seemed endowed with a charm to enthrall all the tribes of creation, though the language it used for that charm might to them, as to me, be unknown. As the song ceased, I heard from behind sounds like those I had heard in the spaces before me, the tramp of invisible feet, the whir of invisible wings, as if armies were marching to aid against armies in march to destroy. "Look not in front nor around," said Ayesha. "Look, like him, on the cauldron below. The circle and the lamps are yet bright. I will tell you when the light again fails." I dropped my eyes on the cauldron. "See," whispered Margrave, "the sparkles at last begin to arise and the rose hues to deepen, signs that we near the last process." 9. The 5th hour had passed away when Ayesha said to me, "Lo, the circle is fading, the lamps grow dim. Look now without fear on the space beyond. The eyes that appalled thee are again lost in air as lightnings that fleet back into cloud." I looked up, and the spectres had vanished. The sky was tinged with sulphurous hues, the red and the black intermixed. I replenished the lamps and the ring in front, thriftily, heedfully, but when I came to the 6th lamp, not a drop in the vessel that fed them was left. In a vague dismay, I now looked round the half of the wide circle in rear of the 2 bended figures intent on the cauldron. All along that disk the light was already broken, here and there flickering up, here and there dying down. The 6 lamps in that half of the circle still twinkled, but faintly, as stars shrinking fast from the dawn of day. But it was not the fading shine in that half of the magical ring which daunted my eye and quickened with terror the pulse of my heart. The bushland beyond was on fire. From the background of the forest rose the flame and the smoke, there, still half smothering the flame. But along the width of the grasses and herbage, between the verge of the forest and the bed of the water creek, just below the raised platform from which I beheld the dread conflagration, the fire was advancing, wave upon wave, clear and red against the columns of rock behind, as the rush of a flood through the mists of some Alp crowned with lightnings. Roused from my stun at the first sight of a danger not foreseen by the mind I had steeled against far rarer portents of nature, I cared no more for the lamps and the circle. Hurrying hack to Ayesha, I exclaimed, "The phantoms have gone from the spaces in front, but what incantation or spell can arrest the red march of the foe speeding on in the rear? While we gazed on the cauldron of life, behind us, unheeded, behold the destroyer." Ayesha looked and made no reply, but, as by involuntary instinct, bowed her majestic head, then rearing it erect, placed herself yet more immediately before the wasted form of the young magician, he still, bending over the cauldron and hearing me not in the absorption and hope of his watch, placed herself before him as the bird whose first care is her fledgling. As we two there stood, fronting the deluge of fire, we heard Margrave behind us, murmuring low, "See the bubbles of light, how they sparkle and dance, I shall live, I shall live." And his words scarcely died in our ears before, crash upon crash, came the fall of the age-long trees in the forest, and nearer, all near us, through the blazing grasses, the hiss of the serpents, the scream of the birds, and the bellow and tramp of the herds plunging wild through the billowy red of their pastures. Ayesha now wound her arms around Margrave and wrenched him, reluctant and struggling, from his watch over the seething cauldron. In rebuke of his angry exclamations, she pointed to the march of the fire, spoke in sorrowful tones a few words in her own language, and then, appealing to me in English, said, "I tell him that, here, the spirits who oppose us have summoned a foe that is deaf to my voice, and," exclaimed Margrave, no longer with gasp and effort, but with the swell of a voice which drowned all the discords of terror and of agony sent forth from the Phlegethon burning below, "and this witch, whom I trusted, is a vile slave and impostor, more desiring my death than my life. She thinks that in life I should scorn and forsake her, that in death I should die in her arms. Sorceress, avaunt! Art thou useless and powerless now when I need thee most? Go, let the world be one funeral pyre. What to me is the world? My world is my life. Thou knowest that my last hope is here, that all the strength left me this night will die down, like the lamps in the circle, unless the elixir restore it. Bold friend, spurn that sorceress away. Hours yet ere those flames can assail us, a few minutes more, and life to your Lillian and me." Thus having said, Margrave turned from us, and cast into the cauldron the last essence yet left in his empty coffer. Ayesha silently drew her black veil over her face, and turned with the being she loved from the terror he scorned, to share in the hope that he cherished. Thus left alone, with my reason disenthralled, disenchanted, I surveyed more calmly the extent of the actual peril with which we were threatened, and the peril seemed less, so surveyed. It is true all the bushland behind, almost up to the bed of the creek, was on fire, but the grasses, through which the flames spread so rapidly, ceased at the opposite marge of the creek. Watery pools were still, at intervals, left in the bed of the creek, shining tremulous like waves of fire in the glare reflected from the burning land, and even where the water failed, the stony course of the exhausted rivulet was a barrier against the march of the conflagration. Thus, unless the wind, now still, should rise and waft some sparks to the parched combustible herbage immediately around us, we were saved from the fire, and our work might yet be achieved. I whispered to Ayesha the conclusion to which I came. "Thinkest thou?" She answered without raising her mournful head, that the agencies of nature are the movements of chance. The spirits I invoked to his aid are leagued with the hosts that assail. A mightier than I am has doomed him. Scarcely had she uttered these words before Margrave exclaimed, "Behold how the rose of the alchemist's dream enlarges its blooms from the folds of its petals. I shall live, I shall live." I looked, and the liquid which glowed in the cauldron had now taken a splendor that mocked all comparisons borrowed from the luster of gems. In its prevalent color it had, indeed, the dazzle and flash of the ruby, but out from the mass of the molten red broke coruscations of all prismal hues, shooting, shifting, in a play that made the wavelets themselves seem living things, sensible of their joy. No longer was there scum or film upon the surface, only ever and anon a light, rosy vapor floating up, and quick lost in the haggard, heavy, sulphurous air, hot with the conflagration rushing toward us from behind. And these coruscations formed, on the surface of the molten ruby, literally the shape of a rose, its leaves made distinct in their outlines by sparks of emerald and diamond and sapphire. Even while gazing on this animated liquid luster, a buoyant delight seemed infused into my senses. All terrors conceived before were annulled. The phantoms, whose armies had filled the wide spaces in front, were forgotten. The crash of the forest behind was unheard. In the reflection of that glory, Margrave's wan cheek seemed already restored to the radiance it wore when I saw it first in the framework of blooms. As I gazed, thus enchanted, a cold hand touched my own. "Hush," whispered Ayesha from the black veil against which the rays of the cauldron fell blunt and absorbed into dark. Behind us the light of the circle is extinct, but there we are guarded from all save the brutal and soulless destroyers. But before, see, 2 of the lamps have died out. See the blank of the gap in the ring. Guard that breach, there the demons will enter. Not a drop is there left in this vessel by which to replenish the lamps on the ring. Advance, then, thou haste still the light of the soul, and the demons may recoil before a soul that is dauntless and guiltless. If not, 3 are lost, as it is 1 is doomed. Thus adjured, silently, involuntarily, I passed from the veiled woman's side, over the sear lines on the turf which had been traced by the triangles of light long since extinguished, and toward the verge of the circle. As I advanced, overhead rushed a dark cloud of wings, birds dislodged from the forest on fire and screaming in dissonant terror as they flew toward the farthermost mountains. Close by my feet hissed and glided the snakes, driven forth from their blazing coverts, and glancing through the ring, unscared by its waning lamps. All undulating by me, bright-eyed and hissing, all made innocuous by fear, even the terrible death adder, which I trampled on as I halted at the verge of the circle, did not turn to bite, but crept harmless away. I halted at the gap between the two dead lamps and bowed my head to look again into the crystal vessel. Were there, indeed, no lingering drops yet left, if but to recruit the lamps for some priceless minutes more? As I thus stood, right into the gap between the two dead lamps strode a gigantic foot. All the rest of the form was unseen. Only, as volume after volume of smoke poured on from the burning land behind, it seemed as if one great column of vapor, eddying round, settled itself aloft from the circle, and that out from that column strode the giant foot. And as strode the foot, so with it came, like the sound of its tread, a roll of muttered thunder. I recoiled with a cry that rang loud through the lurid air. "Courage," said the voice of Ayesha. "Trembling soul, yield not an inch to the demon." At the charm, the wonderful charm, in the tone of the veiled woman's voice, my will seemed to take a force more sublime than its own. I folded my arms on my breast and stood as if rooted to the spot, confronting the column of smoke and the stride of the giant foot. And the foot halted mute. Again, in the momentary hush of that suspense, I heard a voice. It was Margrave's. "The last hour expires, the work is accomplished. Come, come, aid me to take the cauldron from the fire, and quick, or a drop may be wasted in vapor, the elixir of life from the cauldron." At that cry I receded, and the foot advanced. And at that moment, suddenly, unawares, from behind, I was stricken down. Over me, as I lay, swept a whirlwind of trampling hoofs and glancing horns. The herds, in their flight from the burning pastures, had rushed over the bed of the watercourse, scaled the slopes of the banks. Snorting and bellowing, they plunged their blind way to the mountains. One cry alone, more wild than their own savage blare, pierced the reek through which the brute hurricane swept. At that cry of wrath and despair I struggled to rise, again dashed to earth by the hoofs and the horns. But was it the dreamlike deceit of my reeling senses, or did I see that giant foot stride passed through the close serried ranks of the maddening herds? Did I hear, distinct through all the huge uproar of animal terror, the roll of low thunder which followed the stride of that foot? When my sense had recovered its shock, and my eyes looked dizzily round, the charge of the beasts had swept by. And of all the wild tribes which had invaded the magical circle, the only lingerer was the brown death adder, coiled close by the spot where my head had rested. Beside the extinguished lamps which the hoofs had confusedly scattered, the fire, arrested by the watercourse, had consumed the grasses that fed it, and there the plains stretched black and desert as the Phlegrean field of the poet's hell. But the fire still raged in the forest beyond, white flames, soaring up from the trunks of the tallest trees and forming, through the sullen dark of the smoke wreck, innumerable pillars of fire, like the halls in the city of fiends. Gathering myself up, I turned my eyes from the terrible pomp of the lurid forest, and looked fearfully down on the hoof-trampled sward for my two companions. I saw the dark image of Ayesha still seated, still bending, as I had seen it last. I saw a pale hand feebly grasping the rim of the magical cauldron, which lay, hurled down from its tripod by the rush of the beasts, yards away from the dim, fading embers of the scattered wood pyre. I saw the faint writhings of a frail, wasted frame, over which the veiled woman was bending. I saw, as I moved with bruised limbs to the place, close by the lips of the dying magician, the flash of the ruby-like essence spilled on the sward, and meteor-like, sparkling up from the torn tufts of herbage. I now reached Margrave's side. Bending over him as the veiled woman bent, and as I sought gently to raise him, he turned his face, fiercely faltering out, "Touch me not, rob me not. You share with me. Never, never. These glorious drops are all mine. Die all else. I will live, I will live." Writhing himself from my pitying arms, he plunged his face amidst the beautiful, playful flame of the essence, as if to lap the elixir with lips scorched away from its intolerable burning. Suddenly, with a low shriek, he fell back, his face upturned to mine, and on that face unmistakably reigned death. Then Ayesha tenderly, silently, drew the young head to her lap, and it vanished from my sight behind her black veil. I knelt beside her, murmuring some trite words of comfort, but she heeded me not, rocking herself to and fro as the mother who cradles a child to sleep. Soon the fast flickering sparkles of the lost elixir died out on the grass, and with their last sportive diamond like tremble of light, up, in all the suddenness of Australian day, rose the sun, lifting himself royally above the mountain tops, and fronting the meaner blaze of the forest as a young king fronts his rebels. And as there, where the bush fires had ravaged, all was a desert, so there, where their fury had not spread, all was a garden. Afar, at the foot of the mountains, the fugitive herds were grazing. The cranes, flocking back to the pools, renewed the strange grace of their gambols, and the great kingfisher, whose laugh, half in mirth, half in mockery, leads the choir that welcome the morn, which in Europe is night, alighted bold on the roof of the cavern, whose floors were still white with the bones of races, extinct before, so helpless through instincts, so royal through soul, Rosamayan. But there, on the ground where the dazzling elixir had wasted its virtues, there the herbage already had a freshness of verdure which, amid the duller sward round it, was like an oasis of green in a desert. And there wild flowers, whose chill hues the eye would have scarcely distinguished the day before, now glittered forth in blooms of unfamiliar beauty. Toward that spot were attracted myriads of happy insects, whose hum of intense joy was musically loud. But the form of the life-seeking sorcerer lay rigid and stark. Blind to the bloom of the wild flowers, deaf to the glee of the insects, one hand still resting heavily on the rim of the emptied cauldron, and the face still hid behind the black veil. What, the wondrous elixir, sought with such hope and well-nigh achieved through such dread, fleeting back to the earth from which its material was drawn to give bloom indeed but to herbs, joy indeed but to insects, and now, in the flash of the sun, slowly wound up the slopes that led to the circle, the same barbaric procession which had sunk into the valley under the ray of the moon. The armed men came first, stalwart and tall, their vests brave with crimson and golden lace, their weapons gaily gleaming with holiday silver. After them the black litter. As they came to the place, Ayesha, not raising her head, spoke to them in her own Eastern tongue. A wail was her answer. The armed men bounded forward, and the bearers left the litter. All gathered round the dead form with the face concealed under the black veil, all knelt and all wept. Far in the distance, at the foot of the Blue Mountains, a crowd of the savage natives had risen up as if from the earth. They stood motionless, leaning on their clubs and spears, and looking toward the spot on which we were, strangely thus brought into the landscape, as if they too, the wild dwellers on the verge which humanity guards from the brute, were among the mourners for the mysterious child of mysterious nature. And still in the herbage hummed the small insects, and still from the cavern laughed the great kingfisher. I said to Ayesha, "Farewell. Your love mourns the dead, mine calls me to the living. You are now with your own people, they may console you, say if I can assist." There is no consolation for me. What mourner can be consoled if the dead die forever? Nothing for him is left but a grave. That grave shall be in the land where the song of Ayesha first lulled him to sleep. Thou assist me, thou, the wise man of Europe. From me ask assistance. What road wilt thou take to thy home? There is but one road known to me through the maze of the solitude, that which we took to this upland. On that road death lurks and awaits thee. Blind dupe, couldst thou think that if the grand secret of life had been won, He whose head rests on my lap would have yielded thee one petty drop of the essence which had filched from his store of life but a moment. Me, who so loved and so cherished him, me he would have doomed to the pitiless cord of my servant, the strangler, if my death could have lengthened a hairbreadth the span of his being. But what matters to me his crime or his madness? I loved him, I loved him. She bowed her veiled head lower and lower. Perhaps under the veil her lips kissed the lips of the dead. Then she said whisperingly, Juma the strangler, whose word never failed to his master, whose prey never slipped from his snare, waits thy step on the road to thy home. But thy death cannot now profit the dead, the beloved. And thou haste had pity for him who took but thine aid to design thy destruction. His life is lost, thine is saved. She spoke no more in the tongue that I could interpret. She spoke, in the language unknown, a few murmured words to her swarthy attendants. Then the armed men, still weeping, rose and made a dumb sign to me to go with them. I understood by the sign that Ayesha had told them to guard me on my way, but she gave no reply to my parting thanks. 11. I descended into the valley, the armed men followed. The path, on that side of the watercourse not reached by the flames, wound through meadows still green, or amidst groves still unscathed. As a turning in the way brought in front of my sight the place I had left behind, I beheld the black litter creeping down the descent, with its curtains closed, and the veiled woman walking by its side. But soon the funeral procession was lost to my eyes, and the thoughts that it roused were erased. The waves in man's brain are like those of the sea, rushing on, rushing over the wrecks of the vessels that rode on their surface, to sink after storm in their deeps. One thought cast forth into the future now mastered all in the past. Was Lillian living still? Absorbed in the gloom of that thought, hurried on by the goad that my heart, in its tortured impatience, gave to my footstep, I outstripped the slow stride of the armed men, and, midway between the place I had left and the home which I sped to, came, far in advance of my guards, into the thicket in which the bushmen had started up in my path on the night that Lillian had watched for my coming. The earth at my feet was rife with creeping plants and many-colored flowers. The sky overhead was half hid by motionless pines. Suddenly, whether crawling out from the herbage or dropping down from the trees, by my side stood the white-robed and skeleton form, Ayesha's attendant the strangler. I sprang from him shuddering, then halted and faced him. The hideous creature crept toward me, cringing and fawning, making signs of humble goodwill and servile obeisance. Again I recoiled, wrathfully, loathingly, turned my face homeward, and fled on. I thought I had baffled his chase, when, just at the mouth of the thicket, he dropped from a bough in my path close behind me. Before I could turn, some dark muffling substance fell between my sight and the sun, and I felt a fierce strain at my throat. But the words of Ayesha had warned me. With one rapid hand I seized the noose before it could tighten too closely. With the other I tore the bandage away from my eyes, and, wheeling round on the dastardly foe, struck him down with one spurn of my foot. His hand, as he fell, relaxed its hold on the noose. I freed my throat from the knot, and sprang from the copse into the broad sunlit plain. I saw no more of the armed men or the strangler. Panting and breathless, I paused at last before the fence, fragrant with blossoms, that divided my home from the solitude. The windows of Lillian's room were darkened, all within the house seemed still. Darkened and silenced home, with the light and sounds of the jock and day all around it. Was there yet hope in the universe for me? All to which I had trusted hope had broken down. The anchors I had forged for her hold in the beds of the ocean, her stay from the drifts of the storm, had snapped like the reeds which pierce the side that leans on the barb of their points, and confides in the strength of their stems. No hope in the baffled resources of recognized knowledge. No hope in the daring adventures of mind into regions unknown. Vain alike the calm lore of the practiced physician, and the magical arts of the fated enchanter. I had fled from the commonplace teachings of nature to explore in her shadowland marvels at variance with reason. Made brave by the grandeur of love, I had opposed without quailing the stride of the demon, and my hope, when fruition seemed nearest, had been trodden into dust by the hoofs of the beast. And yet all the while I had scorned as a dream more wild than the word of a sorcerer, the hope that the old man and the child, the wise and the ignorant, took from their souls as inborn. Man and fiend had alike failed a mind not ignoble, not skill-less, not abjectly craven. Alike failed a heart not feeble and selfish, not dead to the hero's devotion, willing to shed every drop of its blood for a something more dear than an animal's life for itself. What remained for man's hope? Man's mind and man's heart thus exhausting their all with no other result but despair. What remained but the mystery of mysteries, so clear to the sunrise of childhood, the sunset of age, only dimmed by the clouds which collect round the noon of our manhood? Where yet was hope found? In the soul, in its everyday impulse to supplicate comfort and light from the giver of soul wherever the heart is afflicted, the mind is obscured. Then the words of Escher rushed over me. What mourner can be consoled if the dead die forever? Through every pulse of my frame throbbed that dread question. All nature around seemed to murmur it. And suddenly, as by a flash from heaven, the grand truth in Faber's grand reasoning shone on me and lighted up all, within and without. Man alone of all earthly creatures asks, can the dead die forever? And the instinct that urges the question is God's answer to man. No instinct is given in vain, and born with the instinct of soul is the instinct that leads the soul from the seen to the unseen, from time to eternity, from the torrent that foams toward the ocean of death, to the source of its stream, far aloft from the ocean. Know thyself, said the Pythian of old, that precept descended from heaven. Know thyself, is that maxim wise? If so, know thy soul. But never yet did man come to the thorough conviction of soul but what he acknowledged the sovereign necessity of prayer. In my awe, in my rapture, all my thoughts seemed enlarged and illumed and exalted. I prayed, all my soul seemed one prayer. All my past, with its pride and presumption and folly, grew distinct as the form of a penitent, kneeling for pardon before setting forth on the pilgrimage vowed to a shrine. And, sure now, in the deeps of a soul first revealed to myself, that the dead do not die forever, my human love soared beyond its brief trial of terror and sorrow. Daring not to ask from heaven's wisdom that Lilian, for my sake, might not yet pass away from the earth, I prayed that my soul might be fitted to bear with submission whatever my Maker might ordain. And if surviving her, without whom no beam from yon material sun could ever warm into joy a morrow in human life, so to guide my steps that they might rejoin her at last, and in rejoining regain forever. How trivial now became the weird riddle that, a little while before, had been clothed in so solemn an awe. What mattered it to the vast interests involved in the clear recognition of soul and hereafter, whether or not my bodily sense, for a moment, obscured the face of the nature I should one day behold as a spirit? Doubtless the sights and the sounds which had haunted the last gloomy night, the calm reason of Faber would strip of their magical seemings. The eyes in the space and the foot in the circle might be those of no terrible demons, but of the wild, savage children whom I had seen, halting, curious and mute, in the light of the morning. The tremor of the ground, if not, as heretofore, explicable by the illusory impression of my own treacherous senses, might be but the natural effect of elements struggling yet under a soil unmistakably charred by volcanoes. The luminous atoms dissolved in the cauldron might as little be fraught with a vital elixir as are the splendors of naphtha or phosphor. As it was, the weird rite had no magic result. The magician was not rent limb from limb by the fiends. By causes as natural as ever extinguished life's spark in the frail lamp of clay, he had died out of sight, under the black veil. What mattered henceforth to faith, in its far grander questions and answers, whether reason in favor or fancy in me, supplied the more probable guess at a hieroglyph which, if construed aright, was but a word of small mark in the mystical language of nature. If all the arts of enchantment recorded by fable were attested by facts which sages were forced to acknowledge, sages would sooner or later find some cause for such portents, not supernatural. But what sage, without cause supernatural, both without and within him, can guess at the wonders he views in the growth of a blade of grass, or the tints on an insect's wing? Whatever art man can achieve in his progress through time, man's reason in time can suffice to explain. But the wonders of God, these belong to the infinite, and these, O immortal, will but develop new wonder on wonder, though thy sight be a spirit's, and thy leisure to track and to solve an eternity. As I raised my face from my clasped hands, my eyes fell full upon a form standing in the open doorway. There, where on the night in which Lillian's long struggle for reason and life had begun, the luminous shadow had been beheld in the doubtful light of a dying moon and a yet hazy dawn. There, on the threshold, gathering round her bright locks the aureole of the glorious sun, stood Amy, the blessed child, and as I gazed, drawing nearer and nearer to the silenced house, and that image of peace on its threshold, I felt that hope met me at the door, hope in the child's steadfast eyes, hope in the child's welcoming smile. I was at watch for you, whispered Amy, all is well. She lives still, she lives, thank God, thank God. She lives, she will recover, said another voice as my head sunk on Faber's shoulder. For some hours in the night her sleep was disturbed, convulsed. I feared then the worst. Suddenly, just before the dawn, she called out aloud, still in sleep. The cold and dark shadow has passed away from me and from Alan, passed away from us both forever. And from that moment the fever left her, the breathing became soft, the pulse steady, and the color stole gradually back to her cheek. The crisis is past. Nature's benign disposer has permitted nature to restore your life's gentle partner, heart to heart, mind to mind, and soul to soul. I cried in my solemn joy, above as below, soul to soul. Then, at a sign from Faber, the child took me by the hand and led me up the stairs into Lillian's room. Again those dear arms closed around me in wifelike and holy love, and those true lips kissed away my tears, even as now, at the distance of years from that happy morn, while I write the last words of this strange story. The same faithful arms close around me, the same tender lips kiss away my tears. End of the Incantation by Bulwer Lytton.
Killer in the Rain by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. We were sitting in a room at the Bergland. I was on the side of the bed, and Dravek was in the easy chair. It was my room. Rain beat very hard against the windows. They were shut tight, and it was hot in the room, and I had a little fan going on the table. The breeze from it hit Dravek's face high up, lifted his heavy black hair, moved the longer bristles in the fat path of eyebrow that went across his face in a solid line. He looked like a bouncer who had come into money. He showed me some of his gold teeth and said, "What you got on me?" He said it importantly, as if anyone who knew anything would know quite a lot about him. "Nothing," I said. "You're clean as far as I know." He lifted a large hairy hand and stared at it solidly for a minute. "You don't get me. A feller named McGee sent me here, Violets McGee." "Fine. How is Violets these days?" Violets McGee was a homicide dick in the sheriff's office. He looked at his large hand and frowned. "No, you still don't get it. I got a job for you." I don't go out much anymore, I said. I'm getting kind of frail. He looked around the room carefully, bluffing a bit, like a man not naturally observant. Maybe it's money, he said. Maybe it is, I said. He had a belted suede raincoat on. He tore it open carelessly and got out a wallet that was not quite as big as a bale of hay. Currency stuck out of it at careless angles. When he slapped it down on his knee, it made a fat sound that was pleasant to the ear. He shook money out of it, selected a few bills from the bunch, stuffed the rest back, dropped the wallet on the floor and let it lie. Arranged 5th-century notes like a tight poker hand and put them under the base of the fan on the table. That was a lot of work. It made him grunt. I got lots of sugar, he said, so I see. What do I do for that if I get it? You know me now, huh? A little better. I got an envelope out of an inside pocket and read to him aloud from some scribbling on the back. Dravek, Anton or Tony, former Pittsburgh steelworker, truck guard, all round muscle stiff. Made a wrong pass and got shut up. Left town, came west. Worked on an avocado ranch at El Seguro. Came up with a ranch of his own. Sat right on the dome when the El Seguro oil boom burst. Got rich. Lost a lot of it buying into other people's dusters. Still has enough. Serbian by birth, 6 feet, 240, one daughter, never known to have had a wife, no police record of any consequence, none at all since Pittsburgh. I lit a pipe. Geez, he said, where you promote all that? Connections, what's the angle? He picked the wallet off the floor and moused around inside it with a couple of square fingers for a while, with his tongue sticking out between his thick lips. He finally got out a slim brown card and some crumpled slips of paper. He pushed them at me. The card was in golf type, very delicately done. It said, Mr. Harold Hardwick Steiner, and very small in the corner, rare books and deluxe editions, no address or phone number. The white slips, 3 in number, were simple IOUs for $1,000 each, signed Carmen Dravek, in a sprawling, moronic handwriting. I gave it all back to him and said, blackmail? He shook his head slowly and something gentle came into his face that hadn't been there before. It's my little girl, Carmen. This Steiner, he bothers her. She goes to his joint all the time, makes whoopee. He makes love to her, I guess. I don't like it. I nodded. How about the notes? I don't care nothing about the dough. She plays games with him. The hell with that. She's what you call man-crazy. You go tell this Steiner to lay off Carmen. I break his neck with my hands. See? All this in a rush, with deep breathing. His eyes got small and round, and furious. His teeth almost chattered. I said, why have me tell him? Why not tell him yourself? Maybe I get mad and kill the... He yelled. I picked a match out of my pocket and prodded the loose ash in the bowl of my pipe. I looked at him carefully for a moment, getting hold of an idea. Nertz, you're scared too, I told him. Both fists came up. He held them shoulder high and shook them, great knots of bone and muscle. He lowered them slowly, heaved a deep, honest sigh, and said, yeah, I'm scared too. I don't know how to handle her. All the time some new guy and all the time a punk. A while back I gave a guy called Joe Marty $5,000 to lay off her. She's still mad at me. I stared at the window, watched the rain hit it, flatten out, and slide down in a thick wave, light melted gelatin. It was too early in the fall for that kind of rain. Giving them sugar doesn't get you anywhere, I said. You could be doing that all your life. So you figure you'd like to have me get rough with this one, Steiner? Tell him I break his neck. I wouldn't bother, I said. I know Steiner. I'd break his neck for you myself if it would do any good. He leaned forward and grabbed my hand. His eyes got childish. A gray tear floated in each of them. Listen, Magee says you're a good guy. I tell you something I ain't told nobody ever. Carmen, she's not my kid at all. I just picked her up in Smoky, a little baby in the street. She didn't have nobody. I guess maybe I steal her, huh? Sounds like it, I said, and had to fight to get my hand loose. I rubbed feeling back into it with the other one. The man had a grip that would crack a telephone pole. I go straight then, he said grimly and yet tenderly. I come out here and make good. She grows up. I love her. I said, that's natural. You don't get me. I want to marry her. I stared at him. She gets older, get some sense. Maybe she marry me, huh? His voice implored me as if I had the settling of that. Ever ask her? I'm scared to, he said humbly. She's soft on Steiner, do you think? He nodded. But that don't mean nothin'. I could believe that. I got off the bed, threw a window up, and let the rain hit my face for a minute. Let's get this straight, I said, lowering the window again and going back to the bed. I can take Steiner off your back. That's easy. I just don't see what it buys you. He grabbed for my hand again, but I was a little too quick for him this time. You came in here a little tough, flashing your wad, I said. You're going out soft. Not from anything I've said. You knew it already. I'm not Dorothy Dix, and I'm only partly a prune, but I'll take Steiner off you if you really want that. He stood up clumsily, swung his hat, and stared down at my feet. You take him off my back. Like you said, he ain't her sort anyway. It might hurt your back a little. That's okay, that's what it's for, he said. He buttoned himself up, dumped his hat on his big shaggy head, and rolled on out. He shut the door carefully, as if he was going out of a sick room. I thought he was as crazy as a pair of waltzing mice, but I liked him. I put his goldbacks in a safe place, mixed myself a long drink, and sat down in the chair that was still warm from him. While I played with the drink, I wondered if he had any idea what Steiner's racket was. Steiner had a collection of rare and half-rare smut books, which he loaned out as high as $10 a day. To the right people. Chapter 2. It rained all the next day. Late in the afternoon I sat parked in a blue Chrysler Roadster, diagonally across the boulevard from a narrow storefront, over which a green neon sign in script letters said, H. H. Steiner. The rain splashed knee-high off the sidewalks, filled the gutters, and big cops in slickers that shone like gun barrels. Had a lot of fun carrying little girls in silk stockings and cute little rubber boots across the bad. Places with a lot of squeezing. The rain drummed on the hood of the Chrysler, beat and tore at the taut material of the top, leaked in at the button places, and made a pool on the floorboards for me to keep my feet in. I had a big flask of scotch with me. I used it often enough to keep interested. Steiner did business, even in that weather, perhaps especially in that weather. Very nice cars stopped in front of his store, and very nice people dodged in, then dodged out again with wrapped parcels under their arms. Of course, they could have been buying rare books and deluxe editions. At 5:30, a pimply-faced kid in a leather windbreaker came out of the and sloped up the side street at a fast trot. He came back with a neat cream and gray coupe. Steiner came out and got into the coupe. He wore a dark green leather raincoat, a cigarette in an amber holder, no hat. I couldn't see his glass eye at that distance, but I knew he had one. The kid in the windbreaker held an umbrella over him across the sidewalk, then shut it up and handed it into the coupe. Steiner drove west on the boulevard. I drove west on the boulevard. Past the business district at Pepper Canyon, he turned north, and I tailed him easily from a block back. I was pretty sure he was going home, which was natural. He left Pepper Drive and took a curving ribbon of wet cement called Laverne Terrace, climbed up it almost to the top. It was a narrow road with a high bank on one side, and a few well-spaced cabin-like houses built down the steep slope on the other side. Their roofs were not much above road level. The fronts of them were masked by shrubs. Sodden trees dripped all over the landscape. Steiner's hideaway had a square box hedge in front of it, more than window high. The entrance was a sort of maze, and the house door was not visible from the road. Steiner put his gray and cream coupe in a small garage, locked up, went through the maze with his umbrella up, and light went on in the house. While he was doing this, I had passed him and gone to the top of the hill. I turned around there and went back and parked in front of the next house above his. It seemed to be closed up or empty, but had no signs on it. I went into a conference with my flask of scotch and then just sat. At 6:15, lights bobbed up the hill. It was quite dark by then. A car stopped in front of Steiner's hedge. A slim, tall girl in a slicker got out of it. Enough light filtered out through the hedge for me to see that she was dark-haired and possibly pretty. Voices drifted on the rain and a door shut. I got out of the Chrysler and strolled down the hill, put a pencil flash into the car. It was a dark maroon or brown Packard convertible. Its license read to Carmen Dravik, 3596 Lucerne Avenue. I went back to my heap. A solid, slow-moving hour crawled by. No more cars came up or down the hill. It seemed to be a very quiet neighborhood. Then a single flash of hard white light leaked out of Steiner's house, like a flash of summer lightning. As the darkness fell again, a thin, tinkling scream trickled down the darkness and echoed faintly among the wet trees. I was out of the Chrysler and on my way before the last echo of it died. There was no fear in the scream. It held the note of a half-pleasurable shock, an accent of drunkenness, and a touch of pure idiocy. The Steiner mansion was perfectly silent when I hit the gap in the hedge, dodged around the elbow that masked the front door, and put my hand up to bang on the door. At that exact moment, as if somebody had been waiting for it, 3 shots racketed close together behind the door. After that there was a long, harsh sigh, a soft thump, rapid steps, going away into the back of the house. I wasted time hitting the door with my shoulder, without enough start. It threw me back like a kick from an army mule. The door fronted on a narrow runway, like a small bridge, that led from the banked road. There was no side porch, no way to get at the windows in a hurry. There was no way around to the back except through the house or up a long flight of wooden steps that went up to the back door from the alley-like street below. On these steps, I now heard a clatter of feet. That gave me the impulse and I hit the door again from the feet up. It gave at the lock and I pitched down 2 steps into a big, dim, cluttered room. I didn't see much of what was in the room then. I wandered through to the back of the house. I was pretty sure there was death in it. A car throbbed in the street below as I reached the back porch. The car went away fast, without lights. That was that. I went back to the living room. Chapter 3. That room reached all the way across the front of the house and had a low, beamed ceiling, walls painted brown. Strips of tapestry hung all around the walls. Books filled low shelves. There was a thick, pinkish rug on which some light fell from 2 standing lamps with pale green shades. In the middle of the rug there was a big, low desk and a black chair with a yellow satin cushion at it. There were books all over the desk. On a sort of dais near one end wall there was a teakwood chair with arms and a high back. A dark-haired girl was sitting in the chair, on a fringed red shawl. She sat very straight, with her hands on the arms of the chair, her knees close together, her body stiffly erect, her chin level. Her eyes were wide open and mad and had no pupils. She looked unconscious of what was going on, but she didn't have the pose of unconsciousness. She had a pose as if she was doing something very important and making a lot of it. Out of her mouth came a tinny chuckling noise, which didn't change her expression or move her lips. She didn't seem to see me at all. She was wearing a pair of long jade earrings, and apart from those she was stark naked. I looked away from her to the other end of the room. Steiner was on his back on the floor, just beyond the edge of the pink rug, and in front of a thing that looked like a small totem pole. It had a round open mouth in which the lens of a camera showed. The lens seemed to be aimed at the girl in the teakwood chair. There was a flashbulb apparatus on the floor beside Steiner's outflung hand in a loose silk sleeve. The cord of the flashbulb went behind the totem pole thing. Steiner was wearing Chinese slippers with thick white felt soles. His legs were in black satin pajamas, and the upper part of him in an embroidered Chinese coat. The front of it was mostly blood. His glass eye shone brightly and was the most lifelike thing about him. At a glance, none of the 3 shots had missed. The flashbulb was the sheet lightning I had seen leak out of the house, and the half-giggling scream was the doped and naked girl's reaction to that. The 3 shots had been somebody else's idea of how the proceedings ought to be punctuated. Presumably the idea of the lad who had gone very fast down the back steps. I could see something in his point of view. At that stage I thought it was a good idea to shut the front door and fasten it with the short chain that was on it. The lock had been spoiled by my violent entrance. A couple of thin purple glasses stood on a red lacquer tray on one end of the desk. Also a pot-bellied flagon of something brown. The glasses smelled of ether and laudanum, a mixture I had never tried, but it seemed to fit the scene pretty well. I found the girl's clothes on a divan in the corner, picked up a brown-sleeved dress to begin with, and went over to her. She smelled of ether also, at a distance of several feet. The tinny chuckling was still going on, and a little froth was oozing down her chin. I slapped her face, not very hard. I didn't want to bring her out of whatever kind of trance she was in into a screaming fit. "Come on," I said brightly. "Let's be nice. Let's get dressed." She said, "Go to hell," without any emotion that I could notice. I slapped her a little more. She didn't mind the slaps, so I went to work getting the dress on her. She didn't mind the dress either. She let me hold her arms up, but she spread her fingers wide, as if that was very cute. It made me do a lot of finagling with the sleeves. I finally got the dress on. I got her stockings on and her shoes, and then got her up on her feet. "Let's take a little walk," I said. "Let's take a nice little walk." We walked. Part of the time her earrings banged against my chest, and part of the time we looked like a couple of adagio dancers doing the splits. We walked over to Steiner's body and back. She didn't pay any attention to Steiner and his bright glass eye. She found it amusing that she couldn't walk and tried to tell me about it, but only bubbled. I put her arm on the divan while I wadded her underclothes up and shoved them into a deep pocket of my raincoat, put her handbag in my other deep pocket. I went through Steiner's desk and found a little blue notebook written in code that looked interesting. I put that in my pocket too. Then I tried to get at the back of the camera in the totem pole to get the plate, but couldn't find the catch right away. I was getting nervous, and I figured I could build up a better excuse if I ran into the law when I came back later to look for it than for any reason I could give if caught there now. I went back to the girl and got her slicker on her, nosed around to see if anything else of hers was, wiped away a lot of fingerprints I probably hadn't made, and at least some of those Miss Dravek must have made. I opened the door and put out both the lamps. I got my left arm around her again, and we struggled out into the rain and piled into her Packard. I didn't like leaving my own bus there very well, but that had to be. Her keys were in her car. We drifted off down the hill. Nothing happened on the way to Lucerne Avenue except that Carmen stopped bubbling and giggling and went to snoring. I couldn't keep her head off my shoulder. It was all I could do to keep it out of my lap. I had to drive rather slowly, and it was a long way anyhow, clear over to the west edge of the city. The Dravek home was a large, old-fashioned brick house and large grounds with a wall around them. A gray composition driveway went through iron gates and up a slope past flower beds and lawns to a big front door with narrow, leaded panels on each side of it. There was dim light behind the panels as if nobody much was home. I pushed Carmen's head into the corner and shed her belongings in the seat and got out. A maid opened the door. She said Mr. Drevek wasn't in, and she didn't know where he was. Downtown somewhere. She had a long, yellowish, gentle face, a long nose, no chin and large, wet eyes. She looked like a nice old horse that had been turned out to pasture after long service, and as if she would do the right thing by Carmen. I pointed into the Packard and growled, "Better get her to bed. She's lucky we don't throw her in the can, driving around with a tool like that on her." She smiled sadly, and I went away. I had to walk 5 blocks in the rain before a narrow apartment house let me into its lobby to use a phone. Then I had to wait another 25 minutes for a taxi. While I waited, I began to worry about what I hadn't completed. I had yet to get the used plate out of Steiner's camera. Chapter 4. I paid the taxi off on Pepper Drive, in front of a house where there was company, and walked back up the curving hill of Laverne Terrace to Steiner's house behind its shrubbery. Nothing looked any different. I went in through the gap in the hedge, pushed the door open gently, and smelled cigarette smoke. It hadn't been there before. There had been a complicated set of smells, including the sharp memory of smokeless powder, but cigarette smoke hadn't stood out from the mixture. I closed the door and slipped down on one knee and listened, holding my breath. I didn't hear anything but the sound of the rain on the roof. I tried throwing the beam of my pencil flash along the floor. Nobody shot at me. I straightened up, found the dangling tassel of one of the lamps, and made light in the room. The first thing I noticed was that a couple of strips of tapestry were gone from the wall. I hadn't counted them, but the spaces where they had hung caught my eye. Then I saw Steiner's body was gone from in front of the totem pole thing with the camera eye in its mouth. On the floor below, beyond the margin of the pink rug, somebody had spread down a rug over the place where Steiner's body had been. I didn't have to lift the rug to know why it had been put there. I lit a cigarette and stood there in the middle of the dimly lighted room and thought about it. After a while, I went to the camera in the totem pole. I found the catch this time. There wasn't any plate holder in the camera. My hand went towards the mulberry-colored phone on Steiner's low desk, but didn't take hold of it. I crossed into the little hallway beyond the living room and poked into a fussy-looking bedroom that looked like a woman's. Room more than a man's. The bed had a long cover with a flounced edge. I lifted that and shot my flash under the bed. Steiner wasn't under the bed. He wasn't anywhere in the house. Somebody had taken him away. He couldn't very well have gone by himself. It wasn't the law, or somebody would have been there still. It was only an hour and a half since Carmen and I left the place, and there was none of the mess police photographers and fingerprint men would have made. I went back to the living room, pushed the flashbulb apparatus around the back of the totem pole with my foot, switched off the lamp, left the house, got into my rain-soaked car, and choked it to life. It was all right with me if somebody wanted to keep the Steiner kill hush-hush for a while. It gave me a chance to find out whether I could tell it leaving Carmen Dravek and the nude photo angle out. It was after 10 when I got back to the Bergland and put my heap away and went upstairs to the apartment. I stood under a shower, then put pajamas on and mixed up a batch of hot grog. I looked at the phone a couple of times, thought about calling to see if Drevek was home yet. Thought it might be a good idea to let him alone until the next day. I filled a pipe and sat down with my hot grog and Steiner's little blue notebook. It was in code, but the arrangement of the entries and the indented leaves made it a list of names and addresses. There were over 450 of them. If this was Steiner's sucker list, he had a gold mine, quite apart from the blackmail angles. Any name on the list might be a prospect as the killer. I didn't envy the cops their job when it was handed to them. I drank too much whiskey trying to crack the code. About midnight I went to bed and dreamed about a man in a Chinese coat with blood all over the front who chased a naked girl with long jade earrings while I tried to. photographed the scene with a camera that didn't have any plate in it. Chapter 5. Violet's McGee called me up in the morning before I was dressed, but after I had seen the paper and not found anything about Steiner in it. His voice had the cheerful sound of a man who had slept well and didn't owe too much money. "Well, how's the boy?" he began. I said I was all right, except that I was having a little trouble with my third reader. He laughed a little absently, and then his voice got too casual. "This guy Drevek that I sent over to see you, done anything for him yet?" "Too much rain," I answered, if that was an answer. "Uh-huh. He seems to be a guy that things happen to. A car belonging to him is washing about in the surf off Lido Fish Pier." I didn't say anything. I held the telephone very tightly. "Yeah," McGee went on cheerfully. "A nice new cat all messed up with sand and seawater. Oh, I forgot, there's a guy inside it." I let my breath out slowly, very slowly. "Drevek?" I whispered. "Nah, a young kid. I ain't told Drevek yet. It's under the fedora. Want to run down and look at it with me?" I said I would like to do that. "Snap it up." "I'll be in my hutch," McGee told me, and hung up. Shaved, dressed, and lightly breakfasted, I was at the county building in half an hour or so. I found McGee staring at a yellow wall and sitting at a little yellow desk on which there was nothing but McGee's hat and one of the McGee feet. He took both of them off the desk, and we went down to the official parking lot and got into a small black sedan. The rain had stopped during the night, and the morning was all blue and gold. There was enough snap in the air to make life simple and sweet if you didn't have too much on your mind. I had. It was 30 miles to Lido, the first 10 of them through city traffic. McGee made it in 3/4 of an hour. At the end of that time, we skidded to a stop in front of a stucco arch beyond which a long black pier extended. I took my feet out of the floorboards and we got out. There were a few cars and people in front of the arch. A motorcycle officer was keeping the people off the pier. McGee showed him a bronze star, and we went out along the pier, into a loud smell that even 2 days' rain had failed to wash away. "There she is, on the tug," McGee said. A low black tug crouched off the end of the pier. Something large and green and nickeled was on its deck in front of the wheelhouse. Men stood around it. We went down slimy steps to the deck of the tug. McGee said hello to a deputy in green khaki and another man in plain clothes. The tug crew of 3 moved over to the wheelhouse and set their backs against it, watching us. We looked at the car. The front bumper was bent, and one headlight and the radiator shell. The paint and the nickel were scratched up by sand, and the upholstery was sodden and black. Otherwise, the car wasn't much the worse for wear. It was a big job in 2 tones of green with a wine-colored stripe and trimming. McGee and I looked into the front part of it. A slim, dark-haired kid who had been good-looking was draped around the steering post, with his head at a peculiar angle to the rest of his body. His face was bluish-white. His eyes were a faint, dull gleam under the lowered lids. His open mouth had sand in it. There were traces of blood on the side of his head which the seawater hadn't quite washed away. McGee backed away slowly, made a noise in his throat, and began to chew on a couple of the violet-scented breath purifiers that gave him his nickname. "What's the story?" he asked quietly. The uniformed deputy pointed up to the end of the pier. Dirty white railings made of 2x4s had been broken through in a wide space, and the broken wood showed up yellow and bright. Went through there. Must have hit pretty hard, too. The rain stopped early down here, about 9, and the broken wood is dry inside. That puts it after the rain stopped. That's all we know, except she fell in plenty of water not to be banged up worse. At least half-tide, I'd say. That would be right after the rain stopped. She showed under the water when the boys came down to fish this morning. We got the tug to lift her out. Then we find the dead guy. The other deputy scuffed at the deck with the toe of his shoe. McGee looked sideways at me with foxy little eyes. I looked blank and didn't say anything. "Pretty drunk, that lad," McGee said gently. Showing off all alone in the rain. I guess he must have been fond of driving. Yeah, pretty drunk. Drunk, hell, the plainclothes deputy said. The hand throttle's set halfway down and the guy's been sapped on the side of the head. Ask me, and I'll call it murder. McGee looked at him politely, then at the uniformed man. What you think? It could be suicide, I guess. His neck's broke, and he could have hurt his head in the fall, and his hand could have knocked the throttle down. I kind of like murder myself, though. McGee nodded, said, Frisked him? Know who he is? The two deputies looked at me, then at the tug crew. Okay. Save that part, McGee said. I know who he is. A small man with glasses and a tired face and a black bag came slowly along the pier and down the slimy steps. He picked out a fairly clean place on the deck and put his bag down. He took his hat off and rubbed the back of his neck and smiled wearily. "'Lo, Doc. There's your patient," McGee told him. "Took a dive off the pier last night. That's all we know now." The medical examiner looked in at the dead man morosely. He fingered the head, moved it around a little, felt the man's ribs. He lifted one lax hand and stared at the fingernails. He let it fall, stepped back, and picked his bag up again. "About 12 hours, he said. "Broken neck, of course. I doubt if there's any water in him. Better get him out of there before he starts to get stiff on us. I'll tell you the rest when I get him on a table." He nodded around, went back up the steps and along the pier. An ambulance was backing into position beside the stucco arch at the pier head. The two deputies grunted and tugged to get the dead man out of the car and lay him down on the deck, on the side of the car away from the beach. "Let's go," McGee told me. "That ends this part of the show." We said goodbye, and McGee told the deputies to keep their chins buttoned until they heard from him. We went back along the pier and got into the small black sedan and drove back towards the city along a white highway washed clean by the rain, past low rolling hills of yellow-white sand terraced with moss. A few gulls wheeled and swooped over something in the surf. Far out to sea, a couple of white yachts on the horizon looked as if they were suspended in the sky. We laid a few miles behind us without saying anything to each. Then McGee cocked his chin at me and said, "Got ideas?" "Loosen up," I said. "I never saw the guy before. Who is he?" "Hell, I thought you were going to tell me about it." "Loosen up, Violets," I said. He growled, shrugged, and we nearly went off the road into the loose sand. Dravek's chauffeur. A kid named Carl Owen. How do I know? We had him in the cooler a year ago on a man-act rap. He run Dravek's Hotcha daughter off to Yuma. Dravek went after them and brought them back and had the guy heaved in the goldfish bowl. Then the girl gets to him, and next morning the old man steams downtown and begs the guy off. Says the kid meant to marry her, only she wouldn't. Then, by heck, the kid goes back to work for him and been there ever since. What you think of that? It sounds just like Dravek, I said. Yeah, but the kid could have had a relapse. McGee had silvery hair and a knobby chin and a little pouting mouth made to kiss babies with. I looked at his face sideways and suddenly I got his idea. I laughed. "You think maybe Dravek killed him?" I asked. "Why not?" The kid makes another pass at the girl and Dravek cracks down at him too hard. He's a big guy and could break a neck easy. Then he's scared. He runs the car down to Lido in the rain and lets it slide off the end of the pier. Thinks it won't show. Maybe don't think at all. Just rattled. "It's a kick in the pants," I said. Then all he had to do was walk home 30 miles in the rain. Go on. Kid me. "Dravek killed him, sure," I said. "But they were playing leapfrog. Dravek fell on him. Okay, pal. Someday you'll want to play with my catnip mouse." "Listen, Violets," I said seriously. "If the kid was murdered, and you're not sure it's murder at all, it's not Dravek's kind of crime. He might kill a man in a temper, but he'd let him lay. He wouldn't go to all that fuss." We shuttled back and forth across the road while McGee thought about that. "What a pal," he complained. I have me a swell theory, and look what you done to it. I wish the hell I hadn't brought you. Hell with you. I'm going after Dravek just the same." "Sure," I agreed. "You'd have to do that. But Dravek never killed that boy. He's too soft inside to cover up on it." It was noon when we got back to town. I hadn't had any dinner but whiskey the night before, and very little breakfast that morning. I got off on the boulevard and let McGee go on alone to see Dravek. I was interested in what had happened to Carl Owen, but I wasn't interested in the thought that Dravek might have murdered him. I ate lunch at a counter and looked casually at an early afternoon paper. I didn't expect to see anything about Steiner in it, and I didn't. After lunch, I walked along the boulevard 6 blocks to have a look at Steiner's store. Chapter 6. It was a half-store frontage, the other half being occupied by a credit jeweler. The jeweler was standing in his entrance, a big, white-haired, black-eyed Jew with about 9 carats of diamond on his hand. A faint, knowing smile curved his lips as I went past him into Steiner's. A thick blue rug paved Steiner's from wall to wall. There were blue leather easy chairs with smoke stands beside them. A few sets of tooled leather books were put out on narrow tables. The rest of the stock was behind glass. A paneled partition with a single door in it cut off a back part of the store, and in the corner by this a woman sat behind a small desk with a hooded lamp on it. She got up and came towards me, swinging lean thighs in a tight dress of some black material that didn't reflect any light. She was an ash blonde, with greenish eyes under heavily mascaraed lashes. There were large jet buttons in the lobes of her ears. Her hair waved back smoothly from behind them. Her fingernails were silvered. She gave me what she thought was a smile of welcome, but what I thought was a grimace of strain. Was it something? I pulled my hat low over my eyes and fidgeted. I said, "Steiner, he won't be in today. May I show you?" "I'm selling," I said. "Something he's wanted for a long time." The silvered fingernails touched the hair over one ear. "Oh, a salesman. Well, you might come in tomorrow." "He's sick? I could go up to the house," I suggested hopefully. "He'd want to see what I have." That jarred her. She had to fight for her breath for a minute, but her voice was smooth enough when it came. That wouldn't be any use. He's out of town today." I nodded, looked properly disappointed, touched my hat and started to turn away when the pimply-faced kid of the night before stuck his head through the door in the paneling. He went back as soon as he saw me, but not before I saw some loosely packed cases of books behind him on the floor of the back room. The cases were small and open and packed any old way. A man in very new overalls was fussing with them. Some of Steiner's stock was being moved out. I left the store and walked down to the corner, then back to the alley. Behind Steiner's stood a small black truck with wire sides. It didn't have any lettering on it. Boxes showed through the wire sides, and, as I watched, the man in overalls came out with another one and heaved it up. I went back to the boulevard. Half a block on, a fresh-faced kid was reading a magazine in a parked green top. I showed him money and said, "Tail job?" He looked me over, swung his door open, and stuck his magazine behind the rear vision mirror. "My meat boss," he said brightly. We went around to the end of the alley and waited beside a fire plug. There were about a dozen boxes on the truck when the man in the very new overalls got up in front and gunned his motor. He went down the alley fast and turned left on the street at the end. My driver did the same. The truck went north to Garfield, then east. It went very fast, and there was a lot of traffic on Garfield. My driver tailed from too far back. I was telling him about that when the truck turned north off Garfield again. The street at which it turned was called Brittany. When we got to Brittany, there wasn't any truck. The fresh-faced kid who was driving me made comforting sounds through the glass panel of the cab, and we went up Brittany at 4 miles an hour looking for the truck behind bushes. I refused to be comforted. Brittany bore a little to the east 2 blocks up and met the next street, Randall Place. In a tongue of land on which there was a white apartment house with its front on Randall Place and its basement garage entrance on Brittany, a story lower. We were going past that, and my driver was telling me the truck couldn't be very far away. When I saw it in the garage, we went around to the front of the apartment house, and I got out and went into the lobby. There was no switchboard. A desk was pushed back against the wall as if it wasn't used anymore. Above it, names were on a panel of gilt mailboxes. The name that went with apartment 405 was Joseph Marty. Joe Marty was the name of the man who played with Carmen Dravic until her papa gave him $5,000 to go away and play with some other girl. It could be the same Joe Marty. I went down steps and pushed through a door with a wired glass panel into the dimness of the garage. The man in the very new overalls was stacking boxes in the automatic elevator. I stood near him and lit a cigarette and watched him. He didn't like it very well, but he didn't say anything. After a while, I said, "Watch the weight, buddy. She's only tested for half a ton." "Where's it going, Marty, 405?" he said, and then looked as if he was sorry he had said it. "Fine," I told him. "It looks like a nice lot of reading." I went back up the steps and out of the building, got into my green top again. We drove back downtown to the building where I have an office. I gave the driver too much money, and he gave me a dirty card which I dropped into the brass spittoon beside the elevators. Dravic was holding up the wall outside the door of my office. Chapter 7. After the rain, it was warm and bright, but he still had the belted suede raincoat on. It was open down the front, as were his coat and vest underneath. His tie was under one ear. His face looked like a mask of gray putty, with a black stubble on the lower part of it. He looked awful. I unlocked the door and patted his shoulder and pushed him in and got him into a chair. He breathed hard but didn't say anything. I got a bottle of rye out of the desk and poured a couple of ponies. He drank both of them without a word. Then he slumped in the chair and blinked his eyes and groaned and took a square white envelope out of an inner pocket. He put it down on the desktop and held his big hairy hand over it. "Tough about Carl," I said. "I was with McGee this morning." He looked at me emptily. After a little while he said, "Yeah, Carl was a good kid. I ain't told you about him much." I waited, looking at the envelope under his hand. He looked down at it himself. "I gotta let you see it," he mumbled. He pushed it slowly across the desk and lifted his hand off it, as if with the movement he was giving up most everything that made life worth living. 2 tears welled up in his eyes and slid down his unshaven cheeks. I lifted the square envelope and looked at it. It was addressed to him at his house in neat pen and ink printing and bore a special delivery stamp. I opened it and looked at the shiny photograph that was inside. Carmen Dravic sat in Steiner's teakwood chair, wearing her jade earrings. Her eyes looked crazier, if anything, than as I had seen them. I looked at the back of the photo, saw that it was blank, and put the thing face down on my desk. "Tell me about it," I said carefully. Dravic wiped the tears off his face with his sleeve, put his hands flat on the desk and stared down at the dirty nails. His fingers trembled on the desk. "A guy called me," he said in a dead voice. 10 grand for the plate and the prints. The deal's got to be closed tonight, or they give the stuff to some scandal sheet." "That's a lot of hooey," I said. "A scandal sheet couldn't use it, except to back up a story." "What's the story?" He lifted his eyes slowly, as if they were very heavy. "That ain't all. The guys say there's a jam to it. I better come through fast or I'd find my girl in the cooler." "What's the story?" I asked again, filling my pipe. "What does Carmen say?" He shook his big shaggy head. "I ain't asked her. I ain't got the heart, poor little girl. No clothes on her. No, I ain't got the heart. You ain't done nothing on Steiner yet, I guess." "I didn't have to. I told him. Somebody beat me to it. He stared at me, open-mouthed, uncomprehending. It was obvious he knew nothing about the night before. Did Carmen go out at all last night? I asked carelessly. He was still staring with his mouth open, groping in his mind. No. She's sick. She's sick in bed when I get home. She don't go out at all. What you mean about Steiner? I reached for the bottle of rye and poured us each a drink. Then I lit my pipe. Steiner's dead, I said. Somebody got tired of his tricks and shot him full of holes. Last night, in the rain. Geez, he said wonderingly. You was there? I shook my head. Not me. Carmen was there. That's the jam your man spoke of. She didn't do the shooting, of course. Dravek's face got red and angry. He balled his fists. His breath made a harsh sound, and a pulse beat visibly in the side of his neck. That ain't true. She's sick. She don't go out at all. She's sick in bed when I get home. You told me that, I said. That's not true. I brought Carmen home myself. The maid knows, only she's trying to be decent about it. Carmen was at Steiner's house, and I was watching outside. A gun went off, and someone ran away. I didn't see him. Carmen was too drunk to see him. That's why she's sick. His eyes tried to focus on my face, but they were vague and empty, as if the light behind them had died. He took hold of the arms of the chair. His big knuckles strained and got white. She don't tell me, he whispered. She don't tell me. Me, that would do anything for her. There was no emotion in his voice, just the dead exhaustion of despair. He pushed his chair back a little. I go get the dough, he said. The 10 grand. Maybe the guy don't talk. Then he broke. His big rough head came down on the desk and sobs shook his whole body. I stood up and went around the desk and patted his shoulder, kept on patting it, not saying anything. After a while he lifted his face smeared with tears and grabbed for my hand. Geez, you're a good guy, he sobbed. You don't know the half of it. I pulled my hand away from him and got a drink into his paw, helped him lift it and down it. Then I took the empty glass out of his hand and put it back on the desk. I sat down again. You've got to brace up, I told him grimly. The law doesn't know about Steiner yet. I brought Carmen home and kept my mouth shut. I wanted to give you and Carmen a break. That puts me in a jam. You've got to do your part. He nodded slowly, heavily. Yeah, I do what you say, anything you say. Get the money, I said. Have it ready for the call. I've got ideas, and you may not have to use it. But it's no time to get foxy. Get the money and sit tight and keep your mouth shut. Leave the rest to me. Can you do that? Yeah, he said. Geez, you're a good guy. Don't talk to Carmen, I said. The less she remembers out of her drunk, the better. This picture, I touched the back of the photo on the desk, shows somebody was working with Steiner. We've got to get him and get him quick, even if it costs 10 grand to do it. He stood up slowly. That's no thin. That's just dough. I go get it now. Then I go home. You do it like you want to. Me, I do just like you say. He grabbed for my hand again, shook it, and went slowly out of the office. I heard his heavy steps drag down the hall. I drank a couple of drinks fast and mopped my face. Chapter 8. I drove my Chrysler slowly up Laverne Terrace towards Steiner's house in the daylight. I could see the steep drop of the hill and the flight of wooden steps down which the killer had made his escape. The street below was almost as narrow as an alley. 2 small houses fronted on it, not very near Steiner's place. With the noise the rain had been making, it was doubtful if anyone in them had paid much attention to the shots. Steiner's looked peaceful under the afternoon sun. The unpainted shingles of the roof were still damp from the rain. The trees on the other side of the street had new leaves on them. There were no cars on the street. Something moved behind the square growth of box hedge that screened Steiner's front door. Carmen Dravek, in a green and white checkered coat and no hat, came out through the opening, stopped suddenly, looked at me wild-eyed, as if she hadn't heard the car. She went back quickly behind the hedge. I drove on and parked in front of the empty house. I got out and walked back. In the sunlight, it felt like an exposed and dangerous thing to do. I went in through the hedge, and the girl stood there very straight and silent against the half-open house door. One hand went slowly to her mouth, and her teeth bit at a funny-looking thumb that was like an extra finger. There were deep purple-black smudges under her frightened eyes. I pushed her back into the house without saying anything, shut the door. We stood looking at each other inside. She dropped her hand slowly and tried to smile. Then all expression went out of her white face, and it looked as intelligent as the bottom of a shoebox. I got gentleness into my voice and said, "Take it easy. I'm pals. Sit down in that chair by the desk. I'm a friend of your father's. Don't get panicky." She went and sat down in the yellow cushion in the black chair at Steiner's desk. The place looked decadent and off-color by daylight. It still stank of the ether. Carmen licked the corners of her mouth with the tip of a whitish tongue. Her dark eyes were stupid and stunned rather than scared now. I rolled a cigarette around in my fingers and pushed some books out of the way to sit on the edge of the desk. I lit my cigarette, puffed it slowly for a moment, then asked, "What are you doing here?" She picked at the material of her coat, didn't answer. I tried again. "How much do you remember about last night?" She answered that. "Remember what? I was sick last night at home." Her voice was a cautious, throaty sound that only just reached my ears. "Before that," I said, "before I brought you home. Here." A slow flush crept up her throat and her eyes widened. You were the one," she breathed, and began to chew on her funny thumb again. "Yeah, I was the one." "How much of it all stays with you?" She said, "Are you the police?" "No, I told you I was a friend of your father's." "You're not the police?" "No." It finally registered. She let out a long sigh. What do you want? Who killed him?" Her shoulders jerked in the checkered coat, but nothing changed much in her face. Her eyes slowly got furtive. Who else knows?" "About Steiner? I don't know." "Not the police, or someone would be here. Maybe Marty." It was just a stab in the dark, but it got a sudden sharp cry out of her. "Marty." We were both silent for a minute. I puffed on my cigarette and she chewed on her thumb. "Don't get clever," I said. "Did Marty kill him?" Her chin came down an inch. "Yes." "Why did he do it?" I don't know," very dully. "Seen much of him lately?" Her hands clenched. "Just once or twice." "Know where he lives?" "Yes." She spatted at me. "What's the matter? I thought you liked Marty." "I hate him," she almost yelled. "Then you'd like him for the spot," I said. She was blank to that. I had to explain it. "I mean, are you willing to tell the police it was Marty?" Sudden panic flamed in her eyes. "If I kill the nude photo angle," I said soothingly. She giggled. That gave me a nasty feeling. If she had screeched or turned white or even keeled over, that would have been fairly natural, but she just giggled. I began to hate the sight of her. Just looking at her made me feel dopey. Her giggles went on, ran around the room like rats. They gradually got hysterical. I got off the desk, took a step towards her and slapped her face. "Just like last night," I said. The giggling stopped at once and the thumb chewing started again. She still didn't mind my slaps, apparently. I sat on the end of the desk once more. "You came here to look for the camera plate for the birthday suit photo," I told her. Her chin went up and down again. "Too late. I looked for it last night. It was gone then. Probably Marty has it." "You're not kidding me about Marty?" She shook her head vigorously. She got out of the chair slowly. Her eyes were narrow and slow black and as shallow as an oyster shell. "I'm going now," she said, as if we had been having a cup of tea. She went over to the door and was reaching out to open it when a car came up the hill and stopped outside the house. Somebody got out of the car. She turned and stared at me, horrified. The door opened casually, and a man looked in at us. Chapter 9. He was a hatchet-faced man in a brown suit and a black felt hat. The cuff of his left sleeve was folded under and pinned to the side of his coat with a big black safety pin. He took his hat off, closed the door by pushing it with his shoulder, looked at Carmen with a nice smile. He had close-cropped black hair and a bony skull. He fitted his clothes well. He didn't look tough. "I'm Guy Slade," he said. "Excuse the casual entrance. The bell didn't work. Is Steiner around?" He hadn't tried the bell. Carmen looked at him blankly, then at me, then back at Slade. She licked her lips, but didn't say anything. I said, "Steiner isn't here, Mr. Slade. We don't know just where he is." He nodded and touched his long chin with the brim of his hat. "You friends of his?" "We just dropped by for a book," I said, and gave him back his smile. The door was half open. We knocked, then stepped inside. "Just like you." "I see," Slade said thoughtfully. "Very simple." I didn't say anything. Carmen didn't say anything. She was staring fixedly at his empty sleeve. "A book, eh?" Slade went on. The way he said it told me things. He knew about Steiner's racket, maybe. I moved over towards the door. "Only you didn't knock," I said. He smiled with faint embarrassment. "That's right. I ought to have knocked. Sorry." "We'll trot along now," I said carelessly. I took hold of Carmen's arm. "Any message if Steiner comes back?" Slade asked softly. "We won't bother you." "That's too bad," he said, with too much meaning. I let go of Carmen's arm and took a slow step away from her. Slade still had his hat in his hand. He didn't move. His deep-set eyes twinkled pleasantly. I opened the door again. Slade said, "The girl can go, but I'd like to talk to you a little." I stared at him, trying to look very blank. "Kidder, eh?" Slade said nicely. Carmen made a sudden sound at my side and ran out through the door. In a moment I heard her steps going down the hill. I hadn't seen her car, but I guessed it was around somewhere. I began to say, "What the hell? Save it," Slade interrupted coldly. "There's something wrong here. I'll just find out what it is." He began to walk around the room carelessly, too carelessly. He was frowning, not paying much attention to me. That made me thoughtful. I took a quick glance out of the window, but I couldn't see anything but the top of his car above the hedge. Slade found the pot-bellied flagon and the two thin purple glasses on the desk. He sniffed at one of them. A disgusted smile wrinkled his thin lips. "The lousy pimp," he said tonelessly. He looked at the books on the desk, touched one or two of them, went on around the back of the desk and was in front of the totem pole thing. He stared at that. Then his eyes went down to the floor, to the thin rug that was over the place where Steiner's body had been. Slade moved the rug with his foot, and suddenly tensed, staring down. It was a good act, or else Slade had a nose I could have used in my business. I wasn't sure which yet, but I was giving it a lot of thought. He went slowly down to the floor on one knee. The desk partly hid him from me. I slipped a gun out from under my arm and put both hands behind my body and leaned against the wall. There was a sharp, swift exclamation, then Slade shot to his feet. His arm flashed up. A long black Luger slid into it expertly. I didn't move. Slade held the Luger in long, pale fingers, not pointing it at me, not pointing it at anything in particular. "Blood," he said quietly, grimly, his deep-set eyes black and hard now. "Blood on the floor there, under a rug, a lot of blood." I grinned at him. "I noticed it," I said. "It's old blood, dried blood." He slid sideways into the black chair behind Steiner's desk and raked the telephone towards him by putting the Luger around it. He frowned at the telephone, then frowned at me. "I think we'll have some law," he said. "Suits me." Slade's eyes were narrow and as hard as jet. He didn't like my agreeing with him. The veneer had flaked off him. leaving a well-dressed hard boy with a Luger, looking as if he could use it. "Just who the hell are you?" he growled. "A Seamus. The name doesn't matter. The girl is my client. Steiner's been riding her with some blackmail dirt. We came to talk to him. He wasn't here." "Just walk in, huh?" "Correct. So what? Think we gunned Steiner, Mr. Slade?" He smiled slightly thinly but said nothing. "Or do you think Steiner gunned somebody and ran away?" I suggested. "Steiner didn't gun anybody," Slade said. "Steiner didn't have the guts of a sick cat." I said, "You don't see anybody here, do you? Maybe Steiner had chicken for dinner and liked to kill his chickens in the parlor." "I don't get it." "I don't get your game." I grinned again. "Go ahead and call your friends downtown, only you won't like the reaction you'll get." He thought that over without moving a muscle. His lips went back against his teeth. "Why not?" he asked finally, in a careful voice. I said, "I know you, Mr. Slade. You run the Aladdin Club down on the Palisades. Flash gambling, soft lights and evening clothes, and a buffet supper on the side. You know Steiner well enough to walk into his house without knocking. Steiner's racket needed a little protection now and then. You could be that." Slade's finger tightened on the Luger, then relaxed. He put the Luger down on the desk, kept his fingers on it. His mouth became a hard white grimace. "Somebody got to Steiner," he said softly, his voice and the expression on his face seeming to belong to two different people. "He didn't show at the store today. He didn't answer his phone. I came up to see about it." "Glad to hear you didn't gun Steiner yourself," I said. The Luger swept up again and made a target of my chest. I said, "Put it down, Slade. You don't know enough to pop off yet. Not being bulletproof is an idea I've had to get used to. Put it down. I'll tell you something, if you don't know it. Somebody moved Steiner's books out of his store today, the books he did his real business with." Slade put his gun down on the desk for the second time. He leaned back and wrestled an amiable expression onto his face. "I'm listening," he said. "I think somebody got to Steiner too," I told him. "I think that blood is his blood. The books being moved out from Steiner's store gives us a reason for moving his body away from here. Somebody is taking over the racket and doesn't want Steiner found till he's all set. Whoever it was ought to have cleaned up the blood. He didn't." Slade listened silently. The peaks of his eyebrows made sharp angles against the white skin of his indoor forehead. I went on. "Killing Steiner to grab his racket was a dumb trick, and I'm not sure it happened that way. But I am sure that whoever took the books knows about it, and that the blonde down in the store is scared stiff about something." "Any more?" Slade asked evenly. "Not right now. There's a piece of scandal dope I want to trace. If I get it, I might tell you where. That will be your muscler in." "Now would be better," Slade said. Then he drew his lips back against his teeth and whistled sharply twice. I jumped. A car door opened outside. There were steps. I brought the gun around from behind my body. Slade's face convulsed and his hand snatched for the Luger that lay in front of him, fumbled at the butt. I said, "Don't touch it." He came to his feet rigid, leaning over, his hand on the gun, but the gun not in his hand. I dodged past him into the hallway and turned as two men came into the room. One had short red hair, a white lined face, unsteady eyes. The other was an obvious pug. A good-looking boy, except for a flattened nose and one ear as thick as a club stake. Neither of the newcomers had a gun in sight. They stopped, stared. I stood behind Slade in the doorway. Slade leaned over the desk in front of me, didn't stir. The pug's mouth opened in a wide snarl, showing sharp white teeth. The redhead looked shaky and scared. Slade had plenty of guts. In a smooth, low, but very clear voice, he said, "This heel-gun Steiner, boys. Take him." The redhead took hold of his lower lip with his teeth and snatched for something under his left arm. He didn't get it. I was all set and braced. I shot him through the right shoulder, hating to do it. The gun made a lot of noise in the closed room. It seemed to me that it would be heard all over the city. The redhead went down on the floor and writhed and threshed about as if I had shot him in the belly. The pug didn't move. He probably knew there wasn't enough speed in his arm. Slade grabbed his Luger up and started to whirl. I took a step and slammed him behind the ear. He sprawled forward over the desk, and the Luger shot against a row of books. Slade didn't hear me say, "I hate to hit a one-armed man from behind, Slade, and I'm not crazy about the show-off. You made me do it." The pug grinned at me and said, "Okay, pal, what next?" "I'd like to get out of here if I can do it without any more shooting, or I can stick around for some law. It's all one to me." He thought it over calmly. The redhead was making moaning noises on the floor. Slade was very still. The pug put his hands up slowly and clasped them behind his neck. He said coolly, "I don't know what it's all about, but I don't give a good damn where you go or what you do when you get there. And this ain't my idea of a spot for a lead party. Drift. Wise boy, you've more sense than your boss." I edged around the desk, edged over towards the open door. The pug turned slowly, facing me, keeping his hands behind his neck. There was a wry but almost good-natured grin on his face. I skinned through the door and made a fast break through the gap in the hedge and up the hill, half expecting Lead to fly after me. None came. I jumped into the Chrysler and chased it up over the brow of the hill and away from that neighborhood. Chapter 10. It was after 5 when I stopped opposite the apartment house on Randall Place. A few windows were lit up already and radios bleated discordantly on different programs. I rode the automatic elevator to the 4th floor. Apartment 405 was at the end of a long hall that was carpeted in green and paneled in ivory. A cool breeze blew through the hall from open doors to the fire escape. There was a small ivory push button beside the door marked 405. I pushed it. After a long time, a man opened the door a foot or so. He was a long-legged, thin man with dark brown eyes and a very brown face. Wiry hair grew far back on his head, giving him a great deal of domed brown forehead. His brown eyes probed at me impersonally. I said, "Steiner?" Nothing in the man's face changed. He brought a cigarette from behind the door and put it slowly between tight brown lips. A puff of smoke came towards me, and behind it words in a cool, unhurried voice, without inflection. "You said what?" "Steiner. Harold Hardwick Steiner, the guy that has the books." The man nodded. He considered my remark without haste. He glanced at the tip of his cigarette, said, "I think I know him, but he doesn't visit here. Who sent you?" I smiled. He didn't like that. I said, "You're Marty?" The brown face got harder. "So what, got a grift or just amusing yourself?" I moved my left foot casually enough so that he couldn't slam the door. "You got the books," I said. "I got the sucker list. How's to talk it over?" Marty didn't shift his eyes from my face. His right hand went behind the panel of the door again, and his shoulder had a look as if he was making motions with a hand. There was a faint sound in the room behind him, very faint. A curtain ring clicked lightly on a rod. Then he opened the door. "Why not, if you think you've got something," he said coolly. I went past him into the room. It was a cheerful room, with good furniture and not too much of it. French windows in the end wall looked across a stone porch at the foothills, already getting purple in the dusk. Near the windows a door was shut. Another door in the same wall at the near end of the room had curtains drawn across it, on a brass rod below the lintel. I sat down on a davenport against the wall in which there were no doors. Marty shut the door and walked sideways to a tall oak writing desk studded with square nails. A cedarwood cigar box with gilt hinges rested on the lowered leaf of the desk. Marty picked it up without taking his eyes off me, carried it to a low table beside an easy chair. He sat down in the easy chair, I put my hat beside me and opened the top button of my coat and smiled at Marty. "Well, I'm listening," he said. He snubbed his cigarette out, lifted the lid of the cigar box, and took out a couple of fat cigars. "Cigar?" he suggested casually, and tossed one at me. I reached for it, and that made me a sap. Marty dropped the other cigar back into the box and came up very swiftly with a gun. I looked at the gun politely. It was a black police Colt, A38. I had no argument against it at the moment. "Stand up a minute," Marty said. "Come forward just about 2 yards. You might grab a little air while you're doing that." His voice was elaborately casual. I was mad inside, but I grinned at him. I said, "You're the second guy I've met today that thinks a gun in the hand means the world by the tail. Put it away, and let's talk." Marty's eyebrows came together, and he pushed his chin forward a little. His brown eyes were vaguely troubled. We stared at each other. I didn't look at the pointed black slipper that showed under the curtains across the doorway to my left. Marty was wearing a dark blue suit, a blue shirt, and a black tie. His brown face looked somber above the dark colors. He said softly in a lingering voice, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not a tough guy, just careful. I don't know hell's first thing about you. You might be a life-taker for all I know." "You're not careful enough," I said. "The play with the books was lousy." He drew a long breath and let it out silently. Then he leaned back and crossed his long legs and rested the Colt on his knee. "Don't kid yourself I won't use this if I have to. What's your story?" "Tell your friend with the pointed shoes to come on in," I said. "She gets tired holding her breath." Without turning his head, Marty called out, "Come on in, Agnes." The curtains over the door swung aside, and the green-eyed blonde from Steiner's store joined us in the room. I wasn't very much surprised to see her there. She looked at me bitterly. "I knew damn well you were trouble," she told me angrily. "I told Joe to watch his step." "Save it," Marty snapped. "Joe's watching his step plenty. Put some light on so I can see to pop this guy if it works out that way." The blonde lit a large floor lamp with a square red shade. She sat down under it, in a big velours chair, and held a fixed, painful smile on her face. She was scared to the point of exhaustion. I remembered the cigar I was holding and put it in my mouth. Marty's Colt was very steady on me while I got matches out and lit it. I puffed smoke and said through the smoke, "The sucker list I spoke of is in code, so I can't read the names yet, but there's about 500 of them. You got 12 boxes of books, say 300. There'll be that many more out on loan. Say 500 altogether, just to be conservative. If it's a good active list and you could run it around all the books, that would be 250,000 rentals. Put the average rental low, say $1. That's too low, but say $1. That's a lot of money these days. Enough to spot a guy for." The blonde yelped sharply, "You're crazy if you—" "Shut up!" Marty swore at her. The blonde subsided and put her head back against the back of her chair. Her face was tortured with strain. "It's no racket for bums," I went on telling them. "You've got to get confidence and keep it. Personally, I think the blackmail angles are a mistake. I'm for shedding all that." Marty's dark brown stare held coldly on my face. "You're a funny guy," he drawled smoothly. "Who's got this lovely racket?" "You have," I said. "Almost." Marty didn't say anything. "You shot Steiner to get it," I said. "Last night in the rain. It was good shooting weather. The trouble is, he wasn't alone when it happened. Either you didn't see that, or you got scared. You ran out. But you had nerve enough to come back and hide the body somewhere, so you could tidy up on the books before the case broke." The blonde made one strangled sound, and then turned her face and stared at the wall. Her silvered fingernails dug into her palms. Her teeth bit her lip tightly. Marty didn't bat an eye. He didn't move, and the Colt didn't move in his hand. His brown face was as hard as a piece of carved wood. "Boy, you take chances." he said softly at last. "It's lucky as all hell for you I didn't kill Steiner." I grinned at him without much cheer. "You might step off for it just the same," I said. Marty's voice was a dry rustle of sound. "Think you've got me framed for it?" "Positive." "How come?" "There's somebody who'll tell it that way." Marty swore then. "That damned little. She would just that, damn her." I didn't say anything. I let him chew on it. His face cleared slowly, and he put the Colt down on the table, kept his hand near it. "You don't sound like Chisel as I know Chisel," he said slowly, his eyes a tight shine between dark, narrowed lids. "And I don't see any coppers here. What's your angle?" I drew on my cigar and watched his gun hand, the plate that was in Steiner's camera, all the prints that have been made. Right here and right now. You've got it because that's the only way you could have known who was there last night. Marty turned his head slightly to look at Agnes. Her face was still to the wall and her fingernails were still spearing her palms. Marty looked back at me. "You're cold as a night watchman's feet on that one, Guy," he told me. I shook my head. "No, you're a sap to stall, Marty. You can be pegged for the kill easy. It's a natural. If the girl has to tell her story, the pictures won't matter. But she don't want to tell it." "You a shamus?" he asked. "Yeah." "How'd you get to me?" "I was working on Steiner. He's been working on Dravek. Dravek leaks money. You had some of it. I tailed the books here from Steiner's store. The rest was easy when I had the girl's story. She say I gunned Steiner?" I nodded. But she could be mistaken. Marty sighed. "She hates my guts," he said. "I gave her the gate. I got paid to do it, but I'd have done it anyway. She's too screwy for me." I said, "Get the pictures, Marty." He stood up slowly, looked down at the Colt, put it in his side pocket. His hand moved slowly up to his breast pocket. Somebody rang the door buzzer and kept on ringing it. Chapter 11. Marty didn't like that. His lower lip went in under his teeth and his eyebrows drew down at the corners. His whole face got mean. The buzzer kept on buzzing. The blonde stood up quickly. Nerve tension made her face old and ugly. Watching me, Marty jerked a small drawer open in the tall desk and got a small white-handled automatic out of it. He held it out to the blonde. She went to him and took it gingerly, not liking it. "Sit down next to the shamus," he rasped. "Hold the gun on him. If he gets funny, feed him a few." The blonde sat down on the davenport about 3 feet from me, on the side away from the door. She lined the gun on my leg. I didn't like the jerky look in her green eyes. The door buzzer stopped, and somebody started a quick, light, impatient rapping on the panel. Marty went across and opened the door. He slid his right hand into his coat pocket and opened the door with his left hand, threw it open quickly. Carmen Dravek pushed him back into the room with the muzzle of a small revolver against his brown face. Marty backed away from her smoothly, lightly. His mouth was open, and an expression of panic was on his face. He knew Carmen pretty well. Carmen shut the door, then bored ahead with her little gun. She didn't look at anyone but Marty, didn't seem to see anything but Marty. Her face had a dopey look. The blonde shivered the full length of her body and swung the white-handled automatic up and towards Carmen. I shot my hand out and grabbed her hand, closed my fingers down over it quickly, thumbed the safety to the on position, and held it there. There was a short tussle, which neither Marty nor Carmen paid any attention to. Then I had the gun. The blonde breathed deeply and stared at Carmen Dravek. Carmen looked at Marty with doped eyes and said, "I want my pictures." Marty swallowed and tried to smile at her. He said, "Sure, kid, sure," in a small, flat voice that wasn't like the voice he had used in talking to me. Carmen looked almost as crazy as she had looked in Steiner's chair. But she had control of her voice and muscles this time. She said, "You shot Hal Steiner." "Wait a minute, Carmen," I yelped. Carmen didn't turn her head. The blonde came to life with a rush, ducked her head at me as if she was going to butt me, and sank her teeth in my right hand, the one that had her gun in it. I yelped some more. Nobody minded that either. Marty said, "Listen, kid, I didn't." The blonde took her teeth out of my hand and spat my own blood at me. Then she threw herself at my leg and tried to bite that. I cracked her lightly on the head with the barrel of the gun and tried to stand up. She rolled down my legs and wrapped her arms around my ankles. I fell back on the davenport again. The blonde was strong with the madness of fear. Marty grabbed for Carmen's gun with his left hand, missed. The little revolver made a dull, heavy sound that was not loud. A bullet missed Marty and broke glass in one of the folded-back French windows. Marty stood perfectly still again. He looked as if all his muscles had gone back on him. "Duck and knock her off her feet, you damn fool," I yelled at him. Then I hit the blonde on the side of the head again, much harder, and she rolled off my feet. I got loose and slid away from her. Marty and Carmen were still facing each other like a couple of images. Something very large and heavy hit the outside of the door, and the panel split diagonally from top to bottom. That brought Marty to life. He jerked the Colt out of his pocket and jumped back. I snapped a shot at his right shoulder and missed, not wanting to hurt him much. The heavy thing hit the door again with a crash that seemed to shake the whole building. I dropped the little automatic and got my own gun loose as Dravek came in with the smashed door. He was wild-eyed, raging drunk, berserk. His big arms were flailing. His eyes were glaring and bloodshot, and there was froth on his lips. He hit me very hard on the side of the head without even looking at me. I fell against the wall between the end of the davenport and the broken door. I was shaking my head and trying to get level again when Marty began to shoot. Something lifted Dravek's coat away from his body behind, as if a slug had gone clean through him. He stumbled, straightened immediately, charged like a bull. I lined my gun and shot Marty through the body. It shook him, but the Colt in his hand continued to leap and roar. Then Dravek was between us, and Carmen was knocked out of the way like a dead leaf, and there was nothing more that anybody could do about it. Marty's bullets couldn't stop Dravek. Nothing could. If he had been dead, he would still have got Marty. He got him by the throat as Marty threw his empty gun in the big man's face. It bounced off like a rubber ball. Marty yelled shrilly, and Dravek took him by the throat and lifted him clean off his feet. For an instant, Marty's brown hands fought for a hold on the big man's wrists. Something cracked sharply, and Marty's hands fell away limply. There was another, duller crack. Just before Dravek let go of Marty's neck, I saw that Marty's face was a purple-black color. I remembered almost casually that men whose necks are broken sometimes swallow their tongues before they die. Then Marty fell down in the corner and Dravek started to back away from him. He backed like a man losing his balance, not able to keep his feet under his center of gravity. He took 4 clumsy backward steps like that. Then his big body tipped over backwards and he fell on his back on the floor with his arms flung out wide. Blood came out of his mouth. His eyes strained upwards as if to see through a fog. Carmen Dravek went down beside him and began to wail like a frightened animal. There was noise outside in the hall, but nobody showed at the open door. Too much casual lead had been flipped around. I went quickly over to Marty and leaned over him and got my hand into his breast pocket. I got out a thick, square envelope that had something stiff and hard in it. I straightened up with it and turned. Far off, the wail of a siren sounded faintly on the evening air, seemed to be getting louder. A white-faced man peeped cautiously in through the doorway. I knelt down beside Dravek. He tried to say something, but I couldn't hear the words. Then the strained look went out of his eyes, and they were aloof and indifferent, like the eyes of a man looking at something a long way off, across a wide plain. Carmen said stonily, "He was drunk. He made me tell him where I was going. I didn't know he followed me." "You wouldn't," I said emptily. I stood up again and broke the envelope open. There were a few prints in it and a glass negative. I dropped the plate on the floor and ground it to pieces with my heel. I began to tear up the prints and let the pieces flutter down out of my hands. "They'll print plenty of photos of you now, girlie," I said, "but they won't print this one." "I didn't know he was following me," she said again, and began to chew on her thumb. The siren was loud outside the building now. It died to a penetrating drone and then stopped altogether, just about the time I finished tearing up the prints. I stood still in the middle of the room and wondered why I had taken the trouble. It didn't matter anymore now. Chapter 12. Leaving his elbow on the end of the big walnut table in Inspector Isham's office, and holding a burning cigarette idly between his fingers, Guy Slade said without looking at me, "Thanks for putting me on the pan, Seamus. I like to see the boys at headquarters once in a while." He crinkled the corners of his eyes in an unpleasant smile. I was sitting at the long side of the table across from Isham. Isham was lanky and gray and wore nose glasses. He didn't look, act, or talk copper. Violets McGee and a merry-eyed Irish dick named Grinnell were in a couple of round-backed chairs against a glass-topped partition wall that cut part of the office off into a reception room. I said to Slade, "I figured you found that blood a little too soon. I guess I was wrong." "My apologies, Mr. Slade." "Yeah. That makes it just like it never happened." He stood up, picked a Malacca cane and one glove off the table. "That all for me, Inspector?" "That's all tonight, Slade." Isham's voice was dry, cool, sardonic. Slade caught the crook of his cane over his wrist to open the door. He smiled around before he strolled out. The last thing his eyes rested on was probably the back of my neck, but I wasn't looking at him. Isham said, "I don't have to tell you how a police department looks at that kind of a cover-up on a murder." I sighed. "Gunfire," I said. "A dead man on the floor. A naked doped girl in a chair not knowing what had happened. A killer I couldn't have caught and you couldn't have caught then. Behind all this, a poor old roughneck that was breaking his heart trying to do the right thing in a miserable spot. Go ahead, stick it into me, I'm not sorry." Isham waved all that aside. "Who did kill Steiner?" "The blonde girl will tell you. I want you to tell me." I shrugged. "If you want me to guess, Dravex driver Carl Owen." Isham didn't look too surprised. Violets McGee grunted loudly. "What makes you think so?" Isham asked. "I thought for a while it could be Marty, partly because the girl said so, but that doesn't mean anything." She didn't know and jumped at the chance to stick a knife into Marty, and she's a type that doesn't let loose of an idea very easily. But Marty didn't act like a killer, and a man as cool as Marty wouldn't have run out that way. I hadn't even banged on the door when the killer started to scram. Of course I thought of Slade too, but Slade's not quite the type either. He packs 2 gunmen around with him, and they'd have made some kind of a fight of it, and Slade seemed genuinely surprised when he found the blood on the floor this afternoon. Slade was in with Steiner and keeping tabs on him, but he didn't kill him, didn't have any reason to kill him, and wouldn't have killed him that way in front of a witness if he had a reason. But Carl Owen would. He was in love with the girl once, probably never got over it. He had chances to spy on her, find out where she went and what she did. He lay for Steiner, got in the back way, saw the nude photo stunt, and blew his top. He let Steiner have it. Then the panic got him and he just ran. "Ran all the way to Lido Pier and then off the end of that," Isham said dryly. "Aren't you forgetting that the Owen boy had a sap wound on the side of his head?" I said no, and I'm not forgetting that somehow or other Marty knew what was on that camera plate, or nearly enough to make him go in and get it, and then hide a body in Steiner's garage to give him room. Isham said, "Get Agnes Laurel in here, Grinnell." Grinnell heaved up out of his chair and strolled the length of the office, disappeared through a door. Violets McGee said, "Baby, are you a pal?" I didn't look at him. Isham pulled the loose skin in front of his Adam's apple and looked down at the fingernails of his other hand. Grinnell came back with the blonde. Her hair was untidy above the collar of her coat. She had taken the jet buttons out of her ears. She looked tired, but she didn't look scared anymore. She let herself down slowly into the chair at the end of the table where Slade had sat, folded her hands with the silvered nails in front of her. Isham said quietly, "All right, Miss Laurel, we'd like to hear from you now." The girl looked down at her folded hands and talked without hesitation, in a quiet, even voice. "I've known Joe Marty about 3 months. He made friends with me because I was working for Steiner, I guess. I thought it was because he liked me. I told him all I knew about Steiner. He already knew a little. He had been spending money he had got from Carmen Dravec's father, but it was gone, and he was down to nickels and dimes, ready for something else. He decided Steiner needed a partner, and he was watching him to see if he had any tough friends in the background. Last night he was in his car down on the street back of Steiner's house. He heard the shots, saw the kid tear down the steps, jump into a big sedan and take it on the lam. Joe chased him. Halfway to the beach he caught him and ran him off the road. The kid came up with a gun, but his nerve was bad and Joe sapped him down. While he was out, Joe went through him and found out who he was. When he came around, Joe played copper and the kid broke and gave him the story. While Joe was wondering what to do about it, the kid came to life and knocked him off the car and scrammed again. He drove like a crazy guy and Joe let him go. He went back to Steiner's house. I guess you know the rest. When Joe had the plate developed and saw what he had, he went for a quick touch so we could get out of town before the law found Steiner. We were going to take some of Steiner's books and set up shop in another city. Agnes Laurel stopped talking. Isham tapped with his fingers, said, "Marty told you everything, didn't he?" "Uh-huh." "Sure he didn't murder this Carl Owen?" "I wasn't there. Joe didn't act like he'd killed anybody." Isham nodded. "That's all for now, Miss Laurel. We'll want all that in writing. We'll have to hold you, of course." The girl stood up. Grinnell took her out. She went out without looking at anyone. Isham said, "Marty couldn't have known Carl Owen was dead, but he was sure he'd try to hide out. By the time we got to him, Marty would have collected from Dravec and moved on. I think the girl's story sounds reasonable." Nobody said anything. After a moment, Isham said to me, "You made one bad mistake. You shouldn't have mentioned Marty to the girl until you were sure he was your man. That got 2 people killed quite unnecessarily." I said, "Uh-huh. Maybe I better go back and do it over again. Don't get tough." "I'm not tough. I was working for Dravec and trying to save him from a little heartbreak. I didn't know the girl was as screwy as all that, or that Dravec would have a brainstorm. I wanted the pictures. I didn't care a lot about trash like Steiner or Joe Marty and his girlfriend, and still don't." Okay, Isham said impatiently. "I don't need you any more tonight. You'll probably be panned plenty at the inquest." He stood up and I stood up. He held out his hand. "But that will do you a hell of a lot more good than harm," he added dryly. I shook hands with him and went out. McGee came out after me. We rode down in the elevator together without speaking to each other. When we got outside the building, McGee went around to the right side of my Chrysler and got into it. "Got any liquor at your dump?" "Plenty," I said. "Let's go get some of it." I started the car and drove west along First Street, through a long, echoing tunnel. When we were out of that, McGee said, "Next time I send you a client, I won't expect you to snitch on him, boy." We went on through the quiet evening to the Bergland. I felt tired and old and not much use to anybody. End of Killer in the Rain by Raymond Chandler.
The Flammer by Junior Ward, author of Benny Meets a Friend. Detective Story Magazine, January 13th, 1920. To the homeseeker there are but two trails. One leads to the city with its congested thoroughfares, its bright lights, its top-heavy buildings, and its veil of sham and hypocrisy. The other to the open fields, the hills, the sun-kissed plains, and the simple dwellings sheltering those children of the Almighty who till the soil that others may live. Somewhere along this latter trail lies the village of Rittersville with its one street, its antiquated railroad station, its green fields, and its sleepy inhabitants. From the depot, the traveler is afforded a view of rusticity both prepossessing and beautiful. To the left is the general store and post office, and towering above its low-hanging roof in the background can be seen a short church steeple. To the right stands the Atkins house, with a total capacity of 15 guests, American plan, the biggest thing of its kind in the county. Over the door leading into the office of this hostelry, the traveler will find a sign posted stating fearlessly to the world that the Atkins house has been under the same manager for 30 years, and that the food served to guests is grown on the premises. To prove this assertion, an index fist, jutting out from the aforesaid sign, points to a large piece of land adjoining the hotel, whereon one might see lima beans, corn, and a miscellaneous assortment of other vegetables growing. Indeed, on a certain warm and sultry afternoon during midsummer, one might have seen the manager of the Atkins house himself working in that same garden. For Joel Atkins was an industrious soul. That Joel was a person of distinction in the little town could not be denied. Besides being manager of the only hostelry within 40 miles of Rittersville, which also housed the local graph office, of which he also was manager. He had the honor of being town constable, which position he had held during the greater part of his life. Indeed, it was hard to find a public position in the county which Joel had not filled at one time or another during his 52 years' residence in the village. However, while Joel never neglected to keep his badge of authority posted in a conspicuous place on his bosom, the fact remained that he had very little to do in his official capacity. This may have been attributable to the fact that Joel's fame as a sleuth and officer of the law had spread over the entire county, and it was generally understood that criminals had very little chance to ply their trades in Rittersville, due primarily to his ever-watchful eye. As a matter of fact, visitors were a rarity in the village, and arrests were even rarer. Therefore, 9 days out of 10 found Joel working 10 hours out of the 24 about his hotel, as he chose to call it, or in his garden. Possessing a cheerful disposition and an energy uncommon in one of his years, Joel was usually very sincere in his labors. Nevertheless, on this day he was leaning on the handle of his hoe, his thick brows knit in meditation. A scowl gathered on his wrinkled face as his gaze wandered abstractedly over the fields surrounding him. With his hand shading his eyes, he scanned the horizon line. The figure of a man approaching slowly far down the road leading past Joel's garden suddenly arrested his attention. Adjusting his spectacles on his nose, he again shaded his eyes and carefully watched the figure as it approached, and then, stepping gingerly here and there, he made his way through the garden patch until he reached the fence rail surrounding it. As the figure drew nearer, it turned out to be a rather gawky individual who strolled leisurely along, his hands clasped behind him. He was tall and extremely thin. His hands were large and knotty, and his arms, reaching almost to his knees, dangled ludicrously out of his coat sleeves. About his thin, long neck was encircled a celluloid collar several sizes too large, and upon his head was perched a small, soft hat several sizes too small. His face was long and solemn-looking, his eyes small and shifty. In one corner of his mouth he gripped a toothpick, with the other corner he whistled loudly, a very difficult feat. Joel's eyes held a steely glitter as he beckoned to the newcomer with a grimy forefinger. "Come here, Homer," he called snappily, authoritatively. Homer Tucker hesitated in the middle of the road, apparently deliberating with himself. His whistling ceased abruptly. With a shrewd eye, he coolly regarded the other, meanwhile rolling the toothpick about between his lips. "What for?" he asked insolently. Joel's gaze was unflinching. "Come here," he said. "I want to talk to you." Homer made as if to turn away. "If it's about old man Jarvis's will, I ain't got nothing to say," he announced calmly. "It was all said this morning by Lawyer Puckins, and you can talk to him." An angry flush arose to Joel's temples. "Look-a here, Homer Tucker," he said, snarling. "Old John Jarvis was one of my kin by marriage, and I guess I got some right to know who he's been leaving his money to. He married my second cousin." Homer sneered. "That makes you old John's grandmother, don't it?" This sarcasm, as was intended, added to the elderly man's ire. "Old John had a daughter to leave his money to, Homer Tucker," he shouted, with a menacing wave of the hoe. "He didn't have to leave it to no loafers. He had a darn nice gal to leave his money to, he did. Why, you young whippersnapper, the old man didn't hardly know you." "The will says he knew me purty well," retorted Homer. "He knew me $1,500 worth." Joel's fine old face purpled with rage. "You derned crook," he stormed. "You never was no good, nor your pap before you wasn't." Homer, from his vantage point outside the fence, shrugged his loose-jointed shoulders indifferently. "The gal got the house and everything in it, didn't she?" he asked placatingly. "What's she gonna live on?" demanded Joel, beside himself with rage. "What good's the house without the money?" Again Homer shrugged his shoulders. "'Tain't nothing to me," he announced calmly. "The old man left me the money and I took it. Lawyer Puckins give it to me this morning." "'Nother crook," snorted Joel in disgust. "You and him's two of a kind." "Just because you're constable you think you own the place," remarked Homer contemptuously. "Why don't you arrest me and Puckins if you think we're crooks? You're afraid to. We'd sue you and take your derned old rooming house away from you." This was the last thing that could be said by way of insult to Joel. To criticize his hotel was to strike him in the face. You, he stammered in his rage as he waved his hoe wildly about. Homer turned slowly away. "The old man wanted me to have that money and he didn't hardly know you," shouted Joel. "If the truth was known, you and Puckins would get put in jail." In his excitement, Joel had climbed to the first rung of the fence, but his words fell upon deaf ears. Homer was already walking down the road, whistling loudly. From the placid expression on his homely face, it was evident that Joel's bitter denunciation had disturbed him not. Chapter 2. Dusk had settled that evening when the last train for the day made its stop at Rittersville. A lone traveler, a young man carrying a suitcase, descended the steps of the wooden coach. That he was from the city there could be no doubt. His short, thick-set body was attired in a flashy, summer-grey tweed. Below his smooth, full face and rounded chin flaunted a necktie of brilliant hue, in the center of which reposed a diamond cluster of almost unbelievable size and brilliancy. His straw hat, with which he vigorously fanned himself, was decorated with a ribbon of the same shade as his tie. He was rather a swaggering sort of an individual. He looked about him in a debonair sort of way. The train pulled away, its air brakes shrieking and its engine throbbing convulsively. Muttered the stranger to himself breezily as his sharp, piercing eyes swept the deserted train platform. The prodigal returns, and the brass band is among the missing. With a familiarity that proved his acquaintance with Rittersville, the stranger started off down the road. The short distance to the Atkins house was traversed without meeting anyone, and a few moments later he was writing his name in the greasy hotel register, which Joel obligingly produced. After a diligent search behind the counter, Joel finally managed to find his spectacles. With these perched on the end of his aquiline nose, he carefully read the name the young man had written. "Lothrop, eh?" he mused aloud. "From New York, eh? You ain't no kin to the Lothrops that used to live here in town, are you?" The stranger extended a well-kept hand graciously. "You don't know me, do you, Joel?" he asked, smiling. Joel placed a large and moist palm in that of the other. With his free hand he readjusted his spectacles on his nose and carefully peered through them. "Sure I do. You're a Lothrop, all right. Which one?" "Edward," admitted the young man, lighting a cigarette to cover his embarrassment. Joel's face wrinkled in a wide grin. "Well, I'll be derned," he ejaculated. "Ain't that funny now? I ain't seen none of you for 15 years or more, and here I recognize you right off the bat. I'm dern glad to see you, Eddie." Turning to a board marked off in squares, Joel took a large key from its hook and laid it on the counter. "Your pap died, didn't he?" he asked by way of conversation. The young man nodded in the affirmative. "You working steady, are you?" Again the young man nodded. "Got a good job, have you?" The young man smiled at the other's inquisitiveness. "Where do you work?" Eddie turned away and lifted his suitcase significantly. "I wonder if I couldn't go up to my room now," he suggested. "We can talk over old times later." "What are you doing here in town?" asked Joel as they traversed the rickety flight of steps leading to Eddie's room. "Oh, just dropped in to see the old home," answered Eddie carelessly. "Memories are treacherous. They steal into one's consciousness and strike in one of two vital places, heart or conscience." Once in the room, Eddie removed his coat and sat down on the edge of the wooden bed. Absently, he stared out of the open window into the darkness. The peace of the fields was oppressive to him. The quietness of the little village was accentuated by the chirping of the crickets. In the distance, a dog howled mournfully. Memories long dormant crowded their way into his mind, memories of childhood playmates, of his mother, and of his old home on the hill. For the first time in years, Eddie was bothered by his conscience. Vaguely, he wondered why he had come to Rittersville and upbraided himself for obeying the impulse which had led him to visit his old home. Impatiently, he asked himself why it was that a man, at some time in his life, longed to visit the scenes of his youth. As he gazed at the flickering oil lamp Joel had placed on the oaken bureau, he made up his mind that he would return to New York on the first train the next day. The town bored him. It was too slow, nothing but crickets and frogs chirping all night. Everybody in town was half asleep. Eddie's thoughts were rudely interrupted by a loud banging on his door. Without waiting for the formality of permission to enter, Joel stalked into the room. "It ain't but 8:30, he announced, shutting the door and calmly seating himself. "Thought I'd come up and talk a spell." Eddie made him welcome with a good-natured smile. At that moment, Joel noticed for the first time the silk shirt of somewhat florid pattern the young man was wearing. Inwardly, he compared the pattern with the wallpaper in his dining room. Nevertheless, he approved of it very much. He also approved of the perfecto which Eddie pressed upon him. With this hanging limply from his lips, he crossed his knees and leaned back in his chair. "Where did you say you worked?" he asked inquisitively. "I'm in business for myself in New York," was the ready answer. "What kind of business?" The coal business." Joel grinned broadly. "Ain't it funny how gossip gets around?" he remarked. Eddie's look was one of interrogation. Joel grinned again sheepishly. "You know, I heard something about you about 5 years ago," he admitted candidly. "It only goes to show how some people can get mistaken." "What was it?" asked Eddie as he began to unpack his suitcase. Joel was frank, if nothing else. "Well, Jake Tarbox, down Ellesmere Way, told me that somebody told him that you was in jail. That was 5 years ago." Lothrop's eyes narrowed. He laughed quietly, but it was mirthless. "I guess there are hundreds of people named Edward Lothrop," he remarked after a pause. "Well, it just goes to show how stories can get put out," went on Joel. "I heard that you flim-flammer. They said that you was put in jail in New York for swindling somebody. Loud roars of mirthless laughter from Lothrop followed this remark. Joel laughed too. Certainly does beat all, said Joel, giving his knees a resounding smack. Folks'll knock a fella that's straight and honest, and they'd never say nothing about a real crook. We got one living right here in town. You didn't know Homer Tucker, did you, Eddie? Nope. Can't say I did. The darndest crook in the county, exploded Joel. You knowed Mary Jarvis, didn't you? Her pap was old John Jarvis that had the mill down by the river. He was one of the best friends I ever had, replied the young man heartily. I went to school with Mary. You knowed the old man was dead, didn't you? No. And you never heard of Homer Tucker? No. Well, you ain't missed much. You know what he done? He done Mary out of a lot of the old man's money. How? Asked Eddie, suddenly interested. Well, explained Joel, enjoying the role of gossiper, after the old man died, Lawyer Puckins from upstate, who's as crooked as a ram's horn, produced a will which he says the old man made on the quiet. It gave Mary the house and everything in it, and gave all the money the old man had in the bank to Homer Tucker. It didn't say how much he had, but they found out soon enough, and Homer got $1,500 this morning. The old man didn't hardly know him when he died. When was that? 3 months ago. The will's a derned fake. What makes you think so? What makes me think so? Ejaculated Joel. I know it is. Puckins is a crook, and Homer ain't done no work for years. Neither one of 'em can give any reason why John ought to have left Homer any money. The whole thing looks crooked too, and if it was brought to court, Homer wouldn't get a cent. Well, why isn't it contested before the courts? Joel sighed deeply. Some women got funny ideas about courts, he remarked. Mary says she couldn't stand going to court. Says it ain't respectable. Men ain't that way. When I caught that there fella that broke into Jed Ogilby's store, Did Homer get the money yet? Interrupted the other. He got it today. Mary signed a paper for Puckins giving him the right to pay Homer the money as soon as it was probated. There weren't no debts against the estate. Joel got the money, and I guess Puckins got some of it too. Joel, still indignant over his conversation with Homer that morning, talked vehemently and at great length on the subject. Eddie proved to be an excellent listener. The evening passed quickly, and even the old man, accustomed to going to bed at an early hour, was unheedful of the flight of time. Rittersville was in its second sleep when he, with the stump of one of Eddie's perfectos gripped between his teeth, finally retired to his room. Immediately, Eddie carefully and noiselessly locked his door. Laying his suitcase on the bed, he searched carefully through a bundle of papers he took from it. With a sigh of relief, he extracted several blank, legal-looking documents from the pile. From his wallet, he produced a letter, carefully folded. With a piece of tissue paper, he traced the signature at the bottom of the letter. This, in turn, he transferred to one of the documents. For the next half hour, he was busily engaged filling in the blank spaces in the documents in flowing handwriting with his fountain pen. Several cigarettes were consumed before his task was completed, and then, with a sigh of satisfaction, he prepared to retire. Chapter 3. To say that Homer Tucker had many leisure moments would be putting the situation mildly. All of Homer's moments were leisure ones. Never very popular in the village, he had made himself even more unpopular by the reading of the Jarvis will. Indeed, he found himself unwelcome even at Bud Carney's pool room, where he was wont to pass the greater portion of his time. He was not particularly sensitive, but the attitude of his old acquaintances toward him when he made his appearance was unmistakable. No one seemed to care even to play a sociable game of pool with him. Indeed, one outspoken youth boldly remarked that Homer cheated so much that a game with him was uninteresting. Homer's presence was objected to by some of the patrons of the place. Thus, being barred from his favorite retreat, Homer formed the habit of walking leisurely along the roads of the little village. his hands clasped behind him, seemingly lost in his meditations. It was during one of these walks on the afternoon following his conversation with Joel that he was approached by a well-dressed stranger who carried a suitcase in his hand. The stranger's clothing was of a flashy grey tweed. In the center of his brilliant-hued necktie reposed a diamond cluster of almost unbelievable size and brilliancy. "Can you tell me where I can find Mr. John Jarvis?" asked the stranger. Homer's long suit was calmness under any circumstances. He also had what is known as a poker face. This he turned to the stranger. "What do you want to see him about?" he countered. The stranger eyed Homer critically. "I know that you're not John Jarvis," he said sharply. "If you don't know where he lives, want to see him on business?" Again questioned Homer, not in the least perturbed by the other's attitude. The stranger's short body straightened with a jerk. "It's none of your business," he said. Mockingly he added, "Yes, I want to see him on business. It means money to him. Understand that. I must see him at once. If I tell you all about it, will you tell me where he lives?" Homer ignored the other's insolence. Gravely he scrutinized the stranger. "You say it's a matter of money?" he asked imperturbably. The stranger laughed outright. Holding his suitcase in his hand, he abruptly turned away. "Yes, lots and lots and lots of money," he said in a high falsetto, twisting his features into a ludicrous expression. Suddenly his expression changed to one of contempt. "I guess somebody else around here will tell me where he lives without me having to tell my family history," he remarked acidly. With long strides he started down the road. Homer called him. "Hey you," he shouted. "Come here a minute." "Nothing doing," called back the flashy one, talking rapidly. "I guess I can find him without your help." Hastily, Homer followed him up the road. When he was abreast of the rapidly walking stranger, he laid a restraining arm on the other's shoulder. "Jarvis is dead." "No, but that don't make any difference. You can't touch it. You don't know the law, so don't talk like a simpleton. If the old man had a daughter, she could pay the note and get clear title to the property, even if the property wasn't mentioned in the will. Sure she could. Well then, why can't I take up the note?" Lothrop shrugged his shoulders meaningfully. "You got what the will calls for, didn't you?" "Sure. And you admit that you got all the old man intended you to have, didn't you?" "I ain't so sure about that." Eddie's attitude was disinterested. "Well, you can't touch it, that's all." Homer, at this point, was struck with an idea. "How about it if a lawyer says that I can get the property?" he asked expectantly. "What lawyer?" "Puckins." Homer, on calmer deliberation, would not have suggested so risky a scheme as that. Second thoughts told him that Puckins would want a large portion of the proceeds of the deal. However, this phase of the conversation was rapidly knocked in the head. "I don't need a lawyer," snapped the other belligerently. "This note's way past due. I'm the one to judge who takes the note up. I don't know you. You might be a crook for all I know. I know what the law is and you don't, so don't try to tell me anything about it." Homer's mind was now a perfect deluge of thoughts. Madly his brain whirled. A schemer, born and bred, was Homer. "I'd like to take up that there note if I could," he suggested hopefully. "I know you would," retorted the other. "So would I. I could take up that note and nobody'd have to know about it, would they?" Lothrop seemed to hesitate a moment. He gave Homer a searching glance out of the corner of his eye. "You mean that you're willing to talk business with me?" he asked quizzically. "Sure," ejaculated Homer, beside himself with elation at this sudden turn of events. "I'm willing to pay you. I ain't a cheapskate." Eddie regarded him for a moment shrewdly and then picked up his suitcase again. "No," he said, as though the prospective business failed to interest him. "You look like a man who talks too much." Homer grabbed the stranger by the arm. "Honest, Mr. Lothrop, I won't talk. I'd be in it as deep as you, wouldn't I? Lothrop scratched his head doubtfully and eyed the other shrewdly. "What's your price?" he demanded. "Talk quick." $100, blurted Homer on the spur of the moment. Eddie sniffed contemptuously. "I thought you were a cheapskate," he said shortly. Then his face became inflamed with anger. "What are you wasting my time for?" he demanded. "You got a nerve to offer me $100 measly to risk my reputation, play with the law, flirt with the penitentiary, besides several other things. You must think I like you, don't you?" These extremely caustic remarks seemed to penetrate Homer's dullness with telling effect. "How much do you want?" he asked humbly. The other rubbed his chin thoughtfully. $500 is my lowest price, and don't try to talk it down. This isn't bargain day." "Let's see," said Homer, counting on his fingers. "How much will it amount to altogether?" "It's a 1-year note," promptly answered Lothrop. $1,500 at 6% makes $90 interest due on the note. There is also $60 for court and attorney's fees, which you'll have to pay before you can take up the note. Counting it all, including my $500, it will amount to $2,150. Homer exhibited a crestfallen countenance. "I ain't got it," he said sorrowfully. "I got $1,500 yesterday someplace, and counting that I only got about $1,700 all told. Maybe Puckins would lend you the rest," suggested Eddie. Homer started. Could Lothrop mean anything by that remark? No, he didn't know anything about that will. "When have you got to have the money?" he asked. "Tonight," calmly announced Eddie. "If I did the right thing, I'd just turn the note in as being unpaid, and that's where the property would be sold at auction. I'll have to make an oath that you're a blood relation of the old man. It's risky business." "I can't get the money tonight," answered Homer. "I got to go 40 miles after it." "Can't you put it off till tomorrow night?" "Every minute I wait puts me about 1 inch nearer jail," replied Eddie. "I'll give you until 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. If I haven't got the money in cash in my hand by noon tomorrow, I'm going to catch the 12:15 train for New York." "It's a go," chortled Homer excitedly. "It's a go." "You'll find me at the Atkins house," remarked Eddie. "I'll have all the papers ready for you in the morning. Remember, it's a cash deal." "You sure that property's worth that much money?" asked Homer cautiously. Eddie placed a reassuring hand on Homer's shoulder. "After you get it, if you will come to my office in New York, I'll guarantee I can sell it for you for at least $16,000. Immediately, energy seemed to infuse the ungainly figure of Homer. With a parting salutation, he hurried down the road in the direction of the public stables. Lothrop watched him a moment, and then, grinning broadly, slowly started to walk toward the Atkins house. Chapter 4. The front porch of the Atkins house was the scene of a business deal the next morning, shortly before noon, between Homer Tucker of the first part and Eddie Lothrop of the second part. Indeed, it might be said that there was a party of the third part present also in the form of Joel Atkins, who, under the guise of fixing the rainspout at the end of the porch, strained his ears in the hope of hearing some of the conversation. Joel was destined to be disappointed, however, for both Homer and Eddie conversed in a low tone of voice. Homer made a minute inspection of the papers, reading even the printed script on the deed, and then produced a large roll of money from his pocket. Slowly and painstakingly he counted it. "Maybe you better give me your address in New York so if anything is wrong I can come to see you," he said. Eddie scribbled an address on a leaf of his notebook, and after tearing it out, passed it to Homer. "Now," said Eddie, "we'll go over to the notary public at the post office and get him to witness my signature to the deed. That isn't necessary, but it will protect you. I have power of attorney to countersign my client's signature." If Homer had any suspicions up to that time, they were promptly dissipated. However, he was cautious to the last. The deed was executed, and it was only when all the papers were safely in Homer's pocket that he consented to turning over the money. A moment later, he was walking up the road toward Bud Carney's pool room. His figure seemed more erect than usual, and his face seemed to hold a look of unmistakable dignity and opulence. From behind the porch railing, Joel Atkins, who had observed the entire business deal and had been astounded when he saw the large bundle of greenbacks changing hands, wondered exceedingly. Eddie looked at his watch. It was within a few minutes of noon. The next train left Rittersville at 12:15. Hurriedly he repaired to his room, and after throwing his few belongings into his suitcase, made a hasty toilet. The noon whistle was blowing on Pete Shaling's mill on the riverfront when he descended to the office downstairs, which Joel had proudly christened the lobby. "Going so soon, Eddie?" exclaimed Joel in surprise when he saw the young man prepared for traveling. "Yep," answered Eddie laconically. "Got to get back to New York right away." As he tendered his money in payment of his bill to Joel, he noticed a peculiar grin on the old man's face. Coyly, Joel rolled his eyes in the direction of the door. It was then that Eddie noticed a young woman standing in the doorway. She flushed when his eyes fell upon her and then advanced with outstretched hands, smiling. Little more than a girl, a look of dignity and understanding lit her countenance. Her dark eyes, shining in anticipation, held depths almost unfathomable. The rays of the sun pushing their way into the tiny room lit up her face, accentuating the deep color of her cheeks and the sheen of her dark hair coiled in a loose roll on her shapely neck. "I calculate you two young folks ought to know each other," said Joel, smiling, "being as you was kids in school together. This is John Jarvis's gal, Eddie. That's Mary Jarvis, and there ain't nothing prettier in the county. She heard you was in town and she came around to see you." Eddie Lothrop was plainly embarrassed, and his efforts to conceal it were rather painful. But the girl, her dark eyes sparkling with pleasure, was cool and collected as she greeted him. To describe the meeting of these two after so many years would be well nigh impossible. When she talked to him, he was a boy again, a little boy with sandy, tousled hair and bare feet. Memories of her, his boyhood sweetheart, came to him, and he vainly tried to shake them off. Vaguely he wondered how he had forgotten her. The shrill blast of the whistle of the 12:15, making its way around the base of the hills, came to him like a bolt from a clear sky. Mechanically he picked up his suitcase. He shook hands dazedly with Joel, the old man's loud invitation to come again sounding to him like an indistinct voice in the distance. It seemed but natural that Mary should walk to the station with him. As they traversed the road toward the little depot, he recalled that many times before they had covered the same ground. The small, humble buildings he had laughed to scorn during his brief visit to Rittersville now took on a more intimate appearance to him. Everything was the same as it had been. Years had made little difference in the outward appearance of Rittersville itself, and while Mary had grown to beautiful womanhood, Eddie felt that she was the same as when he had known her. Looking at her radiant countenance as she walked along beside him, her hand lightly resting on his arm, he felt that she belonged there. They arrived at the little station just as the train was pulling in. It was there, for the first time, that Eddie was assailed by remorse for the life he had lived. The clean, wholesome look of her, the honest, fearless expression in her eyes told him that she had grown as the fields about her, unsullied. Bitterly he acknowledged his own unworthiness. He was a crook, a jailbird, a good-for-naught. Even at that moment he had ill-gotten money in his pocket. A sudden thought assailed his mind. It was Mary's money after all. Homer, the whelp, had defrauded her. Of that he had no doubt. In his state of mind, he felt that he was lowering his standards. His prey had always been the wealthy. He had traveled with the better class of the underworld. Any man of wealth was his legitimate prey. Because Homer, in his estimation, was a low character who robbed an orphan, He had robbed him of his ill-gotten money without a qualm of conscience. The thought that he in turn was robbing Mary revolved in his mind. A shrill shriek of the engine whistle brought him out of his reverie. Slowly the antiquated train began to move. Eddie quickly decided on his course of action. There was not a second to lose. Reaching into his pocket, he produced an oblong package, which he forced into her hand. Unconsciously, he laid his hand on her arm and looked into her eyes. Then, without a word, he abruptly turned away. The next moment, he was resolutely climbing the steps of the moving wooden coach. As in a trance, the girl stood where he had left her, her beauty harmonizing with the work of nature about her. Absently, she gazed at the package he had given her. It was the work of a moment to open it, and then, a bewildered expression on her countenance, she leaned heavily against the frame wall of the station. Joel Atkins suddenly appeared around the corner of the building. It was evident that he had been running. He was hatless. His breath came in short jerks. Thick beads of perspiration stood out on his forehead. "Is he gone?" he yelled breathlessly, as he waved a yellow sheet of paper about in the air excitedly. Without waiting for an answer, Joel produced a large bandana handkerchief from his pocket and wiped his perspiring face. "Darn him," he snarled. "Thinks he's getting away, eh? I'll telegraph to Ellesmere and have him took off the train there." For the second time since he had received it, he read the telegram. Constable, Clinton County, Rittersville, Pennsylvania. Edward Lothrop, confidence man, traced to your town. Arrest him. Wire answer. Chief of Police, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. "What is it, Joel? What's wrong?" demanded Mary, shaking him by the shoulder to get his attention. Joel shook his fist in excitement. "That dog-goned." He stopped short, his eyes opening wide in astonishment, his forefinger pointing to the opened package in Mary's hand. "Where'd you get that money?" he exclaimed. As Mary explained, Joel listened in astonishment. Methodically, he counted it. $2,150, he announced excitedly. Together they walked slowly down the road toward the Atkins house. Joel's excitement had completely vanished. Carefully, he tried to solve the problem. But one solution presented itself to his mind. He had seen Homer give Eddie a bundle of money about the size of the one Mary held in her hand. Eddie was a confidence man. He had had business dealings with Homer. While Joel disliked Homer, his sense of duty was strong within him. He was an officer of the law, and a crook was a crook. Eddie was running afoul of the law, and therefore he should be apprehended. A sudden thought found its way into his mind. If Eddie was caught, he would never get the money back. Mary, the rightful owner, would again be deprived of it. He was aroused from his ruminations by a tug at his sleeve. "What was on that yellow paper?" interrogated the girl earnestly. "Oh, nothing," replied Joel, endeavoring to speak indifferently. "Constables are always getting telegrams." "Wasn't it something about Eddie?" "Of course not," snapped Joel. "Don't get such foolish ideas." "You were running to catch him," she said, pouting. Joel stammered and searched hastily for an explanation. Yes, certainly. The boy left a shoehorn in his room and I was running after him to give it to him." The girl's curiosity seemed satisfied. "But I don't understand why he gave me this money," she said bewilderedly. Joel shrugged his shoulders. "Forget it," he commanded. "Eddie's rich. I told him about your dad's will and I guess he felt like he ought to do something for you. Just take it and keep quiet. Nobody's got to know about it but the three of us. But I feel as though, if he didn't want you to have it, he wouldn't have given it to you," commented Joel earnestly. Well, Mary's eyes were evidence that Joel's homely philosophy was taking effect. "I know that he and Father used to be good friends. Father used to write to him years ago, but I don't think—" "Forget it," again commanded Joel. At that moment, they had reached the Atkins house. "Come inside and wait a minute until I send a telegram," he told her. "Then I'll take you home." With much painstaking effort on his part, Joel managed to compose and send the following wire: Chief of Police, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Nobody named Edward Lothrop here. Ain't been a stranger in town for 2 weeks. Constable Atkins, Rittersville.
Martin Gara by Alexander Dumas, 1910. We are sometimes astonished at the striking resemblance existing between two persons who are absolute strangers to each other. But in fact it is the opposite which ought to surprise us. Indeed, why should we not rather admire a creative power so infinite in its variety that it never ceases to produce entirely different combinations with precisely the same elements? The more one considers this prodigious versatility of form, the more overwhelming it appears. To begin with, each nation has its own distinct and characteristic type, separating it from other races of men. Thus there are the English, Spanish, German, or Slavonic types. Again, in each nation we find families distinguished from each other by less general but still well-pronounced features. And lastly, the individuals of each family, differing again in more or less marked gradations. What a multitude of physiognomies! What variety of impression from the innumerable stamps of the human countenance! What millions of models and no copies! Considering this ever-changing spectacle, which ought to inspire us with most astonishment, the perpetual difference of faces or the accidental resemblance of a few individuals. Is it impossible that in the whole wide world there should be found by chance two people whose features are cast in one and the same mold? Certainly not. Therefore that which ought to surprise us is not that these duplicates exist here and there upon the earth, but that they are to be met with in the same place, and appear together before our eyes, little accustomed to see such resemblances. From Amphitryon down to our own days, many fables have owed their origin to this fact, and history also has provided a few examples, such as the false Demetrius in Russia, the English Perkin Warbeck, and several other celebrated impostors, whilst the story we now present to our readers is no less curious and strange. On the 10th of August 1557, an inauspicious day in the history of France, the roar of cannon was still heard at 6 in the evening in the plains of St. Quentin, where the French army had just been destroyed by the united troops of England and Spain, commanded by the famous Captain Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy. An utterly beaten infantry, the Constable Montmorency and several generals taken prisoner, the Duc d'Enghien mortally wounded, the flower of the nobility cut down like grass. Such were the terrible results of a battle which plunged France into mourning, and which would have been a blot on the reign of Henry II, had not the Duke of Guise obtained a brilliant revenge the following year. In a little village less than a mile from the field of battle were to be heard the groans of the wounded and dying, who had been carried thither from the field of battle. The inhabitants had given up their houses to be used as hospitals, and 2 or 3 barber surgeons went hither and thither, hastily ordering operations which they left to their assistants, and driving out fugitives who had contrived to accompany the wounded under pretense of assisting friends or near relations. They had already expelled a good number of these poor fellows, when, opening the door of a small room, they found a soldier soaked in blood lying on a rough mat, and another soldier apparently attending on him with the utmost care. "Who are you?" said one of the surgeons to the sufferer. "I don't think you belong to our French troops." "Help," cried the soldier, "only help me, and may God bless you for it." "From the color of that tunic," remarked the other surgeon, "I should wager the rascal belongs to some Spanish gentleman. By what blunder was he brought here? For pity's sake," murmured the poor fellow, "I am in such pain." "Die, wretch," responded the last speaker, pushing him with his foot. die like the dog you are." But this brutality, answered as it was by an agonized groan, disgusted the other surgeon. After all, he is a man, and a wounded man who implores help. "Leave him to me, René." René went out grumbling, and the one who remained proceeded to examine the wound. A terrible arquebus shot had passed through the leg, shattering the bone. Amputation was absolutely necessary. Before proceeding to the operation, the surgeon turned to the other soldier, who had retired into the darkest corner of the room. "And you, who may you be?" he asked. The man replied by coming forward into the light. No other answer was needed. He resembled his companion so closely that no one could doubt they were brothers, twin brothers, probably. Both were above middle height. Both had olive-brown complexions, black eyes, hooked noses, pointed chins, a slightly projecting lower lip. Both were round-shouldered, though this defect did not amount to disfigurement. The whole personality suggested strength, and was not destitute of masculine beauty. So strong a likeness is hardly ever seen. Even their ages appeared to agree, for one would not have supposed either to be more than 32. And the only difference noticeable, besides the pale countenance of the wounded man, was that he was thin as compared with the moderate fleshiness of the other, also that he had a large scar over the right eyebrow. "Look well after your brother's soul," said the surgeon to the soldier, who remained standing. "If it is in no better case than his body, it is much to be pitied." "Is there no hope?" inquired the soldier of the wounded man. "The wound is too large and too deep," replied the man of science, "to be cauterized with boiling oil, according to the ancient method. Delenda isti cosa mali, the source of evil must be destroyed, as says the learned Ambrose Père. I ought therefore secer ferro, that is to say, take off the leg. May God grant that he survive the operation." While seeking his instruments, he looked the supposed brother full in the face, and added, "But how is it that you are carrying muskets in opposing armies? For I see that you belong to us, while this poor fellow wears Spanish uniform." "Oh, that would be a long story to tell," replied the soldier, shaking his head. "As for me, I followed the career which was open to me, and took service of my own free will under the banner of our Lord King, Henry II. This man, whom you rightly suppose to be my brother, was born in Biscay, and became attached to the household of the Cardinal of Burgos, and afterwards to the Cardinal's brother, whom he was obliged to follow to the war. I recognized him on the battlefield just as he fell. I dragged him out of a heap of dead and brought him here." During his recital, this individual's features betrayed considerable agitation, but the surgeon did not heed it. Not finding some necessary instruments, my colleague, he exclaimed, must have carried them off. He constantly does this out of jealousy of my reputation, but I will be even with him yet. Such splendid instruments! They will almost work of themselves, and are capable of imparting some skill even to him, dunce as he is. I shall be back in an hour or two. He must rest, sleep, have nothing to excite him, nothing to inflame the wound, and when the operation is well over we shall see. May the Lord be gracious to him." Then he went to the door, leaving the poor wretch to the care of his supposed brother. "My God," he added, shaking his head, "if he survive, it will be by the help of a miracle." Scarcely had he left the room when the unwounded soldier carefully examined the features of the wounded one. "Yes," he murmured between his teeth, "they were right in saying that my exact double was to be found in the hostile army. Truly one would not know us apart. I might be surveying myself in a mirror. I did well to look for him in the rear of the Spanish army, and, thanks to the fellow who rolled him over so conveniently with that arquebus shot, I was able to escape the dangers of the melee by carrying him out of it. But that's not all," he thought, still carefully studying the tortured face of the unhappy sufferer. "It is not enough to have got out of that. I have absolutely nothing in the world, no home, no resources. Beggar by birth, adventurer by fortune, I have enlisted and have consumed my pay. I hoped for plunder, and here we are in full flight. What am I to do? Go and drown myself? No, certainly a cannonball would be as good as that. But can't I profit by this chance, and obtain a decent position by turning to my own advantage this curious resemblance, and making some use of this man whom fate has thrown in my way, and who has but a short time to live? Arguing thus, he bent over the prostrate man with a cynical laugh. One might have thought he was Satan watching the departure of a soul too utterly lost to escape him. "Alas, alas," cried the sufferer, "may God have mercy on me, I feel my end is near." "Bah, comrade, drive away these dismal thoughts. Your leg pains you, well, they will cut it off. Think only of the other one, and trust in Providence. Water, a drop of water, for heaven's sake." The sufferer was in a high fever. The would-be nurse looked round and saw a jug of water, towards which the dying man extended a trembling hand. A truly infernal idea entered his mind. He poured some water into a gourd which hung from his belt, held it to the lips of the wounded man, and then withdrew it. "Oh, I thirst that water. For pity's sake, give me some." "Yes, but on one condition: you must tell me your whole history." "Yes, but give me water." His tormentor allowed him to swallow a mouthful, then overwhelmed him with questions as to his family, his friends and fortune, and compelled him to answer by keeping before his eyes the water which alone could relieve the fever which devoured him. After this often interrupted interrogation, the sufferer sank back exhausted and almost insensible. But, not yet satisfied, his companion conceived the idea of reviving him with a few drops of brandy, which quickly brought back the fever, and excited his brain sufficiently to enable him to answer fresh questions. The doses of spirit were doubled several times, at the risk of ending the unhappy man's days then and there. Almost delirious, his head feeling as if on fire, his sufferings gave way to a feverish excitement, which took him back to other places and other times. He began to recall the days of his youth and the country where he lived. But his tongue was still fettered by a kind of reserve. His secret thoughts, the private details of his past life were not yet told, and it seemed as though he might die at any moment. Time was passing, night already coming on, and it occurred to the merciless questioner to profit by the gathering darkness. By a few solemn words he aroused the religious feelings of the sufferer, terrified him by speaking of the punishments of another life and the flames of hell, until to the delirious fancy of the sick man he took the form of a judge who could either deliver him to eternal damnation or open the gates of heaven to him. At length, overwhelmed by a voice which resounded in his ear like that of a minister of God, the dying man laid bare his inmost soul before his tormentor, and made his last confession to him. Yet a few moments, and the executioner, he deserves no other name, hangs over his victim, opens his tunic, seizes some papers and a few coins, half draws his dagger, but thinks better of it. Then, contemptuously spurning the victim as the other surgeon had done, "I might kill you." He says, "But it would be a useless murder. It would only be hastening your last sigh by an hour or two, and advancing my claims to your inheritance by the same space of time." And he adds mockingly, "Farewell, my brother." The wounded soldier utters a feeble groan. The adventurer leaves the room. 4 months later, a woman sat at the door of a house at one end of the village of Artigues, near Ria, and played with a child about 9 or 10 years of age. Still young, she had the brown complexion of southern women, and her beautiful black hair fell in curls about her face. Her flashing eyes occasionally betrayed hidden passions, concealed, however, beneath an apparent indifference and lassitude, and her wasted form seemed to acknowledge the existence of some secret grief. An observer would have divined a shattered life, a withered happiness, a soul grievously wounded. Her dress was that of a wealthy peasant, and she wore one of the long gowns with hanging sleeves which were in fashion in the 16th century. The house in front of which she sat belonged to her, so also the immense field which adjoined the garden. Her attention was divided between the play of her son and the orders she was giving to an old servant, when an exclamation from the child startled her. "Mother," he cried, "Mother, there he is." She looked where the child pointed and saw a young boy turning the corner of the street. "Yes," continued the child, "that is the lad who, when I was playing with the other boys yesterday, called me all sorts of bad names." "What sort of names, my child?" "There was one I did not understand, but it must have been a very bad one, for the other boys all pointed at me and left me alone. He called me, and he said it was only what his mother had told him. He called me a wicked bastard." His mother's face became purple with indignation. "What?" she cried. "They dared! What an insult! What does this bad word mean, mother?" asked the child, half frightened by her anger. "Is that what they call poor children who have no father?" His mother folded him in her arms. "Oh," she continued, "it is an infamous slander. These people never saw your father. They have only been here 6 years, and this is the 8th since he went away, but this is abominable. We were married in that church. We came at once to live in this house, which was my marriage portion, and my poor Martin has relations and friends here who will not allow his wife to be insulted." "Say rather, his widow," interrupted a solemn voice. "Ah, uncle," exclaimed the woman, turning towards an old man who had just emerged from the house. "Yes, Bertrand," continued the newcomer, "you must get reconciled to the idea that my nephew has ceased to exist. I am sure he was not such a fool as to have remained all this time without letting us hear from him. He was not the fellow to go off at a tangent on account of a domestic quarrel which you have never vouchsafed to explain to me, and to retain his anger during all these 8 years. Where did he go? What did he do? We none of us know, neither you nor I, nor anybody else. He is assuredly dead, and lies in some graveyard far enough from here. May God have mercy on his soul." Bertrand, weeping, made the sign of the cross and bowed her head upon her hands. "Good-bye, Sanxi," said the uncle, tapping the child's cheek. Sanxi turned sulkily away. There was certainly nothing specially attractive about the uncle. He belonged to a type which children instinctively dislike, false, crafty, with squinting eyes which continually appeared to contradict his honeyed tongue. "Bertrand," he said, "your boy is like his father before him, and only answers my kindness with rudeness." "Forgive him," answered the mother. "He is very young, and does not understand the respect due to his father's uncle. I will teach him better things. He will soon learn that he ought to be grateful for the care you have taken of his little property." No doubt," said the uncle, trying hard to smile. "I will give you a good account of it, for I shall only have to reckon with you two in future. Come, my dear, believe me, your husband is really dead, and you have sorrowed quite enough for a good-for-nothing fellow. Think no more of him." So saying, he departed, leaving the poor young woman a prey to the saddest thoughts. Bertrand de Rolls, naturally gifted with extreme sensibility, on which a careful education had imposed due restraint, had barely completed her 12th year when she was married to Martin Gara, a boy of about the same age, such precocious unions being then not uncommon, especially in the southern provinces. They were generally settled by considerations of family interest, assisted by the extremely early development habitual to the climate. The young couple lived for a long time as brother and sister and Bert, and, thus early familiar with the idea of domestic happiness, bestowed her whole affection on the youth whom she had been taught to regard as her life's companion. He was the alpha and omega of her existence. All her love, all her thoughts, were given to him, and when their marriage was at length completed, the birth of a son seemed only another link in the already long existing bond of union. But, as many wise men have remarked, a uniform happiness which only attaches women more and more, has often upon men a precisely contrary effect, and so it was with Martin Gara. Of a lively and excitable temperament, he wearied of a yoke which had been imposed so early, and, anxious to see the world and enjoy some freedom, he one day took advantage of a domestic difference, in which Bertrand owned herself to have been wrong and left his house and family. He was sought and awaited in vain. Bertrand spent the first month in vainly expecting his return, then she betook herself to prayer. But heaven appeared deaf to her supplications, the truant returned not. She wished to go in search of him, but the world is wide, and no single trace remained to guide her. What torture for a tender heart! What suffering for a soul thirsting for love! What sleepless nights! What restless vigils! Years passed thus. Her son was growing up, yet not a word reached her from the man she loved so much. She spoke often of him to the uncomprehending child. She sought to discover his features in those of her boy. But though she endeavored to concentrate her whole affection on her son, she realized that there is suffering which maternal love cannot console, and tears which it cannot dry. Consumed by the strength of the sorrow which ever dwelt in her heart, the poor woman was slowly wasting, worn out by the regrets of the past, the vain desires of the present, and the dreary prospect of the future. And now she had been openly insulted, her feelings as a mother wounded to the quirk, and her husband's uncle, instead of defending and consoling her, could give only cold counsel and unsympathetic words. Pierre Gara, indeed, was simply a thorough egotist. In his youth he had been charged with usury. No one knew by what means he had become rich, for the little drapery trade which he called his profession did not appear to be very profitable. After his nephew's departure, it seemed only natural that he should pose as the family guardian, and he applied himself to the task of increasing the little income, but without considering himself bound to give any account to Bertrand. So, once persuaded that Martin was no more, he was apparently not unwilling to prolong a situation so much to his own advantage. Night was fast coming on. In the dim twilight distant objects became confused and indistinct. It was the end of autumn, that melancholy season which suggests so many gloomy thoughts and recalls so many blighted hopes. The child had gone into the house. Bertrand, still sitting at the door, resting her forehead on her hand, thought sadly of her uncle's words, recalling in imagination the past scenes which they suggested, the time of their childhood when, married so young, they were as yet only playmates, prefacing the graver duties of life by innocent pleasures. Then of the love which grew with their increasing age, then of how this love became altered, changing on her side into passion, on his into indifference. She tried to recollect him as he had been on the eve of his departure, young and handsome, carrying his head high, coming home from a fatiguing hunt and sitting by his son's cradle. And then also she remembered bitterly the jealous suspicions she had conceived, the anger with which she had allowed them to escape her, the consequent quarrel, followed by the disappearance of her offended husband, and the 8 succeeding years of solitude and mourning. She wept over his desertion, over the desolation of her life, seeing around her only indifferent or selfish people, and caring only to live for her child's sake, who gave her at least a shadowy reflection of the husband she had lost. Lost, yes, lost forever. She said to herself, sighing, and looking again at the fields whence she had so often seen him coming at this same twilight hour, returning to his home for the evening meal. She cast a wandering eye on the distant hills, which showed a black outline against a yet fiery western sky. Then let it fall on a little grove of olive trees planted on the farther side of the brook which skirted her dwelling. Everything was calm. Approaching night brought silence along with darkness. It was exactly what she saw every evening, but to leave which required always an effort. She rose to re-enter the house when her attention was caught by a movement amongst the trees. For a moment she thought she was mistaken, but the branches again rustled, then parted asunder, and the form of a man appeared on the other side of the brook. Terrified, Bertrand tried to scream, but not a sound escaped her lips. Her voice seemed paralyzed by terror as in an evil dream, and she almost thought it was a dream, for notwithstanding the dark shadows cast around this indistinct semblance, she seemed to recognize features once dear to her. Had her bitter reveries ended by making her the victim of a hallucination? She thought her brain was giving way and sank on her knees to pray for help. But the figure remained. It stood motionless, with folded arms, silently gazing at her. Then she thought of witchcraft, of evil demons, and superstitious as everyone was in those days, she kissed a crucifix which hung from her neck and fell fainting on the ground. With one spring the phantom crossed the brook and stood beside her. "Bertrand," it said in a voice of emotion. She raised her head, uttered a piercing cry, and was clasped in her husband's arms. The whole village became aware of this event that same evening. The neighbors crowded round Bertrand's door, Martin's friends and relations naturally wishing to see him after this miraculous reappearance, while those who had never known him desired no less to gratify their curiosity. So that the hero of the little drama, instead of remaining quietly at home with his wife, was obliged to exhibit himself publicly in a neighboring barn. His 4 sisters burst through the crowd and fell on his neck weeping. His uncle examined him doubtfully at first, then extended his arms. Everybody recognized him, beginning with the old servant Marguerite, who had been with the young couple ever since their wedding day. People observed only that a riper age had strengthened his features and given more character to his countenance and more development to his powerful figure. Also that he had a scar over the right eyebrow, and that he limped slightly. These were the marks of wounds he had received, he said, which now no longer troubled him. He appeared anxious to return to his wife and child, but the crowd insisted on hearing the story of his adventures during his voluntary absence, and he was obliged to satisfy them. 8 years ago, he said, the desire to see more of the world had gained an irresistible mastery over him. He yielded to it and departed secretly. A natural longing took him to his birthplace in Biscay, where he had seen his surviving relatives. There he met the Cardinal of Burgos, who took him into his service, promising him profit, hard knocks to give and take, and plenty of adventure. Some time after, he left the cardinal's household for that of his brother, who, much against his will, compelled him to follow him to the war and bear arms against the French. Thus he found himself on the Spanish side on the day of St. Quentin, and received a terrible gun-shot wound in the leg. Being carried into a house in an adjoining village, he fell into the hands of a surgeon, who insisted that the leg must be amputated immediately, but who left him for a moment and never returned. Then he encountered a good old woman who dressed his wound and nursed him night and day, so that in a few weeks he recovered and was able to set out for Artigues, too thankful to return to his house and land, still more to his wife and child, and fully resolved never to leave them again. Having ended his story, he shook hands with his still wondering neighbors, addressing by name some who had been very young when he left, and who, hearing their names, came forward now as grown men, hardly recognizable, but much pleased at being remembered. He returned his sister's caresses, begged his uncle's forgiveness for the trouble he had given in his boyhood, recalling with mirth the various corrections received. He mentioned also an Augustinian monk who had taught him to read, and another reverend father, a Capuchin, whose irregular conduct had caused much scandal in the neighborhood. In short, notwithstanding his prolonged absence, he seemed to have a perfect recollection of places, persons, and things. The good people overwhelmed him with congratulations, vying with one another in praising him for having the good sense to come home, and in describing the grief and the perfect virtue of his Bertrand. Emotion was excited, many wept, and several bottles from Martin Gara's cellar were emptied. At length the assembly dispersed, uttering many exclamations about the extraordinary chances of fate, and retired to their own homes, excited, astonished, and gratified, with the one exception of old Pierre Gara, who had been struck by an unsatisfactory remark made by his nephew, and who dreamed all night about the chances of pecuniary loss augured by the latter's return. It was midnight before the husband and wife were alone and able to give vent to their feelings. Bert, and still felt half stupefied. She could not believe her own eyes and ears, nor realize that she saw again in her marriage chamber her husband of 8 years ago, him for whom she had wept, whose death she had deplored only a few hours previously. In the sudden shock caused by so much joy succeeding so much grief, she had not been able to express what she felt. Her confused ideas were difficult to explain, and she seemed deprived of the powers of speech and reflection. When she became calmer and more capable of analyzing her feelings, she was astonished not to feel towards her husband the same affection which had moved her so strongly a few hours before. It was certainly himself, those were the same features, that was the man to whom she had willingly given her hand, her heart, herself, and yet now that she saw him again a cold barrier of shyness, of modesty, seemed to have risen between them. His first kiss, even, had not made her happy. She blushed and felt saddened, a curious result of the long absence. She could not define the changes wrought by years in his appearance. His countenance seemed harsher, yet the lines of his face, his outer man, his whole personality, did not seem altered, but his soul had changed its nature, a different mind looked forth from those eyes. Bertrand knew him for her husband, and yet she hesitated. Even so Penelope, on the return of Ulysses, required a certain proof to confirm the evidence of her eyes, and her long-absent husband had to remind her of secrets known only to herself. Martin, however, as if he understood Bertrand's feeling and divined some secret mistrust, used the most tender and affectionate phrases, and even the very pet names which close intimacy had formerly endeared to them. "My queen," he said, "my beautiful dove, can you not lay aside your resentment? Is it still so strong that no submission can soften it? Cannot my repentance find grace in your eyes? My Bertrand, my Bertha, my Bertranilla, as I used to call you." She tried to smile, but stopped short, puzzled. The names were the very same, but the inflection of voice quite different. Martin took her hands in his. "What pretty hands! Do you still wear my ring?" "Yes, here it is, and with it the sapphire ring I gave you the day Sanxi was born." Bertrand did not answer, but she took the child and placed him in his father's arms. Martin showered caresses on his son, and spoke of the time when he carried him as a baby in the garden, lifting him up to the fruit trees, so that he could reach and try to bite the fruit. He recollected one day when the poor child got his leg terribly torn by thorns, and convinced himself, not without emotion, that the scar could still be seen. Bertrand was touched by this display of affectionate recollections, and felt vexed at her own coldness. She came up to Martin and laid her hand in his. He said gently, "My departure caused you great grief. I now repent what I did. But I was young, I was proud, and your reproaches were unjust." "Ah," said she, "you have not forgotten the cause of our quarrel. It was little Rose, our neighbor, whom you said I was making love to, because you found us together at the spring in the little wood. I explained that we met only by chance, besides, she was only a child, but you would not listen, and in your anger, ah! Forgive me, Martin, forgive me." She interrupted in confusion. "In your blind anger you took up, I know not what, something which lay handy and flung it at me, and here is the mark." He continued, smiling, "This scar which is still to be seen." "Oh, Martin," Bertrand exclaimed, "can you ever forgive me?" "As you see," Martin replied, kissing her tenderly. Much moved, Bertrand swept aside his hair and looked at the scar visible on his forehead. "But," she said, with surprise not free from alarm, "this scar seems to me like a fresh one." "Ah," Martin explained with a little embarrassment, "it reopened lately, but I had thought no more about it." "Let us forget it, Bertrand. I should not like a recollection which might make you think yourself less dear to me than you once were." And he drew her upon his knee. She repelled him gently. "Send the child to bed," said Martin. "Tomorrow shall be for him. Tonight you have the first place, Bertrand, you only." The boy kissed his father and went. Bertrand came and knelt beside her husband, regarding him attentively with an uneasy smile, which did not appear to please him by any means. "What is the matter?" said he. "Why do you examine me thus?" "I do not know, forgive me, oh, forgive me. But the happiness of seeing you was so great and unexpected, it is all like a dream. I must try to become accustomed to it. Give me some time to collect myself. Let me spend this night in prayer. I ought to offer my joy and my thanksgiving to Almighty God, not so," interrupted her husband, passing his arms round her neck and stroking her beautiful hair. "No, 'tis to me that your first thoughts are due. After so much weariness, my rest is in again beholding you, and my happiness after so many trials will be found in your love. That hope has supported me throughout, and I long to be assured that it is no illusion." So saying, he endeavored to raise her. "Oh," she murmured, "I pray you leave me." "What?" he exclaimed angrily. "Bertrand, is this your love? Is it thus you keep faith with me? You will make me doubt the evidence of your friends. You will make me think that indifference, or even another love, you insult me," said Bertrand, rising to her feet. He caught her in his arms. "No, no. I think nothing which could wound you, my queen, and I believe your fidelity, even as before, you know, on that first journey, when you wrote me these loving letters which I have treasured ever since. Here they are." And he drew forth some papers on which Bertrand recognized her own handwriting. "Yes," he continued, "I have read and re-read them. See, you spoke then of your love and the sorrows of absence. But why all this trouble and terror? You tremble, just as you did when I first received you from your father's hands. It was here, in this very room. You begged me then to leave you, to let you spend the night in prayer, but I insisted, do you remember, and pressed you to my heart as I do now." "Oh," she murmured weakly, "have pity." But the words were intercepted by a kiss, and the remembrance of the past, the happiness of the present, resumed their sway. The imaginary terrors were forgotten, and the curtains closed around the marriage bed. The next day was a festival in the village of Artigues. Martin returned the visits of all who had come to welcome him the previous night, and there were endless recognitions and embracings. The young men remembered that he had played with them when they were little, the old men that they had been at his wedding when he was only 12. The women remembered having envied Bert, and especially the pretty Rose, daughter of Marcel, the apothecary, she who had roused the demon of jealousy in the poor wife's heart. And Rose knew quite well that the jealousy was not without some cause, for Martin had indeed shown her attention, and she was unable to see him again without emotion. She was now the wife of a rich peasant, ugly, old, and jealous, and she compared, sighing, her unhappy lot with that of her more fortunate neighbor. Martin's sisters detained him amongst them, and spoke of their childish games and of their parents, both dead in Biscay. Martin dried the tears which flowed at these recollections of the past, and turned their thoughts to rejoicing. Banquets were given and received. Martin invited all his relations and former friends, and easy gaiety prevailed. It was remarked that the hero of the feast refrained from wine. He was thereupon reproached, but answered that on account of the wounds he had received he was obliged to avoid excess. The excuse was admitted. the result of Martin's precautions being that he kept a clear head on his shoulders, while all the rest had their tongues loosed by drunkenness. "Ah!" exclaimed one of the guests, who had studied a little medicine, "Martin is quite right to be afraid of drink. Wounds which have thoroughly healed may be reopened and inflamed by intemperance, and wine in the case of recent wounds is deadly poison. Men have died on the field of battle in an hour or two merely because they had swallowed a little brandy." Martin Gara grew pale and began a conversation with the pretty Rose, his neighbor. Bertrand observed this, but without uneasiness. She had suffered too much from her former suspicions. Besides, her husband showed her so much affection that she was now quite happy. When the first few days were over, Martin began to look into his affairs. His property had suffered by his long absence, and he was obliged to go to Biscay to claim his little estate there, the law having already laid hands upon it. It was several months before, by dint of making judicious sacrifices, he could regain possession of the house and fields which had belonged to his father. This at last accomplished, he returned to Artigues in order to resume the management of his wife's property, and with this end in view, about 11 months after his return, he paid a visit to his uncle Pierre. Pierre was expecting him. He was extremely polite, desired Martin to sit down, overwhelmed him with compliments, knitting his brows as he discovered that his nephew decidedly meant business. Martin broke silence. "Uncle," he said, "I come to thank you for the care you have taken of my wife's property. She could never have managed it alone. You have received the income in the family interest. As a good guardian, I expected no less from your affection. But now that I have returned and am free from other cares, we will go over the accounts, if you please." His uncle coughed and cleared his voice before replying, then said slowly, as if counting his words, "It is all accounted for, my dear nephew. Heaven be praised, I don't owe you anything." "What?" exclaimed the astonished Martin, "but the whole income was well and properly employed in the maintenance of your wife and child." "What, 1,000 livres for that, and Bertrand lived alone so quietly and simply? Nonsense, it is impossible." "Any surplus," resumed the old man, quite unmoved, "any surplus went to pay the expenses of seed time and harvest." "What, at a time when labor costs next to nothing? Here is the account," said Pierre. "Then the account is a false one," returned his nephew. Pierre thought it advisable to appear extremely offended and angry, and Martin, exasperated at his evident dishonesty, took still higher ground and threatened to bring an action against him. Pierre ordered him to leave the house, and suiting actions to words, took hold of his arm to enforce his departure. Martin, furious, turned and raised his fist to strike. "What, strike your uncle, wretched boy?" exclaimed the old man. Martin's hand dropped, but he left the house uttering reproaches and insults, among which Pierre distinguished, "Cheat that you are." "That is a word I shall remember," cried the angry old man, slamming his door violently. Martin brought an action before the judge at Ria, and in course of time obtained a decree which, reviewing the accounts presented by Pierre, disallowed them, and condemned the dishonest guardian to pay his nephew 400 livres for each year of his administration. The day on which this sum had to be disbursed from his strong box, the old usurer vowed vengeance, but until he could gratify his hatred he was forced to conceal it, and to receive attempts at reconciliation with a friendly smile. It was not until 6 months later, on the occasion of a joyous festivity, that Martin again set foot in his uncle's house. The bells were ringing for the birth of a child. There was great gaiety at Bertrand's house, where all the guests were waiting on the threshold for the godfather in order to take the infant to church, and when Martin appeared, escorting his uncle, who was adorned with a huge bouquet for the occasion, and who now came forward and took the hand of Rose, the pretty godmother, there were cries of joy on all sides. Bertrand was delighted at this reconciliation and dreamed only of happiness. She was so happy now, her long sorrow was atoned for, her regret was at an end, her prayers seemed to have been heard. The long interval between the former delights and the present seemed wiped out as if the bond of union had never been broken. And if she remembered her grief at all, it was only to intensify the new joys by comparison. She loved her husband more than ever. He was full of affection for her, and she was grateful for his love. The past had now no shadow, the future no cloud, and the birth of a daughter, drawing still closer the links which united them, seemed a new pledge of felicity. Alas, the horizon which appeared so bright and clear to the poor woman was doomed soon again to be overcast. The very evening of the christening party, a band of musicians and jugglers happened to pass through the village, and the inhabitants showed themselves liberal. Pierre asked questions, and found that the leader of the band was a Spaniard. He invited the man to his own house, and remained closeted with him for nearly an hour, dismissing him at length with a refilled purse. 2 days later the old man announced to the family that he was going to Picardy to see a former partner on a matter of business, and he departed accordingly, saying he should return before long. The day on which Bertrand again saw her uncle was indeed a terrible one. She was sitting by the cradle of the lately born infant, watching for its awakening, when the door opened and Pierre Gara strode in. Bertrand drew back with an instinct of terror as soon as she saw him, for his expression was at once wicked and joyful, an expression of gratified hate, of mingled rage and triumph, and his smile was terrible to behold. She did not venture to speak, but motioned him to a seat. He came straight up to her, and raising his head, said loudly, "Kneel down at once, madam, kneel down and ask pardon from Almighty God." "Are you mad, Pierre?" She replied, gazing at him in astonishment. "You, at least, ought to know that I am not." "Pray for forgiveness, and what for, in heaven's name? For the crime in which you are an accomplice. Please explain yourself." "Oh," said Pierre with bitter irony, "a woman always thinks herself innocent as long as her sin is hidden. She thinks the truth will never be known, and her conscience goes quietly to sleep, forgetting her faults. Here is a woman who thought her sins nicely concealed. Chance favored her. An absent husband, probably no more. Another man so exactly like him in height, face, and manner that everyone else is deceived. Is it strange that a weak, sensitive woman, wearied of widowhood, should willingly allow herself to be imposed on?" Bertrand listened without understanding. She tried to interrupt, but Pierre went on. It was easy to accept this stranger without having to blush for it, easy to give him the name and the rights of a husband. She could even appear faithful while really guilty. She could seem constant, though really fickle. And she could, under a veil of mystery, at once reconcile her honor, her duty, perhaps even her love. "What on earth do you mean?" cried Bertrand, wringing her hands in terror. "That you are countenancing an impostor who is not your husband." Feeling as if the ground were passing from beneath her, Bertrand staggered and caught at the nearest piece of furniture to save herself from falling. Then, collecting all her strength to meet this extraordinary attack, she faced the old man. "What, my husband, your nephew, an impostor? Don't you know it? I." This cry, which came from her heart, convinced Pierre that she did not know and that she had sustained a terrible shock. He continued more quietly, "What, Bertrand, is it possible you were really deceived? Pierre, you are killing me, your words are torture. No more mystery, I entreat. What do you know? What do you suspect? Tell me plainly at once. Have you courage to hear it?" "I must," said the trembling woman. "God is my witness that I would willingly have kept it from you, but you must know. If only for the safety of your soul entangled in so deadly a snare, there is yet time if you follow my advice. Listen. The man with whom you are living, who dares to call himself Martin Gara, is a cheat, an impostor. How dare you say so? Because I have discovered it. Yes, I had always a vague suspicion, an uneasy feeling, and in spite of the marvelous resemblance, I could never feel as if he were really my sister's child. The day he raised his hand to strike me, yes, that day I condemned him utterly. Chance has justified me. A wandering Spaniard, an old soldier, who spent a night in the village here, was also present at the Battle of St. Quentin, and saw Martin Gara receive a terrible gunshot wound in the leg. After the battle, being wounded, he betook himself to the neighboring village, and distinctly heard a surgeon in the next room say that a wounded man must have his leg amputated, and would very likely not survive the operation. The door opened, he saw the sufferer, and knew him for Martin Gara. So much the Spaniard told me. Acting on this information, I went on pretense of business to the village he named. I questioned the inhabitants, and this is what I learned. "Well," said Bertrand, pale and gasping with emotion, "I learned that the wounded man had his leg taken off, and, as the surgeon predicted, he must have died in a few hours, for he was never seen again." Bertrand remained a few moments as if annihilated by this appalling revelation. Then, endeavoring to repel the horrible thought, "No," she cried, "no, it is impossible. It is a lie intended to ruin him, to ruin us all." "What, you do not believe me?" "No, never, never." "Say rather you pretend to disbelieve me. The truth has pierced your heart, but you wish to deny it. Think, however, of the danger to your immortal soul." "Silence, wretched man. No, God would not send me so terrible a trial. What proof can you show of the truth of your words? The witnesses I have mentioned. Nothing more. No, not as yet. Fine proofs indeed. The story of a vagabond who flattered your hatred in hope of a reward, the gossip of a distant village, the recollections of 10 years back, and finally your own word, the word of a man who seeks only revenge. The word of a man who swore to make Martin pay dearly for the results of his own avarice, a man of furious passions such as yours. No, Pierre, no, I do not believe you, and I never will. Other people may perhaps be less incredulous, and if I accuse him publicly, then I shall contradict you publicly." And coming quickly forward, her eyes shining with virtuous anger, "Leave this house, go." She said, "It is you yourself who are the impostor, go. I shall yet know how to convince everyone, and will make you acknowledge it," cried the furious old man. He went out, and Bertrand sank exhausted into a chair. All the strength which had supported her against Pierre vanished as soon as she was alone, and in spite of her resistance to suspicion, the terrible light of doubt penetrated her heart, and extinguished the pure torch of trustfulness which had guided her hitherto, a doubt, alas, which attacked at once her honor and her love, for she loved with all a woman's tender affection. Just as actual poison gradually penetrates and circulates through the whole system, corrupting the blood and affecting the very sources of life until it causes the destruction of the whole body, so does that mental poison, suspicion, extend its ravages in the soul which has received it. Bertrand remembered with terror her first feelings at the sight of the returned Martin Gara, her involuntary repugnance, her astonishment at not feeling more in touch with the husband whom she had so sincerely regretted. She remembered also, as if she saw it for the first time, that Martin, formerly quick, lively, and hasty-tempered, now seemed thoughtful and fully master of himself. This change of character she had supposed due to the natural development of age. She now trembled at the idea of another possible cause. Some other little details began to occur to her mind, the forgetfulness or abstraction of her husband as to a few insignificant things. Thus it sometimes happened that he did not answer to his name of Martin, also that he mistook the road to a hermitage, formerly well known to them both, and again that he could not answer when addressed in Basque. although he himself had taught her the little she knew of this language. Besides, since his return, he would never write in her presence. Did he fear that she would notice some difference? She had paid little or no attention to these trifles. Now, pieced together, they assumed an alarming importance. An appalling terror seized Bertrand. Was she to remain in this uncertainty, or should she seek an explanation which might prove her destruction? And how discover the truth? By questioning the guilty man, by noting his confusion, his change of color, by forcing a confession from him. But she had lived with him for 2 years. He was the father of her child. She could not ruin him without ruining herself, and an explanation once sought. She could neither punish him and escape disgrace, nor pardon him without sharing his guilt. To reproach him with his conduct and then keep silence would destroy her peace forever. To cause a scandal by denouncing him would bring dishonor upon herself and her child. Night found her involved in these hideous perplexities, too weak to surmount them. An icy chill came over her. She went to bed and awoke in a high fever. For several days she hovered between life and death, and Martin Gara bestowed the most tender care upon her. She was greatly moved thereby, having one of those impressionable minds which recognize kindness fully as much as injury. When she was a little recovered and her mental power began to return, she had only a vague recollection of what had occurred, and thought she had had a frightful dream. She asked if Pierre Gara had been to see her, and found he had not been near the house. This could only be explained by the scene which had taken place, and she then recollected all the accusation Pierre had made, her own observations which had confirmed it, all her grief and trouble. She inquired about the village news. Pierre evidently had kept silence. Why? Had he seen that his suspicions were unjust, or was he only seeking further evidence? She sank back into her cruel uncertainty and resolved to watch Martin closely, before deciding as to his guilt or innocence. How was she to suppose that God had created 2 faces so exactly alike, 2 beings precisely similar, and then sent them together into the world and on the same track, merely to compass the ruin of an unhappy woman? A terrible idea took possession of her mind, an idea not uncommon in an age of superstition, namely, that the enemy himself could assume human form, and could borrow the semblance of a dead man in order to capture another soul for his infernal kingdom. Acting on this idea, she hastened to the church, paid for masses to be said, and prayed fervently. She expected every day to see the demon forsake the body he had animated, but her vows, offerings, and prayers had no result. But heaven sent her an idea which she wondered had not occurred to her sooner. If the tempter, she said to herself, has taken the form of my beloved husband, his power being supreme for evil, the resemblance would be exact, and no difference, however slight, would exist. If, however, it is only another man who resembles him, God must have made them with some slight distinguishing marks. She then remembered what she had not thought of before, having been quite unsuspicious before her uncle's accusation, and nearly out of her mind between mental and bodily suffering since. She remembered that on her husband's left shoulder, almost on the neck, there used to be one of those small, almost imperceptible, but ineffaceable birthmarks. Martin wore his hair very long. It was difficult to see if the mark were there or not. One night, while he slept, Bert, and cut away a lock of hair from the place where this sign ought to be, it was not there. Convinced at length of the deception, Bert, and suffered inexpressible anguish. This man whom she had loved and respected for 2 whole years, whom she had taken to her heart as a husband bitterly mourned for, this man was a cheat, an infamous impostor, and she, all unknowing, was yet a guilty woman. Her child was illegitimate, and the curse of heaven was due to this sacrilegious union. To complete the misfortune, she was already expecting another infant. She would have killed herself, but her religion and the love of her children forbade it. Kneeling before her child's cradle, she entreated pardon from the father of the one for the father of the other. She would not bring herself to proclaim aloud their infamy. "Oh," she said, "thou whom I loved, thou who art no more, thou knowest no guilty thought ever entered my mind. When I saw this man, I thought I beheld thee. When I was happy, I thought I owed it to thee. It was thee whom I loved in him. Surely thou dost not desire that by a public avowal I should bring shame and disgrace on these children and on myself." She rose calm and strengthened. It seemed as if a heavenly inspiration had marked out her duty. To suffer in silence, such was the course she adopted, a life of sacrifice and self-denial which she offered to God as an expiation for her involuntary sin. But who can understand the workings of the human heart? This man whom she ought to have loathed, this man who had made her an innocent partner in his crime, this unmasked impostor whom she should have beheld only with disgust, she loved him. The force of habit, the ascendancy he had obtained over her, the love he had shown her, 1,000 sympathies felt in her inmost heart, all these had so much influence that, instead of accusing and cursing him, she sought to excuse him on the plea of a passion to which, doubtless, he had yielded when usurping the name and place of another. She feared punishment for him yet more than disgrace for herself, and though resolved to no longer allow him the rights purchased by crime, she yet trembled at the idea of losing his love. It was this above all which decided her to keep eternal silence about her discovery. One single word which proved that his imposture was known would raise an insurmountable barrier between them. To conceal her trouble entirely was, however, beyond her power. Her eyes frequently showed traces of her secret tears. Martin several times asked the cause of her sorrow. She tried to smile and excuse herself, only immediately sinking back into her gloomy thoughts. Martin thought it mere caprice. He observed her loss of color, her hollow cheeks, and concluded that age was impairing her beauty and became less attentive to her. His absences became longer and more frequent, and he did not conceal his impatience and annoyance at being watched. For her looks hung upon his, and she observed his coldness and change with much grief. Having sacrificed all in order to retain his love, she now saw it slowly slipping away from her. Another person also observed attentively. Pierre Gara, since his explanation with Bertrand, had apparently discovered no more evidence, and did not dare to bring an accusation without some positive proofs. Consequently, he lost no chance of watching the proceedings of his supposed nephew, silently hoping that chance might put him on the track of a discovery. He also concluded from Bertrand's state of melancholy that she had convinced herself of the fraud, but had resolved to conceal it. Martin was then endeavoring to sell a part of his property, and this necessitated frequent interviews with the lawyers of the neighboring town. Twice in the week he went to Ria, and to make the journey easier, used to start horseback about 7 in the evening, sleep at Ria, and return the following afternoon. This arrangement did not escape his enemy's notice, who was not long in convincing himself that part of the time ostensibly spent on this journey was otherwise employed. Towards 10 o'clock on the evening of a dark night, the door of a small house lying about half a gunshot from the village opened gently for the exit of a man wrapped in a large cloak, followed by a young woman who accompanied him some distance. Arrived at the parting point, they separated with a tender kiss and a few murmured words of adieu. The lover took his horse, which was fastened to a tree, mounted, and rode off towards Ria. When the sounds died away, the woman turned slowly and sadly towards her home, but as she approached the door a man suddenly turned the corner of the house and barred her way. Terrified, she was on the point of crying for help, when he seized her arm and ordered her to be silent. "Rose," he whispered, "I know everything. That man is your lover. In order to receive him safely, you send your old husband to sleep by means of a drug stolen from your father's shop. This intrigue has been going on for a month. Twice a week, at 7 o'clock, your door is opened to this man, to deliver him to infamy which would recoil on her own head and her child's, and on the infant which was yet unborn. If he had sinned before God, was it not for God to punish him? If against herself, ought she not rather to overwhelm him with contempt, but to invoke the help of strangers to expiate this offense, to lay bare the troubles of her life, to unveil the sanctuary of the nuptial couch, in short, to summon the whole world to behold this fatal scandal? Was not that what in her imprudent anger she had really done? She repented bitterly of her haste. She sought to avert the consequences, and notwithstanding the night and the bad weather, she hurried at once to Pierre's dwelling, hoping at all costs to withdraw her denunciation. He was not there. He had at once taken a horse and started for Ria. Her accusation was already on its way to the magistrates. At break of day, the house where Martin Gara lodged when at Ria was surrounded by soldiers. He came forward with confidence and inquired what was wanted. On hearing the accusation, he changed color slightly, then collected himself and made no resistance. When he came before the judge, Bertrand's petition was read to him, declaring him to be an impostor, who falsely, audaciously, and treacherously had deceived her by taking the name and assuming the person of Martin Gara, and demanding that he should be required to entreat pardon from God, the king, and herself. The prisoner listened calmly to the charge and met it courageously, only evincing profound surprise at such a step being taken by a wife who had lived with him for 2 years since his return, and who only now thought of disputing the rights he had so long enjoyed. As he was ignorant both of Bertrand's suspicions and their confirmation, and also of the jealousy which had inspired her accusation, his astonishment was perfectly natural and did not at all appear to be assumed. He attributed the whole charge to the machinations of his uncle, Pierre Gara, an old man, he said, who, being governed entirely by avarice and the desire of revenge, now disputed his name and rights, in order the better to deprive him of his property, which might be worth from 16 to 1800 livres. In order to attain his end, this wicked man had not hesitated to pervert his wife's mind, and at the risk of her own dishonor had instigated this calumnious charge, a horrible and unheard of thing in the mouth of a lawful wife. Ah, I do not blame her. He cried, she must suffer more than I do, if she really entertains doubts such as these. But I deplore her readiness to listen to these extraordinary calumnies originated by my enemy. The judge was a good deal impressed by so much assurance. The accused was relegated to prison, whence he was brought 2 days later to encounter a formal examination. He began by explaining the cause of his long absence, originating, he said, in a domestic quarrel, as his wife well remembered. He there related his life during these 8 years. At first he wandered over the country wherever his curiosity and the love of travel led him. He then had crossed the frontier, revisited Biscay, where he was born, and having entered the service of the Cardinal of Burgos, he passed thence into the army of the King of Spain. He was wounded at the Battle of St. Quentin, conveyed to a neighboring village, where he recovered, although threatened with amputation. Anxious to again behold his wife and child, his other relations and the land of his adoption, he returned to Artigues, where he was immediately recognized by everyone, including the identical Pierre Gara, his uncle, who now had the cruelty to disavow him. In fact, the latter had shown him special affection up to the day when Martin required an account of his stewardship. Had he only had the cowardice to sacrifice his money and thereby defraud his children, he would not today be charged as an impostor. But, continued Martin, I resisted, and a violent quarrel ensued, in which anger perhaps carried me too far. Pierre Gara, cunning and revengeful, has waited in silence. He has taken his time and his measures to organize this plot, hoping thereby to obtain his ends, to bring justice to the help of his avarice, and to acquire the spoils he coveted and revenge for his defeat, by means of a sentence obtained from the scruples of the judges. Besides these explanations, which did not appear wanting in probability, Martin vehemently protested his innocence, demanding that his wife should be confronted with him, and declaring that in his presence she would not sustain the charge of personation brought against him, and that her mind not being animated by the blind hatred which dominated his persecutor, the truth would undoubtedly prevail. He now, in his turn, demanded that the judge should acknowledge his innocence, and prove it by condemning his calumniators to the punishment invoked against himself, that his wife, Bertrand de Rolls, should be secluded in some house where her mind could no longer be perverted, and, finally, that his innocence should be declared, and expenses and compensations awarded him. After this speech, delivered with warmth, and with every token of sincerity, he answered without difficulty all the interrogations of the judge. The following are some of the questions and answers, just as they have come down to us. In what part of Biscay were you born? In the village of Imes, province of Gipuzkoa. What were the names of your parents, Antonio Gara and Marie Torrida? Are they still living? My father died June 15th, 1530. My mother survived him 3 years and 12 days. Have you any brothers and sisters? I had one brother who only lived 3 months. My 4 sisters, Inez, Dorothea, Marietta, and Pedrina, all came to live at Artigues when I did. They are there still, and they all recognized me. What is the date of your marriage? January 10, 1539. Who were present at the ceremony? My father-in-law, my mother-in-law, my uncle, my 2 sisters, Mater Marcel and his daughter Rose, a neighbor called Claude Perrin, who got drunk at the wedding feast, also Giraud, the poet, who composed verses in our honor. Who was the priest who married you? The old cure, Pascal Guerin, whom I did not find alive when I returned. What special circumstances occurred on the wedding day? At midnight exactly, our neighbor, Catherine Bower, brought us the repast which is known as Medianoche. This woman has recognized me, as also our old Marguerite, who has remained with us ever since the wedding. What is the date of your son's birth? February 10, 1548, 9 years after our marriage. I was only 12 when the ceremony took place, and did not arrive at manhood till several years later. Give the date of your leaving Artigues. It was in August 1549. As I left the village, I met Claude Perrin and the cure Pascal, and took leave of them. I went towards Beauvais, and I passed through Orleans, Bourges, Limoges, Bordeaux, and Toulouse. If you want the names of people whom I saw and to whom I spoke, you can have them. What more can I say? Never, indeed, was there a more apparently veracious statement. All the doings of Martin Gara seem to be most faithfully described, and surely only himself could thus narrate his own actions. As the historian remarks, alluding to the story of Amphitryon, Mercury himself could not better reproduce all Soja's actions, gestures, and words than did the false Martin Gara those of the real one. In accordance with the demand of the accused, Bertrand de Rolls was detained in seclusion in order to remove her from the influence of Pierre Gara. The latter, however, did not waste time, and during the month spent in examining the witnesses cited by Martin, his diligent enemy, guided by some vague traces, departed on a journey from which he did not return alone. All the witnesses bore out the statement of the accused. The latter heard this in prison and rejoiced, hoping for a speedy release. Before long he was again brought before the judge, who told him that his deposition had been confirmed by all the witnesses examined. "Do you know of no others?" Continued the magistrate. Have you no relatives except those you have mentioned? I have no others, answered the prisoner. Then what do you say to this man? Said the judge, opening a door. An old man issued forth, who fell on the prisoner's neck, exclaiming, My nephew. Martin trembled in every limb, but only for a moment. Promptly recovering himself and gazing calmly at the newcomer, he asked coolly, And who may you be? What? Said the old man, do you not know me? Dare you deny me? Me, your mother's brother, Carbon Barrow, the old soldier. Me, who dandled you on my knee in your infancy. Me, who taught you later to carry a musket. Me, who met you during the war at an inn in Picardy when you fled secretly. Since then I have sought you everywhere, I have spoken of you and described your face and person, until a worthy inhabitant of this country offered to bring me hither, where indeed I did not expect to find my sister's son imprisoned and fettered as a malefactor. What is his crime, may it please your honor? You shall hear, replied the magistrate. Then you identify the prisoner as your nephew, you affirm his name to be Arnauld Dutil, also called Pansette, after his father, Jacques Pansa. His mother was Therese Barrow, my sister, and he was born in the village of Sages. What have you to say? Demanded the judge, turning to the accused. 3 things, replied the latter, unabashed. This man is either mad, or he has been suborned to tell lies, or he is simply mistaken. The old man was struck dumb with astonishment, but his supposed nephew's start of terror had not been lost upon the judge, also much impressed by the straightforward frankness of Carbon Barrow. He caused fresh investigations to be made, and other inhabitants of Sages were summoned to Rhea, who one and all agreed in identifying the accused as the same Arnauld Dutil, who had been born and had grown up under their very eyes. Several deposed that as he grew up he had taken to evil courses and become an adept in theft and lying, not fearing even to take the sacred name of God in vain, in order to cover the untruth of his daring assertions. From such testimony the judge naturally concluded that Arnauld Dutil was quite capable of carrying on an imposture, and that the impudence which he displayed was natural to his character. Moreover, he noted that the prisoner, who averred that he was born in Biscay, knew only a few words of the Basque language, and used these quite wrongly. He heard later another witness who deposed that the original Martin Gara was a good wrestler and skilled in the art of fence, whereas the prisoner, having wished to try what he could do, showed no skill whatever. Finally, a shoemaker was interrogated, and his evidence was not the least damning. Martin Gara, he declared, required 12 holes to lace his boots, and his surprise had been great when he found those of the prisoner had only 9. Considering all these points and the cumulative evidence, the judge of Rhea set aside the favorable testimony, which he concluded had been the outcome of general credulity, imposed on by an extraordinary resemblance. He gave due weight also to Bertrand's accusation, although she had never confirmed it, and now maintained an obstinate silence, and he pronounced a judgment by which Arnauld Dutil was declared attainted and convicted of imposture, and was therefore condemned to be beheaded, after which his body should be divided into 4 quarters and exposed at the 4 corners of the town. This sentence, as soon as it was known, caused much diversity of opinion in the town. The prisoner's enemies praised the wisdom of the judge, and those less prejudiced condemned his decision, as such conflicting testimony left room for doubt. Besides, it was thought that the possession of property and the future of the children required much consideration, also that the most absolute certainty was demanded before annulling a past of 2 whole years, untroubled by any counterclaim whatever. The condemned man appealed from this sentence to the Parliament of Toulouse. This court decided that the case required more careful consideration than had yet been given to it, and began by ordering Arnauld Dutil to be confronted with Pierre Gara and Bertrand de Rolls. Who can say what feelings animate a man who, already once condemned, finds himself subjected to a second trial? The torture scarcely ended begins again, and hope, though reduced to a shadow, regains her sway over his imagination, which clings to her skirts, as it were, with desperation. The exhausting efforts must be recommenced. It is the last struggle, a struggle which is more desperate in proportion as there is less strength to maintain it. In this case the defendant was not one of those who are easily cast down. He collected all his energy, all his courage, hoping to come victoriously out of the new combat which lay before him. The magistrates assembled in the great hall of the Parliament, and the prisoner appeared before them. He had first to deal with Pierre and confronted him calmly, letting him speak without showing any emotion. He then replied with indignant reproaches, dwelling on Pierre's greed and avarice, his vows of vengeance, the means employed to work upon Bertrand, his secret maneuvers in order to gain his ends, and the unheard-of animosity displayed in hunting up accusers, witnesses, and calumniators. He defied Pierre to prove that he was not Martin Gara, his nephew, inasmuch as Pierre had publicly acknowledged and embraced him, and his tardy suspicions only dated from the time of their violent quarrel. His language was so strong and vehement that Pierre became confused and was unable to answer, and the encounter turned entirely in Arnaud's favor, who seemed to overawe his adversary from a height of injured innocence, while the latter appeared as a disconcerted slanderer. The scene of his confrontation with Bertrand took a wholly different character. The poor woman, pale, cast down, worn by sorrow, came staggering before the tribunal in an almost fainting condition. She endeavored to collect herself, but as soon as she saw the prisoner she hung her head and covered her face with her hands. He approached her and besought her in the gentlest accents not to persist in an accusation which might send him to the scaffold, not thus to avenge any sins he might have committed against her, although he could not reproach himself with any really serious fault. Bertrand started and murmured in a whisper and rose. "Ah!" Arnaud exclaimed, astonished at this revelation. His part was instantly taken. Turning to the judges, gentlemen, he said, "My wife is a jealous woman. 10 years ago, when I left her, she had formed these suspicions. They were the cause of my voluntary exile. Today she again accuses me of guilty relations with the same person. I neither deny nor acknowledge them, but I affirm that it is the blind passion of jealousy which, aided by my uncle's suggestions, guided my wife's hand when she signed this denunciation." Bertrand remained silent. "Do you dare," he continued, turning towards her, "do you dare to swear before God that jealousy did not inspire you with the wish to ruin me?" "And you," she replied, "dare you swear that I was deceived in my suspicions?" "You see, gentlemen," exclaimed the prisoner triumphantly, "her jealousy breaks forth before your eyes. Whether I am or am not guilty of the sin she attributes to me is not the question for you to decide. Can you conscientiously admit the testimony of a woman who, after publicly acknowledging me, after receiving me in her house, after living 2 years in perfect amity with me, has, in a fit of angry vengeance, thought she could give the lie to all her words and actions? Ah, Bertrand," he continued, "if it only concerned my life, I think I could forgive a madness of which your love is both the cause and the excuse. But you are a mother, think of that. My punishment will recoil on the head of my daughter, who is unhappy enough to have been born since our reunion, and also on our unborn child, which you condemn beforehand to curse the union which gave it being. Think of this, Bertrand. You will have to answer before God for what you are now doing." The unhappy woman fell on her knees, weeping. "I adjure you," he continued solemnly, "you, my wife, Bertrand de Rolls, to swear now, here, on the crucifix, that I am an impostor and a cheat." A crucifix was placed before Bertrand. She made a sign as if to push it away, endeavored to speak, and feebly exclaimed, "No." then fell to the ground and was carried out insensible. This scene considerably shook the opinion of the magistrates. They could not believe that an impostor, whatever he might be, would have sufficient daring and presence of mind thus to turn into mockery all that was most. They set a new inquiry on foot, which, instead of producing enlightenment, only plunged them into still greater obscurity. Out of 30 witnesses heard, more than 3/4 agreed in identifying as Martin Gara the man who claimed his name. Never was greater perplexity caused by more extraordinary appearances. The remarkable resemblance upset all reasoning. Some recognized him as Arnauld Dutil, and others asserted the exact contrary. He could hardly understand Basque. Some said, though born in Biscay, was that astonishing, seeing he was only 3 when he left the country. He could neither wrestle nor fence well, but having no occasion to practice these exercises, he might well have forgotten them. The shoemaker, who made his shoes aforetime, thought he took another measure, but he might have made a mistake before or be mistaken now. The prisoner further defended himself by recapitulating the circumstances of his first meeting with Bert, and, on his return, the 1,001 little details he had mentioned which he only could have known, also the letters in his possession, all of which could only be explained by the assumption that he was the veritable Martin Gara. Was it likely that he would be wounded over the left eye and leg as the missing man was supposed to be? Was it likely that the old servant, that the 4 sisters, his Uncle Pierre, many persons to whom he had related facts known only to himself, that all the community, in short, would have recognized him, and even the very intrigues suspected by Bertrand, which had aroused her jealous anger, this very intrigue, if it really existed, was it not another proof of the verity of his claim, since the person concerned, as interested and as penetrating as the legitimate wife, had also accepted him as her former lover? Surely here was a mass of evidence sufficient to cast light on the case. Imagine an impostor arriving for the first time in a place where all the inhabitants are unknown to him, and attempting to personate a man who had dwelt there, who would have connections of all kinds, who would have played his part in 1,000 different scenes, who would have confided his secrets, his opinions to relations, friends, acquaintances, to all sorts of people, who had also a wife, that is to say, a person under whose eyes nearly his whole life, that he thought he was dying, and that several hours elapsed of which he could give no account, being probably delirious, that he suffered later intolerable pain, and on coming to himself, found that his leg had been amputated. He remained long between life and death, but he was cared for by peasants who probably saved his life. His recovery was very slow. He discovered that in the interval between being struck down in the battle and recovering his senses, his papers had disappeared, but it was impossible to suspect the people who had nursed him with such generous kindness of theft. After his recovery, being absolutely destitute, he sought to return to France and again see his wife and child. He had endured all sorts of privations and fatigues, and at length, exhausted, but rejoicing at being near the end of his troubles, he arrived, suspecting nothing, at his own door. Then the terror of the old servant, a few broken words, made him guess at some misfortune, and the appearance of his wife and of a man so exactly like himself stupefied him. Matters had now been explained, and he only regretted that his wound had not at once ended his existence. The whole story bore the impress of truth, but when the other prisoner was asked what he had to say, he adhered to his first answers, maintaining their correctness, and again asserted that he was the real Martin Gara, and that the new claimant could only be Arnauld Dutil, the clever impostor, who was said to resemble himself so much that the inhabitants of Suggs had agreed in mistaking him for the said Arnauld. The two Martin Garas were then confronted without changing the situation in the least, the first showing the same assurance, the same bold and confident bearing, while the second, calling on God and men to bear witness to his sincerity, deplored his misfortune in the most pathetic terms. The judge's perplexity was great. The affair became more and more complicated. The question remained as difficult, as uncertain as ever. All the appearances and evidences were at variance. Probability seemed to incline towards one. Sympathy was more in favor of the other, but actual proof was still wanting. At length, a member of the Parliament, M. de Corres, proposed as a last chance before resorting to torture, that final means of examination in a barbarous age, that Bertrand should be placed between the two rivals, trusting, he said, that in such a case a woman's instinct would divine the truth. Consequently, the two Martin Garas were brought before the Parliament, and a few moments after Bertrand was led in, weak, pale, hardly able to stand, being worn out by suffering and advanced pregnancy. Her appearance excited compassion, and all watched anxiously to see what she would do. She looked at the two men, who had been placed at different ends of the hall, and turning from him who was nearest to her, went and knelt silently before the man with the wooden leg. Then, joining her hands as if praying for mercy, she wept bitterly. So simple and touching an action roused the sympathy of all present. Arnauld du Tilh grew pale, and everyone expected that Martin Gara, rejoiced at being vindicated by this public acknowledgment, would raise his wife and embrace her. But he remained cold and stern, and in a contemptuous tone, "Your tears, madam," he said, "they do not move me in the least, neither can you seek to excuse your credulity by the examples of my sisters and my uncle. A wife knows her husband more intimately than his other relations, as you prove by your present action, and if she is deceived, it is because she consents to the deception. You are the sole cause of the misfortunes of my house, and to you only shall I ever impute them." Thunderstruck by this reproach, the poor woman had no strength to reply, and was taken home more dead than alive. The dignified language of this injured husband made another point in his favor. Much pity was felt for Bert, and as being the victim of an audacious deception, but everybody agreed that thus it beseemed the real Martin Gara to have spoken. After the ordeal gone through by the wife had been also essayed by the sisters and other relatives, who one and all followed Bertrand's example and accepted the newcomer, the court, having fully deliberated, passed the following sentence, which we transcribe literally. Having reviewed the trial of Arnauld du Tilh or Pansette, calling himself Martin Gara, a prisoner in the conciergerie, who appeals from the decision of the judge of Ria, etc. We declare that this court negatives the appeal and defense of the said Arnauld du Tilh, and as punishment and amends for the imposture, deception, assumption of name and of person, adultery, rape, sacrilege, theft, larceny, and other deeds committed by the aforesaid du Tilh, and causing the above-mentioned trial. This court has condemned and condemns him to do penance before the church of Artigues, kneeling, clad in his shirt only, bareheaded and barefoot, a halter on his neck, and a burning torch in his hand. And there he shall ask pardon from God, from the king, and from justice, from the said Martin Gara and Bertrand de Rolls, husband and wife. And this done, the aforesaid du Tilh shall be delivered into the hands of the executioners of the king's justice, who shall lead him through the customary streets and crossroads of the aforesaid place of Artigues, and, the halter on his neck, shall bring him before the house of the aforesaid Martin Gara, where he shall be hung and strangled upon a gibbet erected for this purpose, after which his body shall be burnt. And for various reasons and considerations thereunto moving the court, it has awarded and awards the goods of the aforesaid Arnauld du Tilh, apart from the expenses of justice, to the daughter born unto him by the aforesaid Bert and de Rolls, under pretense of marriage falsely asserted by him, having there to assume the name and person of the aforesaid Martin Gara, by this man's deceiving the aforesaid de Rolls. And moreover, the court has exempted and exempts from this trial the aforesaid Martin Gara and Bert, and de Rolls, also the said Pierre Gara, uncle of the aforesaid Martin, and has remitted and remits the aforesaid Arnauld Dutil to the aforesaid judge of Ria, in order that the present sentence may be executed according to its form and tenor. Pronounced judicially this 12th day of September 1560. This sentence substituted the gallows for the decapitation decreed by the first judge, inasmuch as the latter punishment was reserved for criminals of noble birth, while hanging was inflicted on meaner persons. When once his fate was decided, Arnauld Dutil lost all his audacity. Sent back to Artigues, he was interrogated in prison by the judge of Ria, and confessed his imposture at great length. He said the idea first occurred to him when, having returned from the camp in Picardy, he was addressed as Martin Gara by several intimate friends of the latter. He then inquired as to the sort of life, the habits and relations of this man, and having contrived to be near him, had watched him closely during the battle. He saw him fall, carried him away, and then, as the reader has already seen, excited his delirium to the utmost in order to obtain possession of his secrets. Having thus explained his successful imposture by natural causes, which excluded any idea of magic or sorcery, he protested his penitence, implored the mercy of God, and prepared himself for execution as became a Christian. The next day, while the populace, collecting from the whole neighborhood, had assembled before the parish church of Artigues in order to behold the penance of the criminal, who, barefoot, attired in a shirt, and holding a lighted torch in his hand, knelt at the entrance of the church, another scene no less painful took place in the house of Martin Gara. Exhausted by her suffering, which had caused a premature confinement, Bert, and lay on her couch of pain, and besought pardon from him whom she had innocently wronged, entreating him also to pray for her soul. Martin Gara, sitting at her bedside, extended his hand and blessed her. She took his hand and held it to her lips. She could no longer speak. All at once a loud noise was heard outside. The guilty man had just been executed in front of the house. When finally attached to the gallows, he uttered a terrible cry, which was answered by another from inside the house. The same evening, while the body of the malefactor was being consumed by fire, the remains of a mother and child were laid to rest in consecrated ground. End of Martin Gara by Alexander Dumas.
The Long Arm of God by Ward Sterling. First published Black Musk, September 1920. In a rock-bound gulch, half buried under the sands of summer, covered beneath 10 feet of snow in winter, 6 skeletons lie, grinning mockingly. In the hollow skulls of 2 are smooth, round holes. In one a tiny leaden pellet leaps and bumps with each heave and groan of the sun-kissed ice in spring. The whitened ribs of 2 are seamed and scarred as by a knife. Upon the 6th there is no mark. Nor comes there any answering rattle when some loathsome reptile, scurrying from its lair amongst the rocks and crevices, jars against the whitened shell that once encased as foul a brain as e'er polluted God's green footstool. It lies far apart from the others, denied, even in death, the solace of their companionship. It is of the tenant of that 6th grim remnant, gazing hollow-eyed toward the heavens it can never enter, that this story is written. The flesh that once covered his weather-bleached bones has long since been carried away by carrion birds. His malignant soul is now frying in hell. Unless by chance the devil, fearing the corruption of his powers of darkness, has denied the spirit admittance. He mocked God and spit upon his commandments, and the long arm of God reached out and found him, even in the chill, cold Arctic hell where he had hidden himself away. Chapter 1. Lee was the first to die. They found him, a month after they had discovered that they were rich, cold and stiff, his face twisted into an indescribable grimace, as if he had died in awful agony. Yet there had been no outcry, nor was there any mark upon his body to show how he had been struck down. The 6 of them, Lee, the profane, Halligan, the religious, Mason, the student, Wentworth, ill-tempered and moody, Kelly, the hot-blooded Celt, and good-natured, plodding old Drew were from the same Midwestern town. They had grown up together, attended the same school, soldiered in the same squad. The same girl had driven them to the land of long winters to seek their fortune. And smarting under the same misfortune, they had been drawn together, forgetting, for the time, their differences, sharing one another's dangers, living out of a common purse, laughing at hardships, yet each praying that he might be the one upon whom fortune's smile would fall, buoyed up by the memory of a beautiful girl far, far from their adopted home. After a fashion, they were happy. They were filled with primitive vigor and pulsing with life. They lived constant romances, and did not know it, for such is the way of the far countries, and the lure of the north had gripped their heartstrings. They had been prospecting, without results, all summer, when they chanced upon the unmapped, blind canyon which was destined to be their burial place. Following the noisy little creek up the gulch to the spot where it bubbled from the side of the rocky wall which blocked the farther end of the canyon between 2 grey, grim mountains, they decided to hole in for the winter. There were signs of gold everywhere. A cabin, old and weather-beaten, one of the unsolved mysteries of the ever-mysterious north, stood ready for their occupancy with a small amount of repairing. Nearby were a dozen mounds, grim reminders of a tragic past. In the cabin were bags filled with nuggets, their coverings rotted away. The whole place breathed of mystery and treasure untold. Wood was plentiful, and game was abundant. Halligan and Lee were sent back for supplies. The others divided their time between prospecting the gulch and putting in shape their shack, a 4-roomed affair, for they intended spending the winter in comfort. 2 weeks after the return of the 2, the partners awoke to the realization that they were rich. Before they could even estimate the extent of their find, winter arrived, with its long, cold nights, burying the old cabin almost to the eaves under a mass of snow which filled the gulch, tying them up effectually for the remainder of the season. There is no stronger test of friendship than the placing of strong, vigorous men for several long, weary months in enforced confinement. With little to do save eat and sleep, forced to gaze at each other day after day, they are apt to fall into a physical lethargy which eventually creates a nervous tension like nothing else in the world. Petty quarrels become serious matters. Molehills are magnified into mountains. They grow to hate the sight of each other, to become suspicious of what, under other circumstances, would not be noticed. And when each looks upon his companions as his rivals for the hand of a beautiful woman, hell is bound to break loose sooner or later. It is as inevitable as fate. Chapter 2. When they found the grisly horror that was Lee, lying stark and stiff in his bunk, gazing glassy-eyed toward the ceiling, there was no thought of foul play. It was Halligan who, in straightening out the cold, clinched fingers, discovered the tiny thread of grey wool in the doubled-up fist and called the attention of the others to it. Wentworth was the owner of the only grey shirt in the camp. The others wore khaki or blue. It had been a cold night and he had slept in it. Instantly all eyes were turned upon him, although no word was spoken. He turned upon his silent accusers, his lips drawn back in a wolfish snarl. "Damn it, if you think I done it, say so," he growled. "If I killed him, how did I do it, and when? You, Halligan, slept in the same room with us." Halligan shook his head sadly. "When I went to bed, the 2 of you and Kelly were soldering that hole in the old coffee pot. I went to sleep before either of you turned in." Kelly looked at Halligan angrily, then cast a sympathetic glance at Wentworth. "I'm sorry to say, boys, that I hit the hay before the other two. I wish now that I hadn't, because I'm confident that if Lee was killed, and I don't think that he was, it wasn't Wentworth that done it. He's not that stripe. In fact," he hastened on, "none of the bunch is." Wentworth snorted. "Keep your blasted sympathy to yourself. I don't want it," he growled. Halligan shook his head mournfully. "It's the visitation of God upon Lee for his blasphemy," he muttered. "I warned him against it many a time." Poor boy. They sat around all day discussing their companion's sudden taking away, all but Wentworth. He sat alone in a corner, silently nursing his grievances. They had searched the body. There was not a mark upon it. The other four were loud in their statements that Lee must have died a natural death. But there was a feeling of coldness, an indescribable something that cast a pall over them all, a feeling toward their once trusted comrade, a feeling that the long, lonely days of idleness and soundless nights of the past now magnified into an unspoken suspicion. Late in the afternoon, they carried Lee's body up the gulch a few yards and buried it in a shallow grave dug in the ice and snow, where it would have to lie until spring opened up again. The ground was frozen too hard to dig a grave being covered by a dozen feet of hard-packed snow and ice. Only Wentworth remained away from the simple funeral, sitting glumly by himself inside the cabin while Halligan mumbled, brokenly, as much as he could remember of the burial service. It was late when they retired that night, all but Wentworth. He refused to eat any supper, throwing himself onto his bunk immediately after the others had finished eating, where he lay, scowling, his eyes staring into vacancy. Chapter 3. They slept fitfully. It was nearly morning when they were awakened by the sharp explosion of a gun. They leaped to their feet, and one of them struck a match and lighted 3 flickering tallow candles. Wentworth lay dead in his blankets. Over him hung a pall of acrid smoke. He lay upon his back, a bullet hole in his temple, his lips drawn back in the same wolfish snarl he had worn during the day. On the floor beside him, where it had dropped from Biss' nerveless hand, lay his revolver. Next morning they buried him in the snow beside the man who they were now sure had been his victim. And once more it was Halligan who was called upon to say a prayer. Again he repeated his warning. "Can't you see, boys," he mourned, "that the Lord visited his wrath upon Wentworth for his sins, just as he did upon Lee? A man's evil deeds will find him put. It's a warning for you all to repent before it's too late." There was no work done that day. Even the dishes were allowed to go greasy and unwashed while they discussed again and again the various phases of the second tragedy that had befallen their little community. Wentworth had never been popular with the others. His moroseness and general tone of surly indifference to everything keeping him from being the general favorite that the profane but good-natured Lee had been. Yet it was hard to believe that he had stooped to murder. As usual, it was Halligan, the born leader, who aroused them from their apathy. Putting the others to cleaning up the dishes, he cooked a hasty supper and compelled the 3 to eat with him. "There's no use getting the doldrums," he admonished them. "They're dead, and sitting around mooning won't bring 'em back. The Lord giveth, and the Lord taketh away. Of course, it's up to us to see that their heirs get their share of the mine after we've taken our wages out for working it. When we've fed and cleaned up the shack, we'll have a game of cards and turn in early. I, for one, am sleepy." So were they all, for within an hour after they had eaten, the 4 of them were yawning vigorously. They crawled into their bunks. Halligan, who refused to sleep in the room where Lee and Wentworth had met their deaths, climbing into a spare bunk with the others. Mason was the first to awaken next morning. He shouted for the others as he leaped out of his blankets and crawled into his clothes. Replenishing the logs in the fireplace in the living room, he again yelled at the other 3 and turned his attention to breakfast. A second later, a loud cry from Kelly brought Halligan to his feet, while Mason ran in from the outer room. For Drew lay dead in his bunk. Between his ribs, buried to the hilt, was a hunting knife, and it was Mason's knife. Chapter 4. Kelly carefully drew the knife from the wound and looked at the initials carved on the handle. "So, 'twas you after all, was it, you skunk?" He snarled at Mason. "You with your damned sneaking ways and your smooth, oily manner, eh? Though why you were fool enough to leave your knife sticking in him is what I can't understand. Scared away, were you?" Mason stepped back a pace, a look of amazement on his proud face. "I swear by the ever-living God, boys, that I am innocent," he declared. "Why would I kill Drew? Why? Yes, why?" snorted Kelly, his eyes glittering. "For the same reason that you killed Lee and threw the blame for it onto poor Wentworth. Damn your soul! I suppose that Halligan and I were to be the next, eh?" he went on. "With us out of the way, you'd be a rich man, and then you could go back and marry Cora Hunter. Oh, I'm no fool." Halligan, sitting on the edge of his bunk putting on his moccasins, said nothing. Kelly, his Celtic temper leaping to the surface, was intensely angry. Mason, too, was a man of hot passions, although he held them under better restraint than did the Irishman. He took a half-step toward his accuser. "Kelly and Halligan," he began in a level voice, "I didn't kill Drew, nor had I a hand in the death of Lee. It's just as much of a mystery to me how my knife got there as it is to you." "'Tis no mystery to me," snapped Kelly. "You put it there, you cur." "You're a damned liar." Kelly leaped upon him, the knife he still held in his hand upraised. Mason's fist met him halfway, striking him squarely in the face, but failing to stop his rush. With a lurid oath, the burly Irishman jabbed the weapon into the other's side half a dozen times. With his bare fists, Mason fought the other as best he could for a second or two. His fingers clutched weakly about his antagonist's windpipe. He struggled blindly for a second, fumbling feebly for a hold. Then his knees doubled under him, and, with a dull moan, he sank to the floor at Kelly's feet. Without a sign of undue haste, Halligan buckled his belt and holster about his waist. Coolly he unbuttoned the holster and drew the gun. He cocked the weapon and, with his finger on the trigger, waited for the others to settle their argument. "Did you get him?" he asked, as Kelly stepped back and wiped the blood from his streaming nose. "Yes, and I'm damned glad of it. The swine." Before he could turn around, Halligan placed the muzzle of his gun against the back of the Irishman's head and pulled the trigger. A dazed expression crept over Kelly's face. The knife dropped from his hand. Then he fell in a heap across the body of his late antagonist. Halligan replaced the weapon in its holster and felt of the Irishman's heart. Assuring himself that it had ceased to beat, he raised his eyes to Mason, who was staring at him dazedly. "You saved my life, Halligan," the wounded man muttered thickly. "But you took so long doing it that he got me anyway." "Much obliged, just same." Halligan grinned. "If I did, I'm sorry," he remarked cheerfully, "'cause then I'll have to finish you myself. It wouldn't do for you to live, you see, because you know too much. And besides, I want everything for myself, the girl and the money both." The dying man looked at him curiously. "You don't mean that it was you, Halligan? Great God! And I never suspected." Halligan sat down on the edge of his bunk and laughed good-humoredly as he unbuckled his gun and threw it across the foot of the bed. "I don't mind telling you about it," he said quietly, "because you'll soon be where you can never tell." He rolled a cigarette and, lighting it, inhaled a whiff before he continued. "You see, Mason, I figured out long ago that as soon as we struck it rich, and I felt sure that we would sooner or later, it would be a survival of the fittest. I knew that there was no chance for any of us with Cora until we had money. She's a selfish little devil, but she's worth fighting for. And with all of us rich, we would be just where we started. But now it'll be me alone, just me. When we struck pay here, you remember it was me that suggested putting in here for the winter. I knew that it would be easy for me to plant the seed of suspicion in all of you. For deep down in your hearts, you all felt as I did, and each one of you suspected the other. And you were as jealous as a bunch of chorus girls. Wentworth killed Lee all right. I watched him do it from the other room, where I was supposed to be asleep. I suggested the idea of it to him without him knowing it several days before. He and I were doing a job of soldering, and I told him a story I got from my grandmother about a man who had murdered his wife by pouring a drop of hot lead in her ear. After Kelly turned in that night, Lee and Wentworth sat up soldering. You remember. Finally, Lee dropped off to sleep with his head on the table. It was too good an opportunity for Wentworth to miss, for he hated Lee's guts. So he drops a bit of the hot solder into Lee's ear. He died without a struggle, as I knew he would, for the infernal stuff paralyzes every faculty. Afterward, Wentworth took off his boots and sneaked in to see if we were asleep. Finding that we were, he carried Lee in and laid him on his bunk. You remember how Wentworth tore his shirt on a nail there by the door? I recollected that there was a scrap of wool hanging onto it. When Wentworth went back into the other room to put away his tools, I jumped out, took the little piece of wool from the nail and got it into Lee's clenched fingers and jumped back into bed before Wentworth returned. Pretty smooth, eh? Wentworth couldn't stand the gaff. He imagined that I knew that he had killed Lee, so he killed himself. Mason groaned. I killed Wentworth, he blurted out. You told me that he had, about what he'd done to Cora. I saw that this was a good opportunity to get rid of him and let you fellows think he had done it himself. You put me up to it, you devil. Halligan laughed. So it was you after all, eh? He chuckled. I knew that you had swallowed my little story, but I'll confess that I didn't think you would get busy so quick. But the letter you showed me from her. From Cora? Halligan chuckled again. Mason, I don't mind telling you that when I went after supplies with Lee, I fixed up 5 letters, all identical except the names. I put one of your names in each letter. I showed each one of you a different letter, playing each one of you against the other. That's why Kelly knifed you. He didn't care a cuss for Drew. He was itching for an opportunity to get you. See? I stuck Drew myself, using your knife to throw suspicion on you, knowing that it would start the Irishman. Where I miscalculated was in thinking that you'd be armed. I didn't want to stain my own hands with murder any more than I had to. I put some dope in all of your grub last night when I got supper, so that I could pull off the stunt without arousing you. That idea of mine of playing each one of you against the other was pretty slick, wasn't it? No one knows of the existence of this blind gulch here. I'll have a pretty good nest egg, and after I marry Cora, I can always take a run back here for more if I need it. Of course, I'll bury all of you fellows nice and shipshape, and I'll tell them back home about our separating and each going in a different direction. Oh, I've got a food yarn cooked up all right. The wounded man glared at him malignantly. Damn you, he cried. God's long arm will get you yet, even out here in the ice and snow of this God-forsaken country. Halligan smiled. God, bah! If I'd believed in such foolishness, I'd never won out over the rest of you. But I made you think I did, and that's how I got the best of you. Chapter 5. He arose and stretched himself. Then, seizing the dead man, he dragged his victim out of doors and buried him alongside of the others. Mason watched him at his work with glaring eyes. Then, as he left the room, the wounded man dragged himself across the few feet that separated him from the bunk. Carefully, every movement filled with pain, he reached up and took the gun. He tried to lift himself to his feet and felt himself going. "Oh God," he murmured, help me, get him. Don't let him get away with it. Help me for Cora's sake." He succeeded in getting the weapon cocked, in hiding it inside his trousers pocket. His jaw dropped, and, with a convulsive twitch, he died. Halligan finished burying Kelly and returned to the cabin for warmth. Replenishing the fire, he entered the other room and found Mason dead. Throwing him across his shoulder, he staggered out into the gulch again and laid him on the snow crust while he hastily scooped another shallow grave. He bent over the body to roll it into the hole. As he did so, there was a flash and a report. The bullet swept across his lids, searing them with its heat. His eyes were filled with the powder. Blinded, sobbing with his misery, he tried to grope his way back to the cabin. He lost his sense of direction. He stumbled and fell, arose and stumbled again. His snowshoes dropped from his feet. Too miserable to care, he tried to go on without them. He broke through the crust to his waist. On and on he floundered his way, whimpering with pain, chilled to the marrow, thinking to reach the cabin, but ever getting farther from it. And finally, Exhausted, blinded, freezing, he fell into the stupor which marks the beginning of the end in the land of eternal snow. For the sudden cold, grasping hold of the dead body of Mason, had hastened rigor mortis. The dead fingers, stiffening suddenly, had tightened about the trigger of the hidden revolver. It was the long arm of God. End of The Long Arm of God by Ward Sterling. The Failure by Harold Ward. The Black Mask, August 1922. Amos Duncan paused for a second beside the time clock in the hallway just outside the offices of Carney and Kirk. Then, his heart beating like a trip hammer, he mustered up courage enough to push open the swinging doors and peep into the gloomy interior. He was frightened, scared to the point of hysteria. Yet for 30 years he had stopped in that selfsame place in the hallway morning and noon on his way to work. For 30 years, 52 weeks in the year, 6 days a week and twice each day, had he sought his number on the time clock and pushed the button which registered his comings and his departures. Instinctively, for figures were one of his hobbies, he made the calculation in his head. 18,720 times had he pushed his way through those doors. And never before, except possibly the first time when he had applied for a place with the firm, had he been as frightened as he was now. For this was the first time he had ever come to rob. Getting a grip on himself, he entered the big office on tiptoe, an office covering nearly 1/4 of a city block. Yet, he knew that old Bill Judkins, the watchman, would be making his rounds out in the factory at that particular hour. It was a part of his daily work to check up the dial on the night watchman's clock. He knew that the old man traveled as true to schedule as a mail train. He halted just inside the doors and listened, his eyes taking in every one of the familiar details. From where he stood, he could discern the dark shapes of row after row of desks, each identical in size and finish with its mates. Around 2 sides of the big room were innumerable cubby holes of offices divided from each other by ground glass partitions, extending 2/3 of the way to the ceiling. During working hours, they housed the elite of the office world, the men and women who had pushed their heads above those of their fellows. His own desk was second from the front in the second row from the right, just inside the cashier's cage, a huge affair of wire netting and glass. It gave him renewed courage for the task ahead as he gazed upon its outlines staring at him out of the darkness. For 27 years, since the day of his promotion from the office boy ranks, he had occupied that desk, or one like it, in Carney and Kirk's office, giving to Carney and Kirk the best of his manhood for starvation wages and 2 weeks' vacation, yearly on pay. Others had gone over his head, scores of them, men no better fitted than he, young cubs with pull or a college education. He had long since given up hopes of promotion. He had reached the point where he was a mere cog in the machine, a fizzle and a failure. In 99 cases out of every 100 when a man goes wrong, a woman is responsible. In Amos Duncan's case, the woman was Mrs. Amos Duncan. A downtrodden cog in an office machine, a man with little force of character in the beginning, henpecked at home and abroad, Duncan held to the firm opinion that his wife had conferred a favor upon him by marrying him. The fact that he had rescued her from a life of drudgery in the shipping room of the factory changed his opinion not one iota. Nor did Mrs. Duncan fail to keep his memory refreshed whenever opportunity offered itself. Amos Duncan longed to appear as a hero in the eyes of his wife. It had taken him 2 years to screw up his courage to the point of robbing Carney and Kirk. Yet he had planned the affair so often that he knew he would be absolutely above suspicion. And with the money once in his hands, he could hide it until all memory of the affair had blown over, and then, with a carefully concocted story of a lucky speculation on change, resign and migrate to some distant city to spend his declining years in ease with the lady who had assumed his name. Carney and Kirk always paid off in cash. Duncan knew that there was close to $50,000 in the vault ready to go into the pay envelopes in the morning. As assistant cashier and one of the old-timers with the firm, he had been entrusted with the combination. He had read that skilled burglars are able to open vaults by listening to the whirl of the mechanism. A rag saturated with alcohol would do away with telltale fingerprints. The police would think the robbery the work of a professional. Still walking on his toes, he worked his way through the maze of desks to the big vault in the rear of the office behind the cashier's cage. Taking a tiny flashlight from his pocket, he pressed the button and allowed the stream of light to play over the dial, while he manipulated the affair with fingers that trembled as from the ague. It refused to work. In his nervousness, he had gone past the number. He took a deep breath and, with the sweat standing out in great beads upon his face, attacked the job again. Someone was entering the office through one of the rear doors leading from the factory. He stopped for a second. Then, as he heard the footsteps coming toward him in the darkness, he leaped outside the cage and drew his revolver. He had never fired a gun in his life. He had bought this one, a cheap, second-hand affair, merely as a matter of precaution and because he knew that burglars always carried such weapons. From out of the darkness came a flash, a report. A bullet sped past his head and flattened itself against the vault door. It must be that Judkins, the faithful, had heard something suspicious and had entered. He longed to call out to the watchman his name. The realization of his mission in the office at that time of the night stopped him. Involuntarily, he gave a little squeak of fear. A second bullet passed unpleasantly near. Instinctively, just as a cornered rat will fight, his finger pressed the trigger of his own gun. He fired aimlessly in the general direction of the other, dodging from desk to desk, knocking over chairs. He was in a panic of fear. The other's fire ceased suddenly. From out of the darkness across the great room came a dull, throaty cry. Something metallic jangled against the tiled floor. An instant later, it was followed by a heavier body, a body that crashed against a desk as it dropped. Duncan leaped through the folding doors and out into the hallway again. To unlock the outer door and dash out onto the sidewalk was but the work of an instant. Around the corner, he heard the shrill whistle of the policeman on the beat as, attracted by the shots, he came lumbering along, signaling for his mate. He dodged into the shadow and turned into the alley. Behind him, he could hear the policeman hammering on the office door with his nightstick. From 2 blocks down the street came the sound of another whistle. In the distance, a third shrilled, proving that reinforcements were on the way. Mrs. Duncan was sleeping soundly when he arrived home after a roundabout trip through alleys and side streets. Letting himself into the house with his pass key, he hastily sought the security of his own room. So far as he knew, no one had seen him either going to the factory nor leaving it. But God, what a fizzle he had made of the affair. And there was blood on his hands, the blood of poor old Judkins. What had he gained? Nothing, absolutely nothing. He paced the floor, every nerve tingling. He wondered, poor old Judkins. And he had a crippled wife too. With Judkins gone, she would have to go to the poorhouse. It was something that he had not foreseen. He was still pacing the floor when the sun came up in the east. In the other room, he heard Mrs. Duncan getting up. In less than 2 hours he would have to go to the office. Of course, no one would suspect him, but he could hear Mrs. Duncan rattling the pots and pans in the kitchen when the doorbell rang. He opened the bedroom door a crack and peeped through as she answered the summons. A gruff voice was asking for him. He heard her admit the visitors. There seemed to be 2 of them. Then she called shrilly up the stairway for him. He knew that they were detectives from their heavy tread. They were after him for killing Judkins. His brain was in a whirl. Yet he wondered how it happened that they associated him with the crime. He had been so careful, too. Probably he had dropped something in his mad rush to the outer door. He could never face the music. And Mrs. Duncan? What would she say? He couldn't tell her that he had gone to the office to rob the vault for her sake and had made a failure. The gun lay in the bureau drawer where he had tossed it. He picked it up and broke it open. The chambers were all empty. He had used every cartridge in killing poor old Judkins. From downstairs came a buzz of conversation. Mrs. Duncan shrieked. He heard his own name mentioned. God! They had told her what he had done. He must move rapidly. His glance fell upon a bottle of carbolic acid. Mrs. Duncan was at the bottom of the stairway now, shrieking his name. He placed the bottle to his mouth and emptied it at a gulp. With the fiery liquid eating into his vitals, his throat afire, he reeled across the room and tumbled in a heap upon the bed. Outside, Mrs. Duncan was pounding at his door. "Amos, wake up!" She was shouting between sobs, for Mrs. Duncan was a hysterical woman, and awful things happened. "There are 2 detectives here. Old man Judkins went home sick from the factory last night, and while he was gone, somebody broke into the office. The robbers had a fight, 'cause one of them was found dead when the police broke in after hearing the shots. Enright, the cashier, is out of town, and they want you to come down and open the vault and see if anything is gone. Oh, isn't it awful? Amos, why don't you answer?" End of The Failure by Harold Ward.
This story is a detective fiction with aspects of dark comedy and crime. It follows Mr. Philibus, a quick-witted and somewhat unprincipled man, as he navigates a tense situation involving a theft, a mysterious figure with a scar, and a chaotic series of events. The plot explores themes of deception, betrayal, and opportunism, with characters who blur the lines between hero and villain. As Mr. Philibus evades danger and pursues his own interests, the story delves into the unpredictability of human nature and the lengths people will go to for personal gain. Mr. Philibus, $1,000 Man, by Leslie Gordon Barnard, author of Green-Handed, Detective Story Magazine, June 1930. Mr. Philibus protects this gentle creature by using him in his own trick. Tilted comfortably back in a chair in his hotel bedroom, Mr. Philibus read an evening paper and chuckled to himself. His most recent exploit was still news. Quite a daring affair, almost more venturesome than should lie undertaken by a gentleman with a passion for liberty of movement. Moreover, it was now a full week since the coup had been pulled off. And here, not a stone's throw from the scene itself, sat the perpetrator calmly chuckling over his success. Setting aside the paper, he descended in the hotel elevator and walked calmly through the crowded rotunda, exchanging a wink with the telephone operator, who did not discourage the attention, and a cigar with the house detective, who liked good brands and felt very friendly toward this respectable middle-aged guest. Mr. Philibus, exposing the headlines concerning himself, tapped the paper to call the detective's attention to it. "Surprised you haven't nabbed the reward offered," he said, laughing. "This bird likely enough is hanging around places such as this. I should in his shoes. Much safer than making a getaway." "Naw," said the house detective. "These birds ain't got the nerve for that. Believe me, this bird you speak of is half a continent away." "With your experience," said Mr. Philibus mildly, "doubtless you are correct. I just wish," said the house detective quickly, "he was hereabouts. That $1,000 would fit very pretty in the pocket of yours truly." Mr. Philibus considered this. "Well now," he said, "on second thought, I'm not quite so sure I'd care about that reward. Old Grugeri is offering it himself, you know." "Sure, why not? Ain't he the guy that got the loot stole off him and got biffed up pretty bad himself? Fetched him a pretty crack in the eye, this crook did, and beat him up plenty, besides taking enough from his safe to make any man mad." "After all," said Mr. Philibus quietly, "is anybody very sorry for Grugeri? If that man had all the oil, produced or prospective, out of the oil wells he's foisted on a dizzy public, he'd not have enough to anoint his ugly bald head." The detective laughed. "He's a smooth one, all right," he declared half admiringly. "Keeps within the law, though. That's brains, that is. You got to hand it to him for that. He's kept himself out of jail nicely, and sent better men to jail," said Mr. Philibus evenly, "and sent widows to paupers' graves, and children onto the streets with his pretty schemes. I'd like to see the man who would take his dirty money." The detective chuckled, but his eyes gleamed a little. "Well, take a good look, mister," he suggested. "At you?" said Mr. Philibus grimly now. "At me. You'd take his filthy money?" "For $1,000, said the other, "I'd not care to say what I'd do." He laughed again. "He must want this guy pretty bad to go 1,000. "I fancy," said Mr. Philibus dreamily, "he's a little put out." "Well, I shouldn't be surprised. I know him. He often comes in here, and I've heard him boast nobody can get the better of him. Gosh, here he is now." Mr. Philibus veered round. A podgy, ill-shapen figure, evidently only recently out of medical care, had entered the rotunda. Mr. Philibus's eyes narrowed. He could wish now he'd given the fellow a richer dose. His pride had certainly not been taken down. Grugeri swaggered in with 3 friends as if he owned the hotel. They came to a halt not far from where Mr. Philibus stood. "Personal grudge?" Grugeri was saying. "Maybe he had. Lots of people fancy they have something against me. Wonder why?" 4 tones of laughter merged. "Nah, I'm not afraid of a repetition. The fellow's the other side of the country by now. Yellow, these chaps. If he hadn't had me at a disadvantage, I'd have laid him out proper. You could see he'd have run if I'd had half a chance. No, sir, you'll not see Josiah J. Grugeri bitten twice in the same place." Mr. Philibus sneezed. "What's that?" The detective swung around. "Was that you?" The little group round Grugeri had turned also. "Sneeze," said Mr. Philibus. "Hasn't a man a right to sneeze in a free land?" "Woof!" Mr. Josiah Grugeri and his 3 friends went to the cigar counter, equipped themselves with the fattest and best, then adjourned to a quiet portion of the lobby, where they kept an anticipatory concentration on the door. Every time it revolved to usher in a newcomer, they were all attention. "Maybe," said one of them, "he won't come, Grugeri." "Come?" Grugeri laughed. "You couldn't keep this hick away with a 10-foot pole with a spoke on the end. No, I reckon he's so overcome with the honor of dining with 4 leading representatives of big business he can't get the studs into his soup and fish shirt if he has one." A tall, sallow member of the party laughed. "By the time we get through with him, he'll not have any kind of a shirt left." "There he is," said Grugeri. "That?" "The same. Weeping Willows, isn't he a perfect lamb?" The man who approached now, to whose timid advance Grugeri moved forward with smiling countenance and welcoming hand, was perhaps 4 feet 9 inches tall. Being thus cast by nature, he had achieved through the 50 or more years of his life a habit of looking up hopefully at his taller fellows. The skillful gentlemen who portray in cartoons Mr. General Public must have gone to him for the pince-nez, the sad mustache, and other essentials of that composite character. "Mr. Blaine," said Grugeri expansively, leading him forward. "Meet Mr. Waldenus. Waldenus, Mr. Blaine, the gentleman from the West I was speaking about. Graham. Mr. Blaine. And Porter. Have a cigar, Mr. Blaine. No? Well, I don't know as I blame you. Funny habit before dinner. Perhaps we might as well go on in, gentlemen." Little Mr. Blaine, who looked equally ready to bolt and to accept and enjoy his moment of bliss in this distinguished company, adjusted his shirt studs nervously. After the manner of a man who is not sure when they will pop and expose the honest wool beneath, and was shepherded into the glitter and expensive simplicity of the dining room. Grugery, handling even the amazing head waiter as one accustomed to obeisance, winked at Waldinus. Little Mr. Blaine, still agitated about the propensities of his studs, sat down on his chair, his face full of a painful ecstasy, not very high above an array of silver and cutlery calculated to terrify the stoutest heart. "You left your wife well, I hope, Mr. Blaine." "Thank you, Mr. Grugery, yes." "You are fortunate in having a wife, Mr. Blaine, whose instincts are progressively businesslike. I have explained to you, gentlemen, I think," he waved a hand at his company, "that Mr. and Mrs. Blaine have come into a nice little legacy and intend to invest it with discretion and profit." They noticed the offering of Common Light Unlimited Oil, and at once recognized its supreme attractiveness. That Mr. Blaine should come all the way here to look into it personally is gratifying. One's faith in human perspicacity is shaken so often by people who rush madly into speculation. "Look," said Mr. Grugery, shaking his head sadly, "at the awful debacle of the stock market, and have some hors d'oeuvre, Mr. Blaine. Terrible how some people rush into danger that way. Now take oil, an essential industry, a bedrock industry." "There," said Mr. Grugery, emphasizing the position with a sardine. "There's the property. It can't run away. It can't dissolve. All you've got to do is get the oil out of it, and a ready market's waiting. You can see that, Mr. Blaine." Little Mr. Blaine, worrying an olive with a fork, chasing it with the tines around the side of his plate, race-course fat, agreed that he could see, that indeed anybody could see. Just then, Mr. Grugery, having a passion for them, swallowed the sardine, but just a little of the oil remained. Mr. Grugery, being quick on the uptake, pointed out humorously the symbolism of even this. "Oil," he enthused. "You can't escape it. Soup, Mr. Blaine. Let me recommend the pottage." The symbolism of the soup Mr. Grugery left untouched. He went on, through several courses, to point out Mr. Blaine's excellent chances of getting in on the ground floor. Then, leaving all this material to sink into Mr. Blaine's head, which was capable of much absorption that way, he spoke with the three gentlemen about likely developments. Mr. Blaine might be excused if he felt he was being privileged to listen in at a directors' meeting of the Common Light Unlimited Oil. There was quite a bit of talk about the ground floor. Mr. Blaine could not help being impressed. Nobody mentioned the basement, nor yet the blue sky that was above if you flew high enough. "Café Noir, Mr. Blaine? Now here's the agreement, if you'd care to glance over it. Quite usual and ordinary. And if you'll just sign, here." He glanced up. "What's that, boy?" "Call for Mr. Blaine." "In a moment," said Grugery, frowning. "It's urgent, sir. This way, please." Little Mr. Blaine, being easily led, succumbed to this uniformed urge, and followed in bewilderment, still clinging to his napkin as to a life-preserver. A stout, pleasant-featured gentleman met him in the shadow of a palm in the lobby. A colloquy, which Mr. Blaine could not hear, ensued between the boy and this pleasant-faced gentleman. "I got him, sir. They were just getting him to sign something." "Good grief, he hadn't?" "No, sir. I stuck by until he came along." "Good lad. Got any use for a couple of dollars? And not a word to anyone, see? I'd not like to appear in it. These fellows keep more or less within the law." "Very good, sir." "Hello, did you drop that?" "Where, sir?" "Over there by the pillar." The boy stooped and picked up a small envelope. It was marked, "To the House Detective." "I should give it to him," said Mr. Philibus. "Somebody must have dropped it, perhaps purposely. Don't mention I suggested so. I don't think he likes me so well." The boy grinned and was off like a shot. "Bright lad," said Mr. Philibus. "Ah, Mr. Blaine, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, and indeed to disturb you at dinner, but I happened to be dining near your table tonight, and I wondered if you'd forgive my having a word with you." the bellhop, meanwhile, crushing the $2 bill affectionately in his hand and transferring it to a slit that evidently made connection with a pocket, set out immediately on the house detective's trail. He was a bright boy, quick to make money and slow to spend it, who could size up the financial intentions of a patron with amazing technique, who knew the value of a frank eye and a silent tongue, who could teach diplomats the nice nuances of accommodating oneself to compromises, and who, in due time, if not hung, would doubtless rise high by other means. "Letter for you," he told the house detective, who was passing a friendly and boastful word with a telephone operator who, just having turned over her duties to a successor, was powdering her nose and remembering that the house detective, even if he had a largish nose and a small mind, was a man, and seemed willing to spend money on a girl if encouraged. His name, of course, was against him. One could go only so far with a man named Crew Crab. Mrs. Crew Crab? The little Crew Crabs? Not if she knew it. Where'd you get it? Found it on the floor. Floor? Where? The lobby, over that way. How did it come there? Ask it. I saw it and picked it up. The blonde was becoming impatient. Blondes can be like that. They like gentlemen to be gentlemen. "Guess I'll move along," she said. "Hold up," cried Mr. Crew Crab. "Sorry, kiddo, just a matter of business," the blonde pouted. Properly done, it was effective. Mr. Crew Crab felt his heart turn over. He forgot the letter, or rather held it, fiddling with it playfully. "Girlie," he said, "I'm a plain-spoken man. I don't mind saying I like you." "Well, I'd hate to have you say it if it hurt." "Don't be snappy with Papa," said Mr. Crew Crab humorously. "Baby, if I could only cop that coin I was talking to a guy about today, we'd step pretty, you and me. $1,000. There's the paper, see? Good description of him. Black hair and mustache, black as the devil, fair size, scar over right cheek, curved like a crescent. Can you beat it? That's a giveaway, a scar like that. Was he within 100 miles? I don't mind saying I could spot this bird like a shot. But there's no luck that way. Some dick with half my brains'll get that coin way out in the woolies. Chap I was chinnin' with today says, "What if this bird was right in the hotel? It'd be a good place to hide." That's brains, eh? The way some people let their chins wag would paralyze you. Baby, I'm a man of few words. Deeds, not words, is the motto I was brought up on since infancy. Baby, if I ever land anything like this, he hit the paper, you and me'll step a cakewalk to the altar and shuffle names. The blonde's eyes were fixed upon him with the horrid fascination of one seeing visiting cards with Crew Crab on them. The vision held her silent for the moment. Mr. Crew Crab continued, "If I could lay a single finger on this bird, he'd look cheap, cheap all the way." Mr. Crew Crab's finger, as it happened, was at that moment poking open the letter he had forgotten. It was a mechanical movement, as was the pulling forth of the letter inside. A queer look overcame him. He paled. The words moved before him like living things. "Watch your step. The $1,000 on his head man is in your hotel. If you want to be in on this, look for instructions under the 5th palm in Peacock Alley." One interested in your career. It was on delicately scented paper. The hand was apparently a feminine scrawl. Mr. Crew Crab felt at once elated and faint. He waved a hand at the blonde. "Gotta go," he said, chokingly. "See you again, girlie. I'm on the trail of money." He moved off. The blonde flirted her head. "Yeah," she said to her reflection in her purse mirror. "On the trail of money is good. The big boob got a letter from some dame. Crab is good. He's fishy, all right." The house detective, however, had no thoughts to waste on her now. $1,000 were in prospect, and the prestige that such a capture would give him. Desire ran ahead of his intelligence. This might very well be a poor joke on someone's part. It was like a treasure hunt being sent to the Fifth Palm in Peacock Alley. The alley, as it was popularly known, ran from the end of the lobby in narrow splendor to the dining room. On either side were luxurious chairs and couches where one might sit at meal hours and watch the great and the near-great parade like peacocks to be fed by a keeper. Finding the Fifth Palm, Mr. Crewcrab had little difficulty in discovering a further note, thrust out of sight, but easily revealing itself to the initiate. He tore it open and read, "Room number 314. Knock before entering, and watch for further instructions. $1,000 hangs on it. An admirer." Mr. Crewcrab, placing his large nose against the paper, sniffed, again identifying that delicate scent. An admirer? Some lady who desired to help him. Straightening his shoulders and putting on an air of extreme efficiency and courage, lest the lady be watching from some seclusion, he strode down Peacock Alley and sought the room clerk. "Who's number 314?" he asked. 314? Just taken. "Name?" demanded Mr. Crewcrab hoarsely. "Name of Blaine," said the clerk. "Why, what's up?" But Mr. Crewcrab had departed. He was heading for the elevator. "Just taken. There must be something in this after all." He stepped into a waiting elevator. "Third floor," said Mr. Crewcrab imperiously. Little Mr. Blaine sat on the least comfortable chair in a room so luxuriously appointed that at first he could do nothing but stare at the splendor and murmur to himself, "My gumdrops, if only Martha could see this! My gumdrops, if it don't beat all." Behind this perhaps superficial wonder whirled a maze of conflicting emotions, which, not being able either to catalogue or subdue, he pushed from him. In the last 10 minutes, things had happened to him. Here he was, in undisputed possession of this splendid room, and his bag, his galoshes, his umbrella, his second-best suit, his picture of Martha tinted, his nightwear and his toilet accessories were all in a fifth-floor room in Brown's Commercial and Family Hotel, 7 blocks away. He could still hear the quiet, convincing voice of the pleasant-faced gentleman stating, "Mr. Blaine, you will forgive my interference in your affairs, but you are about to be fleeced by men too crooked to be crooks. I don't ask you to take my word, I do ask. But are you rooming in this hotel?" "No, sir," said Mr. Blaine weakly. "I'm at Brown's." "Oh, my dear sir, oh, my dear sir," the pleasant gentleman had protested, "won't do at all. You must move in here immediately. You must meet men like these on their own level. A man of your intelligence, Mr. Blaine, will see that at once. Let me recommend either room 514 or 314. All the upper 14s have a good view. I'm in 415 myself. I'll wait here while you book it. And do make haste. There's not a moment to lose." It was useless for Mr. Blaine to protest. His protests against life had never been heeded much, and this nice gentleman was evidently his friend. "You book," said the gentleman, "right over there, and say nothing why except that you are changing your hotel. They'll send for your things later if you wish. But hurry, please. These gentlemen who wish to fleece you will be out of the dining room any moment, and you must be prepared to meet them in a proper background. A man of your evident intelligence, Mr. Blaine, can see that right away." Properly pleased at this fair estimate, Mr. Blaine suffered his feet to carry him to the desk. 514, said the room clerk. Taken, I'm afraid. 314? Yes, that's a good room. Nice view, as you say. And vacant. You want your luggage sent for? He struck a bell. Mr. Blaine, placing on the page of the register, opened for him a signature that would have wiped out his and Martha's savings had he written it a short time before, when requested, meekly followed the boy to the elevator. He looked around for the pleasant-faced gentleman who had tipped him off to this, but could see him nowhere. A slight perturbation filled him, a hesitation, but with this uniformed juvenile barging on ahead, there was no drawing back. So here he was. It was all very confusing, but not finally unpleasant. He only wished Martha could see this room. A gentle breeze of early summer moved to him through the open window, which had two advantages: a far view over a public square now spattered with lights in the dusk, and the iron security of a fire escape that continued up above and led down below. Martha had said to be sure and locate the fire escape first off, and to have his trousers and slippers handy at night. The soft wind came pleasantly in at the window, and then, suddenly, unbelievingly, and terrifyingly, it was borne in upon Mr. Blaine that something more than early summer air had come in the window. "Make no outcry," said a cool voice. "Not a hair of your head will be hurt if you keep cool and do as I say." Mr. Blaine, stricken beyond the point of vocalization, his few hairs standing up on his baldish pate, gave a look, and fainted away. And at that moment, a gentle knocking sounded outside his door. The knuckles of House Detective Crewcrab, having achieved nothing by gentleness, became more insistent and, this failing, he called the floor manageress and opened the door with the master key. Imperiously bidding the lady of the keys to stand aside out of danger, Mr. Crewcrab made a cautious but impressive entrance to find, as he thought, a little and most unimpressive man asleep in a chair. A moment later the true situation was revealed. "Water, brandy, stimulants," ordered Mr. Crewcrab with quick intelligence. "No, hold on, the guy's coming round." Little Mr. Blaine blinked up into the face of the detective, and seeing what he did, was about to faint away again, when the sight of the floor manageress with a glass of water revived him. Mrs. Scruton, the manageress, reminded him of Martha. She was at once efficient and homely. Mr. Blaine made sounds in his throat. Eventually he managed words. "A man," he said, "through the window, off the fire escape." Mr. Crewcrab caught the victim ungently by the shoulder. "Quick, describe him." "Dark," said Mr. Blaine, waving his hands as if to push the mental vision away. "Very dark, and a terrible scar on his cheek. Horrible." "Lovely," amended Mr. Crewcrab eagerly. He dashed to the window. Against the steel blue of the sky, the fire escape hung in uncompromising ugliness. Perhaps it struck Mr. Crewcrab as sinister, for he hung back, then very cautiously peered out. Sufficient light enabled him to see that nothing noteworthy menaced him in the space between here and the roof. So, cautiously, he swung a leg out and let his body follow. Little Mr. Blaine, staggering forward but remaining at a discreet distance, stood watching this exit, wringing his hands. Encouraged by the fact that no shots or other dangers met him, Mr. Crewcrab, disliking the darkness below, chose to go above. If there had been any hesitation in this course, it was swept away by a sudden call from above him. "Help, help, help!" Startled, he turned his eyes upward and beheld from a window above a tousled head outthrust. With instant courage, Mr. Crewcrab responded. Running up the intervening flight of iron steps, he flung himself into the room through the window opened widely to him, from which the human presence had now gone. As he effected his entrance, he heard the slam of a door, and was confronted by a gentleman in pajamas and a dressing gown, who cried, "Gone!" "Gone?" "A dark man with a scar. I saw that very clearly as he passed that mirror there. He came in through the window." The detective raced to the door and flung it open. "Which way?" "I couldn't say. He slammed the door right in front of me." Mr. Crewcrab, running up and down a little like an overheated hen, made inquiries hither and yon, asking maids, elevator boys, and bellhops. Then, returning, he inquired, "What did he do?" "He came in through the window and went directly to the door. I'd gotten into my night things a bit early and had been lying on the bed a few minutes before all this happened. Why?" cried Mr. Crewcrab. "It's you. Sure, it's me," said Mr. Philibus with ungrammatical humility, and then aggrievedly, "If that isn't the guy for whom the $1,000 reward is offered, I'll eat my dressing gown. I told you, didn't I? He might hide around here. Yeah, said Mr. Crew Crab, ruminating. So you did. How did you get that way? Mr. Philibus looked the detective squarely in the eye. Between you and me, he confided, I saw something that looked like him once before I spoke to you that way. Only you know how it is. It's hard to believe that kind of thing. But I thought it was no harm hinting it to you. Say, this place seems full of crooks. I saved a little country chap from your friend Grugery just now. Got him away and suggested he take a room here. He's in 314 or 514, whichever. I'm going to keep an eye on him. What's the matter? Mr. Crew Crab choked. 314. Is that where he is? Asked Mr. Philibus. That's where the dark guy with the scar's just been in to scare the wits out of him. No, cried Mr. Philibus. Is it possible? Poor little fellow. He'll think I'm putting one over on him. How did you know? Got a note? From a lady, I guess, said Mr. Crew Crab. Tipped me off to go to 314. There's something, he declared intelligently, fishy about this. Mr. Philibus threw up his hands. Fishy. It beats Hannah. The place must be full of crooks. Look here, he said eagerly. Can I help you? I've laid eyes on this dark chap with the scar, and after all, there's 1,000 in it for someone. Mr. Crew Crab nodded hesitantly. He was seeing the little blonde below stepping with him to the altar, and he didn't like the idea of a 50-50 split with this chap. However, all right, he said. What had we better do first? That's for you to say, said Mr. Philibus graciously, conceding Mr. Crew Crab's professional status. But I feel I ought to look up little Mr. Blaine in 314 and apologize or something. What a thing to happen. I'll go with you, said Mr. Crew Crab. Do you suppose Grugery's putting one over on Mr. Philibus? Asked Mr. Philibus. I don't trust that man. Even that reward. I'd like to see the color of his money. That, agreed the detective, his eyes gleaming, ain't so bad an idea either. He's a slick guy, all right. Mr. Grugery and his companions, having been left at the table by Mr. Blaine when the latter was ready for the plucking, had their moment of nervousness. The idea that anybody in this world, save those seeking a victim, should want little Mr. Blaine was preposterous. Their eyes at first concentrated dismally on the dotted line still lacking the signature of Mr. Blaine, were raised at last in speculative inquiry. He'll be back, said Grugery. But uncomfortably they watched the door. We'll go and see, he added at last. They searched the lobby. They made inquiries of a clerk. Why, yes, sir, Mr. Blaine has gone up to his room. Room? Repeated Mr. Grugery, his brows agitated. His room. Why, he's staying at. He just booked here. Mr. Blaine is in 314, sir. Front. Boy, show these gentlemen to 314. Little Mr. Blaine was still undergoing severe palpitations of the heart when his visitors were announced. He regarded them as a man might creatures of his past suddenly summoned up. Mr. Grugery, with his acute perception, leaped at once to the only logical conclusion. Mr. Blaine, I'm sorry. You are ill. You've been taken ill. You had to take a room. Ill? Mr. Blaine grasped at the word. It expressed so many things he felt. At remembrance of his terrible experience, at sight of these men who would have his signature for his and Martha's money. Do sit down, urged Mr. Grugery blandly. Is it your heart, Mr. Blaine? Mr. Blaine gulped and spoke the first words that occurred. I've been held up. Held up? A man, a terrible criminal, in my window. Mr. Blaine waved an arm feebly. A dark man with a scar on his face. Grugery leaped to his feet. What? He roared. Tell me, where is he? Where did he go? A voice spoke from the doorway. None had heard a quick preliminary knock nor the opening of the door. He came up the fire escape and in through my window, said Mr. Philibus calmly. Hello, Mr. Grugery. I think you're likely to have to turn over that $1,000 reward any time now. "I'd give it gladly," roared Mr. Grugery, facing the intruders fiercely, "to lay hands on that fellow." "Cash?" asked Mr. Philibus mildly. "Cash," roared Mr. Grugery. "There's danger in it," said Mr. Philibus. "I'd like to see the color of the money before I risk my neck on fire escapes and maybe get plugged. Eh, Crew Crab?" The house detective's face brightened. "Sure. That's only fair, Mr. Grugery. If you really mean to put this up." He rubbed his hands a little. He felt it would be inspiring to see the actual 1,000 before undertaking further action. Mr. Crew Crab had a great respect for his own skin. Grugery glared. "You don't trust me, eh? All right, Graham, lend me your pen. I'll write a check. They'll cash it for me below. The office knows me well enough." The office indeed proved obliging. Mr. Grugery returned to display a thick pile of 20s and 10s that made Mr. Crew Crab's head swim. "There's one thing we mustn't forget," suggested Mr. Philibus gently. "I'm not a prophet or the son of one, but I'll wager my last shirt to a decayed onion that Crook isn't far off yet, Mr. Grugery. I shouldn't be surprised if he's looking at that wad of yours right now, sir. By Jove, I was sure I saw him just now at the window." Mr. Philibus was both excited and truthful, having caught his own reflection there. Everyone, with instant accord, looked toward that window in which the wanted man had come. The darkness held a brooding and sinister suggestion of evil. Little Mr. Blaine made throaty cries of alarm. "Let him just try and get it," snapped Grugery. "I only asked the chance to try conclusions with him again. And I'm here," supplemented Mr. Crew Crab with due modesty. "That guy don't put nothing over me while I'm alive and in my right mind." "No, sir." Mr. Philibus coughed slightly behind his hand. He remained for a moment gravely in thought. "Suppose," he said slowly, "I ask your advice, Mr. Crew Crab. Suppose we were to bait the trap. If Mr. Grugery will risk his money for a short while with Mr. Blaine, you, of course, anticipate me, Mr. Crew Crab." Mr. Crew Crab felt flattered but dumb. Then the thing dawned on him. He chuckled. "That's just my idea," he said. "We'll turn over this money to Mr. Blaine, or Mr. Grugery will, as if it was a business deal, see? And then Mr. Grugery follows us out here into the hall. Mr. Blaine steps in here and counts the money careful and puts it in his pocket. If that don't bring the rat out of his hole, I'm a dumb bell." Mr. Grugery was ready for any expedient. Little Mr. Blaine made bleating sounds, but, a bit like a man in a dream, accepted the money with trembling fingers. As they left him, he sat staring at it like a wooden Indian. "Now I," said Mr. Philibus thoughtfully, "had better go back to bed. The fellow came through my window before, and he may again. I'd better give no indication anything has happened. I'll just lie there peacefully again, with the window open. Crew Crab, you might post somebody outside my door, in case I need help. I'll lock the door, as he might try to use my room as an escape again. But it might be as well to have reinforcements outside. Say a boy who could summon help from you below." "Sure," said Crew Crab. "I'll put a bellhop on it." Mr. Philibus nodded. "They say lightning never strikes twice in the same place. But this chap's a bold, bad un, or I miss my guess. And it's as well we should be prepared." "Shouldn't we have someone watching on the fire escape?" said the detective. Mr. Philibus looked at him in patient reproach. "If I were a crook," he said simply, "I'd postpone operations if somebody was sitting waiting to pinch me on the fire escape." "Something in that," agreed Mr. Crew Crab quickly. "Well, we'll be all set for the first sign of alarm from Mr. Blaine. Right outside his door we'll be." Once inside his room, Mr. Philibus, crawling for a moment into bed as if in support of the cause of truth and honesty, slipped presently out the far side and, over his pajamas, drew on an old pair of trousers, a coat, and a muffler to protect his neck. Standing for a moment before his mirror, he performed an operation that a lightning change artist, and indeed he was one, might envy. Mr. Philibus, $1,000 man, made a few mysterious passes with his hands, on the tips of whose fingers was a preparation of his own perfecting. The result made him sallow-looking. A similar additional operation provided lines to his face that lent a gauntness, and a final one gave the similitude of a scar across his right cheekbone. Taking from a carefully locked but unobtrusive and rather battered suitcase a hat with wig attached, he pulled it on his head and became in every sense a dark and rather sinister person. All this had been a matter almost more of seconds than minutes. Pulling on a pair of old boots over socks into which the ends of his genteel pajamas were thrust, he moved softly to the window. The bellhop might have sharp ears. There was, fortunately, no keyhole aperture for the fellow to be curious with. Then he stepped onto the fire escape. The night was graciously dark now. He maneuvered with care and arrived outside 314. Peering through the lighted window, he could see little Mr. Blaine sitting like a rabbit paralyzed by impending danger. The ears of the little man fairly stood up, and his hair seemed on the verge of declaring a sympathetic uprising. In his hands, clutched tightly as if it were stage money and he a novice upon whom the curtain had gone up unexpectedly, was that fat wad of 10s and 20s. $1,000 Mr. Josiah J. Gruggeri's promised reward for the apprehension of a dark gentleman with a scar. Mr. Philibus, feeling a certain tenderness toward little Mr. Blaine, hesitated in his course. Then, thinking of the widows and orphans, the gentle souls of every sex who had suffered to provide themselves with handsomely engraved and worthless certificates for oil shares, and Mr. Gruggeri and his associates with this $1,000, he girded himself, and stooping picked up a stage prop he had previously planted conveniently to hand under the window on the fire escape. Little Mr. Blaine, wondering why he had ever left Martha and embarked on this city venture, conscious of the wad of bills in his hand, conscious of the support of the men who waited outside the door, was still more, and in fact supremely conscious of that window. His gaze was riveted on it. His tongue explored the length of his dry lips, and suddenly his tongue seemed to get stuck, hard and fast, between his lips. On the end of a thin stick of sorts, propelled by an unseen hand, a largish oblong of cardboard had appeared. It said, "Silence, and you will not be harmed." Mr. Blaine's mind compassed all the events of an innocent life in a moment of time. He thought of how he had said nasty things to Martha about her married sister, and how once he had thrown shoes at a neighbor's cat. He decided to cling to life. He stared with horror at the slow, cautious entrance of a dark man with a scarred cheek. This second sight of him was no more pleasing than the first. He was coming nearer. It was too much for Mr. Blaine. His mouth opened to make an outcry. Instead, some black wave smote the back of his neck, and, with the banknotes drifting from him to the floor, Mr. Blaine fainted dead away for the second time. Mr. Philibus, stooping to pick up the bills, hesitated. It was easy now, too easy. He had counted on an alarm at the least. It was desirable that others besides little Mr. Blaine should see and recognize the criminal. Mr. Philibus looked up sharply, and, suddenly, reaching out an arm to the table nearby, he swept from it the small bronze statue of a lightly clad lady bearing aloft a lighted torch. It landed on the floor with a report just like a revolver shot. Instantly the door burst open. Mr. Crewcrab, scenting both danger and $1,000, led the van, but cautiously, revolver in hand. "There he is!" The shout came from four throats simultaneously. The dark gentleman with the scar regarded them mockingly from the window, his head within but his body safely outside. "Shoot!" cried Gruggeri. "Dead or alive?" The window came down with a crash, putting only the insecurity of a pane between Mr. Philibus and his antagonists. Mr. Crewcrab's revolver went up, But before he could steady his hand, agitated by a brain swimming with $1,000 thoughts, the pane was shattered from the outside, and through the jagged aperture came a mocking laugh. Crew Crab shot forward, Grugeri at his heels. "Mind the glass," shouted Mr. Crew Crab. "Oh, the devil! Stand back!" Reaching out, he thrust the window up, springing from the further shower of splinters, cursing with emphatic protestation at a cut in his wrist. Next moment, he was out on the fire escape. "Got away," he moaned. "That fellow's room. Maybe he's gone that way again." With Grugeri following, he shot up the escape and into the open window of room 414. "Hello?" cried a sleepy voice from the bed. "What the—" "The man with the scar," cried Crew Crab. "He didn't come in here?" Mr. Philibus stared, blinking sleepily. "I'd have known if he did," he said, grinning. Suddenly Josiah J. Grugeri, who, as the world knew to its sorrow, was no fool, cried, "I believe you." He did not complete the remark. Dashing to the bed, he threw back the clothes. "I say," protested Mr. Philibus. Mr. Grugeri drew back abashed. Mr. Philibus's stout body was displayed only in futuristic pajamas. He appealed to Mr. Crew Crab. "What's biting our friend here?" "Dunno," said the house detective blankly. He reproached Mr. Grugeri. "You know, sir, it don't do to disturb hotel guests that way." "For 2 cents, sir," added Mr. Philibus, now blinking himself properly awake as anyone could see, "I'd bash in your other eye. By the by, where's little Mr. Blaine? Have you left him to the mercy of this crook?" Gently, Mr. Crew Crab explained. Mr. Philibus clucked a sympathetic tongue. "Fainted? Well now, and Mr. Grugeri's $1,000 gone. A nice name this hotel will get, Mr. Crew Crab, if this kind of thing gets about. If I were you, I'd get Mr. Blaine packed off home. It's no kind of place for him anyway, not with so many crooks around." "So many?" Mr. Crew Crab was blank again. "I saved Mr. Blaine from one already tonight," said Mr. Philibus placidly. "I got him away about the time he was going to sign his poor little legacy away for non-existent oil. It was I, as he will, no doubt, tell you when you question him, who suggested he take a room here and go at this matter quietly. So you see," said Mr. Philibus humbly, "I feel quite guilty about what happened to him afterward." He turned to Mr. Grugeri, who had halted in his investigation of the room to absorb this last comment. "Is the gentleman looking for something?" Mr. Grugeri drew nearer the bed and swore in an ungentlemanly fashion. "I believe you're a crook," he began, but Mr. Philibus interrupted. "I know you're one," he said gently. "I don't like anything about you. I don't like your face. I don't like your morals. I don't like your long nose. I don't like your bald head. I don't like the way you come in disturbing a gentleman's sleep. In fact, let me warn you that, unless Mr. Crew Crab takes you away, something nasty might happen to you. I can stand so much and no more. Get out now. Go and find your $1,000 crook. I wouldn't raise a hand any more to help catch him for you. Not a finger. Get out of here. I'm sleepy. And if you try to trick little Blaine with any of your slick work, I won't answer for myself. Get out of here." Mr. Grugeri, mumbling things not nice for a gentleman's ears, withdrew together with Mr. Crew Crab. "Woof," said Mr. Philibus softly. Mr. Grugeri swung around, decided he had imagined something, and before Mr. Philibus's baleful glance retired, closing the door. For a long time Mr. Philibus lay staring up at the ceiling and chuckling a little to himself. Then, making sure that no one was at the window or on the fire escape, he drew from under the mattress a coat and pair of trousers, and a hat with a wig attached. "Ruined, I'm afraid," he said dolefully, regarding the latter. "Ah, well, lucky," he said. "Old Nosey didn't look too far. Hadn't time to clean the basin up." He went over now and took from the water, still warm, standing in the basin, a washcloth, carefully rinsing from it a dusky look that clung to it, and some stains that might easily have come from the removal of an artificial scar. "Quick work, old boy," approved Mr. Philibus, gazing in his mirror, "but worth it in more ways than this." He took from the pocket of the discarded trousers a fat wad of bills in 10s and 20s. "It's not robbery," he said, "it's a reward." He offered it for the chance to get his hands on this awful crook who bashed him up before. But what a pity I couldn't have closed the other eye for him. Ah, well. Taking the money with him, he climbed into bed, shut off the night light that was burning, and pleasantly anticipated the delights of that slumber. "As the dear old blacksmith said," murmured Mr. Philibus sleepily, "something attempted, something done, has earned a night's repose." End of Mr. Philibus.
The Notch on the Axe, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Here Thackeray reduces to an absurdity the literary fashion of the day, the vogue for startling stories and tales of terror, which was high in his time, and which influenced several of the stories which proceed in this volume. But while Dickens made fun, with mental reservations, while Bulwer Lytton tried to explain by rising to the heights of natural philosophy, and Maturin did not explain at all, but let his extravagant genius roam between heaven and earth, Thackeray's keen wit saw mainly one chance for exquisite literary satire and parody. At one point or another in this skit, the style of each principal sensational novelist of the day is delightfully imitated. Editor 1. Every one remembers in the 4th book of the immortal poem of yore, blind bard to whose sightless orbs no doubt glorious shapes were, apparent and visions celestial, how Adam discourses to Eve of the bright visitors who hovered round their Eden. Millions of spiritual creatures walk the earth, unseen, both when we wake and when we sleep. How often, says Father Adam, from the steep of echoing hill or thicket, have we heard celestial voices to the midnight air, sole, or responsive to each other's notes, singing. After the act of disobedience, when the erring pair from Eden took their solitary way, and went forth to toil and trouble on common earth, though the glorious ones no longer were visible, you cannot say they were gone. It was not that the bright ones were absent, but that the dim eyes of rebel man no longer could see them. In your chamber hangs a picture of one whom you never knew, but whom you have long held in tenderest regard, and who was painted for you by a friend of mine, the Knight of Plimpton. She communes with you. She smiles on you. When your spirits are low, her bright eyes shine on you and cheer you. Her innocent, sweet smile is a caress to you. She never fails to soothe you with her speechless prattle. You love her. She is alive with you. As you extinguish your candle and turn to sleep, though your eyes see her not, is she not there still smiling? As you lie in the night awake, and thinking of your duties, and the morrow's inevitable toil oppressing the busy, weary, wakeful brain as with a remorse, the crackling fire flashes up for a moment in the grate, and she is there, your little beauteous maiden, smiling with her sweet eyes. When moon is down, when fire is out, when curtains are drawn, when lids are closed, is she not there? The little beautiful one, though invisible, present and smiling still. Friend, the unseen ones are round about us. Does it not seem as if the time were drawing near when it shall be given to men to behold them? The print of which my friend spoke, and which, indeed, hangs in my room, though he has never been there, is that charming little winter piece of Sir Joshua, representing the little Lady Caroline Montague, afterwards Duchess of Buccleuch. She is represented as standing in the midst of a winter landscape, wrapped in muff and cloak, and she looks out of her picture with a smile so exquisite that a Herod could not see her without being charmed. I beg your pardon, Mr. Pinto. I said to the person with whom I was conversing, I wonder, by the way, that I was not surprised at his knowing how fond I am of this print. You spoke of the Knight of Plimpton. Sir Joshua died 1792, and you say he was your dear friend. As I spoke, I chanced to look at Mr. Pinto, and then it suddenly struck me, gracious powers, perhaps you are 100 years old, now I think of it. You look more than 100. Yes, you may be 1,000 years old for what I know. your teeth are false. One eye is evidently false. Can I say that the other is not? If a man's age may be calculated by the rings round his eyes, this man may be as old as Methuselah. He has no beard. He wears a large curly glossy brown wig, and his eyebrows are painted a deep olive green. It was odd to hear this man, this walking mummy, talking sentiment, in these queer old chambers in Shepherd's Inn. Pinto passed a yellow bandana handkerchief over his awful white teeth, and kept his glass eye steadily fixed on me. Sir Joshua's friend, said he, you perceive, eluding my direct question, is not everyone that knows his pictures Reynolds's friend. Suppose I tell you that I have been in his painting room scores of times, and that his sister that has made me tea, and his sister Toffee has made coffee for me. You will only say I am an old ombog. Mr. Pinto, I remarked, spoke all languages with an accent equally foreign. Suppose I tell you that I knew Mr. Sam Johnson, and did not like him, that I was at that very ball at Madame Cornely's, which you have mentioned in one of your little, what do you call them? Bah! My memory begins to fail me, in one of your little whirligig papers. Suppose I tell you that Sir Joshua has been here, in this very room. Have you, then, had these apartments for more than 70 years? I asked. They look as if they had not been swept for that time, don't they? Hey, I did not say that I had them for 70 years, but that Sir Joshua has visited me here. When? I asked, eyeing the man sternly, for I began to think he was an impostor. He answered me with a glance still more stern. Sir Joshua Reynolds was here this very morning, with Angelica Kaufmann and Mr. Oliver Goldschmidt. He is still very much attached to Angelica, who still does not care for him. Because he is dead, and I was in the 4th morning coach at his funeral, is that any reason why he should not come back to earth again? My good sir, you are laughing at me. He has sat many a time on that very chair which you are now occupying. There are several spirits in the room now, whom you cannot see. Excuse me. Here he turned round as if he was addressing somebody, and began rapidly speaking a language unknown to me. It is Arabic. He said, a bad patois, I own. I learned it in Barbary when I was a prisoner among the Moors. In anno 1609, bin ich aldus geklet gegheen. Ha, you doubt me, look at me well. At least I am like. Perhaps some of my readers remember a paper of which the figure of a man carrying a barrel formed the initial letter, and which I copied from an old spoon now in my possession. As I looked at Mr. Pinto, I do declare he looked so like the figure on that old piece of plate that I started and felt very uneasy. Ha, said he, laughing through his false teeth. I declare they were false. I could see utterly toothless gums working up and down behind the pink coral. You see I wore a beard then. I am chafed now. Perhaps you think I am a spoon, ha, ha. And as he laughed he gave a cough which I thought would have coughed his teeth out, his glass eye out, his wig off, his very head off. But he stopped this convulsion by stumping across the room and seizing a little bottle of bright pink medicine, which, being opened, spread a singular acrid aromatic odor through the apartment. And I thought I saw, but of this I cannot take an affirmation, a light green and violet flame flickering round the neck of the vial as he opened it. By the way, from the peculiar stumping noise which he made in crossing the bare-boarded apartment, I knew at once that my strange entertainer had a wooden leg. Over the dust which lay quite thick on the boards, you could see the mark of 1 foot very neat and pretty, and then a round O, which was naturally the impression made by the wooden stump. I own I had a queer thrill as I saw that mark, and felt a secret comfort that it was not cloven. In this desolate apartment in which Mr. Pinto had invited me to see him, there were 3 chairs, 1 bottomless, a little table on which you might put a breakfast tray, and not a single other article of furniture. In the next room, the door of which was open, I could see a magnificent gilt dressing-case, with some splendid diamond and ruby shirt studs lying by it, and a chest of drawers, and a cupboard apparently full of clothes. Remembering him in Baden-Baden in great magnificence, I wondered at his present denuded state. "You have a house elsewhere, Mr. Pinto." I said. "Many," says he. "I have apartments in many cities. I lock them up, and do not carry mosh lodgish." I then remembered that his apartment at Baden, where I first met him, was bare and had no bed in it. There is, then, a sleeping room beyond. This is the sleeping room. He pronounces it das. Can this, by the way, give any clue to the nationality of this singular man? If you sleep on these two old chairs, you have a rickety couch. If on the floor, a dusty one. Suppose I sleep up dere, said this strange man, and he actually pointed up to the ceiling. I thought him mad, or what he himself called an ombog. I know. You do not believe me, for why should I deceive you? I came but to propose a matter of business to you. I told you I could give you the clue to the mystery of the two children in black, whom you met at Baden, and you came to see me. If I told you, you would not believe me. What for try and convince you? Ha hey! And he shook his hand once, twice, thrice at me, and glared at me out of his eye in a peculiar way. Of what happened now, I protest I cannot give an accurate account. It seemed to me that there shot a flame from his eye into my brain, while behind his glass eye there was a green illumination as if a candle had been lit in it. It seemed to me that from his long fingers 2 quivering flames issued, sputtering, as it were, which penetrated me, and forced me back into one of the chairs, the broken one, out of which I had much difficulty in scrambling, when the strange glamour was ended. It seemed to me that, when I was so fixed, so transfixed in the broken chair, the man floated up to the ceiling, crossed his legs, folded his arms as if he was lying on a sofa, and grinned down at me. When I came to myself, he was down from the ceiling, and, taking me out of the broken cane-bottomed chair, kindly enough, "Bah," said he, "it is the smell of my medicine. It often gives the vertigo. I thought you would have had a little fit. Come into the open air." And we went down the steps and into Shepherd's Inn, where the setting sun was just shining on the statue of Shepherd. The laundresses were traipsing about, the porters were leaning against the railings, and the clerks were playing at marbles, to my inexpressible consolation. "You said you were going to dine at the Gray's Inn Coffee House," he said. I was. I often dine there. There is excellent wine at the Gray's Inn Coffee House. But I declare I never said so. I was not astonished at his remark, no more astonished than if I was in a dream. Perhaps I was in a dream. Is life a dream? Are dreams facts? Is sleeping being really awake? I don't know. I tell you I am puzzled. I have read The Woman in White, the strange story, not to mention that story stranger than fiction, in the Cornhill magazine, that story for which 3 credible witnesses are ready to vouch. I have had messages from the dead, and not only from the dead, but from people who never existed at all. I own I am in a state of much bewilderment, but, if you please, will proceed with my simple, my artless story. Well, then, we passed from Shepherd's Inn into Holborn, and looked for a while at Woodgate's bric-a-brac shop, which I never can pass without delaying at the windows. Indeed, if I were going to be hung, I would beg the cart to stop, and let me have one look more at that delightful omnium gatherum. And passing Woodgate's, we come to Gale's little shop, No. 47, which is also a favorite haunt of mine. Mr. Gale happened to be at his door, and as we exchanged salutations, "Mr. Pinto," I said, "Will you like to see a real curiosity in this curiosity shop? Step into Mr. Gale's little back room. In that little back parlor there are Chinese gongs, there are old sacks and Sevres plates, there is Furstenberg, Carl Theodore, Worcester, Amstel, Nankin, and other jimcrackery. And in the corner what do you think there is? There is an actual guillotine. If you doubt me, go and see Gale, High Holborn, No. 47. It is a slim instrument, much slighter than those which they make now, some 9 feet high, narrow, a pretty piece of upholstery enough. There is the hook over which the rope used to play, which unloosened the dreadful axe above. And look, dropped into the orifice where the head used to go, there is the axe itself, all rusty, with a great notch in the blade. As Pinto looked at it, Mr. Gale was not in the room, I recollect, happening to have been just called out by a customer who offered him £3 14 and 6 for a blue Shepherd in pâté tender. Mr. Pinto gave a little start, and seemed crisp for a moment. Then he looked steadily toward one of those great porcelain stools which you see in gardens, and it seemed to me, I tell you I won't take my affidavit. I may have been maddened by the 6 glasses I took of that pink elixir. I may have been sleepwalking. Perhaps as I write now, I may have been under the influence of that astounding medium into whose hands I had fallen. But I vow I heard Pinto say, with rather a ghastly grin at the porcelain stool, "Nay, never shake your gory locks at me. Do canst not say I did it." He pronounced it, by the way, "I did it," by which I know that Pinto was a German. I heard Pinto say those very words, and sitting on the porcelain stool I saw, dimly at first, then with an awful distinctness, a ghost, an eidolon, a form, a headless man seated with his head in his lap, which wore an expression of piteous surprise. At this minute, Mr. Gale entered from the front shop to show a customer some Delft plates, and he did not see, but we did, the figure rise up from the porcelain stool, shake its head, which it held in its hand, and which kept its eyes fixed sadly on us, and disappear behind the guillotine. "Come to the Gray's Inn Coffee House," Pinto said, "and I will tell you how the notch came to the axe." And we walked down Holborn at about 37 minutes past 6 o'clock. If there is anything in the above statement which astonishes the reader, I promise him that in the next chapter of this little story he will be astonished still more. 2. You will excuse me, I said to my companion, for remarking that when you addressed the individual sitting on the porcelain stool, with his head in his lap, your ordinarily benevolent features. This, I confess, was a bouncer, for between ourselves a more sinister and ill-looking rascal than Mons. I have seldom set eyes on. Your ordinarily handsome face wore an expression that was by no means pleasing. You grinned at the individual just as you did at me when you went up to the sea. Pardon me, as I thought you did, when I fell down in a fit in your chambers. And I qualified my words in a great flutter and tremble. I did not care to offend the man. I did not dare to offend the man. I thought once or twice of jumping into a cab and flying, of taking refuge in Day and Martin's blacking warehouse, of speaking to a policeman, but not one would come. I was this man's slave. I followed him like his dog. I could not get away from him. So, you see, I went on meanly conversing with him, and affecting a simpering confidence. I remember, when I was a little boy at school, going up fawning and smiling in this way to some great hulking bully of a 6th form boy. So I said in a word, your ordinarily handsome face wore a disagreeable expression. And see, it is ordinarily very handsome, said he, with such a leer at a couple of passers-by, that one of them cried, "Oh, cricky, here's a precious guy." And a child in its nurse's arms screamed itself into convulsions. "Oh, oui, chi suis tres coligarchin, bien po, certainement," continued Mr. Pinto, "but you were right. That person was not very well pleased when he saw me. There was no love lost between us, as you say, and the world never knew a more worthless miscreant. I hate him, voyez vous, I hated him alive, I hate him dead. I hate him man, I hate him ghost, and he know it, and tremble before me. If I see him 20 toss, and years hence, and why not, I shall hate him still. You remarked how he was dressed. In black satin breeches and striped stockings, a white pique waistcoat, a grey coat, with large metal buttons, and his hair in powder. He must have worn a pigtail, only it was cutoff. Ha, ha, ha. Mr. Pinto cried, yelling a laugh, which I observed made the policeman stare very much. Yes, it was cut off by the same blow which took off the scoundrel's head. Ho, ho, ho. And he made a circle with his hook-nailed finger round his own yellow neck, and grinned with a horrible triumph. I promise you that fellow was surprised when he found his head in the pannier. Ha, ha, do you ever cease to hate those whom you hate? Fire flashed terrifically from his glass eye as he spoke, or to love those whom you once loved. Oh, never, never. And here his natural eye was bedewed with tears. But here we are at the Gray's Inn Coffee House. James, what is the joint? That very respectful and efficient waiter brought in the bill of fare, and I, for my part, chose boiled leg of pork, and peas pudding, which my acquaintance said would do as well as anything else, though I remarked he only trifled with the peas pudding, and left all the pork on the plate. In fact, he scarcely ate anything. But he drank a prodigious quantity of wine, and I must say that my friend Mr. Hart's port wine is so good that I myself took, well, I should think, I took 3 glasses. Yes, 3, certainly. I mean Mr. P., the old rogue, was insatiable, for we had to call for a second bottle in no time. When that was gone, my companion wanted another. A little red mounted up to his yellow cheeks as he drank the wine, and he winked at it in a strange manner. I remember, said he, musing, when port wine was scarcely drunk in this country, though the Queen liked it, and so did Hurley. But Bolingbroke didn't. He drank Florence and champagne. Dr. Swift put water to his wine. Jonathan, I once said to him, but bah, otters temps, otters mowers. Another magnum, James. This was all very well, my good sir. I said, it may suit you to order bottles of 20 port, at a guinea a bottle, but that kind of price does not suit me. I only happen to have 34 and 6pence in my pocket, of which I want a shilling for the waiter, and 18 pence for my cab. You rich foreigners and swells may spend what you like. I had him there, for my friend's dress was as shabby as an old clothes man's. But a man with a family, Mr. What you call him, cannot afford to spend 700 or 800 a year on his dinner alone. Bah, he said, Nunkey pays for all, as you say. I will what you call stamp the dinner, if you are so poor. And again he gave that disagreeable grin, and placed an odious crook-nailed and by no means clean finger to his nose. But I was not so afraid of him now, for we were in a public place, and the 3 glasses of port wine had, you see, given me courage. What a pretty snuff-box, he remarked, as I handed him mine, which I am still old-fashioned enough to carry. It is a pretty old gold box enough, but valuable to me especially as a relic of an old relative, whom I can just remember as a child, when she was very kind to me. Yes, a pretty box. I can remember when many ladies, most ladies, carried a box, nay, 2 boxes, tabatiere and bonbonniere. What lady carries snuff-box now? Hey! Suppose your astonishment if a lady in an assembly were to offer you a prize. I can remember a lady with such a box as this, with a tour, as we used to call it then, with panniers, with a tortoise shell cane, with the prettiest little high-heeled velvet shoes in the world. Ah, that was a time, that was a time. Ah, Eliza, Eliza, I have thee now in my mind's eye. At Bungay on the Waveney, did I not walk with thee, Eliza? Aha, did I not love thee? Did I not walk with thee then? Do I not see thee still? This was passing strange. My ancestress, but there is no need to publish her revered name, did indeed live at Bungay St. Mary's, where she lies buried. She used to walk with a tortoise shell cane. She used to wear little black velvet shoes with the prettiest high heels in the world. Did you know, then, my great Grandm there? I said. He pulled up his coat sleeve. Is that her name? He said. Eliza, there, I declare, was the very name of the kind old creature written in red on his arm. You knew her old. He said, divining my thoughts with his strange knack. I knew her young and lovely. I danced with her at the Berry Ball. Did I not, dear, dear miss? As I live, he here mentioned dear Grn, Nye's maiden name. Her maiden name was, her honored married name was, she married your great Grndfthr the year Poseidon won the Newmarket Plate. Mr. Pinto dryly remarked, Merciful powers, I remember, over the old shagreen knife and spoon case on the sideboard in my Grn, Nye's parlour, a print by Stubbs of that very horse. My grandsire, in a red coat, and his fair hair flowing over his shoulders, was over the mantelpiece, and Poseidon won the Newmarket Cup in the year 1783. Yes, you are right. I danced a minuet with her at Bury that very night, before I lost my poor leg, and I quarrelled with your ha, as he said ha. There came 3 quiet little taps on the table. It is the middle table in the Gray's Inn Coffee House, under the bust of the late Duke of WLLNGTN. I fired in the air. He continued, did I not? Tap, tap, tap. Your grandfather hit me in the leg. He married 3 months afterwards. Captain Brown, I said, who could see Miss SMTH without loving her. She is there. She is there. Tap, tap, tap. Yes, my first love, but here there came tap, tap, which everybody knows means no. I forgot. He said, with a faint blush stealing over his wan features, she was not my first love. In Germ, in my own country, there was a young woman, tap, tap, tap. There was here quite a lively little treble knock, and when the old man said, "But I love thee better than all the world, Eliza," the affirmative signal was briskly repeated, and this I declare upon my honor there was, I have said, a bottle of port wine before us, I should say a decanter. That decanter was lifted up, and out of it into our respective glasses 2 bumpers of wine were poured. I appeal to Mr. Hart, the landlord, I appeal to James, the respectful and intelligent waiter, if this statement is not true. And when we had finished that magnum, and I said, for I did not now in the least doubt her presence, "Dear G.R.N.Y., may we have another magnum?" The table distinctly rapped no. Now, my good sir, Mr. Pinto said, who really began to be affected by the wine, you understand the interest I have taken in you. I loved Eliza, of course I don't mention family names. I knew you had that box which belonged to her. I will give you what you like for that box. Name your price at once, and I pay you on the spot. Why, when you came out, you said you had not 6 pence in your pocket. Bah, give you anything you like, 50, 100, a toss-end pound. Come, come, said I. The gold of the box may be worth 9 guineas, and the facon we will put at 6 more. 1 toss-end guineas, he screeched, 1 toss-end and 50-pound dara. And he sank back in his chair, no, by the way, on his bench, for he was sitting with his back to one of the partitions of the boxes, as I dare say James remembers. Don't go on in this way. I continued rather weakly, for I did not know whether I was in a dream. If you offer me 1,000 guineas for this box, I must take it. Mustn't I, dear G.R.N.N.? Why? The table most distinctly said yes. And putting out his claws to seize the box, Mr. Pinto plunged his hooked nose into it, and eagerly inhaled some of my 47 with a dash of Hardman. But stay, you old harpy, I exclaimed, being now in a sort of rage, and quite familiar with him. Where is the money? Where is the check? James, a piece of note-paper and a receipt stamp. This is all mighty well, sir, I said, but I don't know you. I never saw you before. I will trouble you to hand me that box back again, or give me a check with some known signature. Whose? Ha, ha, ha. The room happened to be very dark. Indeed, all the waiters were gone to supper, and there were only 2 gentlemen snoring in their respective boxes. I saw a hand come quivering down from the ceiling, a very pretty hand, on which was a ring with a coronet, with a lion rampant gules for a crest. I saw that hand take a dip of ink and write across the paper. Mr. Pinto, then, taking a grey receipt stamp out of his blue leather pocket-book, fastened it on to the paper by the usual process, and the hand then wrote across the receipt stamp, went across the table and shook hands with Pinto, and then, as if waving him an adieu, vanished in the direction of the ceiling. There was the paper before me, wet with the ink. There was the pen which the hand had used. Does anybody doubt me? I have that pen now, a cedar stick of a not uncommon sort, and holding one of Gillott's pens. It is in my inkstand now, I tell you. Anybody may see it. The handwriting on the check, for such the document was the writing of a female. It ran thus: London, midnight, March 31, 1862. Pay the bearer 1,050 pounds. Rachel Sidonia, to Messrs. Sidonia, Pozzosanto and Co., London. Noblest and best of women, said Pinto, kissing the sheet of paper with much reverence. My good Mr. Roundabout, I suppose you do not question that signature. Indeed, the house of Sidonia, Pozzosanto and Co. is known to be one of the richest in Europe, and as for the Countess Rachel, she was known to be the chief manager of that enormously wealthy establishment. There was only one little difficulty. The Countess Rachel died last October. I pointed out this circumstance, and tossed over the paper to Pinto with a sneer. Say a brander ou a elixir. He said with some heat, You literary men are all imprudent, but I did not think you such a fool, why dis? Your box is not worth £20, and I offer you a toss-end because I know you want money to pay dat rascal Tom's college bills." This strange man actually knew that my scapegrace Tom had been a source of great expense and annoyance to me. "You see, money costs me nothing, and you refuse to take it. Once, twice. Will you take this check in exchange for your trumpery snuff-box?" What could I do? My poor granny's legacy was valuable and dear to me, but after all 1,000 guineas are not to be had every day. "Be it a bargain," said I. "Shall we have a glass of wine on it?" Says Pinto, and to this proposal I also unwillingly acceded, reminding him, by the way, that he had not yet told me the story of the headless man. Your poor Gerundium there was right just now, when she said she was not my first love. 'Twas one of those banal expressions, here Mr. P. blushed once more, which we use to women. We tell each she is our first passion. They reply with a similar illusory formula. No man is any woman's first love, no woman any man's. We are in love in our nurse's arms, and women coquette with their eyes before their tongue can form a word. How could your lovely relative love me? I was far, far too old for her. I am older than I look. I am so old that you would not believe my age were I to tell you. I have loved many and many a woman before your relative. It has not always been fortunate for them to love me. Ah, Sophronia, round the dreadful circus where you fell, and whence I was dragged corpse-like by the heels, there sat multitudes more savage than the lions which mangled your sweet form. Ah, Tenez, when we marched to the terrible stake together at Valladolid, the Protestant and the Jay, but away with memory. Boy, it was happy for thy grandam that she loved me not. During that strange period, he went on, when the teeming time was great with the revolution that was speedily to be born, I was on a mission in Paris with my excellent, my maligned friend, Cagliostro. Mesmer was one of our band. I seemed to occupy but an obscure rank in it, though, as you know, in secret societies the humble man may be a chief and director, the ostensible leader but a puppet moved by unseen hands. Never mind who was chief, or who was second. Never mind my age. It boots not to tell it. Why shall I expose myself to your scornful incredulity, or reply to your questions in words that are familiar to you, but which you cannot understand? Words are symbols of things which you know, or of things which you don't know. If you don't know them, to speak is idle. Here I confess Mr. P. spoke for exactly 38 minutes about physics, metaphysics, language, the origin and destiny of man, during which time I was rather bored, and to relieve my ennui, drank a half-glass or so of wine. Love, friend, is the fountain of youth. It may not happen to me once in an age, but when I love then I am young. I loved when I was in Paris. Bathilda, Bathilda, I loved thee, ah, how fondly. Wine, I say, more wine. Love is ever young. I was a boy at the little feet of Bathilda de Béchamel, the fair, the fond, the fickle, ah, the false. The strange old man's agony was here really terrific, and he showed himself much more agitated than when he had been speaking about my grndmthr. I thought Blanche might love me. I could speak to her in the language of all countries, and tell her the lore of all ages. I could trace the nursery legends which she loved up to their Sanskrit source, and whisper to her the darkling mysteries of the Egyptian magi. I could chant for her the wild chorus that rang in the dishevelled Eleusinian revel. I could tell her, and I would, the watchword never known but to one woman, the Sabine queen, which Hiram breathed in the abysmal ear of Solomon, "You don't attend. Pshaw, you have drunk too much wine." Perhaps I may as well own that I was not attending, for he had been carrying on for about 57 minutes, and I don't like a man to have all the talk to himself. Blanche de Béchamel was wild, then, about this secret of masonry. In early days I loved. I married a girl fair as Blanche, who, too, was tormented by curiosity, who, too, would peep into my closet, into the only secret guarded from her. A dreadful fate befell poor Fatima. An accident shortened her life. Poor thing, she had a foolish sister who urged her on. I always told her to beware of Anne. She died. They said her brothers killed me. A gross falsehood. Am I dead? If I were, could I pledge you in this wine? Was your name? I asked, quite bewildered, was your name, pray, then, Everbloob? Hush! The waiter will overhear you. Methought we were speaking of Blanche de Bechamel. I loved her, young man. My pearls and diamonds and treasure, my wit, my wisdom, my passion, I flung them all into the child's lap. I was a fool. Was strong Samson not as weak as I? Was Solomon the wise much better when Balkis wheedled him? I said to the king, but enough of that. I spake of Blanche de Bechamel. Curiosity was the poor child's foible. I could see, as I talked to her, that her thoughts were elsewhere as yours, my friend, have been absent once or twice tonight. To know the secret of masonry was the wretched child's mad desire. With 1,000 wiles, smiles, caresses, she strove to coax it from me, ha! Ha! I had an apprentice, the son of a dear friend, who died by my side at Rossbach, when Soubise, with whose army I happened to be, suffered a dreadful defeat for neglecting my advice. The young Chevalier Goby de Mauchy was glad enough to serve as my clerk, and help in some chemical experiments in which I was engaged with my friend Dr. Mesmer. Bathilda saw this young man. Since women were, has it not been their business to smile and deceive, to fondle and lure? Away! From the very first it has been so. And as my companion spoke, he looked as wicked as the serpent that coiled round the tree, and hissed a poisoned counsel to the first woman. One evening I went, as was my wont, to see Blanche. She was radiant. She was wild with spirits. A saucy triumph blazed in her blue eyes. She talked, she rattled in her childish way. She uttered, in the course of her rhapsody, a hint, an intimation, so terrible that the truth flashed across me in a moment. Did I ask her, she would lie to me, but I knew how to make falsehood impossible, and I ordered her to go to sleep. At this moment the clock, after its previous convulsions, sounded 12, and as the new editor of the Cornhill magazine, and I promise you, won't stand any nonsense, will only allow 7 pages. I am obliged to leave off at the very most interesting point of the story. Mr. Thackeray retired from the editorship of the Cornhill magazine in March 1862. 3. Are you of our fraternity? I see you are not. The secret which Mademoiselle de Bechamel confided to me in her mad triumph and wild hoyden spirits. She was but a child, poor thing, scarce 15. But I love them young, a folly not unusual with the old. Here Mr. Pinto thrust his knuckles into his hollow eyes, and I am sorry to say, so little regardful was he of personal cleanliness, that his tears made streaks of white over his gwalled dark hands. Ah, at 15, poor child, thy fate was terrible. Go to. It is not good to love me, friend. They prosper not who do. I divine you. You need not say what you are thinking. In truth, I was thinking, if girls fall in love with this sallow, hook-nosed, glass-eyed, wooden-legged, dirty, hideous old man, with the sham teeth, they have a queer taste. That is what I was thinking. Jack Wilkes said the handsomest man in London had but half an hour's start of him. And without vanity, I am scarcely uglier than Jack Wilkes. We were members of the same club at Medinham Abbey, Jack and I, and had many a merry night together. Well, sir, Mary of Scotland knew me but as a little hunchbacked music-master. And yet, I think she was not indifferent to her David Riz, and she came to misfortune. They all do. Sir, you are wandering from your point. I said, with some severity, for really, for this old humbug to hint that he had been the baboon who frightened the club at Medinham, that he had been in the Inquisition at Valladolid, that under the name of D-Riz, as he called it, he had known the lovely Queen of Scots, was a little too much. Sir, then I said, you were speaking about a Miss Bechamel. I really have not time to hear all of your biography. Faith, the good wine gets into my head. I should think so, the old toper, 4 bottles all but 2 glasses, to return to poor Blanche. As I sat laughing, joking with her, she let slip a little word, which filled me with dismay. Someone had told her a part of the secret which has been divulged scarce thrice in 3,000 years, the secret of the Freemasons. Do you know what happens to those uninitiate who learn that secret? To those wretched men, the initiate who reveal it. As Pinto spoke to me, he looked through and through me with his horrible piercing glance, so that I sat quite uneasily on my bench. He continued, Did I question her awake? I knew she would lie to me. Poor child, I loved her no less because I did not believe a word she said. I loved her blue eye, her golden hair, her delicious voice, that was true in song, though when she spoke, false as Eblis. You are aware that I possess in rather a remarkable degree what we have agreed to call the mesmeric power. I set the unhappy girl to sleep. Then she was obliged to tell me all. It was as I had surmised. Gobi de Mauchi, my wretched, besotted, miserable secretary, in his visits to the chateau of the Marquis de Béchamel, who was one of our society, had seen Blanche. I suppose it was because she had been warned that he was worthless, and poor, artful, and a coward. She loved him. She wormed out of the besotted wretch the secrets of our order. Did he tell you the number 1? I asked. She said yes. Did he, I further inquired, tell you the, oh, don't ask me, don't ask me, she said, writhing on the sofa, where she lay in the presence of the Marquis de Béchamel, her most unhappy father. Poor Béchamel, how pale he looked as I spoke. Did he tell you, I repeated with a dreadful calm, the number 2? She said yes. The poor old Marquis rose up, and clasping his hands, fell on his knees before Count Cagel. Bah! I went by a different name then. That's in a name. Dat which ye call a Rosicrucian by any other name vil smell as sweet. Monsieur, he said, I am old, I am rich. I have 500,000 livres of rents in Picardy. I have half as much in Artois. I have 280,000 on the Grand Liver. I am promised by my sovereign a dukedom and his orders with a reversion to my heir. I am a grandee of Spain of the first class, and Duke of Volavento. Take my titles, my ready money, my life, my honor, everything I have in the world. But don't ask the third question, Godefroy de Bouillon, Comte de Béchamel, grandee of Spain, and Prince of Volavento. In our assembly, what was the oath you swore? The old man writhed as he remembered its terrific purport. Though my heart was racked with agony, and I would have died, I, cheerfully, died indeed, as if that were a penalty. To spare yonder lovely child a pang, I said to her calmly, Blanche de Béchamel, did Gobi de Mauchi tell you secret number 3? She whispered a oui that was quite faint and small. But her poor father fell in convulsions at her feet. She died suddenly that night. Did I not tell you those I love come to no good? When General Bonaparte crossed the St. Bernard, he saw in the convent an old monk with a white beard, wandering about the corridors, cheerful and rather stout, but mad as a March hare. General, I said to him, did you ever see that face before? He had not. He had not mingled much with the higher classes of our society before the Revolution. I knew the poor old man well enough. He was the last of a noble race, and I loved his child. And did she die by? Man, did I say so? Do I whisper the secrets of the Vaimgericht? I say she died that night, and he, the heartless, the villain, the betrayer, you saw him seated in yonder curiosity shop, by yonder guillotine, with his scoundrelly head in his lap. You saw how slight that instrument was. It was one of the first which Guillotin made, and which he showed to private friends in a hangar in the Rue Picpus, where he lived. The invention created some little conversation among scientific men at the time, though I remember a machine in Edinburgh of a very similar construction, 200, many years ago, and at a breakfast which Guillotin gave he showed us the instrument, and much talk arose among us as to whether people suffered under it. And now I must tell you what befell the traitor who had caused all this suffering. Did he know that the poor child's death was a sentence? He felt a cowardly satisfaction that with her was gone the secret of his treason. Then he began to doubt. I had means to penetrate all his thoughts, as well as to know his acts. Then he became a slave to a horrible fear. He fled in abject terror to a convent. They still existed in Paris, and behind the walls of Jacobins the wretch thought himself secure. Poor fool, I had but to set one of my somnambulists to sleep. Her spirit went forth and spied the shuddering wretch in his cell. She described the street, the gate, the convent, the very dress which he wore, and which you saw today. And now this is what happened. In his chamber in the Rue Saint-Honore at Paris sat a man alone, a man who has been maligned, a man who has been called a knave and charlatan. a man who has been persecuted even to the death, it is said, in Roman inquisitions, forsooth, and elsewhere. Ha, ha, a man who has a mighty will. And looking toward the Jacobins' convent, of which, from his chamber, he could see the spires and trees, this man willed, and it was not yet dawn. And he willed, and one who was lying in his cell in the convent of Jacobins, awake and shuddering with terror for a crime which he had committed, fell asleep. But though he was asleep, his eyes were open. And after tossing and writhing, and clinging to the pallet, and saying, "No, I will not go," he rose up and donned his clothes, a grey coat, a vest of white pique, black satin small clothes, ribbed silk stockings, and a white stock with a steel buckle. And he arranged his hair, and he tied his queue, all the while being in that strange somnolence which walks, which moves, which flies sometimes, which sees, which is indifferent to pain, which obeys, and he put on his hat, and he went forth from his cell. And though the dawn was not yet, he trod the corridors as seeing them. And he passed into the cloister, and then into the garden where lie the ancient dead. And he came to the wicket, which Brother Jerome was opening just at the dawning. And the crowd was already waiting with their cans and bowls to receive the alms of the good brethren. And he passed through the crowd and went on his way. And the few people then abroad who marked him said, "Tynes, how very odd he looks. He looks like a man walking in his sleep." This was said by various persons, by milk women with their cans and carts, coming into the town, by roisterers who had been drinking at the taverns of the barrier, for it was mid-Lent, by the sergeants of the watch, who eyed him sternly as he passed near their halberds. But he passed on unmoved by their halberds, unmoved by the cries of the roisterers, by the market women coming with their milk and eggs. He walked through the Rue Saint-Honore, I say, by the Rue Rambuteau, by the Rue Saint-Antoine, by the King's Chateau of the Bastille, by the Faubourg Saint-Antoine. And he came to know, 29 in the Rue Picpus, a house which then stood between a court and garden, that is, there was a building of one story with a great coach door. Then there was a court, around which were stables, coach-houses, offices. Then there was a house, a 2-storied house, with a perron in front. Behind the house was a garden of 250 French feet in length, and as 100 feet of France equal 106 feet of England, this garden, my friend, equaled exactly 265 feet of British measure. In the center of the garden was a fountain and a statue, or, to speak more correctly, 2 statues. One was recumbent, a man. Over him, saber in hand, stood a woman. The man was Holofernes, the woman was Judith. From the head, from the trunk, the water gushed. It was the taste of the doctor. Was it not a droll of taste? At the end of the garden was the doctor's cabinet of study. My faith, a singular cabinet and singular pictures. Decapitation of Charles Premier at Whitehall. Decapitation of Montrose at Edinburgh. Decapitation of Cinq-Mars. When I tell you that he was a man of taste, charming, through this garden, by these statues, up these stairs, went the pale figure of him who, the porter said, knew the way of the house. He did. Turning neither right nor left, he seemed to walk through the statues, the obstacles, the flower beds, the stairs, the door, the tables, the chairs. In the corner of the room was that instrument, which Guillotin had just invented and perfected. One day he was to lay his own head under his own axe. Peace be to his name. With him I deal not. In a frame of mahogany, neatly worked, was a board with a half-circle in it, over which another board fitted. Above was a heavy axe, which fell, you know how. It was held up by a rope, and when this rope was untied or cut, the steel fell. To the story which I now have to relate, you may give credence or not, as you will. The sleeping man went up to that instrument. He laid his head in it, asleep. Asleep. He then took a little penknife out of the pocket of his white dimity waistcoat. He cut the rope asleep. The axe descended on the head of the traitor and villain. The notch in it was made by the steel buckle of his stock, which was cut through. A strange legend has got abroad that after the deed was done, the figure rose, took the head from the basket, walked forth through the garden, and by the screaming porters at the gate, and went and laid itself down at the morgue. But for this I will not vouch. only of this be sure. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy. More and more the light peeps through the chinks. Soon, amidst music ravishing, the curtain will rise, and the glorious scene be displayed. Adieu, remember me. Ha, 'tis dawn. Pinto said, and he was gone. I am ashamed to say that my first movement was to clutch the check which he had left with me, and which I was determined to present the very moment the bank opened. I know the importance of these things, and that men change their minds sometimes. I sprang through the streets to the great banking house of Manasseh in Duke Street. It seemed to me as if I actually flew as I walked. As the clock struck 10, I was at the counter and laid down my check. The gentleman who received it, who was one of the Hebrew persuasion, as were the other 200 clerks of the establishment, having looked at the draft with terror in his countenance, then looked at me, then called to himself 2 of his fellow clerks, and queer it was to see all their aquiline beaks over the paper. "Come, come," said I, "don't keep me here all day. Hand me over the money, short, if you please." For I was, you see, a little alarmed, and so determined to assume some extra bluster. "Will you have the kindness to step into the parlor to the partners?" The clerk said, and I followed him. "What again?" shrieked a bald-headed, red-whiskered gentleman, whom I knew to be Mr. Manasseh. "Mr. Salathiel, this is too bad. Leave me with this gentleman, S." And the clerk disappeared. "Sir," he said, "I know how you came by this. The Count de Pinto gave it you. It is too bad. I honor my parents. I honor their parents. I honor their bills. But this one of Grandma's is too bad. It is, upon my word, now. She've been dead these 35 years. And this last 4 months she has left her burial place and took to drawing on our ooze. It's too bad, Grandma. It is too bad." And he appealed to me, and tears actually trickled down his nose. "Is it the Countess Sidonia's check or not?" I asked haughtily. "But I tell you she's dead. It's a shame. It's a shame. It is, Grandmamma." And he cried, and wiped his great nose in his yellow pocket-handkerchief. "Look here, will you take pounds instead of guineas? She's dead, I tell you. It's no go. Take the pounds, 1 toss-end pound, 10 nice, neat, crisp 100-pound notes, and go away vid you, do. I will have my bond, sir, or nothing," I said, and I put on an attitude of resolution which I confess surprised even myself. "Worry Vale." He shrieked, with many oaths, "Then you shall have noting, ha, ha, ha. Noting but a policeman. Mr. Abednego, call a policeman. Take that, you humbug and impostor." And here, with an abundance of frightful language which I dare not repeat, the wealthy banker abused and defied me. Oh, bout du compte! What was I to do, if a banker did not choose to honor a check drawn by his dead grandmother? I began to wish I had my snuff-box back. I began to think I was a fool for changing that little old-fashioned gold for this slip of strange paper. Meanwhile the banker had passed from his fit of anger to a paroxysm of despair. He seemed to be addressing some person invisible, but in the room. "Look here, ma'am, you've really been coming it too strong. 100,000 in 6 months, and now 1,000 more. The ooze can't stand it. It won't stand it, I say. What? Oh, mercy, mercy." As he uttered these words, a hand fluttered over the table in the air. It was a female hand, that which I had seen the night before. That female hand took a pen from the green baize table, dipped it in a silver inkstand, and wrote on a quarter of a sheet of foolscap on the blotting book. "How about the diamond robbery? If you do not pay, I will tell him where they are." What diamonds? What robbery? What was this mystery? That will never be ascertained, for the wretched man's demeanor instantly changed. "Certainly, sir. Oh, certainly," he said, forcing a grin. "How will you have the money, sir? All right, Mr. Abednego. This way out." "I hope I shall often see you again," I said, on which I own poor. Manasseh gave a dreadful grin and shot back into his parlor. I ran home, clutching the 10 delicious, crisp £100, and the dear little 50 which made up the account. I flew through the streets again. I got to my chambers. I bolted the outer doors. I sank back in my great chair and slept. My first thing on waking was to feel for my money. Perdition, where was I? Ha! On the table before me was my grandmother's snuff-box, and by its side one of those awful, those admirable, sensation novels, which I had been reading, and which are full of delicious wonder. But that the guillotine is still to be seen at Mr. Gale's, no, 47, High Holborn, I give you my honor, I suppose I was dreaming about it. I don't know. What is dreaming? What is life? Why shouldn't I sleep on the ceiling? And am I sitting on it now, or on the floor? I am puzzled. But enough. If the fashion for sensation novels goes on, I tell you I will write 1 in 50 volumes. For the present, Dixie, but between ourselves, this Pinto, who fought at the Colosseum, who was nearly being roasted by the Inquisition, and sang duets at Holyrood. I am rather sorry to lose him after 3 little bits of roundabout papers. Et vous. End of The Notch on the Axe by William Makepeace Thackeray. Book of Detective Stories by Frank Pemon, 1894. Detective stories from the diary of a New York detective. Betrayed by a dog. Animals, especially dogs, have played an important part in the affairs of men. There is now in Chicago a dog that has become the companion and assistant of a policeman, and really does help his friend to detect and ferret out thieves and other evil doers. I was once concerned in a case in which a dog played a most important part, and led finally, through no fault of his own, however, to the detection of his master. The store of John Camden had been broken into, and the safe blown open and robbed of a large sum of money. The cash had been received that day too late to be deposited in the bank. Next morning it was gone, and no trace of the thief was to be found. At least, Mr. Camden and his clerks and the police officials found no trace of him. Not so with me. I was sent to look up the affair. I found the office in a state of confusion. The door of the safe had been blown off, and the contents lay scattered over the floor. I asked Mr. Camden if he had disturbed anything. He said he had not, except to satisfy himself that the money was gone. Nearby was a cat, dead, her throat cut evidently by a hatchet that lay close at hand. This seemed to me to be the basis of a clue. Why had the cat been killed? It is not necessary to kill cats in order to prevent them from telling tales. I examined the unfortunate feline more carefully. In addition to the ugly cut on the throat, there were other and more significant marks upon the back. A saucer, evidently having recently contained milk, stood nearby. Also an overturned can from which Pussy's supply of milk had evidently been obtained. The contents of this had been consumed. Mr. Camden informed me that this can had been filled with milk only the previous evening. Among the papers scattered upon the floor was one that attracted my attention. It was a portion of a note written in French. I was aware that Mr. Camden did not write or speak French. I questioned him about it. He could give me no information. He had never seen it before. Did anyone know you had a large sum of money in the safe? I asked. Yes, a number of people knew of the fact. I had been expecting to receive the money for the past 2 weeks. Who are those who know you had it? My wife, brother, the man I sold the property to. That is how I came to have such a large sum at one time, and the real estate dealers through whom I sold it. Anyone else? Oh, yes, a friend, my daughter's music teacher. He it was who found me a purchaser for the property. He is a Frenchman, is he not, and is invariably accompanied by his pretty little dog. Why, yes, do you know him? No, never saw him. He knew you had a large sum of money in the safe. Yes, he saw me deposit it there. When did he give your daughter her last music lesson? Last evening, but he complained of being ill and went away earlier than usual. Did he have his dog with him? Yes, he claims the dog is his only friend. Have you a specimen of his handwriting at hand? Yes, I have several acknowledgments of money received. He produced them. I compared the writing with that of the note I had found near the safe. They were, as far as I could determine, identically the work of the same person. Satisfied that I was on the right track, I caused a watch to be put upon the music teacher, with the result that he was arrested as he was about to leave the city. He made a full confession. How did you guess it was a Frenchman who robbed my safe, and that he was accompanied by a pretty little dog?" inquired Mr. Camden. "I found the cat had been killed by a dog, and his master afterward cut her throat with the hatchet to ward off suspicion from the dog. The dog drank the milk which had been provided for the cat. I found a note written in French and evidently dropped by the thief near the safe, and his dog was a pretty little animal because his master's patrons, like yourself, would not tolerate the presence of any other kind, and you told me the dog always accompanied his master. The key to the mystery. The most puzzling case upon which I ever worked was that of the murder of John Long. The facts are briefly these. Mr. Long, a wealthy, retired merchant, living at the home of his nephew, failed to answer the dinner bell one day. He was a man who always prided himself upon his punctuality, and his failure to appear at dinner at the usual hour caused no little surprise. A messenger was sent to his room to call him. No response came to repeated knocks upon his chamber door. The door was locked. Fearful that something had happened to him, Mr. Brant, the old gentleman's nephew, set about breaking down the door. This was no easy task, as the door was made of oak and fastened by a ponderous lock and large brass hinges. After considerable effort, the door yielded to their blows and fell in. A horrible sight met the gaze of the anxious family. Mr. Long lay across the bed, cold and still in death, with his throat cut from ear to ear. Had the old man been murdered? If so, how had the murderer entered the room? The old man was known always to keep his door locked. Besides, there did not appear to be anything missing. If it was a case of suicide, what had become of the implement with which the deed had been done? It was nowhere to be found. The old man always seemed in the best of spirits, and had everything to live for. If not suicide, then it was, of course, murder. Who, then, was the murderer? It was my good fortune to be assigned to work up the case. I say good fortune because I like a difficult job. The more difficult the better, and this was one of the most difficult of all I had ever undertaken. I examined the premises, and questioned the family and the servants in order to learn all I could about the murdered man. His habits, his financial affairs, etc. In particular, I examined the room in which the foul murder had been committed. One of the windows was partially opened. This suggested the theory that the murderer might have gained access to the room by means of the window, but it was impossible for him to have done this in broad daylight, and the window was over 20 feet from the ground. One of those who seemed most eager to believe that Mr. Long had committed suicide was Thomas Brant, a scapegrace nephew of the old man. If he committed suicide, said I, where is the implement with which he did the deed? Perhaps he used his razor and then threw it out of the window, suggested Thomas. Impossible. The jugular vein was cut, and death must have been almost instantaneous. Nevertheless, I examined the grass under the window which opened over the orchard, and found the old man's razor. There was, however, no blood upon it. The most peculiar thing in the room was the lock on the door and the key belonging to it. It was a large lock, much larger than those made at the present time, and the key was a large, heavy, brass one weighing several pounds. I was informed that this lock had done duty in the door of the store in which Mr. Long started in business, and when the building was demolished, Mr. Long preserved the lock and key which, by the way, he had designed himself. Furthermore, as soon as he entered his room, it was his custom to lock his door, remove the key from the lock, and hang it upon a nail on the wall. Here it had been found on the day of the murder. There was believed to be but one such key in existence. I believed otherwise, and made a tour of all the locksmith shops in the city in order to verify my suspicions. At last my search was rewarded. I found one who admitted, although at first unwilling to do so, that he had made a key similar to the one I carried. He had made it for a young man who answered to the description of Thomas Brant. This much gained, the next step was to connect Brant with the murder of his uncle. This was soon done. Brant was sent to prison for life, as it was not proved that he had entered his uncle's room for the purpose of murder, but simply of robbery. The missing finger. Red Joe was an industrious young man. He worked early and late at his profession. While others slept, he toiled upward in the night. In fact, night was his favorite time for toiling. He didn't exactly make hay while the sun shone, because he didn't do any work while the sun was shining on his side of the earth. He was willing to put his hand to almost anything that did not belong to him, and which he could dispose of without fear of detection. Red Joe was a burglar, and a most successful one. That is to say, he succeeded so well at the burglary business that he spent the greater part of his time behind prison walls. He was concerned, either alone or in company with others of his ilk, in some of the most important breaks that the police have any record of. Whenever a big burglary was committed, the police invariably tried to connect Red Joe with it, providing that gentleman didn't happen to be otherwise engaged at the time. This was the case in the burglary of which I have to tell. The facts are as follows. The home of Mr. Reed, the rich banker, had been broken into, and a quantity of silver plate, valued at $5,000, stolen. It had occurred during the absence of the family. The affair was reported to the police, and a large reward offered for the detection and conviction of the guilty parties. The police at once set about unearthing and following up clues, but all their labor was in vain. The burglar had carefully covered up his tracks and left no clue as to his identity. Nobody had seen him enter or leave the house. There was no one in the house at the time of the robbery. The family had gone off for the night, and the butler who had been left in charge took advantage of their absence to visit some of his friends. During his absence, which he averred did not extend over 2 hours, the burglar had come, seen and conquered. He entered a poor man and went away comparatively rich. At first the butler was suspected and arrested, but he established a satisfactory alibi and was soon released from custody. The police did all in their power to bring the guilty ones to justice, but failed. The affair was then placed in my hands. The solution of the mystery seemed hopeless. The thief had left no clue as to his identity, and none of the booty had been disposed of at any of the pawn shops in the city or surrounding cities. I did not despair, however. I went to the scene of the robbery and made a most thorough examination of the premises. I found nothing. I was about to give up when I came upon something that promised to be a clue. I inquired from the master of the house whether there had been any repairs made in the house recently. There had. The whole interior of the house had been repainted and repapered just previous to the robbery. In fact, the finishing touches had been given the very day the burglary had been committed. Good. Then, getting the address of the painter and other workmen, I went to them and made certain inquiries which were answered to my satisfaction. Then I reported at headquarters. 2 days later, Red Joe was arrested and charged with the robbery. His premises were searched and most of the stolen plate recovered. The clue I had discovered was this. On the door frame near the safe was the imprint of fingers in the then fresh varnish. The imprint of only the thumb and 3 fingers appeared. 1 finger was missing, the one next to the little finger. This was a peculiarity of Red Joe's right hand. This discovery might mean a good deal for me, possibly nothing. You know the result. Red Joe was watched, and his suspicious actions furnished sufficient grounds for the issuing of a warrant for his arrest. He is now doing time. A grave robbery. One of the most peculiar cases with which I have ever had to deal was that of a grave robbery. The grave, or rather the vault, in which the remains of Mr. L., a wealthy Russian, I do not give his name for reasons which will presently appear, had been deposited, was found disturbed 2 days after the burial. Examination proved that the lid of the casket had been removed with the apparent intention of robbery. But, strange to say, no robbery had been committed. The gold rings on the fingers of the dead man had not been touched, and these were the only valuables the body contained. Why had the grave been opened? Nobody could offer an explanation, least of all I, who had been detailed at the desire of the family of the dead man to sift this strange affair to the bottom, and discover, if possible, who had dared to desecrate the grave of their relative. Nothing had been taken from the body as far as the family of the dead man knew, yet the thief or thieves had plenty of time in which to rob the body if they so desired. They had not been frightened off. They had carefully covered up the grave and gone away evidently unmolested. It was impossible to arrive at a conclusion as to why the grave had been opened. It now lay with me to find out who had done it. It had rained during or previous to the time of the grave robbery, and the footprints of those concerned in it, 3 different persons it appeared, were plainly discernible in the soft ground. The signs of carriage wheels were also present. This was my only clue upon which I had to work. I questioned the superintendent, whose office and residence was at the entrance to the cemetery. He had been away on the evening of the robbery, and could give me no information. He was confident no carriage had entered the cemetery after 10 o'clock, at which hour he had returned and locked the cemetery gates. There was only one carriage entrance to the cemetery. I had an impression at the time that the man was unnecessarily nervous in answering my questions, and seemed relieved when I got through. A month passed, and an event occurred which threw considerable light upon the mystery. The will of the late Mr. L. had been opened and read. Among the many bequests was the following most peculiar one. I bequeath to John Johnson, the dentist with address, a certain gold-capped tooth in my lower jaw, and request that he extract this and preserve it according to the terms of an agreement made between us many years ago. This not only threw light upon, but complicated the mystery. Perhaps the grave had been opened to allow the dentist to claim his strange legacy. Once more the body was disinterred by the friends of the dead man. The gold-capped tooth was missing from the lower jaw. I next called upon John Johnson, the dentist. Despite his American name, I could see that he was a foreigner, a Russian, I was certain. I mentioned the occasion of my visit. "Did you open the grave of Mr. L. and remove a certain gold-capped tooth from the mouth of the dead man?" I asked point blank. Mr. Johnson seemed at a loss how to reply. At last he said no. Then the cemetery superintendent was wrong. You did not drive in with 2 companions in a carriage, and this is not your card which I picked up near the grave of Mr. L., said I, showing him one of his business cards which I had surreptitiously obtained. You might as well confess. You were only getting your rights, after all, but why did you go about it in such an underhanded way? I don't understand you. Are you not acquainted with the contents of Mr. L.'s will, the gold-capped tooth and all? Did he put that in the will? Inquired the dentist in a surprised tone. Then you do know something about it. Yes, it is a strange story, and if you will promise, nay, swear, never to reveal it, I will tell it to you. Do you swear? Something in the manner and bearing of the man told me that he was no thief, and I readily promised what he asked, and he told me the following strange story, a strange story. Mr. Johnson conducted me into an inner room, closed and locked the door, and bade me be seated. My name, he began, is not John Johnson. I am living under an assumed name for reasons of a political nature. I am a Russian by birth, and a nihilist by thought and training. I deplore the condition of my unhappy country. I have done my part, and am still willing to do it, to help bring about her freedom from the terrible despotism under which she suffers. I am acquainted with the horrors of Siberian prison mines. I was sentenced to Siberia for life, for complicity in a nihilistic plot. My brother was sent there soon afterward. Together we planned escape. I succeeded. He fell, shot down by an officer of His Despotic Majesty. I managed to reach England, where I found many friends. In London I became acquainted with the late Mr. L. He was also a nihilist, and a victim of Alexander's wrath. He, too, was an exile from his country. For either of us to return meant instant capture at the hands of the Tsar's well-trained police, or worse than that, Siberia. I lived in London 5 years. There I learned the trade of a dentist. Upon my banishment to Siberia, my property had been confiscated to the government. At the end of 5 years I came to the United States, where I have lived ever since. Mr. L. came here soon after I did. He was a rich man. Just previous to his arrest, he had managed to convert most of his property into money which he deposited in a London bank. This had been used to effect his escape from Siberia. He had relatives in this country with whom he lived up to the time of his death. Soon after coming to this country, he imparted to me a secret which had been in his keeping for 30 years, it having been transmitted to him by his father. He was then a man of 60. One day, 10 years ago, he came into my office, this very room, and said he wished to speak with me upon a most important matter, one concerning our beloved country. "Do you see this tooth?" he inquired, pointing to a large, gold-capped molar in his lower jaw. "Yes," I replied. "That tooth," he continued, after having made sure that we were alone, "that tooth holds, has held for 30 years, a secret of the utmost importance to you and me, and to all liberty-loving Russians. I tell you this because I know you will guard the secret as you would your life. In the cavity of that tooth, under the gold cap," here he lowered his voice, "is a piece of parchment which contains the plans of a secret underground entrance to the Tsar's palace at St. Petersburg. An entrance which, as you will readily understand, will prove of the utmost importance to our friends when the time is ripe to use it. This plan has been in the possession of our family for hundreds of years, having been drawn originally by an ancestor of mine, one of the designers of the palace. I am the last male member of my family, and now bequeath this secret to you. Upon my death, I desire that you extract the tooth, and preserve or dispose of the plan in whatever way seems best to you. You know its importance. I can rely upon your judgment. The dentist who inserted it in my tooth 30 years ago in Russia is now dead. You and I alone now hold the secret. Do you accept the trust?" "I do," I answered. "That was Mr. L.'s story. When he died, I happened to be out of the city. On my return, I hastened to obtain possession of the tooth in the manner that seemed best to me. I was not aware that the matter was mentioned in Mr. L.'s will, which it would appear he had intended to make public before his death, but was unable to do so. The plan which I found in the cavity of the tooth is now in safe hands in Russia, and the world may yet learn whether the well-guarded secret is destined to be utilized. I tell you this because I know you are an American, a lover of liberty, and will not divulge the secret I have told you. Mr. Johnson died many years ago, and now I give this story to the world, confident that even its perusal by the Russian officials cannot in any way endanger the secret of the gold-capped tooth. End of Book of Detective Stories by Frank Pemman.
The Monolith Hotel Mystery by Lloyd Lonergan. The Black Mask, August 1922. It was almost 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night, and the stately room clerk of the Monolith Hotel stood yawning behind the desk. The lobby was practically deserted, for the majority of the guests had either retired or were still at the various theaters and restaurants. "Excuse me, but I want to pay my bill, and I'm rather in a hurry," were the words that brought Pennington Wilson out of his daydream amiss, or rather his night musings. Facing him, and tightly clasping a large handbag, was a little old man, a worried expression on his face. The clerk recognized him, smiled, and bowed. "Certainly, Mr. Henderson, certainly," he replied in cordial tones. "The cashier will fix things up for you in a jiffy." He crossed to the adjoining compartment and gave the necessary orders. "We are always Johnny on the spot when it comes to taking in money, Mr. Henderson," he continued with his ready laugh as he returned. "But I didn't know you were leaving us tonight. Thought your liner sailed at noon tomorrow." Of course," was the nervous reply. "But you see, some friends of mine in Brooklyn phoned me, and naturally, of course, I had to." The cashier came forward with the bill at this moment. Wilson glanced at the total and then passed it over. "Because you are checking out so late, we had to charge for the night," he explained. "Sorry, but that's the usual custom." "Perfectly satisfactory," retorted Henderson. He reached into his pocket and extracted a roll of bills, riffled them over and extracted several, which he shoved across the desk. "Here you are. Don't bother about the change. Give it to the bellboys." And with a nod, he hurried out. Wilson looked after him perplexedly. then showed relief as a husky, middle-aged man entered from the street. The clerk beckoned to him, and he approached the desk. "Spencer, there's something queer about that chap who just went out," he whispered. "Name's Henderson, Daniel Henderson, of Minneapolis. First visit here. Booked to sail for Europe on the Cardalia tomorrow. Heavy baggage has all gone to the dock. Just now he ran down, checked out in a tearing hurry with some silly story about having to go to Brooklyn. Nobody in Brooklyn is awake at this hour of the night. What do you think about it?" "How much does he owe?" demanded the house detective alertly. "Perhaps I can head him off." He took a step toward the door, but Wilson detained him. He paid in full and in cash, which caused Spencer to snort with disgust and retort, "In that case, why should we worry? What does it matter to us where he has gone, or why, so long as he is straight on the books?" "Guess I'm more nervous than usual tonight," said the clerk apologetically. "Just the same, I didn't like the way he acted. Seemed as if he was trying to hide something. You can understand how a man in my position gets hunches at times, but can't explain them." "Sure thing," yawned the house detective, whose interest in the matter had now entirely subsided. "Guess I'll turn in. Had a hard day, and bed sounds good to me. Nighty-night." And he went toward the elevator, and from it directly to his room. But Spencer soon found that he was out of luck. Sleep was something he was not going to get. For before he had even removed his shoes, the telephone rang, and an agitated voice directed him to report at room 817 as speedily as possible. He complied, and in the doorway of the designated number found Wilson awaiting him. The clerk beckoned, ushered him into the room, followed, closed the door, and stood against it, gasping. "My hunch was right," he hysterically cried. "I know now why Henderson acted so queerly, but I never suspected. It is horrible, horrible." He half collapsed and seemed on the verge of fainting. Spencer jumped to his side, put an arm about him, and led the clerk, now babbling incoherently, to a settee, where he made him as comfortable as possible. "Pull yourself together, man," commanded the detective. "Take it easy, but tell me what's going on." He patted his frightened companion on the shoulder. Under his ministrations, the clerk regained his self-control, sat up, and essayed a feeble smile. "I'm all right now," he said. "The shock of the thing was what got me. You see, as soon as Henderson checked out, the night maid was ordered to put the room in shape. She went to the bathroom, and on the floor she found. But you'll have to look for yourself." I can't go on," he concluded, as he sank back again. Spencer, absolutely devoid of nerves, crossed to the inner door, opened it, and peered into the bathroom, uttering an exclamation as he did so. On the floor was the body of a well-dressed young woman, and a bullet wound in the side of her head showed clearly the cause of death. Spencer satisfied himself that life was extinct, emerged into the main room again, closed the bathroom door, went back to the settee, and roughly shook Wilson to attract his attention. "The first thing to do," declared the house detective, "is to start a hue and cry for this man Henderson. The matter of motives and ways and means can wait. You'd better wait here until I can send some reliable person to relieve you. I'll attend to the important part of the work." And he hurried out, while the clerk, a bundle of nerves in his most placid moments, moaned and sobbed, but did not dare to desert his post. 15 minutes later, Spencer was holding a furtive conversation in the lobby with a man who had "City Detective" marked on him as plainly as if he carried a sign. Marty O'Donoghue was a headquarters sleuth, and possessed the additional distinction of being a cousin and pal of Hotel Detective Spencer. "It's lucky I located you at the club, Marty," whispered Spencer. "Here's your chance to make good, but you've got to cover me, of course. Remember, you just dropped in for a chinwag on your way home, and found me about to notify the police. So you told me that while you wouldn't interfere, you'd just scout around while waiting for the precinct men." "See?" "No, I don't see," was the sulky response. What's the use of letting the station guys in on this? If they fool around, they may get some of the credit. It would cost me my job to let Captain Mahoney and his sleuths know I played favorites, Spencer retorted impatiently. You'll get the gravy all right, for I'm going to put you wise to a line of stuff that you must seem to find out for yourself. Get me? Well, I happened to be at the front door when this guy Henderson left and was lucky enough to see which taxi he picked out. Slimy Foley, who's always hanging around here, was the chauffeur, and he's probably out there now, unless his trip with Henderson was a long one. Dig Foley up and you ought to get on that murderer's trail in no time. Thanks, that's good dope, whispered O'Donoghue. Then in a louder tone, for the benefit of the loungers in the lobby, call up the precinct, Spencer. It's their job. Good night. And he walked off. Chapter 2. The late editions of the morning papers carried brief reports of the Monolith mystery. The victim's identity had been established. She was a guest of the hotel, Mrs. Kenneth Johnson, who, with her husband, occupied Suite 819. Johnson, it appeared, was down in the writing room on the mezzanine floor and had known nothing of the tragedy until long after the discovery of the body. The accounts concluded with the statement that Detective Desmond of the West 47th Street station was trying to locate Henderson and had several clues as to his whereabouts. But the afternoon journals carried scareheads narrating the unusual sleuthing of Marty O'Donoghue, of headquarters. O'Donoghue, it appeared, had dropped into the hotel by accident and, learning of the murder, decided to institute an immediate search for the fugitive while the trail was still hot. Scouting around, he found a taxi driver who had taken a fare from the Monolith at about 11 p.m. and left him at the Grand Central Station. Most luckily, the chauffeur, his name was Foley, remembered that the redcap who had taken the passenger's baggage was a black individual known as Limpy Sam. Limpy, it developed, had gone with the man to the ticket office and recalled that he had purchased a ticket and Pullman accommodations on the 11:20 express for Buffalo. Also, an additional piece of luck, Limpy was ready to swear that the berth was lower 7 in car 11. This was not surprising, for Limpy Sam, being a devotee of craps, would naturally remember the lucky numbers. The train had departed long before O'Donoghue arrived at the station, but the detective acted with promptness and intelligent decision. He got the Albany police on the long-distance telephone, and the suspect was dragged from his berth, handcuffed, and led to a cell. O'Donoghue hustled up to Albany on the early morning newspaper train, claimed his prisoner, and got back to New York with him by noon. The district attorney, then in office, saw a chance to make a grandstand play. Too long had the people spoken in praise of Jersey justice. The Monolith case was clear-cut and conclusive. It afforded a chance to establish a new record. So while the prisoner was being arraigned in a police court on a short affidavit, the necessary witnesses were taken before the grand jury, then in session, and Daniel Henderson, indicted for murder in the first degree, was in the Tombs awaiting trial. Less than 18 hours after the body of his victim had been discovered, it was the day of days for Marty O'Donoghue and the district attorney. Everybody forgot about Detective Desmond, and it was not known that he was still busily engaged on the case, a problem that, to all appearances, had been most brilliantly cleared up. The only person who did waste any thought on the energetic precinct detective was Big Jim Mahoney, the captain at that time in command at West 47th Street. When Mahoney reached the station that Wednesday morning, he found a note from Desmond saying he was working on a startling new lead in the case. Mahoney waited impatiently for his subordinate's return, scowled when he read the newspaper eulogies of Marty O'Donoghue, and cursed bitterly when the extras came in with the news of Henderson's indictment. The captain went out for supper at 6 o'clock, and when he came back, Desmond, all one broad grin, was waiting in his office to report to him. "Desmond, there's some tall explaining coming from you," Mahoney began savagely. Headquarters has put it all over us on this case and is giving us the merry laugh. What have you done? Nothing. What has this big stiff Marty O'Donoghue done? Everything. Located the murderer, pinched, arraigned and indicted him, all in jig time. I wonder at your nerve in coming back here at all. A detective who falls down as bad as you have done ought to jump into the river. Just a minute, Cap, interrupted the happy detective. O'Donoghue thinks he put something over on me. That false alarm at the hotel, Spencer, tipped him off, I guess. I'll attend to Spencer later. O'Donoghue doesn't know he's alive. Never did know. And the joke of it is that, in this case, he's pinched the wrong man. Anybody with common sense would know that this poor boob Henderson is telling a straight story. He claims that after dinner Tuesday night, he went to his room, snoozed on his bed until late, then got up, went to the bathroom, found the woman's body, got scared and beat it. That was the theory I had all along, Cap, that Henderson was just the innocent goat. And why did I feel that way? Because right off the bat, I suspected the victim's husband. The story he told me when I first hit the hotel sounded fishy, mighty fishy. He claimed he had been in the writing room on the mezzanine floor for several hours. His wife was taking a nap, and he didn't want to annoy her. That's his story. But if Mrs. Johnson was taking a nap, why did she have on her hat when the body was found? Did you ever hear of a woman lying down and going to sleep with her hat on, unless, of course, she was drunk? The captain's rage had departed. He was giving close attention to the story being told him, and his interest was growing all the time. Your dope sounds good, he admitted. But still, he frowned, this Henderson bird has been indicted. Don't forget that. Just listen a little more, Cap, pleaded Desmond. I'm giving you this case in order. Nailing Johnson's first lie, I naturally looked for others. On the desk at which he sat were a number of addressed and sealed letters. There were so many that it would look as if the man had been writing for hours and hours. Well, I took a peek at the top letter and read the address. It was J.M. Devereux, 95 West 46th Street. Does that suggest anything to you, Cap? The captain shook his head, then, as a thought struck him, he knitted his brows. Looking at Desmond, he grinned. I get you, he said. The last number east of 6th Avenue is 79 West 46th Street. That address is phony. Good work. Knew it would strike you, the detective went on cheerily. You can see, as I did, that this fellow Johnson was just pretending to write letters, planning in that way to establish his alibi. I didn't let on, of course, but saw to it that Johnson gave those notes to a bellboy to mail. Then I got them away from the kid, steamed them open, and found, as I suspected, that the sheets inside were blank. Of course, even then, I hadn't any clear case, just suspicions, but my side partner and I have kept a close shadow on him ever since. This afternoon, Johnson came down to the desk with a big valise, told the clerk he was going to visit his lawyer, but to keep his rooms, as he would be back. We trailed our man out to the Bronx and pinched him when he got near the sound. What do you think we found in his grip? A floor rug, just sopping with bloodstains, and it came from the Monolith Hotel. Better than that, from Johnson's own room. The murderer is now resting in one of our best little cells, and we have all night to chat with him, for we don't need to take him to court until the morning. Did he confess? Asked the captain with interest. Not fully, was the reluctant reply. His story is that he went into the room and found his wife dead upon the rug. Like Henderson, he lost his nerve. Strikes me both of those birds have skeletons in their mental closets. Anyway, Johnson didn't dare to raise the alarm. He remembered that the room back of their suite was one that could be thrown in with his if desired. In fact, the clerk had tried to make him take them both when he registered. The doors between the two bathrooms have locks on both sides, and on Henderson's side the lock had not been thrown on. Johnson discovered this, opened up the connecting door, dragged the body into Henderson's bathroom, locked his own side of the door, and then went downstairs to establish his alibi. These hotel people never like to talk, but I got some good stuff out of one of the clerks. It seems Johnson and the woman had a row during the last afternoon she was alive, and jawed so much that other guests complained, and it was necessary to give them a quiet cowl down. Don't know the nature of their spat, but in the evening the woman dined alone and went out in the street by herself, returning shortly after 9. Couldn't get any line on Johnson's movements, but it is safe to assume that he was hiding up in their rooms all the time, waiting for her to come in so he could kill her. Neither of the elevator boys remembers taking him up or down to the writing room on the mezzanine floor. Yes, his yarn is fishy, no one will ever believe it, but it was probably the best he could think up on short notice. When we've put him over the bumps, I think he'll come across all right. Chapter 3. The above conversation took place early on the Wednesday evening. Before noon the following day, Inspector of Detectives James Dineen went to the Criminal Court building in response to an urgent call from the District Attorney. He found that official in a most unhappy mood. "Say, Inspector, this Hotel Monolith mystery is getting all balled up," he complained with bitterness. "Captain Mahoney, of the 47th Street Station, has pinched another man and seems to have built up a fine case against him. What do you think about it?" The inspector grinned. "It's got me winging too," he admitted, "and what makes things worse is that I have just put a third bird in a cell, and I'd bet a lot of money that he is the guilty man." "What? Another?" gasped the district attorney. "Correct," replied Dineen. "Ever heard of the Beaumont Detective Agency, a snide concern run by one Buckingham Beaumont, real name Isidore Polinsky? Well, Beaumont blew into headquarters at daybreak with a yarn that sounded good. The wife of one J.H. Brotherton of Toledo, Ohio, ran away some weeks ago, and Izzy was hired to locate her. Found the dame and her paramour at the Monolith, registered as Mr. and Mrs. Johnson. Yep, Johnson's really an alias. Guy in real life is James Willoughby, a rich loafer of Toledo. When Beaumont ran them down, he notified Brotherton by wire, and he took the first train east. The surprising thing is that he immediately paid off the detectives, saying he would attend to the rest himself. Wouldn't listen to arguments that he would need corroborative evidence if he meant to sue for a divorce. Beaumont is a wise guy, though, and he had Brotherton shadowed. At 10:10, the night of the murder, the wronged husband was seen to slip quietly into the Monolith. Presumption is that he stole up to the room and killed his erring wife. We pinched him, of course, found him at the Astor. And he said he'd never have been dragged into the case if he had paid Beaumont the blackmailing sum he demanded. Guess that part of his story is true. Quizzed about the tragedy, he admits going to the hotel, but says that when he found the door unlocked and entered the room, the place was empty, so he figured that the couple had gone to some show, and went outside to wait for them. There is one very strong point against him, a point that will send him to the electric chair. In his pocket we found a revolver, loaded, but with one used cartridge, and of the same caliber as the one that killed the woman. He says he fired the cartridge, and a lot of others, at some shooting gallery over on the east side, but he couldn't remember the location. I've had Brotherton in my office, grilling him all the morning, and was convinced that it is a dead open and shut case against him. In fact, I was just about to send him to court when you called me up." The district attorney gasped and sank back into his chair. "I don't know what to do," he finally confessed. "To tell the truth, it looks to me as if all of these three men are guilty, but it is also equally clear that if one of them is the murderer, the others are innocent. I don't know who to hold or who to set free. Haven't you any suggestions to make?" "The only thing to do is to let matters drift," was the reply. "We'll keep all of them in jail until things clear a little." "But we can't," protested the district attorney. "They'll be suing out writs of habeas corpus, with a chance of going free when a hearing is held." "These birds haven't a Chinaman's chance of getting out of jail," declared the inspector with emphasis. "Because why? because we have other charges against them. I understand now why Henderson ran away as he did. Wasn't afraid of the murder charge, but didn't want to attract police attention. You see, we identified him this morning. Henderson is Dwight Harrison, the fugitive cashier of a national bank in Osoto, Iowa. Left the bank's depositors in mourning and without funds some weeks ago. I'm keeping his identity a secret until we decide we don't want to try him on that murder indictment. Then, as for Willoughby, alias Johnson, he can't deny that he ran away with a woman in Ohio and brought her to New York. The Man-White Slave Act covers his case. Brotherton has trouble ahead, too. He carried a revolver without a permit, so is liable under the Sullivan law. Yes, they'll all stay with us for a while. In the meantime, I'll get everybody busy and see what we can dig up. Chapter 4. As they say in the movies, the scene shifts to 1 week later. Inspector Deneen, in his office, received word that Tom Halloran wanted to see him and promptly ordered that he be admitted. Halloran was on the retired list of police captains, and Deneen, in his younger days, had served under the veteran and always respected and admired him. So he greeted his caller cordially and then looked inquiringly at the young man in civilian clothes who accompanied him. "My nephew, Neil Mooney," explained Halloran. "A harness bull in the 47th Street station. Brightest youngster in town, Jimmy. You need him on your staff. He's a real, honest-to-God detective." The inspector shook his head. "Sorry, my staff is full, Cap," he replied. "I'd make an exception to oblige you if I could. But it isn't possible. I'd be panned by the commissioner if I let personal friendship sway me." "But Jimmy," protested Halloran, "I'm not asking you to do me a favor. I'm doing you the favor. Listen now. Have your bright boys solved that Hotel Monolith murder case?" "Not yet," admitted the inspector, "but we are working hard on it." "Your worries are over on that particular case," declared Halloran, his face one broad smile. "This bright young nephew of mine has cleaned it up." Then, turning to his companion, he commanded, "Tell him all about it, Neil. I know Jimmy. He'll be glad to listen to you." "Well, Inspector," diffidently began the young man, "I've always been ambitious to become a detective, and with that end in view, I have tried to cultivate a memory for faces. Until I went on vacation a week ago, my beat took in the Hotel Monolith. Had the trick from 4 p.m. to midnight. I saw the newspaper pictures of this Mrs. Johnson, and they looked familiar, although I couldn't place her at first. I puzzled over the matter for a while, and then I remembered. From the street, one can look into the hotel dining room, and I had seen this Mrs. Johnson eating there on several occasions. For she nearly always had a window table, and, as I tried to recall more about her, the fact struck me that she always wore a display of jewels. They looked as if they were worth a lot, but after her murder, there was no mention of them. "None of my men ever got onto that fact," interrupted the inspector. "It wasn't their fault. Just my good luck," was Mooney's generous response. Had they known as much as I did? Undoubtedly the idea would have struck them that some clever crook had seen the jewels while she sat in the dining room, just as I had seen them. So I decided to test the theory that a criminal had forced his way into the room, been surprised by the unfortunate lady while at work, and had killed her to make a getaway. Of course, this was only an idea of mine, based on the assumption that all three of the men under arrest had told absolutely true stories. From the brief glances I had secured at this jewelry, I was aware that several of the pieces were odd and unusual designs, and I sketched them out roughly from memory. He reached in his pocket and produced a few sheets of scratch paper with rudely drawn designs. Of course, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but I spent my vacation going around to the various hangouts where crooks congregate, coffee houses and saloons during the day, dances at night. Last evening I dropped into the gathering of the Jolly Merrymakers and spotted a woman who was wearing this piece of jewelry, indicating one of the designs. Well, I kept her under close observation and found that her steady was that wop second-story worker, scar-faced Pietro. The rest was easy. I trailed him to his home, down in Hell's Kitchen, forced my way in when he had gone to sleep, knocked him out after a fight, found the jewels hidden in the bed, and when Pietro saw I had the goods, he came across. The wop had spotted the dame, just as I figured it, slipped into her room when he thought she was at the theatre, and when she came back unexpectedly, shot her down, pocketed the jewels and walked out. All of which goes to prove that these men now under arrest are innocent, and told the exact truth when they were questioned. Now, Jimmy, where does Sherlock Holmes get off? Gloated Halloran. Hasn't the boy here got it all over him? The most marvellous piece of brainwork I ever heard of, was the inspector's reply. Forget what I said a while ago, Captain. Do we want him at headquarters? I'll say we do. Young man, there's a great future for you in this department. Shake. Chapter 5. That same evening, after dusk, one of the benches in Central Park was occupied by a couple apparently much interested in each other. The young man was talking, the girl listening. And then the inspector took me in to see the chief, the speaker went on, and the chief said all kinds of nice things, made me a lieutenant of detectives on the spot. It's wonderful, but Nora, I hated to do what I did. Never could have done it, only you made me promise. But all the time I wanted to tell them that the credit didn't belong to me, but to Nora Riley. Don't be stupid, Neil, retorted the girl. I didn't do anything bright, just played in luck. It was luck that I happened to be made on that floor in the hotel. It was luck that I made a hit with that poor, lonely woman, and that she showed me her jewels and talked about them. Then, more luck, you and I happened to drop into that dance, and when I saw a girl wearing one of Mrs. Johnson's gems, why, I just gave you the tip, and the hard work that followed was all done by my Neil. But it wasn't fair for me to take the credit, protested Mooney. Why not? You and I are going to be one, and what helps you helps me. The only way to get ahead in this world is to make people think you are smart. If you'd done as you wanted to, and told the inspector that accident had been responsible for the solution of this crime, he would have mumbled thanks and left you to yarn away your life as a harness bull. But look what my way has accomplished. You're famous overnight, and in a position to do something and be somebody. But I'm afraid, confessed Mooney. They're sending me to headquarters to associate as an equal with a crowd of big, worthwhile men. How can I ever expect to make good? The girl bent over and patted her sweetheart on the shoulder. See here, Neil, she said gently. What did these big men do on the Monolith mystery? I'll tell you. The district attorney fussed. The chief fumed. The inspector barked out orders, and a score of frightened detectives ran around in circles. Perhaps it isn't modest to say it, but the whole bunch was outclassed by one little Irish chambermaid and one big Irish policeman. I'm not afraid you'll fall down, dear. You've got the brains, they'll give you the chance, and you're bound to make good. With you to help me, Nora, replied the young man as he put his arm around her. With you to advise, I'm sure I'll be a captain someday. Captain nothing, responded the girl laughingly. The stars tell me I will be Mrs. Inspector Mooney before I'm an old woman. Ananias Limited. By Elizabeth Dudley. Black Mask, December 1921. Chapter 1. There are thousands of tons of gold locked up in God's eternal mountains which men will never see nor spend. But that fact doesn't keep them from trying. There is something about yellow metal which turns heads, transforms morals, and grows devils in the soil of saints. Merely an instance of this is the case of the Hectopus mine, with which I, as a post office inspector, was well acquainted for the space of a month. I had been called into the case on a complaint made by Jedediah Quinot of Boston, an esteemed gentleman of his community who shed real tears, nearly wore out his glasses in polishing, and blew his nose prodigiously as he told me the story of his suspicions concerning his harum-scarum nephew. One Herbert Crider, whom he feared had not only hopelessly involved himself, but disgraced the family in a gold mine speculation. After I had called upon Crider a few days later, I did not blame the old gentleman for his suspicions. If there ever was an outfit which bore all the marks of a fraud, it was this Hectopus mine concern. As usual, it was quartered in the most expensive office building in the city, and the boss himself was twice as hard to see as the President of the United States. Inside the usual railing, with a boy at the gate, were a dozen stenographers copying names out of telephone directories or pages out of books, anything to keep them busy. In a room opening off that was Dick Garrity, one of the shrewdest mine swindlers in America, with his name brazenly on the door and the title of General Manager. In the front office, when I finally got there, was the most impressive and expensive set of mahogany office furniture I have ever seen, and behind the big desk in the center of the room was a clean-cut chap of about 30, bronzed, smiling, devil-may-care, and with the most disarming way of waving a visitor to a chair and forcing him to take 2 cigars at once. And this was Herbert Crider, a disgrace to his family, a worry to his old friends, suspected by the government of being a thief, facing the world and Atlanta prison not only with a smile but with a laugh that refused to stay bottled. I had met many crooks, but this was a new type, so new that I am afraid I made a poor job of my role as a prospective investor. As to that, I do not know to this day whether he really suspected my errand or whether it was only a part of his plan when he laughed at my proposal to invest a few $1,000s in the stock of the Hectopus Mining, and Exploration Corporation slapped me on the back and literally pushed me out into the hall with a 3rd cigar clutched in my hand. Whatever he thought, he had left me no recourse but to go back to old Jedediah with such information as I had been able to pick up on the outside. And the two of us spent the evening going over the cards we held in our hands and speculating on what the young scapegrace held in his. That he was the most brazen young swindler outside a penitentiary, I was convinced. Jedediah did not have to tell me that. Those girls in his outer office, 12 of them busy when there was not work enough for 2, were the plainest sort of bait for the unwary. Dick Garrity, I knew, would be lost with an honest concern. He knew so much about mining that he wouldn't accept a gold piece in change at a bank. Then that mahogany office, it was far too gorgeous to be true. And as a crowning piece of effrontery, on the wall just behind Crider's chair, was a picture, a painting at that, of an Indian spearing a fish from a little platform above a raging torrent. I had not noticed what kind of fish it was, but to me it looked like a sucker, and I gasped almost aloud as I grasped the daring nerve of the laughing man who had placed it there. Herbert Crider, I had found out, came from one of the best families in New England. Mixed in his blood somewhere must have been a strong element of the old-time whalers or sea captains of some sort, because even as a boy he had been a daring, adventurous young devil. The more conservative expressed the opinion that it was God's mercy that his parents were dead, and even those who were still on good terms with him socially threw up their hands when his name was mentioned in casual conversation. Old Jedediah had told me the young man had a long police record, and I wasted a whole day before I found out that this consisted of a score of arrests for crimes ranging from the theft of a barber's striped pole to an unproved charge of driving an automobile while intoxicated. I must have shown my disgust at such evidence because Quino went to great pains to explain to me that his nephew was such a skillful liar that it had been impossible to convict him of numerous grave offences of which he had undoubtedly been guilty. But I could not pin him down to just what these were. Young Crider, it seemed, according to Jedediah, was absolutely untrustworthy where facts were concerned, and a lover of mischief to such an extent that serious trouble had always been predicted for him. "Why do you know?" said the old man. "That scapegrace disappeared 2 years or so ago for 6 months, and came back with a most remarkable tale about elephant shooting in East Africa. At my own expense I cabled to Nairobi and found he had never been there." "Then what did he do?" "He produced 2 of the finest elephant tusks you ever saw, and the foot of one of the beasts mounted as a humidor. Furthermore, he had the impudence to present the humidor to me who had exposed him. There it is on the mantel. In my own club, he met and talked for 2 hours with a man who had spent years in East Africa without making a single slip." "Maybe he was there," I ventured. "He certainly was not," Jedediah replied with some heat. "After I had been laughed at to such an extent that I did not dare visit my club, I investigated still further. He had spent those 6 months in Paris. He bought the elephant trophies by cable in London after I had questioned his story, and he spent a month reading every book on Africa and elephant hunting he could find. He isn't any mere fibber, Mr. Guernsey. When he sets out to tell a lie, he makes a thorough job of it." With a picture of that wonderful office fresh in my mind, I was of the opinion that there was much strength in Jedediah's opinion. The Hectopus Mining and Exploration Corporation, it seemed, was in somewhat the same category as the elephant trophies. The story of the mine had followed another of the young man's more or less regular but mysterious absences. This time he had not told where he had been, but lent an air of mystery to his recent experiences. For 3 or 4 weeks after his reappearance at home, he had gone about clad in laced boots and wearing a tourist-style Stetson, khaki riding breeches, and a Norfolk jacket. His face was bronzed, his hands calloused, and he had cultivated a drawl that might have been acquired in Georgia, Arizona, or the Blue Ridge Mountains. To all inquiries as to where he had been, he had replied by placing a finger to his lips, glancing furtively about, and whispering the one word, "Gold." According to Quinault, his nephew had followed up this bit of play-acting with a lie as elaborate as the elephant story. But with this difference, he had commercialized his mendacity. In the case of the elephant, he had reached his climax by the gift of the humidor trophy to his indignant uncle. In the present episode, he had gone to the length of selling for money stock in a gold mine which did not exist. Why? Had been about the 3rd question I asked when I started the investigation. The answer was simple enough. Herbert Crider was broke. One cannot go on forever playing practical jokes which involve such expenses as a pair of elephant tusks and the like indefinitely, unless one is a multi-millionaire. And this our young friend was not. He had inherited about $150,000 from his father, and apparently started out to spend it on a $1 million scale. Just before he vanished on the trip that preceded the gold mine story, he was known to be playing heavily in the market, and the result had evidently been disastrous. He had admitted as much, talked about it quite openly, in fact, and the news was common gossip. There was a further motive which Jedediah explained to me at length, and which sounded perfectly logical after I had induced him to talk. He did not want to tell me anything about it at first, saying it was purely a family matter. It seemed that Crider was in line for another fortune, a big one this time, amounting to about $750,000. This was the estate of a childless old uncle of whom he had once been the favorite, but in whose black book his escapades had enrolled him time and again. If Crider could tide matters over until the death of this uncle, Quinault demonstrated, and at the same time appear to have settled down as a solid businessman, he would be fixed for life. It all sounded simple enough to me. The old uncle was apparently already on his deathbed, with stocks of the Hectopus in his vaults, and all Crider had to guard against was a speedy exposure. Chapter 2. To those of us who knew these facts, it was plain that behind his laughing mask, young Crider was nothing less than a desperate adventurer, staking his wits and his nerve against time and fate in a game for the fortune of old Ezekiel Crider. It had been about a year, I learned, since Crider had appeared at home in his Wild West outfit and mysteriously whispered about gold. At first, his friends had merely laughed among themselves at what they called Herb's latest, but finally Crider had begun to scatter a few nuggets around as souvenir gifts in the form of scarf pins, cuff links, and one thing and another, and he even tried to pay for a round of drinks out of a poke of gold du Saint, raised quite a row, it seems, because they didn't have gold scales at the cashier's desk to weigh it, like they do in a new mining camp. Pretty soon, his friends were demanding to buy shares in the mine. Crider had laughed at them, just like he laughed at me, but they kept at him and persuaded him, as they thought, to form a company and issue stock. He sold it cheap enough, $10 for a $100 share, but apparently he had sold quite a lot. Nobody knew then just how much. He had pretended that he wanted to keep it a close corporation, so that he could have full control himself, he said, and wouldn't sell to anyone except close friends and relatives. Old Ezekiel bought quite a block, and even Jedediah bought some. He had an honest young lawyer as general counsel, and almost at the start declared a dividend of 10%. The stock certificates were beautifully engraved, and the prospectus was a work of art. I read it through 3 times before I discovered that it was all generalities, and that nowhere in it was the mine definitely located. It was some place that the book described as the El Dorado of the munificent West, and that's no place to buy a railroad ticket to. It was after the dividend that he hired Garrity and the 10 extra stenographers and opened the mahogany offices. Several of his friends got pinched in the market about that time and sold their stock to strangers. These began calling for information and reports and things, and young Crider did not laugh as much as he used to, folks said. Something was really worrying him. In another week, Jedediah Quinault, among others, became suspicious, and he would have carried the tale to old Ezekiel had not the physicians forbidden him to see the sick man. As a result of this, he had appealed to the department and I was put on the case. Of course, I could have gone straight to Crider, showed my credentials and demanded his books, the location of the mine, and all the rest of the information I wanted. But Crider was supposedly a citizen of some importance in that community, no common crook, and besides that, there kept buzzing in the back of my mind a lingering suspicion of Jedediah Quinault, the chief complainant in the case. While he seemed to be all broken up over the matter, nevertheless, I had found out that in case old Ezekiel Crider disinherited his nephew, his fortune would go to Quinault's son. So, instead of declaring myself to Herbert Crider, I called on his general manager, Mr. Richard Garrity. Dick was not exactly pleased to see me when I ran across him in the lobby of his hotel, but he was quite willing to renew our acquaintance and talk at length. Garrity had been wondering for some time why I did not send him to the penitentiary and seemed to think it was because I had use for him outside. The fact was, I did not have the evidence, but he thought I had, and I was willing to let him hold that belief. It certainly helped in this case. "Where's the mine?" echoed Garrity in response to my first pointed question. "There isn't any mine. I don't save the game myself and I don't ask too many questions, but I know that. Why, I wrote that prospectus myself and it's a dandy, if I do say it. I'm drawing down good money as a coach for the young man because he's never even seen a gold mine. Outside of that, he doesn't need any help from me. Why, Guernsey, this Crider is such a magnificent liar that he makes me ashamed of myself. Sometimes when he's talking for effect, I can just see that old Hectopus mine, with men shoveling out gold, big mountains all around, and the thriving city that's springing up there in the wilderness. Honest, it is a pretty picture that forms while he's talking. But the samples, I asked, where does he get his samples? His nuggets and gold dust and so on. "Oh, those things," Garrity answered with a laugh. "Why, he bought those nugget pins and cuff buttons in Seattle. They're quite common out there, made out of Alaskan gold. I bought the gold dust right here in town, and to make it look proper, I sent west for some black sand that the gold is usually found in a placer diggings. That's easy enough to find, but there isn't usually more than a trace of gold in it. All I did was mix some dust and small nuggets in with the sand, and we had the raw product fresh from the hectopus, as Kreider says. It's been funny, Guernsey, he concluded. It's been good fun and good pay too, but I suppose it's all over now. Say, isn't there any chance to save the young fellow from going to the pen? He's a hell of a good scout. Garrity really seemed to be in earnest about this end of the matter, and I was puzzled. Sentiment was a new quality in Dick. But why did he do it? I asked. What's behind it all? Broke, they say, said Garrity, but damned if I know really what it is all about. He seems to have plenty of money. That dividend was his own idea, and he paid out over $10,000 in cash on it without turning a hair. For a guy who's broke, he's about the nerviest gambler I've ever struck, because we did not need to pay that dividend at all. I just want to show them how good this mine really is, he says to me, with a twinkle in his eye, and all I could do was just sit there and stare at him with my mouth open. Why, if this was my deal, Guernsey, and I had this guy for a dummy president, I could clean up 100,000 here in a month and beat it for Russia or Buenos Aires or some place where even you couldn't get me. But this Kreider fellow, why? He seems to get all het up every time anybody tries to buy some stock and spends more time telling the suckers he's already landed what a great mine it is than he does figuring out where the money for the next dividend is coming from. Is he going to pay another? I asked, startled, for this was news to me. He sure is. It's already announced for October. That's 6 weeks from now, and I happen to know that there isn't money enough in our account to more than half meet it. Then you think, I ventured. Look here, Guernsey, said Garrity, reaching over and laying his hand on my knee. I'll come clean on this, and I'll go further. I know some other things that you'd like to know, things that would help you a lot in Washington. Isn't there some chance for Kreider? Can't we make him see that he's in over his head and get a settlement before it's too late? I can't. I just can't see that boy go over the road. There it was again, Dick Garrity with sentiment in his soul, the unknown quantity heretofore in that old swindler. Herbert Kreider, I decided, must be a regular fellow, and with the determination to visit him in the morning in my proper guise, I went to bed. But in the morning, Kreider had disappeared. Garrity was waiting for me, pale-faced, at the foot of the elevator shaft with the news. He had found a note on his desk, he said, instructing him to keep the office open as usual, and enclosing a check for $3,000 for expenses while he was gone. Where did he say he was going? I demanded. Garrity sighed as he produced the note. To visit the mine, he said, and added plaintively, Do you suppose the boy's lost his mind entirely? You know and I know, Guernsey. There's no more hectopus mine than that elm over there in the park is a plum tree. Chapter 3. I was rather glad of the change. The new development gave me a chance to get out into the open. Trailing men across wide stretches always was more in my line than trailing plots through the pages of ledgers and letter files. Dick helped me, both because he was afraid of me and anxious to save his boss from something he could not understand. And before noon I was aboard a train and speeding for Montreal. No, I did not have any thought that he had fled to Canada to escape from me. He had no idea who I was. And also, Canada is no safe refuge for evil-doing Americans. Maybe it was once, but not in my time. I had no notion why he had gone there except a suspicion that he might have a confederate on the other side of the border who would provide the funds for the October dividend. But that wasn't it. Kreider stayed in Montreal just long enough to catch the Limited for the West Coast. The news of that rather staggered me, and I missed the next train after him, raising money enough to follow. You know, we are not supposed to go outside the United States without a lot of red tape being unwound, but this Kreider fellow had sort of got my goat. And I borrowed some coin from some Canadian officers I knew and went ahead with just a few cards of introduction from them instead of new credentials from Washington. We have to do that occasionally. If we make good, we are praised. If we get into a jam, we get fired. Crider was an easy man to follow on this trip, and I had plenty of leisure to enjoy my journey across the continent. I don't mean that the young fellow was leaving any broad trail of empty bottles and $20 tips along the right-of-way of the Canadian Pacific, but he was making himself known to everyone he met, and his scintillating personality was one to be remembered. All along I found that he had talked nothing but mines and mining, and that he had made a trip up into Edmonton to look into the Fort Norman reports of gold and oil along the Mackenzie. I almost missed him there and had to double back from Banff before I picked up his trail. I lost it again after I passed Field, BC, on my second dash for the coast, and had to come back, carefully this time, before I found he had left the main highway at a little town called Hope, perched between the mountains and the Fraser River Canyon, and struck off into the hills. There is still gold along the Fraser, on the sandbars that ridge the rushing torrent every half-mile or so. Chinamen can still be seen washing the sands of the river and turning color with almost every pan. But the best of them average only about $2 a day, and white men merely laugh as they pass them by. It doesn't pay for grub, hardship, and loneliness. But this was a great country once, back in the 52nds. Hope was a great outfitting point for a stampede of Americans who had failed to find fortunes at the first few turns of a shovel in the California rush and chased the rainbow 1,000 miles northward rather than return. East empty-handed. There certainly is gold in the Fraser. Everyone could see that. But the tossing, heaving, rushing waters knew nothing of its value. Only on the sandbars could it be found, and the rambunctious river tore these down overnight and erected new ones every morning. Every miner knows that gold in rivers is washed down from the hills, and for 70 years prospectors have been seeking the mother lode of the Fraser deposits. 10,000 hopeful men have crossed the hills from Hope to seek this treasure house of nature. Herbert Crider, I soon found out, had been the 10,001st. There was no concealment about his journey. He was easier to follow than a new yellow freight car. The guides who had taken him into the hills were already back in Hope when I arrived there, and perfectly willing to repeat their 36-hour journey with no questions asked. In fact, they volunteered the information that Crider had bought an abandoned claim without even looking at it, and taken a crew of 6 men, fully equipped with grub and tools for placer work, in with him. The head man of the pack train tapped his forehead and winked solemnly as he told me about it. But beyond that, he was non-communicative. As for me, I walked down to the river and looked at the waters as they rushed through the canyon on their way to the sea, the snow-capped mountains from which the flood had tumbled, and the ruined little town that still clung to its post between the railroad and the torrent, and pinched myself to retain the idea that I was an officer of the United States government in pursuit of a criminal. They had told me there was but one trail across the hills to Crider's claim, but apparently they did not know Crider, because, when we arrived at his camp, he was not there. Gone back to the Fraser to spear salmon, a disgusted Irish labourer informed me as he took a fresh grip on his shovel. It was dusk then, and I was tired out from unaccustomed pony travel over the rough trail. I was glad enough to accept the foreman's offer of supper and a bed in his tent and put off any further investigation until morning. Tired as I was, the foreman and I talked together well into the night, and long after he had begun snoring, I lay awake thinking over the things he had told me. I could not believe them. As nearly as I dared, I had called the man a liar and accused him of being in league with Crider. He had refused to talk at all until I had shown him my American credentials. Worthless in British Columbia, but he did not know that. Then I found myself facing again that strange loyalty and sentimentality in this rough mine workman that I had found in Dick Garrity, soft-palm swindler. Could Crider's swindle be as far-reaching as this, I wondered? Could he possibly have enlisted and coached this man in 3 days and then brazenly left him here alone? I knew that Crider had never been in the district before. I knew that Maguire, the foreman, was a native of Hope. I knew that all Crider had done in the camp was to take a few snapshots after the men he had brought in had started digging, and put up a sign he had painted in hope. The sign was non-committal. It was merely a white board with black lettering planted against the face of a huge cliff. "Hectopus Mine" was all it said. 2 days later, I was again walking the brink of the Fraser River Canyon. I was waiting for Kreider, reported somewhere in the neighborhood, and for a train. 100 feet below me, the same river boiled and swirled. It might have been the same water I had first seen, turning a corner and returning. So eternal was the tumult. It seemed as though the Fraser were composed of liquid hills and valleys, so firmly did the currents force the water into fantastic molds. Turning a bend in the stream in a longer cast for views, I finally came upon a spectacle that was strangely familiar. Far down below me was a tiny platform made of driftwood on driftwood piles, and upon it perched an Indian with a long spear. His lance darted once into the tumbling water and was withdrawn with a huge fish squirming on its point. A salmon, I knew, and with the knowledge came recollection. This was a picture almost the same as the painting over Kreider's desk. I had wronged the man from the start. Not suckers, but game fish. That was his ideal. Even as I looked, another figure clambered to the little platform, Kreider himself. I could see the Indian shake his head and motion him back with his hand, but Kreider climbed on and strode out upon the platform. It showed he was new to the country. The little perch was safe enough for the Indian, but under the second man's 200 pounds, it buckled, swayed, collapsed, and both were thrown into the torrent, 50 yards above me. I have said that I knew at the start that Kreider was no ordinary crook. I have told about the strange sentimentality of Garrity and Maguire. I have said nothing about my own feelings. I doubt if I had analyzed them myself, but I held my breath as I saw him fall, and almost before I knew it, had peeled my coat and plunged into the Fraser after him. I am a rather strong swimmer, or I would not be alive to tell this today. The Indian helped me a little at first, but Kreider had got a bump on the head and was a drag on both of us. The next minute, the Indian was crashed against a rock and only managed to struggle ashore. I finally landed Kreider a mile down the canyon where the current, rather than I, washed us onto a sandbar where a Chinaman was stolidly panning out gold. From someplace, the chink produced a bottle of alcohol, or gin, I don't know which, and finally Kreider opened his eyes. He did not remember ever having seen me before, and was a little woozy, I suppose. "How do you feel, Kreider?" I asked. "You know my name?" he asked. "Who are you?" "Guernsey's my name," I said. "United States Post Office Inspector." "What are you doing way up here?" "I've been following you for a month or so." Kreider sighed and closed his eyes again. "Oh, hell," he said finally. "All that fuss, I'll pay out all right. There's 200,000 in the bank. I'm not broke. I made a fortune in that stock deal and told everybody I was broke. Please let me go on with it. I must get back with these pictures of the mine and drive old Jedediah out of his club again. It'll only cost me about 20,000 more, and it's well worth it. I've spent so much time on it, and it's such a grand yarn." I shook him by the shoulder. "But it's not like you to deceive people in this manner," I shouted in his ear. "Don't you worry about that," he answered. "Jedediah is only waiting to steal the pennies off Uncle Zeke's eyes. I just wanted to get that old double-crosser so good he wouldn't dare hold his head up. I wanted to show everybody who was the better businessman, me or him. I guess I've done it. I've done something nobody ever did before. I've sold stock in a mine that never existed, paid dividends on it, made them want to emigrate out here, and now I've provided them with a spot to emigrate to. The big joke will come when Jedediah gets out here and tries to find the gold." I thought he had fainted in earnest when his voice trailed off in a whisper at the close. But he rallied again and opened his eyes with a faint but whimsical smile. "Kreider," I shouted, "there is gold in the hectopus. Maguire has found a pocket that is worth $250,000 if it is worth a cent. Do you hear me?" The smile on his face broadened, then was replaced by a frown. Hell, he muttered, all that time wasted. And it was such a perfectly beautiful lie. Behind the Mask. Black Mask, May 1931. Well, here we are again. Anyway, you remember the once famous remark made by His Excellency the Governor of North Carolina to His Excellency the Governor of South Carolina? It's a long time between drinks. Of course, that was a long, long time ago. I wonder what they say now. One reader friend sends in word that he likes the magazine because the authors have the faculty of writing of people as human beings act. This does not seem strange when you know how these authors get the stuff they write about. Here are a couple of examples. Eugene Cunningham was raised bow-legged in Texas, sort of grew up to fit a horse right. That was too tame for Gene, so he went hunting excitement in Uncle Sam's Navy, Asiatic, Pacific, and Atlantic fleets. He saw the war aboard ship, and when he wasn't fighting the Hun, he used to put in his spare time beating up anything near his weight, and they come rough and ready in the Navy. After the scrap, Gene went to Central America as a magazine correspondent, Costa Rica to Guatemala. He campaigned with General Lee Christmas in the Unionista Revolution, which overthrew dictator Cabrera. Probably was a general himself, but he won't admit it. Gene can tell heaps of stories about Lee Christmas, but this is about Gene. Now he is settled in El Paso, collecting Western history and biography, which he turns into fiction, busting broncs and practicing old gunfighters' tricks. Gene is as quick on the draw as he is on the typewriter, and that's plenty fast. Jimmy Olsen, otherwise called James P. Olsen, explains why he is an inch and a half shorter than nature intended. A few years ago, he fell 70 feet out of a derrick in the Smackover, Arkansas, oil fields, landed on hands and feet, tore his breastbone loose and split some ribs. When they grew into place, Jimmy had settled down an inch or so. That seems to be about the only way he did settle down. He has been a farmhand in Kansas, tried being a trap drummer, been a steeplejack, prize fighter, only Jimmy says the other bird most always got the prize, and newspaper reporter. In addition to fiction writing, he's been in most of the oil booms, in the fields and refineries at Kiefer, Cromwell, Ranger, Texas, Smackover, Borgia, Oklahoma City. And if you think they come any tougher than in an oil field rush, ask Jimmy Olsen and get him to tell you the story of the 2 bullet scars he carries around with him. A short while ago, we asked our subscribers to tell us their favorite characters and authors and the sort of stories they liked best. Their answers checked up pretty close to what we thought. We have their addresses, but we haven't yours. Wish you fellows who get your copies off the newsstands would take time off to let us know what you think. Signed, JTS.
Midnight in Beauchamp Row by Anna Catherine Green. It was the last house in Beauchamp Row, and it stood several rods away from its nearest neighbor. It was a pretty house in the daytime, but owing to its deep, sloping roof and small bediamonded windows, it had a lonesome look at night, notwithstanding the crimson hall light which shone through the leaves of its vine-covered doorway. Ned Chivers lived in it with his 6 months married bride, and as he was both a busy fellow and a gay one, there were many evenings when pretty Letty Chivers sat alone until near midnight. She was of an uncomplaining spirit, however, and said little, though there were times when both the day and evening seemed very long and married life not altogether the paradise she had expected. On this evening, a memorable evening for her, the 24th of December, 1894, she had expected her husband to remain with her, for it was not only Christmas Eve, but the night when, as manager of a large manufacturing concern, He brought up from New York the money with which to pay off the men on the next working day, and he never left her when there was any unusual amount of money in the house. But from the first glimpse she had of him coming up the road she knew she was to be disappointed in this hope, and indignant, alarmed almost, at the prospect of a lonesome evening under these circumstances, she ran hastily down to the gate to meet him, crying, "Oh, Ned, you look so troubled I know you have only come home for a hurried supper. But you cannot leave me tonight. Tenny, their only maid, has gone for a holiday, and I never can stay in this house alone with all that." She pointed to the small bag he carried, which, as she knew, was filled to bursting with banknotes. He certainly looked troubled. It is hard to resist the entreaty in a young bride's uplifted face. But this time he could not help himself, and he said, "I am dreadful sorry, but I must ride over to Fairbanks tonight. Mr. Pearson has given me an imperative order to conclude a matter of business there, and it is very important that it should be done. I should lose my position if I neglected the matter, and no one but Hasbrouck and Suffern knows that we keep the money in the house. I have always given out that I entrusted it to Hale's safe overnight. But I cannot stand it. She persisted. You have never left me on these nights. That is why I let Tenny go. I will spend the evening at the Larches, or, better still, call in Mr. and Mrs. Talcott to keep me company." But her husband did not approve of her going out or of her having company. The Larches was too far away, and as for Mr. and Mrs. Talcott, they were meddlesome people whom he had never liked. Besides, Mrs. Talcott was delicate, and the night threatened storm. It seemed hard to subject her to this ordeal, and he showed that he thought so by his manner, but, as circumstances were, she would have to stay alone, and he only hoped she would be brave and go to bed like a good girl and think nothing about the money, which he would take care to put away in a very safe place. "Or," said he, kissing her downcast face, "perhaps you would rather hide it yourself. Women always have curious ideas about such things." "Yes, let me hide it." She murmured, "The money, I mean, not the bag. Every one knows the bag. I should never dare to leave it in that." And begging him to unlock it, she began to empty it with a feverish haste that rather alarmed him, for he surveyed her anxiously and shook his head as if he dreaded the effects of this excitement upon her. But as he saw no way of averting it, he confined himself to using such soothing words as were at his command, and then, humoring her weakness, helped her to arrange the bills in the place she had chosen, and restuffing the bag with old receipts till it acquired its former dimensions. He put a few bills on top to make the whole look natural, and, laughing at her white face, relocked the bag and put the key back in his pocket. "There, dear, a notable scheme and one that should relieve your mind entirely." He cried, "If anyone should attempt burglary in my absence and should succeed in getting into a house as safely locked as this will be when I leave it, then trust to their being satisfied when they see this booty, which I shall hide where I always hide it, in the cupboard over my desk. And when will you be back?" She murmured, trembling in spite of herself at these preparations, "By 1 o'clock if possible, certainly by 2. And our neighbors go to bed at 10. She murmured, but the words were low, and she was glad he did not hear them, for if it was his duty to obey the orders he had received, then it was her duty to meet the position in which it left her as bravely as she could. At supper she was so natural that his face rapidly brightened, and it was with quite an air of cheerfulness that he rose at last to lock up the house and make such preparations as were necessary for his dismal ride over the mountains to Fairbanks. She had the supper dishes to wash up in Tenny's absence, and as she was a busy little housewife, she found herself singing a snatch of song as she passed back and forth from dining room to kitchen. He heard it, too, and smiled to himself as he bolted the windows on the ground floor and examined the locks of the 3 lower doors. And when he finally came into the kitchen with his greatcoat on to give her his final kiss, He had but one parting injunction to urge, and that was that she should lock the front door after him, and then forget the whole matter till she heard his double knock at midnight. She smiled and held up her ingenuous face. "Be careful of yourself." She murmured, "I hate this dark ride for you, and on such a night too." And she ran with him to the door to look out. "It is certainly very dark." He responded, "But I'm to have one of Brown's safest horses. Do not worry about me. I shall do well enough, and so will you too, or you are not the plucky little woman I have always thought you." She laughed, but there was a choking sound in her voice that made him look at her again. But at sight of his anxiety she recovered herself, and pointing to the clouds said earnestly, "It is going to snow. Be careful as you ride by the gorge, Ned. It is very deceptive there in a snowstorm." But he vowed that it would not snow before morning, and giving her one final embrace, he dashed down the path toward Brown's livery stable. "Oh, what is the matter with me?" she murmured to herself as his steps died out in the distance. "I never knew I was such a coward." And she paused for a moment, looking up and down the road, as if in despite of her husband's command she had the desperate idea of running away to some neighbor. But she was too loyal for that, and smothering a sigh she retreated into the house. As she did so, the first flakes fell of the storm that was not to have come till morning. It took her an hour to get her kitchen in order, and 9 o'clock struck before she was ready to sit down. She had been so busy she had not noticed how the wind had increased or how rapidly the snow was falling. But when she went to the front door for another glance up and down the road she started back, appalled at the fierceness of the gale and at the great pile of snow that had already accumulated on the doorstep. Too delicate to breast such a wind, she saw herself robbed of her last hope of any companionship, and sighing heavily she locked and bolted the door for the night and went back into her little sitting room where a great fire was burning. Here she sat down and determined, now that she must pass the evening alone, to do it as cheerfully as possible, and so began to sew. "Oh, what a Christmas Eve!" she thought, and a picture of other homes rose before her eyes, homes in which husbands sat by wives and brothers by sisters, and a great wave of regret poured over her and a longing for something. She hardly dared say what, lest her unhappiness should acquire a sting that would leave traces beyond the passing moment. The room in which she sat was the only one on the ground floor except the dining room and kitchen. It therefore was used both as parlor and sitting room, and held not only her piano, but her husband's desk. Communicating with it was the tiny dining room. Between the two, however, was an entry leading to a side entrance. A lamp was in this entry, and she had left it burning, as well as the one in the kitchen, that the house might look cheerful and as if all the family were at home. She was looking toward this entry and wondering whether it was the mist made by her tears that made it look so dismally dark to her, when there came a faint sound from the door at its further end. Knowing that her husband must have taken peculiar pains with the fastenings of this door, as it was the one toward the woods and therefore most accessible to wayfarers, she sat where she was, with all her faculties strained to listen. But no further sound came from that direction, and after a few minutes of silent terror she was allowing herself to believe that she had been deceived by her fears when she suddenly heard the same sound at the kitchen door, followed by a muffled knock. Frightened now in good earnest, but still alive to the fact that the intruder was as likely to be a friend as a foe, she stepped to the door, and with her hand on the lock stooped and asked boldly enough who was there. But she received no answer, and more affected by this unexpected silence than by the knock she had heard, she recoiled farther and farther till not only the width of the kitchen, but the dining room also, lay between her and the scene of her alarm, when to her utter confusion the noise shifted again to the side of the house, and the door she thought so securely fastened swung violently open as if blown in by a fierce gust, and she saw precipitated into the entry the burly figure of a man covered with snow and shaking with the violence of the storm that seemed at once to fill the house. Her first thought was that it was her husband come back, but before she could clear her eyes from the cloud of snow which had entered with him, he had thrown off his outer covering, and she found herself face to face with a man in whose powerful frame and cynical visage she saw little to comfort her and much to surprise and alarm. "Ugh," was his coarse and rather familiar greeting. "A hard night, missus, enough to drive any man indoors. Pardon the liberty, but I couldn't wait for you to lift the latch. The wind drove me right in." Was not the door locked? She feebly asked, thinking he must have staved it in with his foot, that looked only too well fitted for such a task. "Not much." He chuckled. "I suppose you're too hospitable for that." And his eyes passed from her face to the comfortable firelight shining through the sitting room. "Is it refuge you want?" she demanded, suppressing as much as possible all signs of fear. "Sure, missus, what else? A man can't live in a gale like that, specially after a tramp of 20 miles or more." "Shall I shut the door for you?" he asked, with a mixture of bravado and good nature that frightened her more and more. "I will shut it," she replied, with a half-notion of escaping this sinister stranger by a flight through the night. But one glance into the swirling snowstorm deterred her, and making the best of the alarming situation, she closed the door, but did not lock it, being more afraid now of what was inside the house than of anything left to threaten her from without. The man, whose clothes were dripping with water, watched her with a cynical smile, and then, without any invitation, entered the dining room, crossed it, and moved toward the kitchen fire. "Ugh, ugh, but it is warm here," he cried, his nostrils dilating with an animal-like enjoyment that in itself was repugnant to her womanly delicacy. "Do you know, missus, I shall have to stay here all night. Can't go out in that gale again, not such a fool." Then with a sly look at her trembling form and white face he insinuatingly added, "All alone, missus." The suddenness with which this was put, together with the leer that accompanied it, made her start. Alone, yes, but should she acknowledge it? Would it not be better to say that her husband was upstairs? The man evidently saw the struggle going on in her mind, for he chuckled to himself and called out quite boldly, "Never mind, missus, it's all right. Just give me a bit of cold meat and a cup of tea or something, and we'll be very comfortable together. You're a slender slip of a woman to be minding a house like this. I'll keep you company if you don't mind, leastwise until the storm lets up a bit, which ain't likely for some hours to come. Rough night, missus, rough night." "I expect my husband home at any time," she hastened to say, and thinking she saw a change in the man's countenance at this, she put on quite an air of sudden satisfaction and bounded toward the front of the house. "There, I think I hear him now," she cried. Her motive was to gain time, and if possible to obtain the opportunity of shifting the money from the place where she had first put it into another and safer one. "I want to be able," she thought, "of swearing that I have no money with me in this house. If I can only get it into my apron, I will drop it outside the door into the snowbank. It will be as safe there as in the bank it came from." And dashing into the sitting-room, she made a feint of dragging down a shawl from a screen, while she secretly filled her skirt with the bills which had been put between some old pamphlets on the bookshelves. She could hear the man grumbling in the kitchen, but he did not follow her front, and taking advantage of the moment's respite from his none too encouraging presence, she unbarred the door and cheerfully called out her husband's name. The ruse was successful. She was enabled to fling the notes where the falling flakes would soon cover them from sight, and feeling more courageous, now that the money was out of the house, she went slowly back, saying she had made a mistake, and that it was the wind she had heard. The man gave a gruff but knowing guffaw, and then resumed his watch over her, following her steps as she proceeded to set him out a meal, with a persistency that reminded her of a tiger just on the point of springing. But the inviting look of the viands with which she was rapidly setting the table soon distracted his attention, and allowing himself one grunt of satisfaction, he drew up a chair and set himself down to what to him was evidently a most savory repast. No beer, no ale, nothing that sort, don't keep a bar, he growled as his teeth closed on a huge hunk of bread. She shook her head, wishing she had a little cold poison bottled up in a tight-looking jug. Nothing but tea. She smiled, astonished at her own ease of manner in the presence of this alarming guest. Then let's have that. He grumbled, taking the bowl she handed him with an odd look that made her glad to retreat to the other side of the room. Just listen to the howling wind. He went on between the huge mouthfuls of bread and cheese with which he was gorging himself. But we're very comfortable, we too. We don't mind the storm, do we? Shocked by his familiarity, and still more moved by the look of mingled inquiry and curiosity with which his eyes now began to wander over the walls and cupboards, she took an anxious step toward the side of the house looking toward her neighbors, and lifting one of the shades, which had all been religiously pulled down, she looked out. A swirl of snowflakes alone confronted her. She could neither see her neighbors nor could she be seen by them. A shout from her to them would not be heard. She was as completely isolated as if the house stood in the center of a desolate western plain. "I have no trust but in God," she murmured as she came from the window, and, nerved to meet her fate, she crossed to the kitchen. It was now 10:30. 2 hours and a half must elapse before her husband could possibly arrive. She set her teeth at the thought and walked resolutely into the room. "Are you done?" she asked. "I am, ma'am." He leered. "Do you want me to wash the dishes? I can, and I will." And he actually carried his plate and cup to the sink, where he turned the water upon them with another loud guffaw. If only his fancy would take him into the pantry. She thought, I could shut and lock the door upon him and hold him prisoner till Ned gets back. But his fancy ended its flight at the sink, and before her hopes had fully subsided he was standing on the threshold of the sitting-room door. "It's pretty here," he exclaimed, allowing his eye to rove again over every hiding-place within sight. "I wonder now—" He stopped. His glance had fallen on the cupboard over her husband's desk. "Well?" she asked, anxious to break the thread of his thought, which was only too plainly mirrored in his eager countenance. He started, dropped his eyes, and turning looked at her with a momentary fierceness. But, as she did not let her own glance quail, but continued to look at him with what she meant for a smile on her pale lips, he subdued this outward manifestation of passion, and, chuckling to hide his embarrassment, began backing into the entry, leering in evident enjoyment of the fears he caused, with what she felt was a most horrible smile. Once in the hall, he hesitated, however, for a long time. Then he slowly went toward the garment he had dropped on entering and stooping, drew from underneath its folds a wicked-looking stick. Giving a kick to the coat, which sent it into a remote corner, he bestowed upon her another smile, and still carrying the stick went slowly and reluctantly away into the kitchen. "Oh, God Almighty, help me," was her prayer. There was nothing for her to do now but endure, so throwing herself into a chair, she tried to calm the beating of her heart and summon up courage for the struggle which she felt was before her. That he had come to rob and only waited to take her off her guard, she now felt certain, and rapidly running over in her mind all the expedients of self-defense possible to one in her situation, she suddenly remembered the pistol which Ned kept in his desk. Oh, why had she not thought of it before? Why had she let herself grow mad with terror when here, within reach of her hand, lay such a means of self-defense? With a feeling of joy, she had always hated pistols before and scolded Ned when he bought this one. She started to her feet and slid her hand into the drawer. But it came back empty. Ned had taken the weapon away with him. For a moment, a surge of the bitterest feeling she had ever experienced passed over her. Then she called reason to her aid and was obliged to acknowledge that the act was but natural, and that from his standpoint he was much more likely to need it than herself. But the disappointment, coming so soon after hope, unnerved her, and she sank back in her chair, giving herself up for lost. How long she sat there with her eyes on the door, through which she momentarily expected her assailant to reappear, she never knew. She was conscious only of a sort of apathy that made movement difficult and even breathing a task. In vain she tried to change her thoughts. In vain she tried to follow her husband in fancy over the snow-covered roads and into the gorge of the mountains. Imagination failed her at this point. Do what she would, all was misty in her mind's eye, and she could not see that wandering image. There was blankness between his form and her, and no life or movement anywhere but here in the scene of her terror. Her eyes were on a strip of rug that covered the entry floor, and so strange was the condition of her mind that she found herself mechanically counting the tassels that finished its edge, growing wroth over one that was worn, till she hated that sixth tassel and mentally determined that if she ever outlived this night she would strip them all off and be done with them. The wind had lessened, but the air had grown cooler, and the snow made a sharp sound where it struck the panes. She felt it falling, though she had cut off all view of it. It seemed to her that a pall was settling over the world, and that she would soon be smothered under its folds. Meanwhile no sound came from the kitchen, only that dreadful sense of a doom creeping upon her, a sense that grew in intensity till she found herself watching for the shadow of that lifted stick on the wall of the entry, and almost imagined she saw the tip of it appearing, when, without any premonition, that fatal side door again blew in and admitted another man of so threatening an aspect that she succumbed instantly before him, and forgot all her former fears in this new terror. The second intruder was a Negro of powerful frame and lowering aspect, and as he came forward and stood in the doorway, there was observable in his fierce and desperate countenance no attempt at the insinuation of the other, only a fearful resolution that made her feel like a puppet before him, and drove her, almost without her volition, to her knees. "Money, is it money you want?" was her desperate greeting. "If so, here's my purse and here are my rings and watch. Take them and go." But the stolid wretch did not even stretch out his hands. His eyes went beyond her, and the mingled anxiety and resolve which he displayed would have cowed a stouter heart than that of this poor woman. "Keep to trash." He growled, "I want de company's money. You got it, $2,000. Show me where it is, that's all, and I won't trouble you long after I close on it." "But it's not in the house," she cried. "I swear it is not in the house. Do you think Mr. Chivers would leave me here alone with $2,000 to guard?" But the Negro, swearing that she lied, leaped into the room, and tearing open the cupboard above her husband's desk, seized the bag from the corner where they had put it. He brought it in this. He muttered and tried to force the bag open, but finding this impossible, he took out a heavy knife and cut a big hole in its side. Instantly there fell out the pile of old receipts with which they had stuffed it, and seeing these he stamped with rage, and flinging them in one great handful at her, rushed to the drawers below, emptied them, and, finding nothing, attacked the bookcase. "The money is somewhere here. You can't fool me," he yelled. "I saw the spot your eyes lit on when I first came into the room. Is it behind these books?" He growled, pulling them out and throwing them helter-skelter over the floor. "Women is smart in the hiding business. Is it behind these books, I say?" They had been, or rather had been placed between the books, but she had taken them away, as we know, and he soon began to realize that his search was bringing him nothing. For leaving the bookcase he gave the books one kick, and seizing her by the arm, shook her with a murderous glare on his strange and distorted features. "Where's the money?" he hissed. "Tell me, or you are a goner." He raised his heavy fist. She crouched, and all seemed over.